第一章人脸猫。问你一个问题，你相信金手指的存在吗？又或者说，你觉得金手指会降临到你身上吗？是否？看着电脑弹出的这一串字幕，林安眉头微挑，心中不免有些意外。现在面试的性格测试题都这么有意思了吗？口中吐槽，不过没有思考太久，林安便移动鼠标点击了否。作为一个10年老书虫，他对于金手指这一词自然不陌生，也常常会想象自己哪天会得到外挂，然后一飞冲天。不过想象归想象，但在林安看来，这就和传说中的一见钟情差不多。他并不会彻底否认这种事情存在的可能，但同样也不相信如此低的概率会被他撞上。既然你不相信金手指的降临，那么是否会期望一场能够影响全世界的巨变诞生？你渴望变革吗？是否？看着屏幕上黑白分明的文字，这次林安不由得陷入到思索之中。这次性格测试的题目着实有些耐人寻味，这样的题目，莫非这家公司是希望招一个稳定保守的牛马不成？心中这般吐槽，林安想了想，还是没有做出违心的选择，选择了是。生活索然无味，牛马当久了，自然也会想更改一下自己那一眼望得到头的未来。但理性的人是不会相信天上掉馅饼这种事情的，那么便只能将希望寄托在时代洪流的变化之中了。测试完成，恭喜你通过了这轮考验。下一轮考验将不定时开始，请玩家做好心理准备。玩家？看着电脑上逐渐消失的字体，林安眉头微挑。他这次面试的是一家游戏公司的测试工程师，既然是游戏公司，那么将面试者称呼为玩家，应该也不算奇怪。好吧，感觉还是挺奇怪的。还不等林安过多思索，下一刻桌子上的手机微微震动，一条短信弹出在面前。临江市疾控中心提醒您，近期我市已出现少量感染新型疫情案例，为广大市民安全健康着想，我市即将开展为期3天的全方面卫生行动。如出现发热、头晕、心脏疼痛等症状，请尽快前往附近指定医疗机构就诊，并做好防蚊措施。多事之秋。看着疾控中心发来的这条短信，林安不由得回想起最近陆续在兰心各地出现的血月台风以及洪水等天灾。随后又扫了眼自己出租屋内所剩不多的物资储备，他果断戴上口罩，准备出门囤些货回来。毕竟不怕1万，就怕万一。既然疾控中心都这么说了，而又刚好自己实习结束后还没有找到下一份工作，接下来一段时间完全可以在储备好生活物资的情况下，非必要不出门。哒哒哒哒哒哒，夜色在悄无声息间降临，此时街上人流稀少，戴着口罩的青年脚步匆匆，很快便来到了附近的大型超市内。专门挑了2大袋耐储存且高热量的食物之后，他又在路过体育器材区域的时候，顺手拿起一根实心的棒球棍，准备带去前台一起结账。而往日生意兴隆的超市此刻顾客却寥寥无几，所以此刻前台2位收银员小姐姐还在有一搭没一搭的闲聊着。说起来，好像已经半个月没看到老板了吧？这不挺好的吗？老板不再摸起鱼来，都轻松了不少。好是好。稍显年轻的收银员小姐微微点头，随后又有些迟疑道：“但她只是被猫抓伤而已，应该不至于住院半个月这么夸张吧？”说来神奇，老板在家竟然也能被流浪猫抓伤。聊到这里后，两人没有继续说下去，因为顾客已经走到了面前，于是快速扫码进行结账。慢走，欢迎下次再来。随着门口感应门铃的机器音响起，拎着大包小包的林安走在昏暗的街道之中，惨白色的路灯照在地面，反而显得更为瘆人。最近天黑的是不是有些太快了？林安心中思索，脚下步伐却是没有丝毫放慢，反而还加快了几分。而在这时，若有若无的猫叫声也在后方传来。回想起刚才2位店员的对话，林安心中一紧，不过并没有往后方看去，反而直接加速跑了起来。好在出租屋离这并不远，一路跑到公寓楼下，也并没有任何异常发生。呼，原来是自己吓自己。确认身后并没有什么东西后，林安缓缓呼出口气，随后迈步走入电梯之中，按下23楼的按钮。作为一名唯物主义战士，看来我的境界还有待提升。看着电梯门缓缓关闭，林安这般反思说道。但就在这时，身后却忽然传来沙哑而又尖细的声音：“小伙子有这样的想法很不错。”有人？听到这话，林安心中一惊，转身看去，才发现电梯角落中不知何时站着一位身躯佝偻、 正背对着自己的老太太，似乎是注意到了林安的视线。这时老太太也缓缓转身，而这时林安也终于看清了对方的长相，一张皱巴巴的黑色的猫脸，猫脸人身。林安，卧槽！这一刻林安甚至都来不及震惊，面对这明显不是人的东西，大喊一声后，刚刚买来的棒球棍便直接用尽全力挥出。然而预想中的撞击感却没有传来，只见棒球棍直接闯过了猫脸老太的身躯，就像砸到了空气一样，而林安自己反而因用力过度向前一个踉跄。而猫脸老太看着这攻击好机会，却没有任何行动，只是脸上逐渐露出一个诡异的笑容。回过神来的林安看到这一幕，又看了眼电梯那封闭的环境，不由得心中一寒。密码的免疫物理攻击，这怎么打？深吸一口气，林安见这怪物依旧没有任何行动，咬咬牙再度挥动手中的棒球棍。不过奇迹没有发生，棒球棍压根触碰不到这猫脸怪物，甚至林安试着用自己的拳头打过去也是如此。而且更加要命的是，林安发现电梯竟然在不知何时停了下来，并且按下其他楼层也没有任何反应。逃跑不行，反击貌似也做不到。林安看着这猫脸怪物嘴角越发上扬，甚至到了逐渐开裂的地步，恐惧绝望的情绪不由得在心中蔓延。也在这时，电话铃声却是在这诡异的氛围中突兀响起。哈基米窝南北绿豆，阿西嘎亚库纳鲁。第2章归墟游戏。哈基米窝南北路多，阿西嘎亚库纳鲁魔性而又抽象轻快的小曲响彻电梯，顿时打破了原本那诡异的感觉，也让林安恐惧稍减。强制自己冷静下来，林安开始仔细观察这诡异的情况。不得不说，音乐一换恐怖片好像也没那么恐怖了。心绪稳定下来的林安再次看向那诡异的猫脸老太，却发现对方的身影竟然比刚才虚幻了很多。莫非是假的？心中这个念头闪过，眼前的场景迅速变换，再次看向四周时，林安才发现自己竟然在不知何时就走出了电梯，回到了出租屋附近。与此同时，一股剧烈的疼痛感猛然从小腿处传来，低头望去，林安才发现竟然有一只长着人脸的黑猫正在不断且快速啃食自己的小腿。秃草鸣草，一把将这不知名诡异踢飞，下一刻林安将棒球棍高举，直接使出一记拜年棍法。砰！清脆的声音响起，这是大力神的一击，直接命中对方那诡异的头颅。看着那人脸黑猫直接原地睡着，甚至尸体缓缓消失在空中，不留一点痕迹后，林安才缓缓松了口气。没有在楼道继续停留，林安拿起刚买的物资以及棒球棍，快速回到了出租屋内。虽然不知道在幻境里待了多久，但从打破幻境到击杀那人脸猫却不过短短片刻，所以此刻手机电话还在响。点击接通。喂，是林同学吗？我是临江市原名游戏公司的 HR， 这边显示您缺考了之前约好的性格测试笔试，请问是忘记了吗？缺考？听到这话，林安微微一愣。如果自己缺考了游戏公司的笔试，那他之前通过的是什么？但还不等林安深入思考，突然一行淡蓝色的文字忽然浮现在他的眼前。游戏倒计时5点什么情况？莫非还是幻觉？这人脸猫还没死？心中疑惑更甚，但看着倒计时在1分1秒的减少，林安心中不由得升起一种紧迫感。不好意思，之前临时有其他事情。随便应付2句将电话挂断，林安先是快速拿出药水清洗杀毒小腿处那有些发黑流血的伤口，随后用绷带迅速缠了几圈。游戏倒计时2点30分，2分半时间够干些什么？林安并没有思索多久，快速拿起一些自己可能用得上的东西。打火机、棒球棍、小刀、巧克力较小的物件直接放在衣兜里面，同时林安将几枚糖果吞下，右手紧紧握着棒球棍。游戏倒计时0点59分，此时倒计时只剩不到1分钟，而这种神秘异象或许应该交由同样超凡的存在来解决更为合适。所以思索半晌后，林安心中默默开始祈祷：三清在上，佛祖保佑，祖先显灵富强，民主文明和。而在此时，倒计时也缓缓来到尾声，321分。随着眼前的文字消失，时间好似凝固了一般，忽然陷入了绝对的静止之中。四周空间如同被砸碎的玻璃一样，出现了密密麻麻如蛛网般的黑色裂纹，好似有轻微的咔嚓一声忽然响起，天地彻底破碎，意识也在这一刻一同陷入了黑暗之中。 这给我干哪来了？简陋的茅草屋内，苏醒过来的林安迅速从床上坐起，看着周围的环境，眼神中满是疑惑。破旧、四面漏风，面积甚至比一张床都大不了多少的茅草屋，杜甫过来看了，估计都得连夜将茅屋为秋风所破歌改成阿房宫赋。快速观察四周，很快林安便发现自己的棒球棍和手机等物品都已经不见踪影，甚至就连身上的衣服也在不知何时被换了一套。不过可以确认，身体还是自己的身体，因为刚刚被人脸猫咬过的小腿，此刻还在不断传来疼痛之感，甚至好像更严重了。而正当林安疑惑之时，之前那道机械音却是再次响起。欢迎来到归墟世界，恭喜你参与到本次游戏的内测环节，接下来只需存活1天并击杀任意一只怪异，即可获得正式的玩家身份。首先声明，游戏期内死亡不会真的死亡，但会清除相关记忆，彻底失去成为玩家的资格。接下来请牢记以下注意事项。第一，通过意念可换出游戏面板。第二，黑夜十分危险，切记不要长时间身处黑暗之中。第三，归墟之地是一切的终点，超出常理的灾害频发。第四，游戏期间现实时间处于静止状态。第五，玩家初始身份随机，但请放心，基本都不会好到哪去。第六，不要暴露你的玩家身份。第七，游戏中得到的一切均可带回现实。最后，祝各位玩家们好运。游戏内测时间静止，并且游戏得到的东西还能带回到现实。快速捕捉到这些关键词后，林安震惊之余，确实不免有些兴奋。和之前那奇特问题所说的一样，变革真的来了。有点疼。不过还不等林安兴奋片刻，小腿处传来的疼痛又瞬间将他拉回到现实。低头看了眼伤口处，发现黑色的毒素正在不断向外蔓延。林安意念一动，旋即在心中默念面板。一个淡蓝色的屏幕也旋即出现在自己眼前。可能是还在内测的原因，面板上的功能倒是并不算多，主要分为玩家背包好友和论坛4个大板块，其中好友和论坛为灰色，暂时无法打开。除此之外，右上角还有一行正在不断跳动的文字。回归倒计时 23点55分55秒，倒计时正在1分1秒的减少，要是林安没猜错的话，等倒计时结束应该就能回到现实之中，时间也正好对得上前面任务要求的存活1天。点开玩家模块，一个新的界面旋即出现在面前。玩家林安，等级1级，经验值50月级，击杀2级人脸猫，经验值上涨50分。晶体质5，正常人族为46，气能量0，神精神8，正常人族为46，当前状态轻伤中毒。看到自己的面板，林安心中若有所思。人体的精气神分别对应体质能量、精神3个大类，其中体质和精神很好理解。而能量的话，林安推测这可能是类似武侠小说中的内力、修仙小说中的法力，亦或是玄幻小说中的斗气之类的东西。
Chapter 3. The beginnings of the refugees, led by pseudo-human Lin, and did not overly concern himself with the possible supernatural energy attributes involved. Instead, he focused on the word poison that reflected his current condition. He found it unsurprising that the Renmianmao possessed venom, as evidenced by the dark wound on his calf. Moreover, the cashier at the supermarket had mentioned that her boss had been hospitalized for half a month. If it were merely a scratch, such an extended hospitalization seemed exaggerated. Of course, it was also possible that the boss had already perished and the matter had simply been concealed. With this thought, Lennon shook his head slightly. It was evident that Blue Star was becoming increasingly peculiar, and the Goeishu game presented a rare opportunity that he must seize. Otherwise, even if he were to delete his memories and return to reality, he might not be able to live as peacefully as before. Not to mention, should he encounter another level 2 creature similar to the Renmianmao, his own strength would place him in perilous circumstances. With a thought, he opened his backpack. To his surprise, one of the 5 compartments already contained an item. Renmianmao gift pack description. Guaranteed drop for monsters in Blue Star, potentially yielding some rare items. Evaluation. Despite being a non-player who single-handedly defeated a monster, your performance is commendable, albeit with a hint of luck. A treasure chest. Moreover, it was a chest obtained from defeating a monster. Without hesitation, Lennon opened it. Congratulations, you have received 3 basic healing potions. Congratulations, you have received 1 cat face mask. As the gift pack opened, the 2 items materialized in Lin An's hands. He glanced at the items, and corresponding information soon appeared before his eyes. Basic healing potion. A single bottle can cure 99 of injuries and ailments in mortals. Cat face mask realm. First transition. Level 110 for first transition. Quality. Excellent. Quality categories are ordinary, good, excellent, outstanding. Perfect. Effect 1 passive. Wearing the mask increases the player's agility by 3. Effect 2 active. Hallucination. Upon use, it can ensnare enemies in illusions. The greater the disparity in mental strength between the target and the player, the more vivid the hallucination becomes. When the enemy realizes they are in an illusion, the effect dissipates. No cooldown, can only be used on 1 individual at a time. No wonder the Remy and Mayo created such a bizarre scene. It aimed to manipulate emotions. Upon seeing the mask's effects, Lin An felt a surge of realization. However, the corners of his mouth soon lifted slightly. Your skill is indeed useful, but now, it belongs to me. Naturally, addressing his injuries was the priority. With that thought, Lin An consumed a bottle of the basic healing potion in 1 gulp. The wounds on his leg rapidly healed, returning to their original state, and even the unknown toxins were swiftly eradicated. Current status: healthy. In that moment, Lin An felt a wave of comfort wash over him. The basic healing potion not only eliminated his injuries and toxins, but also resolved other minor ailments within his body, elevating his condition from a suboptimal state to true health. I wonder if terminal illnesses like cancer can be cured. If so, just this basic healing potion could likely fetch a sky-high price on Blue Star, Lin An pondered, shaking his head internally. Until the situation clarified, his identity as a player must remain undisclosed, let alone selling such life-saving items for profit. It was indeed surreal. Just a moment ago, he was a job-seeking graduate, and now, with the healing potion and the cat face mask, he could be considered extraordinarily wealthy, even transcendent. The benefits brought forth by this transformative era were astonishingly dreamlike. Everyone, gather and continue our journey. A robust and authoritative voice suddenly resonated from nearby. Lin An then observed numerous emaciated individuals emerging from a thatched cottage, their attire remarkably similar to his own. After a brief hesitation, he joined them outside, blending into the crowd. Lin An began to survey his surroundings as they walked along the cobbled path. The place resembled an ancient village, albeit with dilapidated structures that appeared to have been pillaged. As Lin An contemplated, a voice of complaint suddenly arose from beside him. I never expected Xiaozhu village to have relocated as well. I wonder when the lives of these refugees will finally improve. In these times, surviving the calamity is already quite fortunate. Another man, appearing somewhat older, shook his head slightly in response. Moreover, the extraordinary protected Xiaoshidan village is not far from here. Perhaps there is still hope if we reach there. Refugees, Xiaoshidan village. If Lin An's assumptions were correct, this should be his initial identity and the name of the novice village he was to visit next. As for Xiaozhu village, it likely referred to the area of thatched cottages he had just seen, which had either been relocated or obliterated. This game truly is fraught with calamities. Following the group, they soon arrived at a narrow path through the woods, where Lin An realized that this band of refugees consisted of only about 30 individuals, with a robust man leading the way. Pseudo-human, Lu Chung level, 3 physique, 10 chi, 4 spirit, 8 talent. Disguise Lin An? Seeing the term pseudo-human, Lin An could not help but express his confusion. Was the beginning of this journey so treacherous? Moreover, with a physique that was twice his own at merely level 3. What exactly was this pseudo-energy? His pupils slightly trembled as he quickly scanned the information of the surrounding NPCs. Fortunately, there was only one pseudo-human in the group. The bad news was that all the others were level 1 novices, most of whom had even lower physiques than his own. Everyone, we are still several dozen kilometers away from Xiaoshidan town. Lu Chung addressed the crowd, raising his voice. The path ahead has no stations or resting areas, meaning we must reach the town before nightfall. Otherwise, we will not survive the encroaching darkness. With that, He took the lead and hastened forward. The other refugees, sensing the urgency, felt a wave of anxiety. After all, with the only level 3 cultivator moving ahead, those who failed to keep up would likely face dire consequences. Lennon raised an eyebrow at this. If his predictions were correct, the pseudo-human likely intended to exhaust the group's stamina, aiming to pick them off one by one later. Although the adversary's stats were high, they should not be capable of overcoming 30 individuals single-handedly. While it was true that the refugees might not be particularly united in their efforts against the pseudo-human, it was unlikely that they could capture everyone if they dispersed. With this thought, Lennon found himself hesitating. Should I seek an opportunity to leave the group or devise another plan? But if I leave the group, how will I reach the novice village? And without going to the novice village, how will I survive the night? After all, both the game prompts and the earlier reactions of the refugees indicated that the nights in the Goeishu world were fraught with great terror. And the longer one remained in the darkness, the greater the danger. With this notion, Lin An's gaze turned cold as he observed the figure of the pseudo-human in the distance. Perhaps eliminating him was the true path to survival. Chapter 4, Donning the Mask. A Sensation of Flight. Return Countdown. 2000 hours. 00 Goeishu World. After traveling for several hours, time unknowingly reached noon. Let's rest briefly. We shall continue our journey in half an hour. The voice of Luching echoed from ahead, prompting the weary refugees to seek a shaded spot to rest and eat. At the rear of the group, Lennon approached a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat familiar. Brother, I have yet to visit Zyashiden village. Do you think we might be taking a wrong turn? Lennon casually inquired, offering the freshly picked wild fruits. The man accepted the fruits and replied with a cheerful demeanor. You have come to the right person. Rest assured, I have traversed this path at least 8 times, so we shall not stray. Hearing this, Lennon nodded slightly. It seemed that locals indeed possessed a sense of direction. The imposters likely recognized this too, which was why they hadn't led them astray. You look as though you fled from a more distant village, haven't you? The talkative man continued. But worry not. Unless an unforeseen circumstance arises, we should reach Zyashiden village before nightfall. To my knowledge, the upcoming stretch is primarily inhabited by a few Iron Fist rabbits, with loot daring around. They will not dare to act recklessly. Iron Fist rabbits? Lennon's heart stirred at the mention. If he could hunt these rabbits for experience, it might enhance his chances. Brother, do you know how to spot their tracks? It will help me avoid them. That's simple enough. You just need to walk around the forest. You'll see small holes in the ground that resemble fists. Typically, following those leads to their whereabouts. Lennon engaged in conversation with this loquacious brother, and half an hour swiftly passed. However, it also provided Lennon with a wealth of information. As Luching called for the group to resume their journey, he formed a preliminary plan in his mind. Once again, the survival party began its trek, though the brief rest had not fully revitalized everyone, leading to some falling behind. Luching, however, paid no heed and continued striding forward, seemingly eager to return to Zyashiden village. This surprised Lennon, yet he resolved to follow his own course of action. As they advanced, upon spotting the first of the fist-sized holes at the forest's edge, Lennon began to feign exhaustion, gradually drifting towards the back of the group. The man who had previously chatted with him noticed, but said nothing, prioritizing his own survival over a fleeting acquaintance. All right, time to engage the monsters. Once the figures of the others disappeared from sight, Lennon summoned a lifelike cat mask into his hands. Donning the mask granted him enhanced agility. At that moment, Lennon felt as if he had transformed into a new entity, reveling in the sensation of swiftness. With his body feeling remarkably lighter, he followed the tracks on the ground and swiftly ventured deeper into the forest. It is worth noting that attributes such as agility, strength, endurance, and resistance fall under the broader category of physique. The player's panel reflects a synthesis of these attributes, presenting a holistic view of one's vitality, albeit without further categorization. As Lennon navigated through the thicket, he embodied the essence of a feline creature, moving silently while observing the vivid and immersive game world with a blend of curiosity and caution. The trees here seem to be of species unknown on Blue Star, with each one requiring 2 or 3 people to encircle, their heights soaring into the clouds. As the footprints on the ground grew fresher, It wasn't long before a rabbit, large enough to rival a medium-sized dog, came into view. Upon observing its appearance, Lennon understood why this creature was dubbed the Iron Fist Rabbit. Its forelimbs were indeed as formidable as iron fists, robust and gleaming with a metallic sheen. One strike could easily fracture the bones of a frail opponent. He accessed his panel to investigate. Iron Fist Rabbit level: 1 Vitality, 6 Energy, 0 Spirit, 3 Talent, none Skill. Iron Fist Strike charges and delivers a punch, causing increased damage. At the same level, he could discern more details. Unlike the earlier level 3 Imposter, whose skills he could not ascertain, higher level beings would likely only reveal 3 question marks. However, he pondered why even a rabbit possessed a skill, and with a physique superior to his own. Lennon scoffed internally. Such a high vitality, yet low spirit creature would pose little challenge for him. Illusion activate. With a mere thought, the cat-like eyes on the mask flickered with a chilling light. In an instant, the Iron Fist Rabbit seemed to encounter a great terror, bolting uncontrollably towards a nearby tree. Bang! A crisp sound echoed as the rabbit collided with the trunk, collapsing in a still heap. This scene evoked a sense reminiscent of waiting for a rabbit to appear at the base of a tree. You have slain a level 1 Iron Fist Rabbit. Experience points increased by 10. Would you like to decompose? Yes. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 rabbit skin and 5 edible rabbit meat. This encounter yielded no treasure chests, leaving Lennon uncertain whether it was merely a low probability within the game or if no chest dropped at all. Nevertheless, this suggested that future monsters appearing on Blue Star might be quite sought after. Contemplating the earlier announcement regarding the human face cat's loot, which indicated a guaranteed treasure upon slaying monsters on Blue Star, he stored the rabbit skin and meat, since identical items could stack within the inventory. Even with 2 bottles of basic recovery potions, there remained ample space. Killing monsters of the same level grants 10 experience points, while defeating one a level higher yields 50 points. Thus, if I were to eliminate that level 3 imposter, would I level up immediately? Lennon speculated but decided to adhere to his strategy, recognizing that the imposter's spirit matched his own, and relying solely on the cat mask might not be sufficient. Swiftly traversing the forest's edge, Lennon soon encountered more Iron Fist rabbits, this time a whole nest. The largest among them had even reached level 2. Iron Fist Rabbit level: 2 Vitality, 8 Energy, 1 Spirit, 4 Talent, none Skill. Iron Fist Strike charges and delivers a punch, causing increased damage. Did this Iron Fist Rabbit allocate all its attributes to Vitality? Lennon pondered, yet grateful for its meager spirit. Without hesitation, he activated his skill, Illusion, once more. Puff! The entranced Iron Fist Rabbit perceived a formidable foe, becoming enraged, its eyes glowing with a scarlet hue. In the next moment, it raised its massive fist and struck down upon its comrade. Bang! You have slain a level 1 Iron Fist Rabbit. Experience points increased by 10. Chapter 5. All in is a form of wisdom. Oh, do the experience points count for me too? How delightful! Watching the level 2 Iron Fist Rabbit unleash chaos upon its companions, Lennon could not suppress a smile as his experience points soared. When the 4th rabbit fell, his experience bar finally reached its limit. Ding! Experience points are now full. Would you like to level up? Yes. Lennon did not hesitate, and at the very moment he clicked to confirm, a wave of warmth surged within him. Congratulations, player Lin has gained 1 attribute point. What a thrill! Not only did he become stronger, but the fatigue from his previous journey vanished instantly, restoring his vitality to its peak. As he glanced at the remaining free attribute point, Lin decisively allocated it to his spirit. After all, the disparity between his other attributes and the 3rd-level pseudo-creatures remained significant. So it was wiser to invest everything in his spirit, especially since he currently possessed only the skill of illusion. With a mere thought, Lin began to review his current status panel. Player: Lin level, 2 experience, 0 physique, 6 1 chi, 1 1 spirit, 10 2 current status, healthy. As his spirit reached double digits, he felt invigorated, his mind clearer than ever. Moreover, he could faintly sense a warm current circulating throughout his body. which was likely the chi mentioned in the panel. Pseudo-energy, beast energy, chi. This game indeed offers a variety of energies. Contemplating this, Lin En's gaze fell upon a nearby Iron Fist Rabbit. At this moment, the second-level Iron Fist Rabbit had successfully defeated its last minion. Yet Lin En did not receive a notification of experience gain. It seemed that after leveling up, slaying lower-level monsters no longer yielded experience. However, this was not surprising. If one could continuously level up by defeating weaker foes, Lin would surely be hailed as a sword deity. With a thought, Lin began to modify his illusions. As his spirit increased to 10 points, the effects of his illusion became markedly more pronounced. Particularly effective against these mindless monsters, it was almost infallible. For with their low intelligence, they would struggle to comprehend the concept of an illusion. With a resounding crash, the Iron Fist Rabbit unleashed its beast energy, striking a massive boulder with force before collapsing to the ground. Defeating the second-level Iron Fist Rabbit granted him an increase of 10 experience points. After disassembling all the Iron Fist Rabbits and placing the components in his backpack, Lin glanced at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon, with approximately 3 hours until sunset. Having spent over an hour merely locating this second-level Iron Fist Rabbit, the likelihood of finding and defeating 9 more within the remaining time seemed slim. Not to mention that he still had quite a distance to travel to reach the novice village. With this in mind, Lin promptly began his return. Meanwhile, on the forest path he had previously traversed, a weary and emaciated man struggled to move forward. Though he was utterly exhausted, he understood that stopping would be tantamount to inviting death. Thus, even with blistered and torn feet, he dared not pause for a moment. Yet in the next instant, he found himself frozen in place. 2 faceless beings wielding long knives had appeared before him, completely obstructing his path. Pseudo-creatures. The gaunt man clearly recognized these eerie beings and shouted in alarm before attempting to flee. However, the nearly depleted energy from his earlier endeavors would not permit him such an escape. The strategy of Chief Lu was indeed effective. Observing the human's futile attempts to flee, one of the pseudo-creatures chuckled malevolently. In the next moment, its entire face morphed into a gaping maw, swiftly consuming the fallen man. Once the man was devoured, the pseudo-creature transformed into the very likeness of the emaciated figure, even mimicking his voice perfectly. Excellent, excellent, the talent has improved a notch. If I can find a few more stragglers, I shall not be far from leveling up. However, before the pseudo-creature could finish its thought, a long knife suddenly slashed through the air. With a swift motion, the sharp blade cleanly severed its legs, cleaving it in 2. The dismembered pseudo-creature emitted a scream of agony. Turning to its companion who had wielded the knife, its eyes wide with disbelief. "Are you mad?" The injured pseudo-creature cried out, unable to fathom why its ally had acted in such a manner. In the next moment, it beheld a peculiar figure with a black cat-like face striding towards it. What on earth is that? How bizarre, there is something truly strange. Lin En, observing the terror etched on the pseudo-creature's face, felt a twinge of amusement. Ironically, he had been labeled as the strange one by this entity. Shaking his head, Lin En casually picked up the fallen long knife and pointed it at the creature's forehead. Pseudo-creature Chun Wei level, 2 physique, 6 chi, 2 spirit, 6 talent, disguise skill, rapid recovery, resilient life force. Any part except for fatal weaknesses can rapidly recover by consuming energy. As Lin En returned to the previous path, he witnessed the pseudo-creature devouring a human. This insight clarified why Chief Lu had shown no concern for the straggling populace. It seemed that it had other companions tasked with dealing with these exhausted individuals. Without further ado, Lin En thrust the long knife directly into the creature's forehead. The anatomical structure of a pseudo-creature differed entirely from that of a human. Lin En felt no bones or blood, making the act of cutting even easier than anticipated. In an instant, the creature reverted to its original faceless state. However, even with its head pierced, no notification of a kill appeared on the panel. The head is not the weak point, so what about the neck? Impressed by the pseudo-creature's tenacity, Lin En struck again. After all, the panel had not revealed the creature's weaknesses, so he could only attempt various methods. Not the neck. And what about here? The already dismembered pseudo-creature trembled at Lin An's words, as if listening to the whispers of a demon. It swore that it had never encountered anything so terrifying. In fact, at that moment, it found itself wishing for a swift end. With another decisive strike, Lin aimed for the heart, and the trembling body of the pseudo-creature finally lay still. Defeating the second-level pseudo-creature awarded him an increase of 10 experience points. It seemed the heart was indeed a weak point, and perhaps even more fragile than that of a normal human. Analyzing this, Lin swiftly directed his blade towards the heart of the second pseudo-creature, still engaged in a futile battle with the illusion, once again gaining 10 experience points. With a thought, he summoned his panel to deconstruct the remains. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a pseudo-core. Chapter 6. Intimidating the pseudo-creature pseudo-core? Observing the two diamond-shaped transparent crystals he had acquired, Lin opened his panel for further investigation. Pseudo-core, a consumable item that allows the user to disguise themselves as another for 1 hour. This seems quite promising. It may prove invaluable in special situations. Perhaps I will find a use for it soon. As if struck by inspiration, Lin An's eyes brightened. However, he did not make an immediate decision. Instead, turning his attention to the long knife he had just acquired. Long knife, a first-tier ordinary quality item, sharp but offering no additional features. The long knife, being merely an ordinary weapon, lacked any attribute enhancements or usable skills, despite being of the same first-tier realm. This was not necessarily a disadvantage, as Lin recalled that even the third-level pseudo-creature wielded a similar long knife. If the most commonly used weapon was of ordinary quality, it indicated that the adversary likely possessed limited resources and few hidden items. Furthermore, given Lin An's current physique, engaging in a direct confrontation with this third-level entity would undoubtedly put him at a disadvantage. Thus, Lin An's strategy remains one of leveraging strengths while evading weaknesses, attempting to exert control over the adversary from behind the guise of the cat-faced mask. Regrettably, this infernal entity possesses an impressive mental fortitude of 8 points, far surpassing the two-level foe beings who barely muster 5 or 6 points. Moreover, the evident intelligence of the foe beings poses a significant risk. Should the illusion lack sufficient authenticity, there exists a tangible possibility of being unmasked. Nevertheless, if circumstances prove dire, a tactical withdrawal remains a viable option, allowing for a temporary retreat from the fray. After consulting with the elder previously, Lin had already discerned the route to Xiao Shirtan village. Coupled with the agility enhancement bestowed by the cat-faced mask, making an escape amidst chaos should not prove overly arduous. With careful planning in mind, Lin stowed away all items aside from the cat-faced mask. His backpack was now filled with a basic recovery potion, rabbit pelts, rabbit meat, phone nuclei, and a long blade, occupying every available slot. Ah, is this the plight of the affluent? I've had a taste of it myself. Observing his fully laden backpack, Lin quipped to himself before hastening toward Xiao Shirtan village. Meanwhile, on the other side, the originally 30-strong group of refugees now numbered fewer than 20. At the forefront, Lu Cheng surveyed the weary faces of the remaining refugees, silently calculating their distance. Advancing further would mean crossing into the territory of Xiao Shirtan village. If they encountered the village's cleaning squad, his plans would be irrevocably thwarted. Where are Chun Wei and that other fellow? Feeling a twinge of annoyance, Lu Cheng muttered softly, contemplating that he could no longer afford to wait. Most of these refugees were already at the end of their tether, lacking any capacity for resistance before him. Crucially, even if they wished to flee, they would not get far. With this thought, Lu Cheng called out to the rear, "It seems there's an issue ahead. Everyone stay put and rest while I investigate." He pointed to 3 refugees who appeared to be in relatively good condition, beckoning them to accompany him into the forest. The selected trio exchanged glances, feeling somewhat helpless, but they had no choice but to follow. After all, a level 3 cultivator possessed a physique nearly double that of an ordinary person, especially those who specialized in physical training, who could exceed that significantly. The enhancement of combat power is not a mere sum of parts. In actual combat, it would be 1 punch per opponent. stepping deeper into the forest. The sun dipped low in the western sky, and the twilight gradually enveloped the surroundings. The towering, dense trees obscured much of the external light, casting this place into shadows. The three refugees felt a twinge of fear at the sight, and one of them, mustering courage, turned to Lu Cheng and asked, "Lord Lu, what issue arose on the road earlier?" "An issue? You shall soon find out," Lu Cheng replied with a sinister chuckle, turning to the trio. In the next moment, his visage began to morph rapidly, ultimately transforming into a grotesque maw that could engulf his entire head. The three refugees stood dumbfounded, utterly shocked that the cultivator leading them was, in fact, a faux being. Snap! The nearest individual was immediately devoured by Lu Cheng, while the other two, now realizing the grave danger, frantically dashed in opposite directions. Yet, before Lu Cheng, with a physique exceeding double digits, this was merely a prelude to his meal. Before long, another was consumed in a single bite. Observing the fleeing figure, the faux being's lips curled into a twisted smile. Fleeing is precisely what I desire. It affords me the delight of witnessing food struggle and despair, which often enhances the flavor of the flesh. Unhurriedly, Lu Cheng approached the last remaining refugee. Yet unbeknownst to him, the darkness had intensified. A gentle breeze rustled through the trees, their silhouettes intertwining and creating bizarre shapes. The forest, once alive with the sounds of insects and birds, had succumbed to an unsettling silence, punctuated only by occasional rustles. "Dear one, cease your struggles. I once stated that in the presence of a faux being, you are merely a steak." Returning to his faceless state, Lu Cheng ambled forward, but soon sensed something amiss. Where have all the people gone? Glancing back, he felt a wave of unfamiliarity wash over the once familiar forest. Could it be that night fell prematurely today? A sudden dread gripped him as he instinctively sought to retrace his steps to the previous path. 1 step, 10 steps, 100 steps, his pace quickened. And just as he believed he would emerge from the woods, terror seized his expression. Am I back again? Gazing at the identical surroundings, Lu Cheng's pupils widened in shock. Am I facing a ghost? Before he could process the situation, a sound echoed from afar. Rustling, something seemed to scuttle, its speed increasing, the sound growing clearer. Lu Cheng swallowed hard, acutely aware of his heartbeat, the roles of hunter and prey seamlessly shifting. As he turned to flee, something dangling from the trees captured his attention. A web, a colossal spider's web. Yet, the focus was not the web itself, but the lifeless body ensnared within it. "Shenwei!" Lu Cheng exclaimed, finally grasping why his companion had failed to catch up. He had already met his demise at the jaws of a malevolent creature. Simultaneously, a shadow as massive as a small mountain loomed over Lu Cheng. Stiffening at the sight, he turned to discover a giant, ghastly spider, towering like a house, gazing down upon him with its multitude of eyes, issuing a chilling roar. Chapter 7. Am I to evade his brilliance? As the ghastly spider exhaled, Lu Cheng felt his legs weaken. However, having endured numerous battles, his body reacted swiftly, unleashing his internal faux energy and rocketing away like a missile. Counterattacking? Ayist. This monstrous spider exuded an aura of formidable strength, likely requiring 10 of him to fill its teeth. On the other side, a youth concealed behind a tree observed the unfolding drama. The illusion is a delicate interplay of the real and the unreal, given the relatively minor disparity in mental fortitude. Lin initially employed subtle yet peculiar elements, such as the dimming light and shifting shadows, to cultivate a sense of terror, to prevent detection of the ruse. Even Shenwei's corpse was cleverly filled with rabbit pelts and meat, then disguised with faux nuclei before being suspended, rather than being a mere illusion. This tactic proved remarkably effective, as Lu Cheng's psychological defenses shattered upon witnessing the body of a familiar face, his emotional turmoil reaching a peak. In that moment, when the ghastly spider made its appearance, even if it were merely an illusion, Lu Cheng could no longer differentiate reality from deception. After all, the cat-faced mask's efficacy intensifies alongside the fluctuations in the adversary's emotions. watching Liu Cheng expend his energy in a desperate bid to escape the spider's pursuit. Lin impatiently awaited the opportune moment to strike. Fear, after all, possesses a threshold and is transient. Once the adversary surpasses that critical point, they will inevitably perceive the discrepancies, ultimately uncovering the truth behind the illusion. Taking a deep breath, Lin gazed at Liu Cheng, who had exhausted all his false energy, and gracefully approached him. Theoretically, he could return to Xiao Shi Tan village now and successfully complete the internal testing task. However, with such abundant preparation and a calculated mindset, Lin did not believe he would be incapable of defeating even a level 1 monster. Should I avoid his sharpness? Taking out my blade, with a mere thought, a long knife manifested in Lin An's hand. He swiftly channeled the last remnants of his energy into the blade. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng in the illusion finally sensed something amiss. This ghost spider had been pursuing him, but now that he was drained of energy and unable to move, why had it stopped chasing him? A surge of intense danger surged through his mind as a thought flickered. The next moment, the illusion shattered, revealing a man with a black cat-like face brandishing a knife aimed at his heart. Liu Cheng. Although this false being desperately tried to evade, it was evidently too late to react. The long knife, infused with all of Lin An's energy, pierced through Liu Cheng's heart with a swift and decisive force. Defeated a level 3 false being, gained 50 experience points. As the kill notification echoed, it signified the complete demise of the false being. Lin exhaled slowly, observing the corpse of the false being. This time, he chose not to decompose it, but instead dragged it out of the forest. Simultaneously, on the outskirts of the forest, a figure hurriedly stumbled out, and it was none other than the loquacious brother who had conversed with Lin earlier. Upon seeing his group again, the brother called out loudly, "Everyone, Liu Cheng was a false being in disguise. Hurry, we must flee to the village now. If we delay, it will be too late." The remaining dozen or so refugees were taken aback by his words, momentarily unsure of how to proceed. After all, compared to Liu Cheng, who had guided them thus far, this ragged man seemed far more suspicious. What if they foolishly followed him into a trap? The loquacious brother, feeling frustrated and helpless, decided to disregard them and turn to escape on his own. Just then, Lin, having removed his mask, stepped out from the forest. Meng Dage spoke true. We should hasten our journey. With a thud, he casually tossed out a corpse. The characteristics of the faceless man were quickly recognized by the battle-hardened refugees, causing an instant stir among the crowd. The very Liu Cheng who had been leading them was, in fact, a false being. Did that mean they had been teetering on the edge of death all along? Lin, my brother, you killed the false being? The loquacious brother exclaimed in disbelief. He had previously thought this young man might not survive the night, yet now he learned that he was capable of slaying a level 3 false being. Lin nodded slightly at his words. He had always sensed something was amiss, leading him to conceal himself among the crowd and observe Liu Cheng's behavior. He had not expected him to indeed be a false being. With that, Lin refrained from further explanation, dragging the false being's corpse as he hastened towards Xiao Shi Tan village. In this world, strength reigns supreme. Each village and town strives to attract talented individuals and strong warriors, for without their protection, it is not uncommon for settlements, like Xiaozhu village, to be compelled to relocate or face annihilation. After conversing with the loquacious brother, Lin had learned much about the village's customs. If he were to join Xiao Shi Tan village as an ordinary refugee, he would likely spend a long time performing menial tasks before having the opportunity to become a formal villager. Moreover, if he advanced too quickly, it could raise suspicions among others. However, what if he were to enter the village under the guise of a prodigy? This approach would not only allow him to become a formal villager immediately, but also grant him certain privileges, affording him treatment far beyond that of the average person. Even later, as he leveled up, it would appear more reasonable. Naturally, it was impossible to reveal everything about himself. At the very least, he would not disclose trump cards such as the cat-faced mask unless absolutely necessary, even to NPCs within the game. Although they were NPCs, treating this world as merely a game was challenging, considering the reality of every experience, from pain to the terror on others' faces before death. Furthermore, Linen recalled the earlier warning that it was best not to let the native beings of Gue soon know his player identity. While the consequences of exposure were still unclear, caution was paramount in this extraordinary and enigmatic world. As he journeyed onward, they were nearing Xiao Shi Tan village. With the last rays of the setting sun gradually fading, the group hurriedly made their way, finally spotting a bright flame before nightfall, accelerating their pace. The first sight to greet them was the towering and sturdy city walls, instilling a profound sense of security. Directly ahead stood a massive bronze gate constructed by unknown mechanisms. What captivated Lin An's attention most was the imposing and lifelike tiger head statue at the center of the gate, exuding an indescribable aura of intimidation. The weary travelers gazed upon this scene, their hearts brimming with excitement. Xiao Shi Tan village, they had arrived. Chapter 8. Out in the world, one must naturally fabricate their identity. In the world of Gue Su, Xiao Shi Tan village. Within the village, a militia member hastily rushed to the village chief's home. Reporting to the chief, a small group of refugees has arrived at the Tiger Gate, totaling 15 individuals. More refugees have come? An elderly man, slightly graying and perusing documents, sighed softly upon hearing this. He had not anticipated that the tide of calamity was only beginning, and already so many of his kin were displaced. The old village chief did not hesitate long and promptly said, "For 15 people, notify team leader Tian to arrange accommodations as per the usual procedures. By the way, do not forget to take them to the original furnace for inspection first, to prevent any malevolent entities from infiltrating." In this world, where the bizarre runs rampant and disasters frequently occur, while human life might hold little value, labor is indeed quite precious. Those who could traverse countless kilometers, evade numerous calamities, and reach Xiao Shi Tan village were generally either the young or experienced elders in their prime. Thus, even absent the desire to aid their kin, no leader of any faction would refuse such quality labor, unless their own situation was dire. Village chief, this batch of refugees is somewhat different. The reporting militia member stated, among them is a cultivator, likely of low rank but still quite young, and he carries the corpse of a false being. A false being? The old village chief was taken aback. He recalled that since the purging operation held by Wu Ling City over a decade ago, instances of such creatures had become quite rare. Now, with the tide of calamity bringing forth false beings once more, it caused the old chief to furrow his brow, realizing that additional preparations were necessary for the impending disasters. A young cultivator, then we should have team leader Tian pay him extra attention. Nodding slightly, the village chief added, also, inform Master Jiang about the false being matter. Understood. The militia member acknowledged and promptly conveyed the message to others. Meanwhile, outside the Tiger Gate of Xiao Shi Tan village, a seemingly unremarkable yet amiable-looking man led a team towards Lin and the others. Greetings, I am Tian Sheng, the captain of the hunting team in Xiao Shi Tan village. Tian Sheng addressed the group of refugees in a gentle tone. First and foremost, I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you joining our village. We are well aware of the hardships and dangers you have faced along your journey. But now you are safe. The term safety is indeed a luxury for the natives of the Guishu world. After all, in this realm, no one knows when calamity and strangeness might descend upon them or their loved ones. Many matters are beyond the capabilities of even the most extraordinary practitioners. Thus, upon hearing Tian Sheng's words, many refugees could no longer suppress their emotions and began to weep uncontrollably. They might be mourning their hardships or lamenting the family and friends they have lost or who have gone missing. No one starts out as a refugee. They were once part of a village. Of course, Linen, who does not belong to this world, is an exception. However, witnessing this scene, he felt a twinge of empathy. I wonder if the future of launching will also resemble this? Reflecting on the recently rampant viruses and frequent natural disasters, Linen could not help but feel a sense of urgency. Meanwhile, Tian Sheng observed the scene with a sense of familiarity, quietly waiting for the crowd to vent their emotions. After enduring days of precarious existence, it was not surprising to see such displays of emotion now that they were suddenly safe. In fact, such outpourings of grief might even be healthier than those who showed little change in expression, as that could indicate something amiss. As he pondered, Tiansheng discreetly began to assess Lin, who appeared calm. Unbeknownst to him, Lin was also checking his own information. Tiansheng level. It seems he is indeed a formidable figure. I cannot even discern his level. Lin An's heart tightened. After all, the level 3 pseudo-being he had fought earlier had proven quite challenging, and he suspected he would be unable to pull someone like Tiansheng into a dreamscape. The disparity in their metrics was simply too vast. Thankfully, this time he was truly an ally. Had he been a pseudo-being, Lin would have seriously questioned the game developers. All right, everyone, night has fallen, and it is unsafe outside the village. Glancing at the time, Tiansheng quickly spoke. The houses have been arranged for cleaning. Please follow me to the vicinity of the Yuanchu fireplace to sit and have something to eat. Upon hearing this, the crowd remembered that they were not yet completely safe and nodded in agreement. Lin felt a bit puzzled. He was curious about what the Yuanchu fireplace was. However, the people around him seemed accustomed to it, indicating that it was likely common knowledge in the Guishu world, and asking would only raise suspicion. I wonder if someone will inadvertently reveal a player's identity, and what consequences might follow. With this thought, Lin felt a flicker of curiosity. However, he surmised that the outcome would not be favorable, as the people of this world held a deep-seated aversion to calamities, and players were reputed to be the fourth disaster. Following Tiansheng into the village, they walked until they reached a massive fireplace situated in the center of the village, towering 3 stories high. Yuanchu fireplace. Type: special building. Boundary: first transformation. Function: continuously emits warmth and light, dispels darkness, deters malevolent beings and anomalies, and mitigates the effects of extreme cold and other natural disasters. Introduction: an essential asset for any stronghold or faction, serving as the first line of defense against the endless night. What a powerful structure! Seeing how this single fireplace nearly illuminated the entire village, Lin could not help but feel astonished. He finally understood why Tiansheng had brought them here first. He likely wanted to check for any anomalies among them, like pseudo-beings. However, the outcome was evidently fine, as Lin had already scanned this group of people using his panel. Once Tiansheng and the villagers confirmed that the refugees posed no threat, they all breathed a sigh of relief. All right, Xiao Lu, please lead everyone to rest. After instructing the 2 individuals beside him, Tiansheng stepped over to Lin and sighed. Brother, you're truly remarkable to have dealt with a level 3 pseudo-being all by yourself. You must know that they are as troublesome as cockroaches. With a smile on his face, Tiansheng inquired, what should I call you? Captain Tian, you are too kind. Just call me Lin Quan. Lin, feeling safe, did not hesitate to create a pseudonym for himself, as one's identity is often self-invented when venturing into the outside world. Chapter 9. Xiao Shirtan Village near the Yuanchu fireplace. Brother Lin Quan has traveled a long way and may not be familiar with our village's situation. As they sat beside the fireplace warming themselves, Tiansheng began to explain, our village has 3 second transformation extraordinary practitioners, the old village chief, Master Jiang, and the captain of the guard. These 3 formidable individuals are the village's greatest security assurance, but aside from the village chief, the other 2 do not often make appearances. Levels 1 to 10 correspond to the first transformation, and levels 11 to 20 to the second transformation, and so forth. This is the classification of cultivation in this game world. However, it is well known that NPCs cannot level up by fighting monsters like players do. Thus, the natives must rely on the continuous practice of cultivation techniques to break through their boundaries and enhance their strength. Yet, the ability to cultivate also requires talent or aptitude. Most of the natives lack this talent, leaving them perpetually stuck at level 1, akin to mortals in novels who cannot step into the realm of chi refinement due to the absence of spiritual roots. The group of refugees who traveled with Lin and mostly consisted of such individuals. Conversely, those with cultivation aptitude are collectively referred to as practitioners. However, practitioners below level 10 are, in essence, merely mortals with potential. Only upon reaching the second transformation do they officially enter the ranks of the extraordinary. The security forces of Xiaoshirtan village are primarily divided into 4 teams. Tiansheng looked at Lin and continued. They are the hunting team, the scouting team, the patrol team, and the guard team. The patrol and guard teams are mainly responsible for maintaining order within the village, making them relatively safer. The hunting and scouting teams are tasked with procuring food and gathering resources. For example, the iron fist rabbit is one of our most frequently hunted beasts. Additionally, they need to explore and clear any anomalies or malevolent entities that may threaten the village. Danger is inevitable, but the rewards are significantly higher. Lennon pondered this information. If he wished to level up by defeating monsters, joining the hunting team seemed the wisest choice. However, the issue was that death in this game could lead to account deletion and memory loss, making it challenging for players to ignore risks and continue adventuring. No need to rush to respond to me. Tiansheng seemed to sense Lin An's hesitation and spoke gently. Such matters certainly require careful consideration. Moreover, if you truly do not wish to join a team, there are many other jobs available in the village. However, the pay for those tasks is limited, and it would be somewhat of a waste for a practitioner to engage in them. While the two were chatting, a militia member hurriedly approached. Captain Tian, Master Jiang asked me to convey a message. Oh, Tiansheng responded in surprise, then inquired, what does Master Jiang wish to say? Master Jiang heard that there are pseudo-beings' corpses here and expressed interest in such materials, so he would like to trade for an opportunity to observe a skill manual. Are the pseudo-beings' corpses really that valuable? Tiansheng's expression turned astonished, and then he looked at Linen and said, although the spells in our library are not numerous, there are indeed some skills of considerable effectiveness. I recall the most expensive skill requires 3,000 Guishu coins to observe once, which is equivalent to my monthly salary. Of course, I am not entirely sure about the value of the pseudo-being, so whether to trade is entirely up to you, Brother Lin. Lin did not hesitate at all. He nodded affirmatively to express his willingness to engage in the transaction. After all, the disintegration of the body of a fake human would only yield a single fake core, whereas a disposable item pales in comparison to a skill that can be utilized continuously. Upon seeing Lin An's agreement, the guards promptly took the fake human's body back to report, while Tiansheng led Lin toward the Zanshuge. The Zanshuge was not far from the Yuanshu Bihua. More accurately, any significant location, such as the school or the clinic, would not be situated too far from the Yuanshu Bihua, which serves as the core of the power. Therefore, it was not long before the two arrived at a place reminiscent of a library. The books on the first floor were available for free browsing, and the teachers frequently brought children here for lessons. The content primarily encompassed history, arithmetic, and various topics related to cultivation and the bazaar. Access to the second floor required certain permissions, and most individuals had to apply for approval in advance. Tiansheng remarked with a smile, I still have a bit of influence, so Brother Lin can enter directly this time. Lin nodded slightly in gratitude. Yet his gaze could not help but wander over the books on the first floor. His understanding of this world was still rather lacking, and the information available on the panel was limited. If given the opportunity, it would be beneficial to frequent this place to peruse the books, not only to gain a deeper comprehension of this extraordinary world, but also to avoid inadvertently exposing his identity as a player in the future. Upon reaching the second floor, the number of books was noticeably fewer than on the first, and each one was protected by a transparent cover made of an unknown material. Unlike ordinary texts, skill manuals contain the essence left behind by their creators. Each time one browsed through a manual, the essence would diminish, which was the fundamental reason for their rarity. Tiansheng looked at Lin and began, Brother Lin, while the higher the quality of the manual, the better the effects, the difficulty of comprehension also increases correspondingly. Thus, one must act within their means, as there is only a single opportunity. He continued, there are many skills here that I have examined more than once. Yet the number I truly mastered is quite limited. Thank you for the reminder, Captain Tian. Lin replied with a slight nod, indicating his understanding. However, he silently activated the panel to search for the conditions under which players could learn skills. Players can quickly begin learning by browsing through a manual once, consuming a portion of the essence contained within the text. To subsequently enhance proficiency, one can rely on repetitive practice or consume more essence from the manual. Steady now. Truly, The fourth catastrophe is impressive. Lin suppressed the urge to smile as his gaze swept over the descriptions of the spells. Speed Burst, common quality, temporarily increases 1 speed after use. Berserk, good quality, reduces mental acuity while significantly enhancing physical attributes and energy. However, one will succumb to weakness after the skill concludes. Inferno, gunplay, good quality, skills, akin to weapons and items, are categorized into 5 qualities: common, good, excellent, outstanding, and perfect. The distinction lies in the fact that these manuals only possess quality classifications, as opposed to equipment, which also has tiered divisions. Most manuals within the Zangshugu are of common and good quality. After reviewing the introductions to all the skills, Lin finally paused before one particular book. Tiger Avian Technique, quality, excellent. Effect 1. Passive, strengthens kidneys and bones. As proficiency increases, the player's immunity, bone density, and stamina will enhance concurrently. Effect 2. Active, upon activation, one embodies a ferocious tiger, significantly augmenting physical attributes and combat abilities. With proficiency, energy can be expended to temporarily beastify organs, or even completely transform into a tiger. Chapter 10. Tian Sheng's Astonishment. The Tiger Avian Technique indeed boasts formidable effects, yet its cultivation difficulty is exceedingly high. Tian Sheng gazed at Lin and contemplated for a moment, and then spoke. Initially, I also reviewed it over a dozen times, investing nearly a year's worth of wages before I barely grasped the fundamentals of this technique. Brother Lin, if you do not currently lack other skills, devoting yourself to the Tiger Avian Technique is not unfeasible, but you must be prepared for a significant investment and the likelihood of not seeing immediate results. Tian Sheng's tone was earnest, as he had invested at least 10 years of savings and an immense amount of time to master this skill. Thus, he was acutely aware of the hardships endured along the way. However, should one truly master this skill, there exists the potential to acquire a corresponding extraordinary inheritance, rendering it a promising path of cultivation. Therefore, Tian Sheng merely elucidated the pros and cons, rather than directly dissuading Lin. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Tian, but I still wish to give it a try. With the panel as his aid, Lin felt no apprehension regarding his ability to grasp the skill. Moreover, he sensed that Captain Tian was genuinely concerned for him. Hence he spoke with courtesy and politeness. I appreciate the youthful zeal. Tian Sheng chuckled, ceasing his persuasion, and after a series of operations, he withdrew the protective cover before Lin and accepted the manual and immediately began to peruse it. Upon opening the first page, he felt a distinct difference from his usual reading experience. His mental energy stirred slightly, as if an unparalleled master was mimicking a ferocious tiger within his mind, executing each move with incredible ferocity. Is this the essence? Truly profound. Lin marveled inwardly, yet his focus was entirely consumed by the manual, his pace of reading accelerating. Meanwhile, Tian Sheng observed this scene, secretly astonished. To enter a state of comprehension at a mere glance indicated that Lin An's mental acuity and insight were likely higher than he had anticipated. The sound of pages turning echoed rapidly throughout the second floor of the Zangshugu. After an indeterminate passage of time, Lin finally halted his actions, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes. I did it. Congratulations, player. You have acquired the excellent skill Tiger Avian Technique. Current proficiency, beginner. What happened? Tian Sheng, who had been attentively watching, could not suppress his curiosity and inquired. Upon hearing this, Lin immediately attempted to activate the skill, like a tiger embodying its essence. A soul-stirring roar erupted from his mouth. Wow, I did it! He had remarkably grasped the skill in a single attempt. Tian Sheng's pupils widened in astonishment. Naturally, Lin An's tiger roar held no intimidating power over him. But witnessing someone comprehend an excellent manual with just one glance was unprecedented. In Tian Sheng's memory, only the prodigies from major city-states could accomplish such feats. This is simply outrageous. Brother Lin, please be honest with me. Have you encountered the Tiger Avian Technique elsewhere before? Tian Sheng's voice trembled, clearly struggling to fathom this incredible occurrence. No, Linen replied with a slight shake of his head. Having resolved to embody the persona of a genius, he fully committed to the role. Moreover, Linen genuinely felt he had understood the technique independently, as he sensed his success even before the panel provided confirmation. Could it be that I truly am a genius? Gasped. Tian Sheng inhaled sharply. It was known that his own insight was already commendable, yet he still required reviewing the manual a dozen times to grasp the fundamentals. Did this imply that Lin An's comprehension was tenfold superior to his own? No. When he learned the Tiger Avian technique, he was already at level 5 or 6, with mental energy far surpassing Lin An's current state, theoretically providing him an advantage. Thus, was it possible that Lin An's insight was actually more than tenfold inferior? As this thought crossed his mind, Tian Sheng felt as though he was shedding a painful facade, and he could not help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Goodness! So there truly exists someone who can comprehend it in one go. What then of the countless hardships I endured? Tian Sheng carefully replaced the secret manual and, rubbing his forehead, spoke with a blend of exasperation and joy. Brother Lin, you truly have given me an immense surprise. However, this matter is of considerable importance, and I must inform the village chief to strive for a more favorable arrangement for you. Is there such good fortune? Lin responded, somewhat taken aback. Despite the bizarre and calamitous nature of this world, the human populace appeared to be more amicable than he had anticipated. I am grateful to you, Brother Tian. This kindness I shall forever cherish, Linen said earnestly, clasping his fists. Tian Sheng chuckled heartily upon hearing this. Since you address me as elder brother, how could I refuse to assist you? Now, it is getting late, and we should return to rest. By the way, he suddenly remembered, I have a set of keys here. To the north of the Yuanshu hearth, there is a 2-bedroom apartment left to me by a dear friend. If you do not mind, you may stay there for the time being. Then I shall gladly accept, Linen replied, omitting his thanks, as he believed excessive gratitude could be counterproductive. Nevertheless, he understood the value of this dwelling. After all, the Yuanshu hearth was undeniably the core of every faction stronghold, and proximity to it signified enhanced safety. In essence, Tian Sheng had directly granted him a residence in the city center, the worth of which was self-evident. Upon returning to the first floor of the library, Linen did not depart immediately after bidding farewell to Tian Sheng. Instead, he began to peruse other books available on the first floor. After checking out Beginner's Cultivation Manual and Encyclopedia of Calamities, Linen swiftly made his way back to the 2-bedroom apartment as described by Tian Sheng. Though the apartment was not large, it exuded a sense of warmth. Particularly, its proximity to the Yuanshu hearth instilled a profound sense of security within him. Lying in bed, Linen casually opened the cultivation manual. Soon, a contemplative expression crossed his face. He realized that the manual's descriptions of breaking through realms mirrored his own experiences during level-ups. Moreover, the total number of attribute points gained from leveling up was entirely consistent. For practitioners from Guishu, upon breaking through to the next level, they too gained 4 attribute points. However, unlike Lin and the other players, NPCs could only determine their focus by selecting different cultivation methods. For instance, choosing the body refinement technique emphasized physical attributes, while selecting the Qi refinement technique concentrated on energy attributes, and so forth. In contrast, players enjoyed far greater freedom, able to allocate their attribute points at will whenever they desired. After finishing the entire beginner's cultivation manual, Linen quickly formulated a hypothesis. Leveling up was likely, in essence, a form of cultivation. The two concepts were fundamentally not dissimilar. It merely appeared different for players due to the system's influence. Nevertheless, Linen could only speculate at this juncture. If the opportunity arose, he might endeavor to seek out a cultivation method to experiment with. Chapter 11. Return. Forum activation. The 4 major categories of calamities in the Guishu world are Yaoxia, monsters, anomalies, and disasters. The Iron Fist Rabbit belongs to the monster category, while the pseudo-human is classified as an anomaly. As for Yaoxia, Linen had yet to encounter any. Disasters are divided into unconscious and conscious types, with the most typical disasters being extreme cold, fog, and floods. Regardless of the kind, all disasters instinctively cause maximum destruction to the world. Bathed in candlelight, a young man was engrossed in reading Encyclopedia of Calamities. Above these 4 calamities, there exists something even more terrifying, which we refer to as urban legends. Urban legends cannot be killed, and lingering in darkness attracts their attention. The longer one remains in darkness, the more fearsome the urban legend that is drawn. Is this the reason for the warning against staying in the dark? Lennon realized, but a chill crept into his heart. The thought of something unkillable was paralyzing. He lowered his head and continued to skim through the Encyclopedia of Calamities, time slipping away unnoticed. Return countdown 00000. As the countdown reached 0, Lennon opened his eyes to find himself back in his familiar rental apartment. Even his clothing and posture mirrored the prayer-like stance he had held just before his journey. Everything seemed unchanged, yet internally, he had undergone a transformation that was nothing short of revolutionary. Not only had his vitality increased, but he had also acquired new skills, enhancing his combat prowess far beyond what it had been before entering the game. Should he encounter that feline-faced individual again, Lennon felt confident he could defeat them with a single punch. Congratulations, player. You have passed the trial and officially obtained player status. The Friends function has been unlocked. The Forum function has been unlocked. Backpack slots 5. Having achieved a level up by defeating a pseudo-human and gaining initial insights into the world, you are now awarded a top-tier starter pack, which has been placed in your backpack. Another gift, and a top-tier one at that. How delightful. Upon witnessing the flurry of notifications on the panel, Lennon could not help but smile. The previously grayed-out Friend and Forum sections were now accessible. Opening the Friend section, it came as no surprise that it was empty. Lennon then clicked on the Forum. A series of posts immediately filled his view, with the top post boldly titled Newcomer's Entry Guide. With a mere thought, he opened it. The following information has been derived from multiple verifications and is shared for mutual benefit. The anomalies that have manifested in reality can be traced back to early June of this year. From this point onward, players have gradually participated in internal testing trials. However, the issuance of testing qualifications is irregular and unpredictable. Of course, those who can see this forum have evidently obtained player status. So let us address the questions that may be of greater concern. First, not only does time stand still in reality during gameplay, but even while players are in reality, time within the game remains frozen. All players traverse back and forth at the same time, with specific travel times confirmed only through the countdown. Second, items from Blue Star can be placed in the backpack, but cannot be brought into the game. Furthermore, do not attempt to consume or conceal items, as this too will prove ineffective. However, food currently being digested is unaffected, so it is recommended to have a hearty meal before traversing. Third, the Goeshi world is vast beyond imagination, and currently, only one player is deployed in each region, making encounters between players unlikely in the short term. Fourth, defeating anomalies in Blue Star grants experience points and treasure chests, with a high likelihood of obtaining rare items from such chests. However, there is no team mode at present, and both treasure and experience can only be claimed by the player who delivers the final blow. Fifth, players who expose their identities within the game have all perished, their memories erased, leaving the cause of death unknown. Sixth, the disasters that have descended upon Blue Star are currently within the first tier, yet the frequency of these disasters is steadily increasing over time, with monster levels also rising. Thus, it is reasonable to deduce that even more formidable disasters will inevitably invade reality in the future. Seventh, lastly, it is crucial to emphasize that killing other players yields no experience points, nor do any items from their backpacks drop. The net of justice is vast and thorough. Those possessing extraordinary powers should not harbor any illusions, nor tread the path of crime. At this moment, humanity, and indeed the entire Blue Star, stand on the precipice of unprecedented upheaval. The Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities eagerly anticipates the participation of esteemed individuals, promising generous compensation within its means for all discerning minds. Should there be any special requests, whether it be joining, reporting, or collaborating, or if one encounters any troubles, feel free to contact the following number. Signed, Director Chun Xiu of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities. At the beginning of June, this was merely the commencement of events. Lennon glanced at the time. It was now June 21st, 2030, coinciding with the summer solstice. Despite the peak of summer, the atmosphere felt surprisingly cool, with nightfall arriving earlier than usual. Lennon suspected that not only were bizarre creatures arriving on Lan Xing, but calamities might also be gradually encroaching upon this world. He recalled the terrifying monsters and eerie beings depicted in the Encyclopedia of Calamities, far exceeding the extreme disasters of history, along with the unkillable urban legends, causing him to frown involuntarily. Shaking his head slightly, Lennon opened his backpack. Having become a formal player, the number of slots had expanded to 10, and he currently possessed 6 types of items: a cat-face mask, pseudonucleus, 2 bottles of basic recovery potions, 3 long swords obtained after defeating a pseudo-human, and some rabbit meat. As for the rabbit skins, they had all been utilized in the previous illusion meant to intimidate Lu Cheng. Due to limited space in his backpack at that time, he had not retrieved them. The 6th item in his backpack was naturally the reward obtained upon completing this task. Top-tier newbie gift pack description. Only players who perform exceptionally well in the novice trial can obtain this, containing rewards tailored to your needs. Evaluation. Limited quantity, first come, first served. Upon reading this description, Lennon felt a surge of anticipation. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and opened it directly. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Talent Awakening Stone X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Substitute Talisman Manual X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Skill Avatar Talisman X1. Chapter 12. Talent Awakening 3 items in total, and their names alone hinted at their extraordinary nature. In that moment, Lin An's excitement peaked as he began to examine the details of these items. Talent Awakening Stone Realm. Special quality. Special effect. Upon use, it will maximize the player's potential and awaken a unique talent. Description. Your potential exceeds your imagination. Talent Awakening. Upon reading this description, Lennon could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The Beginner's Cultivation Manual had previously mentioned talent, clearly stating that only a select few among the human race could awaken it, and the conditions for awakening were often quite stringent. However, successfully awakening one's talent signified that the individual belonged to the ranks of geniuses destined to excel in combat or other professional fields far beyond their peers, which specific domain will be determined by the talent that awakened. Nevertheless, being able to awaken talent was undoubtedly a fortuitous event. The pseudo-humans had developed into formidable adversaries due to their unique racial talent for disguise. Now, Lin needed only to use the Awakening Stone to awaken his talent without enduring harsh conditions. He deemed this top-tier newbie gift pack truly exceptional. Is this what they call taking the first step, leading to further advancements? Lin mused, recalling the earlier mention of limited quantities and first come, first served. He took a deep breath and used it without hesitation. In that instant, the Awakening Stone transformed into countless colorful glimmers, swiftly merging into his being. These lights transformed into waves of pure energy coursing through his body, granting Lin an unparalleled sensation of comfort akin to soaking in a hot spring during frigid weather. Crack! Crack! It sounded as if invisible shackles were rapidly breaking, and the sound echoed continuously from within him. Once the energy fully integrated into his being, Lennon instinctively understood the talent he had awakened. Talent. 3-dimensional balance. When the 3 attributes of spirit, energy, and vitality are unbalanced, the lagging attribute will rapidly increase until equilibrium is restored. Your Dantian feels ashamed as its energy lags behind your spirit, prompting it to begin self-cultivation. Energy 001001001. Your body feels its constitution lags behind your spirit considerably, motivating it to strive harder and initiate self-cultivation. Constitution 001001001. Linen. After awakening a talent, is my body autonomously striving for improvement? However, feeling the steady increase in constitution and energy, Lennon welcomed this self-driven progress, wishing for even greater intensity. This talent seems extraordinarily potent. Lennon stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, and felt quite satisfied. Although the name of the talent might not seem remarkable at first glance, each point he added to his spirit would simultaneously enhance the other two attributes under the influence of the balancing talent. It merely required some time. In other words, each free attribute point could act as 3. Over time, his total attributes would surely outpace others significantly. Moreover, this advantage might extend beyond that, as Lennon understood. To advance to the second transfer of the extraordinary realm, one required a thing known as extraordinary inheritance. Some top-tier inheritances had stringent requirements for spirit, energy, and vitality. This was truly a progression from strength in the early stages to even greater power later on. Lennon finally felt as if he had gained a remarkable edge. A smile crept onto his lips, yet he reminded himself not to become overly complacent. After all, heroes abound, and he had no idea what formidable items or talents other players who had also received the top-tier newbie gift pack might possess. He couldn't help but think of the Bureau of Extraordinary Abilities he had seen earlier, reflecting on it. He surmised that they had likely eradicated numerous disasters utilizing their official power. In Lanxing, disasters would invariably yield treasure chests, suggesting that the Bureau was likely in possession of treasures beyond imagination. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Lennon considered it a fortuitous development. After all, in the current tempestuous climate of Lanxing, a strong organization was essential to maintain order and prevent chaos from unraveling at a moment's notice. Moreover, given that defeating players did not yield experience or items, yet monsters in Lanxing guaranteed treasure chests upon defeat, alongside the relatively amicable atmosphere in Xiaoshertan village. Lennon boldly speculated that the game likely sought to avoid infighting among humans, urging them to unite against external threats. However, recalling the numerous terrifying descriptions in the Encyclopedia of Calamities, Lennon felt that even with the game's intentional support, Lanxing would likely still face a harrowing journey of survival through a cataclysmic era. Shaking his head, he set aside these thoughts and turned his attention to another item revealed from the gift pack. Substitute Talisman Manual Type. Talisman Skill Book Quality, Excellent. Effect, once mastered. It enables the user to utilize their essence and blood to create an excellent substitute talisman. Talisman skills, substitute talismans? Lennon felt a twinge of confusion, but soon discovered that the substitute talisman also had an introduction. Substitute Talisman Type. One-time consumable talisman quality, Excellent. Effect 1 passive. Upon encountering a fatal blow, the talisman autonomously activates, transforming into a substitute to absorb the attack. Effect 2 active. When used actively, it allows for spatial exchange with the substitute talisman. Learning conditions: 10 points of spirit, 10 points of energy note. The maximum transport distance is 1 kilometer based on the player's total attributes of spirit, energy, and vitality. Exceeding this range renders the talisman unusable, and a maximum of 2 substitute talismans can exist simultaneously. What a remarkable item! Upon witnessing the formidable effects of the substitute talisman, Lin An's eyes flickered with excitement. According to the game, this talisman can be likened to the legendary blade, Si Ming, for its ability to return a town. It is indeed an extraordinarily powerful, life-saving artifact, capable not only of absorbing damage, but also of facilitating a swift escape. It is an essential tool for both daily life and perilous adventures. However, it does come with certain prerequisites. One's spiritual power and elemental energy must each reach a minimum of 10 points. This requirement is relatively high for other players, as the human race begins with an energy level of 0. Merely leveling up will not suffice. One must reach at least level 4 to have any hope of meeting this criterion, unless one possesses an item that relies on spiritual power, like the cat face mask. Most players are likely to prioritize enhancing their physical constitution first, followed by their elemental energy, and only then their spiritual power. After all, compared to the immediate benefits of physical strength and speed, as well as the explosive potential of elemental energy, spiritual power tends to be less impactful in the early stages of the game. Reflecting on this, Lennon glanced at his steadily rising elemental energy and physical constitution. In just a few minutes, all 3 of his attributes had increased by 1 point, thanks to the effects of his balance talent. At this rate, it seemed he would reach 10 points in all 3 attributes in less than an hour. A smile crept across Lin An's lips as he turned his gaze toward the final item from the Supreme Novice Gift Package, an octagonal gray talisman. Chapter 13, Skill Avatar Talisman, Skill Avatar Talisman Type, Permanent Item, Blood Oath Binding Realm. Special Quality, Perfect. Effect 1, Active upon use. One skill can be transformed into an avatar that inherits 80 of the player's attributes and characteristics of that skill, with the avatar's memory synchronized in real time with the player. Effect 2, Passive. While the avatar exists, the proficiency of that skill will continuously increase until perfected. Note, after use, the talisman enters a 24-hour cooldown. The death of the avatar does not affect the player or the skill itself, but only one skill avatar can exist at a time. Description: the height of a fountain will not exceed its source, and the power of the avatar is no different. This reminded Lin An somewhat of the mouse talisman. He couldn't help but voice his thoughts, as the appearance of this talisman bore a striking resemblance to the mouse talisman, the primary difference being the design of a brilliant golden pentagram instead of a mouse. Nevertheless, despite his playful critique, Lin An's astonishment and excitement remained undiminished. The fact that the avatar's attributes are fixed at 80 of his own vitality, energy, and spirit means that the stronger he becomes, the stronger the skill avatar will be. In other words, regardless of how many levels he attains in the future, the skill avatar will always keep pace with him. While it may not surpass the player himself, it will certainly provide significant assistance. The reason is simple. The avatar can be summoned again after death, and its demise will not impact the player in any way. This essentially grants him a loyal companion capable of infinite resurrection. Moreover, as long as the avatar remains alive, his skill proficiency will continue to rise until it reaches perfection, which bears a striking resemblance to the benefits of automated leveling. Truly formidable, requiring no further elaboration. A perfect artifact of such terrifying potential. With this thought in mind, Lin An hesitated not for a moment and promptly took a small knife to make a tiny incision on his finger. As a drop of crimson blood fell upon the gray talisman, it swiftly absorbed every bit of it. In the next instant, the talisman radiated a dazzling light, rushing towards his forehead with astonishing speed. However, he felt no impact. Instead, the talisman gradually melded into his forehead, ultimately vanishing from sight. Simultaneously, Lin An could clearly perceive that this talisman was now quietly suspended within his mental realm, and he was able to control it with a mere thought. Remarkably, it did not even occupy a space in his inventory, making the experience increasingly surreal. One could only commend the excellence of such a perfect quality artifact. Lin An marveled and then focused his thoughts to examine his interface. Player: Lin An level 2 talent, 3-dimensional balance experience, 80, gained 50 from defeating a level 3 pseudo-human, and 30 from defeating 2 level 2 pseudo-humans and 1 level 2 Iron Fist Rabbit. Vitality: 8, 2, continuously rising. Energy: 3, 2, continuously rising. Spirit: 10 skills. Tiger Bird Technique items. Skill Avatar Talisman. Substitute Talisman Skill Book. Cat Face Mask Current Status. Drowsy. What a transformation. Lin An mused, reflecting on how his current stats were vastly more impressive compared to when he first entered the game yesterday. A closer look revealed that the talisman and the skill book he had obtained were intricately linked to his own 3-dimensional attributes. The teleportation distance of the substitute talisman is contingent upon the total of his vitality, energy, and spirit, while the avatar is simply a direct reflection of 80 of those attributes. Coincidentally, his awakened talent of 3-dimensional balance has allowed Lin An to rapidly align himself with a stat-focused character. They complement each other perfectly. Could this be the most suitable reward for him? The Supreme Novice Gift Package truly lives up to its name. Lin An felt a smile that would not fade. However, he remained focused on the task at hand and turned his attention to the Tiger Bird technique, as the substitute talisman had not yet met the learning requirements. He currently possessed only this one skill. Thus, there was no need for indecision. Moreover, the talisman's cooldown was merely 24 hours. So Lin concentrated and began to activate the talisman in his mental realm. A radiant golden pentagram materialized at his forehead, and in a flash of brilliance, a familiar figure appeared before him. This figure was none other than himself. However, more accurately, it was a version of himself infused with certain tiger-like traits. The avatar before him bore a striking resemblance to Lin, yet with a more angular face, pronounced cheekbones, and golden, slitted pupils that evoked a sense of being scrutinized by a fierce tiger. Though he still bore the same blonde hair, there was nothing juvenile about his demeanor. Instead, he exuded an inexplicable aura of dominance and authority. However, Lin felt no intimidation. Due to the memory synchronization, the avatar, in many ways, was simply another aspect of himself. Hence, there was no reason for him to feel threatened. The avatar's actions were entirely under his control, and with a mere thought, Lin could cause the avatar to vanish. Opening his panel, he reviewed the avatar's information. Tiger Bird Technique Avatar Level 2 Vitality, 64 Energy, 24 Spirit, 8 Characteristic, Tiger. The interface was straightforward, and the skill avatar could not learn additional skills. Yet, the avatar would reach an extraordinary level of mastery over its own skills, potentially surpassing even the creator of those skills. As expected, with a thought from Lin, the avatar in front of him swiftly transformed into a beast, becoming a majestic tiger that stood 11 meters tall and measured 25 meters in length. Stop. This size not only occupies space, but also consumes energy excessively. Let's scale it down a bit. As he spoke, the imposing feline quickly shrank into a juvenile form, resembling a plump adult cat at first glance. Very nice, Lin nodded in satisfaction. After all, even a normal human could only briefly transform into a full-grown cat if they perfected the Tiger Bird technique. Achieving the form of a juvenile tiger was virtually impossible. Yet, for the skill avatar, this was effortlessly attainable. Henceforth, I shall call you Hockey Who, Lin decided. Due to the synchronization of memories, one merely needs a thought to command the avatar to perform any task. However, Lin felt that having a name for it would be more customary. Regrettably, as someone who struggles with naming, he found himself unable to conjure an appropriate title at that moment. The avatar in the form of Hockey nodded slightly in response, its demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. Although memories were synchronized, the avatar was still influenced by the inherent characteristics of its skills, and the fierce nature of the tiger made this small tiger avatar appear even more dignified and imposing. Lin, however, paid little mind to this and yawned before instructing Hockey who to keep watch for the night. Having gone nearly 2 days and nights without sleep, Lin's state was already steeped in weariness. With a reliable aid now at hand, he could finally rest peacefully. Chapter 14. Calamity of a barren infection. Your Danteon has undergone a night of diligent cultivation, successfully increasing its elemental energy by 7 points, thereby catching up with your mental attributes. Your physique has also enhanced by 2 points after a night of arduous training, successfully aligning with your mental attributes. Ding! Your 3-dimensional attributes have reached equilibrium. Upon awakening, the first sight that greeted Lin was 3 melodious notifications. Seeing this, he could not help but smile, quickly rising to wash up, while affectionately petting the ever-dutiful Hockey Who. After freshening up, Lin approached the dining table, consuming breakfast while perusing the forum. The title read, "I'm so eager to level up. I absolutely do not wish to return to being a vagrant doing menial tasks. Is there any esteemed player willing to assist?" Below this post were a plethora of responses from players. Aren't all the vagrants beginning their journey just guards enduring bizarre invasions? I beg your pardon. I am no beggar. I am slightly better than the one above. I am merely a lost traveling merchant. Chewing leisurely on his bread, Lin found himself amused by the myriad of identities presented by the players. However, he noticed that these starting identities shared a commonality. Either they were born in the novice village and were currently under bizarre siege, or they were situated a reasonable distance away but could reach the village before nightfall. Yet, he had not encountered any examples like himself, who had been led by a false human from the outset. Of course, this could simply be a case of survivor bias. Those players who encounter monsters and were led by them likely did not survive to voice their experiences on the forum. Additionally, it appeared that most players were currently at level 1, with the occasional level 2 player being deemed a big shot. Lennon found this to be quite normal. Had he not started with the cat-faced mask, even if he had miraculously evaded the pursuit of the false human, it would have been unlikely for him to ascend to level 2 or even approach level 3 so swiftly. With no intention to contribute to the conversation, Lennon continued to be a passive observer, scrolling through the forum. A swarm of cockroaches has mutated. The largest one is a 3-level cockroach measuring a full meter long. Please, Bureau of Abilities, come to our aid. Everyone, I recently discovered that the female ghosts in this world of Guishu still possess a certain charm. Oh my, upon awakening, there was a red embroidered shoe outside. I'm anxiously awaiting a response. The situation on Blue Star was becoming increasingly perilous. It was indeed prudent to have the Avatar keep watch. Lennon pondered, his gaze flickering. At that moment, most posts on the forum were pleas for help or inquiries, with a few expressing a desire to team up for leveling. However, such invitations garnered little response. After all, the Bureau of Abilities had made it abundantly clear that only players delivering the final blow would receive experience points and treasure chests. This scenario naturally lent itself to issues of unequal distribution and mutual suspicion. Moreover, joining forces with a stranger seemed far less reliable than directly aligning with the Bureau of Abilities. Continuing to browse the forum, a particular title caught Lin An's attention. Attention friends in Linjiang City, a recently emerging virus is exceedingly suspicious. Preliminary speculation suggests it to be a calamity invasion. Upon seeing this title, Lin promptly clicked on it. After all, he was currently situated in Linjiang City, and the reason he had ventured out to procure supplies was due to an alert from the Disease Control Center, prompting him to stock up on resources. He had sensed something was amiss with the virus at the time, and it seemed his intuition was correct. According to current intelligence, it is preliminarily speculated that this virus is caused by the calamity known as aberrant infection. Aberrant infection, a conscious calamity, where early symptoms in the infected present as fever, dizziness, and bodily pain. During the mid-stage, certain organs will begin to undergo gradual aberration, leading to a significant increase in mortality rate. Should the infected endure to the later stages of the virus, they will transform into grotesque aberrants. Most aberrants are unable to retain their consciousness, and their combat capabilities largely depend on the direction of their aberration. However, each aberrant possesses the ability to infect others anew. Note that, aside from humans, flora and fauna can also be afflicted by the calamity. The source of the aberrant infection remains unknown, but eliminating the source can effectively curb the spread of aberrant infection. If anyone possesses information regarding the source of infection or the aberrants, please report it. The Bureau of Abilities will offer generous rewards. Signed, Director Xielin. Linjiang City Branch previously. Lennon had seen in the Calamity Encyclopedia that calamities could broadly be categorized into conscious and unconscious forms. Conscious calamities typically have a core known as the source of calamity. If this core is eliminated, the threat posed by such calamities can be greatly diminished. In contrast, more natural disasters like extreme cold, high temperatures, or floods fall into the realm of unconscious calamities, wherein one can only resist silently. The significance of the original fireplace lies in its role as the core of every stronghold faction. Not only does it deter bizarre entities, but it also possesses remarkable capabilities in mitigating natural disasters, thereby establishing a relatively safe zone. Awakening to the reality of aberrant infection felt akin to entering a post-apocalyptic scenario. However, this situation differed significantly from a typical zombie crisis. Lennon reflected that in a conventional zombie apocalypse, even a dog bitten would become a zombie hound. Yet, this aberrant virus only exhibits infectivity in its final aberrant stage, and most individuals would likely not survive to reach that phase, thus actually slowing the rate of infection. Gazing out the window, everything outside appeared to be perfectly normal. Nonetheless, Lennon did not forget that many had already been afflicted by the pandemic prior to his arrival in this world. They were likely still in the early stages of infection. The thought that countless individuals in this city might perish as a result weighed heavily on his expression, which gradually turned solemn. He then glanced at his skill panel. Tiger Avian Technique, Current Proficiency, Minor Achievement. The proficiency of skills is categorized into entry-level, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. After a night of automated training, his Tiger Avian Technique had successfully progressed from entry-level to minor achievement, a speed that would surely bring tears to the eyes of Tian Sheng and others. However, the familiar game countdown had yet to appear until now. According to the Bureau of Abilities explanation on the forum, the entry time for the Goeishu game has always been unpredictable. The only certainty is that one can enter the game at least once within 3 days. Even once becoming a formal player, the game would only initiate the countdown half an hour prior, emphasizing its unpredictability. Glancing at his experience bar, which had now reached an impressive 80 points, Lin An's eyes flickered with determination. Remaining stagnant for 3 days was not an option. In this era of fierce competition, stagnation equates to regression, as the apocalypse would not wait for him to gradually enhance his strength. Thus, he resolved, "It is you, Haki, who..." Lin turned to Haki, who, and said, "Please patrol the vicinity. Eliminate any monsters you encounter, especially those at level 2. It is best to resolve matters quietly. If someone happens to witness it, as long as it is not overly exaggerated, there's really no harm done." The tides of the internet are about to change swiftly. Chapter 15. Haki Tiger's first kill. Upon hearing Lin An's words, Haki Tiger nodded in agreement. As a wild tiger incarnate, he clearly preferred the thrill of bloodshed outside to napping in a bedroom. After all, even if he perished, he could merely activate a talisman to resurrect himself, with only a brief cooldown period to consider. With a daring leap, Haki Tiger sprang from the window, nimbly leaping onto an air conditioning unit before quickly vanishing from Lin An's sight. Lin An nodded slightly, acknowledging Haki Tiger's combat prowess. After all, Haki Tiger's vitality and attributes had all reached 8 points, surpassing the common level 2 players by a significant margin, although Lin An himself had only attained 80 points. Even level 3 players might not compare to Haki Tiger, especially the deceased pseudo-human Liu Cheng. Moreover, Haki Tiger embodied the superior quality skill of Tiger Avian Technique, representing the pinnacle of that skill, making him a formidable presence in this stage of combat. While synchronously observing the situation of the incarnation, Lin An focused his thoughts and retrieved the Talisman Substitution Manual. Now that his spirit and energy had both reached 10 points, he could finally begin to study this powerful, life-saving artifact. As he opened the manual, profound meanings flowed forth. Lin An felt as if a venerable elder with flowing white hair was elucidating the intricacies of talismanic arts to him, and he soon entered a state of enlightenment. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Haki Tiger, still maintaining a feline size, stealthily traversed through the streets and alleys. However, with the keen instincts and senses of the king of beasts, he could detect an unsettling aura in the distance, the scent of malevolence and calamity. Making this judgment, Haki Tiger accelerated, his agile form racing forward like a rocket. In a certain apartment room, a creature, crimson all over with a face resembling that of a child, but with a head twice the size of an ordinary adult, sat near the corpses of family of 3, emitting a sinister giggle. The blood had thoroughly soaked the floor, transforming it into a deep crimson. Yet it paid no mind, stepping through the thick blood as it pushed the door open to exit. The corridor surveillance cameras documented this scene accurately. In the monitoring room, the security guard, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill surge from his heels to the crown of his head. Trembling, he hurriedly picked up his phone to dial for assistance. However, the recently emerged malevolence clearly did not recognize modern technology like surveillance cameras, disregarding them entirely, and instead cast a predatory gaze over the other residences. Which one should be chosen first? Peering into several other households, the creature licked its fingers as if contemplating a complex dilemma. At that moment, sounds of objects crashing to the floor began to emanate from the opposite room. Excellent, that's the one. Observing this anomaly, the crimson-headed creature displayed an eerie smile and proceeded towards the door across the hall. Yet, in the next instant, its smile froze. The door swung open of its own accord. More accurately, The door had been cleaved in two from the inside out. A man emerged, his eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson light, his arms transformed into massive scythes. A calamity-inflicted being. How unfortunate. Sensing the familiar aura of calamity emanating from a man, the creature could not help but curse under its breath. After uttering these words, it turned to flee. After all, this inexplicably traversed world not only had an abundance of food, but also posed far less danger than in the ruins. It seemed unnecessary to engage in a deadly struggle with this adversary. However, the recently transformed being, having lost all sense of reason, paid no heed to such thoughts and immediately activated its instinct to attack. Swish! The massive size whirled with an impenetrable speed, swiftly assaulting the crimson-headed creature. The creature, sensing the threat, felt its fury surge. In the next moment, flames erupted from its head, and it charged forward, attempting to collide with the scythe-wielding assailant. Clang! The sharp sound of metal clashing resonated through the apartment, and a fierce battle erupted in the corridor. The security guard in the monitoring room felt his senses dull as he watched the unfolding chaos. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he quickly sent out a warning in the community group, advising everyone to secure their doors and windows while awaiting rescue. To prevent anyone from disbelieving and venturing out recklessly, he even initiated a live broadcast and shared the link. As the broadcast commenced, the chat room exploded with activity. Wow, are you telling me these terrifying creatures are right above us? Doesn't anyone think this is some new special effect? Special effects, my foot. The entire building is shaking. And you think it's just effects? By the way, has anyone else noticed the surge of bizarre monster videos online lately? I thought it was just a new trend, but it seems far more serious. Are you referring to those clips that get taken down within 2 or 3 seconds? News quickly spread, and regardless of belief, those with a hint of courage in the community were closely monitoring the live stream, with many quick thinkers already starting to record the event. Even outside the community, numerous people began to take notice of the broadcast. As the battle between the malevolence and the calamity-inflicted being raged on, Hockey Tiger swiftly arrived at the community. He eschewed conventional paths, leaping and bounding several stories high, ultimately entering the home where the tragedy had recently occurred through a window. Finally, the malevolence and calamity he had been tracking appeared within Hockey Tiger's golden, slitted eyes. Crimson-headed creature level, 2 vitality, physique 3 energy, demonic power 8 spirit, mental strength 3 skill, flame coverage, calamity-inflicted being level, 2 vitality, physique 12 energy, calamity power 1 spirit, mental strength 1 skill, scythe of transformation 2 weaklings. Having drawn this conclusion, Hockey Tiger could hardly be bothered to change forms. He merely focused his energy into his claws. In the next instant, with a flash, Hockey Tiger severed the crimson-headed creature's neck before it could unleash another fiery attack. Kill level 2 crimson-headed creature. Experience points increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations. You have received a common treasure chest 1. With the demise of the malevolence, 2 notifications appeared on Lin An's panel. The calamity-inflicted being, suddenly bereft of its adversary, paused momentarily, but with a mere mental strength of 1, it evidently had no concept of retreat, and thus swung its scythe once more in a frenzied attack. Clang! Although its physique was inferior, the energy it wielded allowed it to unleash a formidable power in a short span. Furthermore, having already sustained serious injuries from the crimson-headed creature's flames, Hockey Tiger's explosive energy allowed him to cleave through the calamity-inflicted being's scythe before swiftly piercing its skull with his claws. Kill level 2 calamity-inflicted being. Experience points increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a good treasure chest 1. Chapter 16. Leveling up again in the corridor of the community, Hockey Tiger curiously observed the 2 corpses of the calamities before him. The body of the crimson-headed creature was slowly dissipating, much like the face of the feline that Lennon had once dispatched with a baseball bat. However, the calamity-inflicted being, mutated from a blue star human, showed no signs of vanishing. Its lifeless form lay quietly on the ground, and from its distorted face, one could almost perceive a sense of relief. Suddenly, The sharp wail of police sirens approached rapidly from afar. Upon witnessing the situation, Haki, who no longer lingered, promptly preparing to leap from the window. Before his departure, his golden-hued eyes casually swept over the camera pointing at him, and in an instant, he vanished without a trace. This scene instantly provoked a tumultuous reaction in the live stream. However, before the audience could even begin to type their comments, the screen abruptly went black. The broadcast had been terminated. Astonishingly, did this live stream even last 5 minutes from start to finish? Observing the now banned stream, many viewers could not help but unleash a torrent of indignation. Those who initially believed they were watching a film found themselves filled with skepticism at this moment. Meanwhile, as the community chat buzzed with fervor, the Anomaly Management Bureau swiftly sealed off the scene. A man clad in a black trench coat hurriedly arrived to investigate the surrounding clues. Besides the malevolent entities and the mutated infected, there was a third distinct aura present. "Captain Shi, have you discovered anything?" inquired a contact officer from the sub-bureau through the earpiece. A crimson-headed demon has descended upon this community, coinciding with an individual who has just undergone mutation. The man known as Captain Shi swiftly replied. This can be easily discerned from the surveillance footage. However, the tiger that subsequently arrived and eliminated both entities possesses a rather peculiar essence. It somewhat resembles a spirit beast, yet also bears the qualities of a player. Captain Shi's voice paused momentarily before he continued. From the explosive power, speed, and energy exhibited, this tiger's level is at least 3, showcasing formidable strength. When establishing its profile, we should initially adopt a neutral yet friendly stance. A third-level powerhouse. The recorder's heart trembled at this revelation. For the most formidable disaster to have emerged in Linjiang City, thus far had merely reached level 3, which had already caused considerable distress for the Bureau. The sudden appearance of another such entity was indeed a matter of grave concern. Fortunately, this being appeared to harbor no intent to harm humanity. Otherwise, given that the entire Bureau was currently preoccupied with locating and managing the mutated calamity, they would scarcely have the manpower to address this situation. After all, in comparison to ordinary malevolent entities and anomalies, the infinitely contagious mutated disasters were evidently the paramount concern moving forward. A moment's carelessness could plunge the entire city into a cataclysm. As the Anomaly Management Bureau conducted its investigation within the rented room, Lennon gazed at the information that had popped up on the panel. Ding! Current experience points are full. Would you like to level up? Haki, who performed splendidly. Lennon could not help but commend him, for few could achieve such advancements while reclining at home. However, Lennon did not immediately click to upgrade, but instead focused on the new skill he had acquired. Substitute Talisman, current proficiency, beginner. While Haki, who was busy hunting malevolent entities, Lin and had not been idle. He had perused the Substitute Talisman manual and successfully cultivated it to the beginner stage. Nevertheless, the proficiency at this level only afforded a mere 10% success rate in drawing the talisman. Furthermore, creating a substitute talisman required the user's vital blood, which was not ordinary blood. Even a single drop could render one weak. Consuming 3 drops or more could inflict permanent damage to one's essence. Thus, Lennon picked up the manual and reopened it. Would you like to expend all the essence of the manual to elevate the proficiency of the substitute talisman to the intermediate level? It had been previously mentioned that proficiency could be enhanced not only through repeated practice, but also by expending the essence of the text. Lennon felt that, through thorough contemplation of the manual, he could achieve greater enhancement than a direct system upgrade. However, this approach would consume considerable time. As life-preserving items were best obtained as early as possible, he did not hesitate and clicked to confirm. A vast reservoir of knowledge regarding the substitute talisman surged into his mind like a sudden enlightenment, and once the knowledge was fully assimilated, Lin and realized his ability to draw the talisman had smoothly ascended to the intermediate level. Upon reaching this stage, the success rate for drawing the substitute talisman would rise to 50%. That is sufficient. With a thought, Lin began to attempt expelling his vital blood from his body as instructed in the manual. 2 drops of exceptionally crimson blood floated into his palm. As the 2 drops departed, his complexion turned exceedingly pale. Yet at that moment, Linen focused his intention and chose to upgrade. At the instant he clicked confirm, a warm current surged within him. The consumed vital blood was rapidly replenished at the moment of upgrading, and his condition returned to full strength in an instant. Seeing that this method truly worked, Linen could not help but smile slightly. Indeed, a qualified expert must master various techniques to exploit the game's intricacies. Ding! Congratulations! Player Lin and has reached level 2 in all attributes, gaining 2 free attribute points. Breaking through level 1, he received an increase of 1 in all attributes, along with 1 free attribute point. Upon breaking through level 2, he gained an increase of 2 in all attributes and 2 free attribute points. Consequently, the enhancements would become increasingly extraordinary with each subsequent level. Contemplating this, Lin did not hesitate to allocate both free attribute points to his spirit. With the talent of three-dimensional equilibrium, he merely needed to augment the highest attribute. In a state of balance, it mattered little where he added points, as the other 2 attributes would soon catch up. However, since he was about to draw talismans, an increase of 2 in spirit would enhance his success rate. With this in mind, Lin examined his upgraded panel. Player, Lin, level 3, talent, three-dimensional equilibrium, experience, 0, spirit, physique 12, 2, continuously increasing. Chi, vital force 12, 2, continuously increasing, spirit, mental 14, 4, skills, tiger bird technique, intermediate, substitute talisman, intermediate, items, skill incarnation talisman, cat face mask, 2 basic recovery potions. Treasure chest, current status, good. The substitute talisman manual had completely transformed into his skill, and after the upgrade, his attribute values had soared by 6 points, with physique and vital force continuously rising due to his talent. Lin prepared to embark on his first talisman drawing, but before doing so, he glanced at the 2 treasure chests dropped by Haki Hu after defeating monsters. Chapter 17, Daily Exploits Common Treasure Chest. Upon opening, randomly obtain 1 common item of the first tier with a small chance of acquiring a good quality item. Good quality treasure chest. Upon opening, randomly obtain 3 common items of the first tier or 1 good quality item of the first tier with a small chance of acquiring an excellent quality item. It seemed this was the first time he had encountered treasure chests. Observing the wooden and iron chest before him, Lin pondered. Upon reflection, he realized that what he had previously obtained were all gift packages. The top-tier novice gift package was a game reward, while the cat face package was acquired for monster hunting before he became a player. Thus, the treasure chest dropped for monsters now might differ significantly. Without hesitation, Lin proceeded to open the 2 treasure chests before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained 1 good quality item, Crimson Flame Pearl. Ding! Congratulations. You have received 100 Guishu coins, a stack of common talisman paper, and a bottle of anti-mutagen. Well, one could not ascertain whether this constituted good or bad luck. The common treasure chest yielded a good quality item, while the good quality chest produced only ordinary items. Lin found this somewhat intriguing, yet he promptly began to examine his new equipment. Crimson Flame Pearl, tier, first quality, good, effect, infused with vital force to release flames that envelop oneself or a weapon. Note, the user will not be harmed by the flames of the Crimson Flame Pearl, but the clothing may not fare as well. Summoning flames, what a remarkable item. Upon seeing the effect of the Crimson Flame Pearl, Lin An's eyes brightened. The significance of fire is profound, particularly in the realm of Guishu. Setting aside other considerations, should one ever find oneself engulfed in darkness, the Qi Yinju may well provide a temporary reprieve, though the extent of its consumption of Yuanli remains uncertain. Satisfied with this thought, Lin shifted his gaze to the remaining items. Guishu coin, the universal currency of the Guishu world, inherently infused with a certain degree of energy and value. Talisman paper, commonly used material for crafting talismans, which may slightly enhance the success rate of talisman creation. Mutagen antibiotic, specifically designed to treat the mutagenic virus, though it cannot completely eradicate the virus, and proves ineffective for those who have fully mutated. Lin picked up a Guishu coin and began to scrutinize it closely. This coin bore a resemblance to a 1 yuan coin from the real world. Yet its material was unknown, and upon closer inspection, one could faintly sense a trace of energy within. It was evident that this currency possessed intrinsic value, far surpassing that of mere paper notes reliant on governmental trust. To describe it, the Goeishu coin appeared more akin to a spirit stone found in cultivation novels, or perhaps to Mora from a certain game. In truth, 100 Goeishu coins was not an insignificant amount. Lennon recalled that the typical monthly earnings of a common laborer in Shao Shirtan village hovered around this figure, sufficient to cover basic necessities. However, it was not overly abundant, as even the most ordinary skills in the library required 1,000 Goeishu coins for a single viewing. For a captain of Tian Sheng's caliber, the monthly base salary reached as high as 3,000 Goeishu coins, and Lennon surmised there were likely numerous additional income streams. Clearly, in the Goeishu world, cultivators and ordinary mortals inhabited entirely different realms, with income and purchasing power residing in disparate strata. While contemplating this, Lennon turned his attention to the remaining two items. The talisman paper itself was rather unremarkable, as the true costs in talisman crafting often lay in the extraordinary materials. Thus, for a formal talisman master, ordinary quality talisman paper was scarcely superior to scrap paper. Nonetheless, having it was undoubtedly better than not, particularly for a novice like Lennon. Finally, he regarded the medication closely linked to the recent mutagenic calamity. A bottle of mutagen antibiotics contained 50 pills, each capable of allowing an ordinary person to resist the mutagenic virus for a month, significantly alleviating pain during that period. However, for himself, it was of little relevance. According to the intelligence shared by the Anomaly Management Bureau, the initial disasters descending upon Blue Star would not be overly severe. Even the calamities would be of low grade. Thus, unless the source of the disaster personally intervened, players with physical attributes exceeding 10 points could generally attain immunity to this mutagenic virus. Presently, Lin An's physical attribute had risen to 12 points and was still increasing. Furthermore, he should not overlook the passive effects of the Huqin Shu, which could enhance his immunity, allowing him to largely disregard the majority of first-turn viruses. Of course, if the mutagenic disaster escalated to the second turn, the situation would likely become more precarious. After all, these calamities could continually evolve and strengthen, much like the cultivable NPCs in the Goeishu game. It was reasonable to assume that the Anomaly Management Bureau had dealt with numerous mutators and likely discovered substances akin to the mutagen antibiotics. One wondered if it might be possible to research corresponding special medications, as relying solely on treasure chests would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Lennon pondered this before shaking his head. Each profession has its specialization. Worrying about such matters was futile, especially since he had not even chosen biology as a subject in high school. However, should any other leads arise, he would be more than willing to provide information to the Anomaly Management Bureau, provided it did not jeopardize his own interests. After all, he did not wish for the place that held his and his parents' memories to transform into a dark, desolate city. Furthermore, the Bureau had indeed shared a wealth of valuable information, diligently working to maintain peace before the impending storm. Out of the corner of his eye, Lennon caught sight of the now empty treasure chest, and a thought suddenly struck him. If the chest had not vanished, did that not imply the possibility of further actions? He placed the Qi Yin Zhu and the antibiotics into the chest, then with a mental command, stored it away in his backpack. At that moment, the inventory displayed only the treasure chest. The other two items did not occupy any slots. With another mental command, he retrieved the chest, finding the items perfectly intact within. He had stumbled upon a glitch. Lin An's expression brightened. If he could operate in this manner, his backpack could indeed accommodate far more than before. After several attempts, Lennon quickly confirmed the method was indeed feasible. The drawback was that items stored within the treasure chest could not be accessed directly. One must first retrieve the chest and then open it to obtain the contents inside. For those items not urgently needed, such storage was inconsequential. However, for weapons, healing potions, and other necessities requiring immediate access, it was prudent to keep them in the storage slots to avoid any delays in response to unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps due to the early maturation necessitated by the loss of his parents, Lennon had always been quite meticulous in his considerations since entering university. Chapter 18. Get downstairs for nucleic acid testing. In the real world, within his rented room, Lennon sat at the table, taking a deep breath before calmly directing his gaze to the talisman paper before him, confirming that his condition was stable. Lennon wasted no time in swiftly gathering Yuanli at his fingertips, and according to the teachings of the Talisman Substitution Manual, he began to draw the talisman with great speed. Heaven is round, and the earth is square. The 9 edicts of law, the 5 elements coalesce. The substitution is consecrated. Using his fingertip as a brush, with his essence blood as ink, Lin enchanted the incantation. Though it was his first attempt at drawing a talisman, his strokes were remarkably fluid and natural. Each pulse of Yuanli was precisely injected into the critical nodes of the runes, merging rapidly with his essence blood into the talisman paper, until a blood-red, intricate pattern swiftly took shape. With urgency akin to the edict's substitute, as the final words of the incantation fell from his lips, the talisman before him radiated a brilliant light. And Lin felt the thrill of having successfully created his first talisman. Substitution Talisman Realm. First turn quality, excellent. Effect 1 passive, when faced with a lethal strike. The talisman autonomously activates, transforming into a substitute to deflect the attack. Effect 2 active. Upon activation, one may exchange places with the substitution talisman. Maximum distance is 1 kilometer per total attributes. Only 2 substitution talismans may exist at the same time. Note, this talisman was crafted from Lin An's essence blood and may only be utilized by Lin. If I were to assist others in drawing talismans in the future, I could likely accrue a considerable amount of resources. Exhaling slowly, Lin gazed at the substitution talisman, contemplating how this might provide him with an additional avenue for financial gain. However, essence blood was of paramount importance to every cultivator. Its extraction would render one temporarily weak, and should it fall into the hands of others or malevolent forces, it could pose significant risks. After all, the Goeishu world was rife with bizarre methods, and particularly with curses, which excelled at employing essence blood as a medium for strange attacks. Thus, while the substitution talisman boasted formidable life-saving capabilities, establishing a market for it in the early stages would likely prove challenging, as it could easily be misconstrued as the work of a deceitful charlatan. Lin shook his head slightly, feeling no urgency regarding this matter. If he truly wished to sell talismans, ample opportunities would surely arise. Seizing the momentum from his successful drawing, Lin pressed on and swiftly crafted a second substitution talisman. Could it be that I am, in fact, a genius in talisman crafting? With a 50% success rate, achieving consecutive successes brought a subtle smile to Lin An's face. At that moment, a resounding announcement suddenly echoed from downstairs. Those upstairs, come down for nucleic acid testing, listen to the announcement, wear masks, and bring identification. The broadcast repeated itself, prompting Lin to gaze out the window, where he noticed a group of medical personnel clad in white uniforms had inexplicably arrived outside the community. Alongside the healthcare workers, numerous police officers were present, including several plainclothes individuals with short haircuts. Have a military and police been mobilized? Realizing that the authorities were conducting a search for infected individuals, Lin nodded slightly. Any action taken is a positive sign. Otherwise, if an infected person were to remain hidden at home, it could lead to dire consequences for those around them. The residents of the community where Ji, who had been earlier that morning, could be considered fortunate. They had encountered a malevolent force and fought against the aberrant until Ji, who arrived. Otherwise, the casualties and number of infections might have been even greater. The simultaneous occurrence of 2 calamities and the ensuing conflict could, in some sense, be deemed a case of negative yielding a positive result. Leaving a protective talisman at home for potential escape, Lin donned a mask and grabbed his identification before hastening to the community entrance. At this moment, the elevator was already filled with several people, and after greeting familiar neighbors, they began to engage in casual conversation. It was surprising that another outbreak had occurred so soon. It hardly seemed long since the last COVID-19 wave. Indeed, the world has become increasingly unstable. Recently, Lin had heard of several unexpected deaths. Even his cousin working at a crematorium mentioned an uptick in workload. Lennon listened quietly, refraining from speaking. Signs of chaos, or perhaps even the apocalypse, were beginning to manifest, and many could sense that something was amiss. Yet, until events unfold directly before one's eyes, it remains challenging to believe. Lennon mused that had he not encountered the feline-faced creature and entered the Guishu game as a beta tester, he might still be preoccupied with job hunting, lacking the inclination to investigate such hearsay. Furthermore, in the face of an apocalypse, the capabilities of ordinary individuals are quite limited. At most, one can stockpile resources. As the elevator doors slowly opened, the crowd streamed out, promptly forming a long queue within the community. Everyone was quite familiar with the nucleic acid testing process, resulting in a well-organized and efficient procedure. When it was nearly Lennon's turn, he noticed a man in a black trench coat wearing specialized headphones, speaking quietly into them. Though his voice was low, Lennon, with his enhanced physical abilities, could hear it quite clearly. Health activities must be expedited. We need to thoroughly investigate every location. Nearly 1/10 of the population in the East District has become infected. We must focus on those in the later stages of the virus, and those who have not undergone nucleic acid testing. How much antibiotic diluent remains? Has there been any new progress from the Research Institute? Forget about the disappearance of Mao Hu for now. We can set that aside for the moment. Players? Personnel from the Abilities Management Bureau? Upon hearing this, Lennon made a mental note. Players cannot detect one another unless they willingly share their information. Given that many players are currently at low levels, it is unlikely that even a casual encounter would reveal the presence of another player. Especially since many are still at level 1 with no enhancements, their abilities indistinguishable from ordinary humans. As he listened to the conversation of the man in the black trench coat, Lennon soon found himself at the front of the queue. Opening his mouth, he completed the nucleic acid test as the cotton swab brushed against his oral cavity. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his interface. Game countdown. 3000. Is the game finally about to begin? Seeing the familiar text stirred something within Lennon, though his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, the man in black displayed a fleeting change in expression before hurriedly departing as if he had urgent matters to attend to. Indeed, a player. Confirming his suspicions, Lennon returned to his rented room. First, he securely stored the protective talisman, then quickly assessed his items. Confirming everything was in order, Lennon decided it was time for a meal. Given the circumstances, it was best to eat well first. As for Haji who was still on patrol, Lennon willed him to vanish from spot. The cooldown period for the talisman had ended, allowing for summoning whenever necessary. Bringing Haji Hu to Xiao Shi Tan Village might attract the attention of high-level NPCs, potentially leading to unforeseen consequences. Game countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Game start. Chapter 19. Entering the game in the Guishu world, Xiao Shi Tan Village. In a room not far from the original hearth, a young man slowly rose from his bed. Beside him lay an open book titled Encyclopedia of Calamity. Noticing the pages remained on the last section he had read, Lennon nodded slightly. As expected, the Abilities Management Bureau had stated that time in one world halts while players are in another. Truly an unfathomable method. Contemplating this, Lennon gazed out the window. The sky was beginning to brighten, and the original shelter, which had burned throughout the night, was now entering low-power mode as dawn broke. It was time to join the hunting team. After some thought, Lennon made his decision. For players who had essentially arrived at the novice village, the immediate priority was clear: defeating monsters to level up and enhance their strength. However, the fear of death resulting in account deletion and memory loss made individuals hesitant to take risks. This mindset is understandable. After all, it is common knowledge that survival is key to contribution. If one were to squander their life, everything previously gained would be rendered meaningless. Yet, possessing two protective talismans changes the game entirely. One for survival and the other for teleportation. Unless a calamity dares to invade Xiao Shi Tan Village directly, he would be virtually invincible. Conversely, if he were to encounter a malevolent force capable of overpowering Xiao Shi Tan Village, then no amount of grinding in a novice village would save him from death. Opening the interface, Lennon first glanced at the upper right corner. Return countdown. 715,730. 3 days? That was unexpected, but Lennon did not dwell on it since the game had always been unpredictable during the beta testing phase. With a thought, he accessed his player interface. Player. Lennon level. 3 talent. Balanced attributes experience points. 0 vitality. Physique 14. 2 chi. Energy 14. 2 spirit. Mental 14 skills. Tiger and bird technique. Minor achievement. Protective talisman. Minor achievement. Items. Skill incarnation talisman. Cat face mask. Crimson flame pearl. Basic healing potion. X2 current status. Good. Thanks to the balanced attributes talent. All of his vitality, energy, and spirit had reached 14 points, resulting in a total attribute score of 42 points. This meant he could swiftly return to town within a radius of 42 kilometers through the protective talisman. This distance was more than sufficient. After all, the primary task of the hunting team revolves around hunting near the village, not venturing far afield. Moreover, even without factoring in the time consumed by hunting itself, it is no easy feat for low-level cultivators to complete a round trip of nearly 100 kilometers within the brief daylight hours. To understand the ordinary members of the hunting team, they typically fall within the range of levels 2 to 4. In terms of physical constitution, most are actually inferior to oneself, and there's no need to mention mental acuity and energy. As Lennon discreetly concealed one of the talismans, just as he stepped out of his room, he noticed Tian Sheng approaching him. "Good morning, Brother Tian," Lennon greeted. "Morning," Tian Sheng replied with a radiant smile. Then continued, "Brother Lin, I bring you wonderful news." Without any pretense, Tian Sheng stated directly. The village chief was quite astonished to learn that you entered the realm of the tiger bird technique after just one observation. He has decided to personally sponsor you with 1,000 Goeishu coins each month. Furthermore, he mentioned that once you achieve minor mastery in the tiger bird technique, you will be rewarded with 10,000 Goeishu coins. Minor mastery? Lennon blinked, pondering how Tian Sheng and the old village chief would react if they discovered he had already reached minor mastery. However, he decided to keep this information to himself for the time being, allowing them a moment to adjust. After all, being a step ahead is the mark of a genius. But being 10 steps ahead could be deemed madness. Naturally, the old village chief had not disclosed this information publicly. It was sufficient for them to keep it to themselves. After speaking, a cunning expression appeared on Tian Sheng's otherwise unremarkable face, which brought a sense of inexplicable amusement to Lennon. "I understand." Lennon nodded slightly and then added, "By the way, Brother Tian, I wish to join the hunting team." "Oh, I had a feeling," Tian Sheng said, seemingly unsurprised. With confidence, he remarked, "I sense that you would not be content with mediocrity. Otherwise, you wouldn't have chosen to slay that level 3 pseudo-being. Joining the hunting team is undoubtedly the fastest route to progress. Come, let's discuss this as we walk." As the captain of the hunting team, Tian Sheng was well acquainted with the team's structure. He swiftly outlined the management system of the hunting team for Lennon. The team comprised several smaller squads, and only cultivators above level 5 could serve as captains, leading members on hunting expeditions. "Our hunting team is quite flexible. As long as you fulfill your quotas, you can choose your own working hours. If you exceed your quota, you can either keep the excess or return it to the village for exchange, which can also yield a considerable amount of Goeishu coins. By the way," Tian Sheng paused, looking at Lennon. "I realize I have yet to ask. What level are you, Brother Lin?" "Level 5, Lennon replied without hesitation. He did not intend to team up with NPCs, as the items, storage backpack, and skill avatars he possessed were not suitable for public display. If discovered, it could lead to the exposure of his player identity. Thus, becoming a captain capable of independent action was his best option. "Is that so?" Tian Sheng, upon hearing this, appeared somewhat incredulous. Although he lacked investigative skills, his keen perception suggested that Lin was more likely around levels 3 or 4. After a brief pause, Tian Sheng proposed, "Brother Lin, why not demonstrate your energy by striking me once?" "Be careful then, Brother Tian," Lennon warned, understanding that Tian Sheng intended to test his strength. Without holding back, he unleashed 14 points of energy in a powerful punch aimed straight at Tian Sheng. With a resounding thud, a tremendous crash echoed. sending ripples of air swirling outward from the center of the two. Amidst the gusts, Tian Sheng effortlessly blocked the blow with one hand, his expression contemplative. Your energy is commendable, but your physical constitution barely reaches level 5. As if struck by an idea, he remarked with surprise. Could it be that you previously specialized in mental cultivation? Indeed, Lin nodded slightly, his eyes unwavering as he began fabricating his identity. I once belonged to a family of talismancers. Chapter 20. The imaginative Tian Sheng, a family of talismancers? Tian Sheng exclaimed, astonished. After all, professions such as alchemists, formation masters, and talismancers are not attainable by just anyone. They require both talent and heritage. However, those who become recognized practitioners of these arts are generally revered and respected by the community. From what Tian Sheng understood, the talismancer in their village not only held a prestigious position, but also earned far more than the combined income of the old village chief and the captain, both of whom were second-tier, extraordinary cultivators. Although Lin claimed to belong to a talisman family, he merely mastered some of the foundational techniques of talisman drawing. He shook his head slightly, then spoke in a subdued tone. Originally, my family intended for me to pursue the path of a talismancer. Hence, my previous training focused on enhancing my mental faculties. However, misfortune struck, and when I was still an apprentice in my family, Lin did not continue. Yet Tian Sheng's imagination conjured images of the talisman family meeting a tragic fate amidst calamity. He envisioned the talented youth from that family struggling to survive, ultimately reduced to a beggar, enduring countless hardships. My condolences, brother. Tian Sheng patted Lin An's shoulder, speaking earnestly. I believe that with your talent, you will eventually avenge your family. Lin thought to himself. Indeed, he relishes this self-indulgent brotherly role. This way, he need not continue fabricating a narrative, and the storyline that Tian Sheng conjured might even be more coherent than his own, at least convincing enough for him to believe. This ordeal also made Lin realize that the power of a talismancer is ultimately limited, necessitating external support. To possess the ability to protect oneself and others, one must achieve personal strength. Lin articulated this notion, effectively justifying his choice to study the tiger bird technique. Although he initially sought only to learn a skill of superior quality, he found no harm in continuing to weave his tale. Then, as your elder brother, I must advise you earnestly, Tian Sheng interjected, shaking his head. High-level talismancers are indeed formidable, and their combat prowess is not necessarily inferior. While I support your desire to pursue the tiger bird path, do not abandon the talisman way too easily. If necessary, you may even consider a dual extraordinary path in the future. I believe your talent will allow you to accomplish this. After pondering for a moment, Lin nodded slightly. Thank you for your kind intentions, Brother Tian. I will give it careful consideration. That's the spirit. Tian Sheng laughed heartily, and then remarked, I will have the opportunity to introduce you to Jiang Fushi. Although the master is usually uninterested in village matters, you might find common ground. Lin remained non-committal. However, he was not concerned about revealing his identity, because while studying the exceptional quality talisman techniques, he had already acquired substantial foundational knowledge of talismancy. At this moment, he may not yet be a talismancer, but being an apprentice was certainly within his capabilities. In fact, it was precisely because of this knowledge that Lin decided to craft his identity in the direction of talismancy. This facade is becoming increasingly intricate. I must tread carefully. Lin thought, and as the two continued their conversation, they soon arrived at the village's administrative hall. Please assist in registering Lin Quan as he officially joins our hunting team today as a squad leader. Tian Sheng instructed the young clerk at the front desk. The young lady, possessing a pure and beautiful appearance, cast a surprised glance at Lin upon hearing this. After all, being appointed as a squad leader signifies one is a formidable figure of level 5. It was her first encounter with such a young level 5 cultivator. When did a genius arrive in the village? She wondered internally, yet she promptly began the registration process as instructed by Captain Tian. By the way, it seems I have yet to mention the benefits that come with being a squad leader. Meanwhile, Tian Sheng spoke up. stating that the monthly salary for ordinary hunting team members is 1,000 Guishu coins, which you should be aware of. Upon reaching level 5 to become a team leader, not only does the salary increase to 1,500 Guishu coins, but there is also the added benefit of a monthly opportunity to observe an ordinary quality secret manual. Furthermore, each subsequent level attained results in a salary increment of 300. As I am currently at level 10, my base salary stands at 3,000. While 3,000 Guishu coins may not seem substantial, it is indeed sufficient for an ordinary villager to live comfortably for 2 years. Lennon felt that if the day ever came when launching truly faced the apocalypse, even if it took him 3 days or even 3 months to access the game, he would not have to worry about basic survival supplies. However, despite becoming a team leader, recruiting team members might pose some difficulty. After some contemplation, Tian Sheng suggested, "Given that you are new here and the other cultivators in the village are yet to recognize you, would you like me to introduce you to a few reliable teammates?" "No need. For now, I prefer to act alone," Lennon replied, shaking his head slightly. He falsely claimed that reaching level 5 was solely for the purpose of solitary action. Thus, he had no intention of recruiting team members. "Very well. But do take care of your safety while alone," Tian Sheng said, not insisting further, but reminding him that the exploration team would conduct regular checks within a 30-kilometer radius of the village, and that monsters above level 5 would generally be eradicated. With your experience, as long as you don't stray too far, there should be little issue. However, nothing is absolute, so caution is still advised. In Tian Sheng's eyes, Lennon was not a sheltered prodigy, but rather a hardened survivor who had endured countless adversities to reach this point. Despite his youth, his survival experience was undeniably commendable, having weathered many nights outside. Thus, operating in the relatively safe vicinity of the village would likely pose minimal risk. Upon completing the registration, a command plaque inscribed with hunting team on the front and team leader on the back was handed to Lennon. He was now officially one of the team leaders of the hunting group, albeit with no team members under his command. The tide of calamity is imminent, and in the next 2 days, I may need to accompany the village chief and others to confirm some information. As if recalling something, Tian Sheng added, "Should you require assistance, you may seek out that administrator at the library. He should be able to resolve most issues." "Calamity tide?" Lennon inquired with curiosity, as he had yet to review any related materials. However, considering that even the extraordinary village chief needed to venture out, even risking a night outside to investigate, it must be of significant importance. Chapter 21. Slaying the saber-toothed boar in the Guishu world at Xiao Shirtan village. After bidding farewell to Tian Sheng, Lennon did not immediately venture out to hunt for experience points. Instead, he first visited the village shop to purchase several sets of clothing and some daily necessities. After all, he was still clad in the ragged attire he had received upon entering the game, and although it was not excessively tattered, it was evident that he could not wear it for the next 3 days. Once he had changed into fresh clothing, Lennon proceeded to the library to request permission to observe secret manuals on the 2nd floor the following day, and then he made his way outside the village. The journey was smooth. Simply presenting his hunting team leader plaque allowed the guards to graciously permit his passage, their eyes filled with admiration. Lennon consulted the map and headed northward. To the south of Xiao Shirtan village lay the now-destroyed Xiaozhu village, from which he and a multitude of refugees had originally come. However, the path between the two villages was primarily inhabited by level 1 and 2 Iron Fist rabbits, which held little significance for Lennon, as defeating low-level monsters would yield no experience points. To the west of the village lay an expansive and profound water pond, its edges dotted with countless smooth stones, which also lent the village its name. The eastern route led towards the township, but this path frequently witnessed the passage of powerful disasters, necessitating the accompaniment of extraordinary beings for any journey to and fro. To the north, Lennon was heading towards a range of mountains, rumored to contain 100,000 peaks, though the truth remained unknown. Within the mountains near Xiao Shirtan village lived numerous beasts ranging from levels 1 to 5, making them prime targets for the hunting team, much like the prolific Iron Fist rabbits. Upon reaching a secluded area, Lennon summoned the skill transformation talisman from his spiritual realm, declaring, You shall be chosen. Haki-hu. As a 5-pointed star flickered at his forehead, Haki-hu reappeared before him. Upon surveying the surroundings, Haki-hu appeared as if returning to its natural habitat, quickly expanding to the size of a young tiger with palpable excitement. Roar. A formidable roar resonated through the heavens, akin to announcing the arrival of a king to the mountains. All right, don't scare off the monsters, Lin quipped, swiftly donning a cat-faced mask before mounting Haki-hu's back. The sight of a masked figure riding a fearsome tiger was indeed striking, bordering on eerie. Let us go. Our target this time is any level 3 to 4 disasters. As for level 5 beasts, we shall flee without hesitation. Roar. Understood. Haki-hu nodded in response, and in the next moment, it darted northward like a gust of wind. Though Haki-hu's physique was only 80% of Lin-'s. Translating to 112, the sensation of its four-legged sprint was distinctly different, seemingly swifter than other beings of similar build. However, this could also be attributed to the tiger's attributes, which emphasize speed and strength while lacking in endurance. Nevertheless, when factoring in equal physiques, differences in performance would still manifest. With a mountain now at his disposal, Lin swiftly delved deeper into the mountains. Dismounting, Lin set his gaze upon a group of wild boars on a nearby slope. Saber-toothed boar, level 3 physique, P11 vitality, B6 spirit, M6 skills, boar charge. Sharp-tooth spray, a pair of level 3 saber-toothed boars were engaged in amorous antics, while a few level 1 piglets basked in the sun nearby. Presumably, this was a family unit. 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. What do you think of this ranking, Haki-hu? Humph. Haki-hu snorted disdainfully at Lin and S remark. Seeing this, Lin smiled slightly and continued, In a moment, I will use the cat-faced mask to control one, and you shall handle the other level 3 saber-toothed boar. Let us not underestimate those little piglets either. We must remain cautious of their sharp tooth spray skill. Haki-hu nodded in agreement, fixing its gaze on the 2 level 3 prey, gracefully beginning to approach them. As Lin observed Haki-hu's readiness, he concentrated, and a gleam of cold light flashed from the cat eyes of the mask. The mental prowess of the level 3 saber-toothed boar fell short of even half of Lin's. Thus, it was swiftly ensnared within an illusion. The previously joyous mother boar suddenly fell into a frenzy, delivering a powerful blow to the male boar beneath her. The male boar was momentarily stunned, bewildered by his mate's abrupt change in behavior. Could it be that she is dissatisfied with my performance? Just as the saber-toothed boar questioned its existence, the apex predator, Haki-hu seized the opportunity, swiftly charging into the fray. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the land. Haki-hu leapt into action, his razor-sharp claws unsheathing from his paws, unleashing a powerful surge of energy that slashed through the sturdy form of the Jian-chi-ju. The ear-piercing shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig erupted instantaneously. However, the resilient Jian-chi-ju remained on its feet, quickly turning to face its formidable adversary. In the next fleeting moment, the enraged Jian-chi-ju stomped its foot on the ground and launched into a skillful charge, the wild boar charge. The ferocity of this assault caused Haki-hu to display an expression of grave concern, just as it prepared to evade. The previously frenzied female, Jian-chi-ju, charged forward with vigor. Bam! Both Jian-chi-ju executed the wild boar charge simultaneously, crashing into one another. The immense force sent them both tumbling to the ground, creating a tremor akin to that of a truck overturning. Observing this, Haki-hu wasted no time and advanced to deliver a finishing blow. At that moment, several smaller pigs, who had just regained their composure, gritted their teeth and simultaneously unleashed their skill, sharp-tooth spray. A volley of sharp teeth erupted like a rain of arrows, swiftly aimed at Haki-hu. Clang! At this juncture, a figure adorned with a cat mask abruptly appeared before the barrage of arrows. With a physique of 14 points and the agility of the cat mask's passive skill, Lin's speed and reflexes far surpassed those of a level 4 cultivator. Thus, the swift projectiles appeared sluggish in his eyes, and despite his lack of expertise in swordsmanship, Lin effortlessly deflected each of the sharp teeth. Concurrently, Without a hint of concern for Hakihu behind him, he swiftly slashed down with his claws. Killed a level 3 Jianqi Zhu. Experience increased by 10. Killed a level 3 Jianqi Zhu. Experience increased by 10. Two identical notifications resonated in Lin An's mind. And as he glanced at the remaining small pigs scattering in all directions, he and Hakihu decided to show mercy. They resolved to reunite the family, preventing the two pigs who had just embarked on the road to the underworld from feeling lonely. Chapter 22. The entity is steady. The avatar is unfettered. A group of level 1 small pigs could hardly escape the clutches of Hakihu and Linen. Consequently, they soon met their glorious demise. Placed by Lin and into his storage compartment, destined to become part of the villagers' reserves against the impending tide of calamity. Hakihu, let us proceed. Skillfully mounting the tiger, the duo once again entered hunting mode, seeking the next experience bounty. Killed a level 3 Chongjing Yang. Experience increased by 10. Killed a level 3 Qingyan Yao. Experience increased by 10. As the day transitioned, Lin An's interface frequently displayed notifications of experience growth. The combination of a cat-masked individual and a fierce tiger seemed to morph into the most terrifying specter atop the mountain, causing numerous calamities to flee in fear of becoming the next victims. By the time the sun began to set, Lennon glanced at his experience bar and noted it had risen to 70. This indicated that during their journey, the pair had successfully slain 7 level 3 calamities, with countless ordinary beasts falling before them. This fruitful harvest was largely thanks to Hakihu's beastly instincts and keen sense of smell. Otherwise, locating these elusive and dispersed level 3 threats within the vast mountains in such a short time would have proven exceedingly challenging. It is no exaggeration to assert that the outcomes of this single day's endeavors could rival those of a typical hunting party over the course of half a month. While Lin An's own hunting objectives were more than fulfilled, the only regret was the overwhelming variety of calamities, as his storage compartments were filled to capacity once more, necessitating the decomposition of some anomalies to create space in his chest. The day in the Gui Su world seemed too brief, and it was rumored that nights were descending increasingly swiftly. Lin murmured to himself, an unsettling sensation rising within him as twilight approached. Without hesitation, he turned back with Hakihu. He knew that the daytime in the Gui Su world differed from that of Blue Star, typically spanning from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening, precisely 10 hours. It was only 3 in the afternoon, indicating they were still well within daylight. If he and Hakihu traveled at full speed, they could return to the village in no more than 2 hours. While most individuals might feel a surge of excitement at this moment, eager to slay 3 more experience bounties before returning to the village, Lennon was a person of prudence. Thus, even as a slight unease flickered in his mind, he decisively chose to retreat. However, the journey back was not without its complications. Midway, Hakihu suddenly crouched low, sniffing the air around him before his golden sharp eyes focused on a mountain peak opposite them. Oh, whoa, there's the scent of a level 3 demon, and there should be exactly 3 of them. 3 level 3 experience bounties, and just enough to level up? Moreover, having all 3 experience bounties congregated together was a rare opportunity. Lennon blinked, contemplating the mountain that was not far yet would require some time to traverse. He quickly made his decision. Experience and safety, I shall have them both. Then I leave them to you, Hakihu, Lennon declared. It should be noted that while he was cautious in his true form, his avatar could not afford to be similarly timid. If his avatar behaved in a manner akin to his own reticence, what was the purpose of summoning it? Hakihu shared this sentiment. After all, accompanying Lennon back to Shao Tan village posed a risk of being recognized by skilled individuals. It was far wiser to engage in combat outside for the night. After all, in 24 hours, he would revert to being a fine tiger. Thus, upon receiving Lin An's approval, Hakihu bolted away like a liberated pet dog, his agile form quickly vanishing from Lin An's sight. Witnessing this, Lennon wasted no time and made his retreat. The night descended rapidly. Fortunately, Lennon had fled in a timely manner and was now near Shao Tan village. As he gazed at the towering tiger gate, which was becoming increasingly visible, Lin concentrated and summoned the family of wild boars he had slain, along with a specially designed collapsible cart belonging to the hunting team. Placing the entire Jian Qizhu family onto the cart, Lin swiftly returned to the Tiger Gate. Within the village, the militia tasked with guarding and patrolling could not help but cast frequent glances at the scene. They were no strangers to Jian Qizhu, as hunting teams often returned with such game. However, it was exceedingly rare to witness someone like Lin alone bringing back such a bounty, especially considering that merely transporting these large, plump pigs posed a significant challenge. More importantly, the villagers were still relatively unfamiliar with Lin An's new visage. Thus their curiosity was piqued. When did our village acquire such a formidable leader, and so young at that? You may not know this, but one of the guards who had initially received the refugees recognized Lin and proudly explained, "Do you remember the batch of refugees that arrived yesterday? This esteemed individual was the one who brought them here, dragging along a corpse of a pseudo-human, exuding an aura of mastery. Moreover, I have heard that both the village chief and Captain Tian hold him in high regard. This is indeed a fortuitous occurrence." The patrolling guard nodded in agreement, expressing his joy. The presence of an additional cultivator in the village enhances our security, especially with the impending tide of calamity, as we are in dire need of sustenance. With such a capable individual, we should not have to suffer from hunger during the calamities. Listening to the villagers' conversation, Lin smiled inwardly. Perhaps due to the multitude of calamities that plague this world, not only the weak, but even the extraordinary cultivators must unite to ensure their survival. A moment's carelessness could spell doom. Under such immense external pressure, the human race within the Guishu world appears remarkably united rather than embroiled in internal strife and treachery. Thus, even towards a recent arrival like Lin and the local villagers exhibit a demeanor that is predominantly friendly and welcoming. This, of course, is primarily because they have witnessed the spoils he has brought back, along with the prowess and potential he embodies. This is only natural. As the saying goes, all under heaven is bustling for profit. One cannot expect kindness from others without reason, a notion that even some parents might struggle to fulfill, let alone unfamiliar villagers. Reflecting on the villagers' repeated mentions of the tide of calamity, Lin ponders the necessity of continuing his studies. After delivering the game, he intends to investigate the nature of this tide. Furthermore, he plans to look into any records regarding aberrant infections within the village of Xiaoshidan. Lin harbors a vague premonition that upon returning to reality, the disasters in the Blue Star may worsen significantly. Chapter 23. Originally meant to be leisurely and unhurried as the last remnants of the sunset are consumed by the encroaching night, the world seems to transform abruptly, sinking into an unprecedented silence. Whether human, demon, beast, or strange entity, all activities diminish significantly as they seek secure havens to rest. For from this moment forth, Guishu has entered the realm of eerie tales. At this juncture, many members of the hunting teams hurriedly make their way back to Xiaoshidan village. "Damn it, why did it get dark at 5 today?" exclaimed one disheartened team leader, lamenting the fact that he had barely managed to carry his recent kill back safely. It should have been a leisurely endeavor. Yet here we are, rushing and scrambling. "Well, at least we made it back alive. There's no need for such lamentation," retorted a nearby friend with an eye roll. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, although the early onset of night caused some losses for various teams. The seasoned team leaders were quick to notice the shifting light and led their members back at full speed, thus averting casualties. Meanwhile, Lin had delivered the family of saber-toothed pigs to the personnel responsible for registration and storage. After enjoying a local delicacy, the spicy iron fist rabbit leg, at a small village restaurant, he made his way to the library. Concurrently, in the northern region of the Shawandishan Mountains, Haki, who followed the scent trails of 3 demon entities and, after traversing 2 small hills, finally spotted his quarry. Among them was a familiar figure to Lin, a faceless entity. However, this entity was not disguised at the moment, but appeared in its primitive faceless state. The other 2 resembled the legendary fishmen, not the widely known mermaids with human bodies and fishtails, but rather grotesque, fish-headed creatures. These two fish-headed beings appeared even more bizarre than legend suggested, as their upper bodies bore several mouths that opened and closed, far stranger than mere fish scales. Fishman level 3 physique, 8 spirit, 8 mental, 8 talent, water element affinity. Skill, polluted water column, releases a toxic black water column that continues to erode enemies upon impact. As the youthful Haki who observed, a voice suddenly broke the silence. Fishda in fish air, have you reached a decision? The faceless entity inquired. Such a level of calamity is not something we encounter at will. If our two races join forces, we can take this opportunity to eradicate the nearby human villages. From henceforth, this area will be entirely under our control. Upon hearing this, the slightly larger fishman rolled its fishy eye and shook its head. Such significant matters cannot be decided by us. Our chief merely wants us to practice together. Can't you just do that without all the chatter? It's your kind that is indecisive. I fail to understand what the hesitation is about. We just need to extinguish. Before the faceless entity could finish, the sky abruptly darkened. The three calamities panicked, having been preoccupied with discussions of their alliance, completely oblivious to the early arrival of night. As they turned to flee back to their respective homes, Haki-Hu seized the opportunity to strike. With an explosive surge of energy, Haki-Hu's form swelled to its utmost, resembling an ancient giant tiger returned to the mortal realm. In this state, Haki-Hu had pushed the skill of tiger transformation to its limits, greatly enhancing both physique and energy. In a flash, his swift and massive silhouette charged towards Fishda's rear, delivering a fierce swipe with his claws. With a resounding crash, Fishda's head was crushed as if it were a watermelon. Killed level 3 fishman. Experience points increased by 10. Before the other two calamities could react, Haki-Hu let out a heart-stopping roar. A woo! The resounding cry reverberated through the forest, showcasing the intimidation of a top hunter. The faceless entity in fish air stared aghast at the formidable figure of Haki, who, in the lifeless body of Fishda, sprawled on the ground, utterly dumbfounded. Where did such a colossal tiger emerge from? Moreover, should not the arrival of night dictate a cessation of all conflict and a return to seclusion? Yet here was this tiger creating such chaos. Did it truly fear nothing and wish to attract the attention of the eerie tales? The faceless entity, feeling bewildered, realized this was not the time for such thoughts and turned to flee. Meanwhile, Fish Air, witnessing the demise of Fishda, was consumed with rage upon regaining its senses. At this moment, it disregarded the encroaching darkness and unleashed its full demonic power, launching a swift and massive black water column towards Haki-Hu. Haki-Hu, observing the incoming water column, kept his gaze fixed on the retreating faceless entity. Although the faceless entity was troublesome, it primarily posed a challenge due to its disguised talent and the fact that it could not be killed except at its weak points. Its offensive capabilities were rather mundane. Thus, Haki-Hu had targeted the more formidable Fishda first. Though in his prehistoric giant tiger state, he was powerful. He could only maintain it for a minute or two. If I let this faceless entity escape, it may hinder my chances of leveling up tonight, he thought. A glimmer of cold resolve flashing in his eyes as he charged directly into the black water column. Boom! With another powerful strike, Haki-Hu crushed Fish Air's grotesque head beneath his massive paw. Ignoring the toxic liquid that began to corrode him, he rapidly closed in on the fleeing faceless entity. The faceless entity, sensing the commotion behind it, turned to glance back and felt its soul nearly escape in terror. A tiger of such colossal stature was chasing after it. Even a ghost would be frightened. It had not anticipated that Fishda and Fish Air would be dispatched so swiftly, and its fear intensified, cursing its slow legs for not being able to run faster. A woo! A tiger's roar echoed, instilling fear throughout the forest, successfully catching up to the faceless Warren. Haki-Hu aimed for its heart, then plunged its claws deep within. Simultaneously, two notifications appeared on Lennon's panel. Kill level 3 Warren. Experience increased by 10. Ding. Current experience is full. Would you like to level up? Chapter 24, Breakthrough, Ascend to level 4. Without hesitation, Linen, who was engrossed in his reading within the library, focused his mind and clicked confirm. A familiar warmth surged through him once again, coursing through his meridians before completely merging with his being. Ding! Congratulations! Player gains 3 in all attributes and receives 3 free attribute points. As per custom, Linen allocated all free attribute points to his spirit. With a mere thought, he began to examine his player panel. Player, Linen level, 4 talent, 3-dimensional balance experience, 0 physique, body 17, 3, continuously rising, chi, vitality 17, 3, continuously rising, spirit, mind 26, skills, tiger avian technique, minor mastery, substitution talisman, minor mastery, items, skill incarnation talisman, cat face mask current status. Good. Having successfully reached level 4, his attributes have become increasingly astonishing. Particularly, the spirit attribute now stood at a remarkable 4 times that of an ordinary person, with the influence of the balance talent. Reaching 20 points in physique and vitality would merely take a single night. Previously, his 3-dimensional attributes were only slightly beyond level 4, still a considerable distance from level 5. However, following this upgrade, he had undeniably surpassed 99 of level 5 practitioners. What a delight! The sensation of enhanced power was overwhelmingly joyous, causing the corners of Linen's mouth to rise slightly. Yet his focus remained intently on Hakihu. Originally battered from enduring a full 4-strike from Yurin, Hakihu, which had been afflicted by the water column's erosion, felt its strength rapidly restored as Linen's aura of breakthrough intensified. Yet, shrouded in darkness, Hakihu felt no thrill. Instead, a chilling tremor stirred within its heart. In that instant, Hakihu perceived the nocturnal forest as utterly alien. Though the scenery remained unchanged, it felt as if it belonged to an entirely different realm compared to daylight. With a low growl, Hakihu resolved to flee, but in the next moment, a half-foot-wide rift materialized in the void before it. Before Hakihu could react, the rift slowly widened, revealing a pair of crimson eyes within. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, even a creature embodying pure yang like the tiger felt its fur bristle, a wave of cold rushing from its feet to the crown of its head. An overwhelming terror. Realizing it was confronted with something beyond its capacity to confront, Hakihu did not hesitate and unleashed all its energy to escape. Yet, as Hakihu sprinted, more rifts appeared in the void. One after another, they opened, transforming into pairs of crimson eyes that fixated on the fleeing Hakihu. As the number of surrounding crimson eyes multiplied, Hakihu felt increasingly fatigued, its speed diminishing. Ultimately, without any visible injuries, Hakihu collapsed, its form gradually vanishing from sight. Hiss! Is this the fabled horror story? Linen, who synchronized with these events, felt a chill deep within his heart, his usually tranquil gaze momentarily flashing with astonishment. Even Hakihu, now at level 4 and in peak condition, could not withstand half an hour in this darkness. Perhaps the earlier clash with the Yurin had created too much commotion, drawing the attention of formidable horrors. Nonetheless, the mystery and terror of this horror story indeed surpassed Linen's expectations. He could not even discern the cause of Hakihu's demise. It was no wonder that both NPCs in the Goeishu world and those eerie beasts exhibited such fear and unease upon realizing the onset of night. Linen exhaled slowly, feeling curiosity but not dwelling excessively on it. Horror stories were shrouded in mystery throughout the Goeishu world. At the very least, in Zayashitan village, information about them was scarce, primarily cautioning against venturing out at night, remaining in darkness, and ensuring sufficient light sources when forced to stay overnight. If one truly encountered darkness without fire or other sources of light, the only means of survival would be to maintain a low profile, avoiding drawing attention, while also seeking opportunities for light. As for confronting the horror head-on, that option was akin to seeking death. Shaking his head internally, Linen directed his gaze to the rows of books on the shelves, soon locating the section regarding the Tide of Calamity. Tide of Calamity, a special disaster in the Goeishu world with an extensive impact range. Whenever the Tide of Calamity begins, it unleashes invisible waves that sweep across various regions. While these waves do not directly affect normal beings, the beasts, eerie entities, and calamities caught within the tide experience significant enhancement. The greater the number of waves, the higher the amplification of the calamities, continuing until the tide recedes, after which the calamities revert to normal. Thus, when the tide of calamity emerges, the intensity of surrounding calamities increases, becoming increasingly restless. Past calamities may reawaken, and entirely new, unknown calamities may arise. I see. After perusing the introduction to the tide of calamity, Linen felt a sense of enlightenment. He finally comprehended why the Weirin that Hakuhu killed had mentioned a rare opportunity and sought to unite with the Yurin to eradicate nearby human forces. It turned out that for these calamities, the tide of calamity was indeed a rare opportunity. Although the time for enhancement was limited, if the strength gained was substantial enough, it could indeed facilitate many endeavors. However, this also indicated that the tide of calamity and the early arrival of darkness today were unrelated. After all, the tide of calamity only affected calamities, while darkness belonged to horror stories. It was no wonder that many members of the hunting squad were surprised by how early night fell, as most wished to resolve several calamities before the tide of calamity arrived. Thus, when the tide truly emerged, they could mitigate some of the risks. Could Captain Tien and the others have gone out for 2 days to clear calamities? Linen mused, considering that in such a critical and perilous moment, their decision to venture out indicated an urgent and significant matter at hand. Next, he sought information on the aberrant infection. Returning the material on the tide of calamity to its place, Linen began searching for records related to the disasters appearing in launching. However, this search proved disappointing. After scanning the covers of all the books on the first floor, he found no relevant keywords. Young folks like you, who spend hours in the library, are quite rare. At that moment, an aged voice came from behind him. Chapter 25, Solutions to Aberrant Infection. Upon hearing the voice from behind, Linen promptly turned to look. An elderly man, appearing at least in his 80s or 90s and leaning on a cane, approached. Opening his panel, Linen instinctively performed an inspection. Wangbu, a library administrator, level. Another expert? Upon seeing the 3 question marks following the level, Linen couldn't help but marvel internally. After all, only those 5 levels or more above oneself would cause the panel to obscure their level, suggesting that the individual before him was at least a level 9 powerhouse. Upon recognizing the identity of the librarian at the Tangshu, Linen felt a sense of relief. After all, Tian Sheng had specifically mentioned before departing that any inquiries could be directed to this administrator, clearly indicating that the individual was an ally and likely easy to converse with. Otherwise, there were numerous subordinates of Tian Sheng within the hunting team, making it unnecessary for him to seek assistance from anyone else. Greetings, Senior, Linen politely addressed, though his curiosity was piqued. During his previous visit to the Tangshuva, he had not encountered this administrator and was unaware of their origins. I noticed you appeared somewhat troubled earlier, perhaps unable to locate the books you sought? Wangbu turned his gaze towards Lin En and spoke. Feel free to share your concerns. I might be able to elucidate some matters for you. Upon hearing this, Lin En's heart stirred. After contemplating for a brief moment, he decided to speak candidly. I have heard of a calamity known as Yihuaganran, and wish to gather more information about this disaster. But it seems I cannot find any relevant materials. Yihuaganran? The librarian expressed surprise at Lin En's query and proceeded to explain. For us in the Nanshan Yijing region, the last occurrence of Yihua Ganran transpired several centuries ago. It is quite normal that our village holds no records, and even I have only encountered it in an ancient text. Your knowledge is profound, as expected of its Angshiva administrator, Linen praised, subsequently cupping his fists in respect and earnestly requesting, I would be grateful if you could enlighten me further. Certainly, Wangbu responded, visibly pleased by Lin En's compliment. He continued without hesitation. Yihuaganran is an exceedingly terrifying, infectious disaster that, at its peak, single-handedly devastated several major cities of our human race. The accounts in ancient texts are so harrowing that they have etched themselves in my memory. The destruction of several major cities? Lin En's heart quaked at the thought. After all, Even in Shaoshi Tan village, there were 3 extraordinary beings safeguarding it, while above the village lay towns, and above those, merely small cities. It was not hard to imagine that in the Guishu world, major cities were undoubtedly protected by formidable champions, yet even they fell to Ihua Ganran. Goodness! If Linjiang City lacks even a single extraordinary being, it may indeed be perilously close to disaster. It is said that at the onset of the infection, people believed it to be merely an ordinary virus. Wang Bu-yi, lost in thought, continued, however, as the number of infections surged. The strength of the disaster's source grew exponentially, surpassing all expectations of that era. Initially, it could only infect mortals, then ordinary cultivators, and subsequently the extraordinary. Countless powerful aberrants emerged, and wherever the disaster struck, most villages and towns were utterly transformed into wastelands. How did the people of that time manage to address such a formidable calamity? Lennon inquired, genuinely intrigued. After all, a similar terrifying disaster had now manifested in his homeland of Blue Star, and if no solution was found, it would equate to an imminent explosion of chaos. This tale is quite remarkable. Wang Bu-yi began anew by a stroke of fortune. A certain alchemist inadvertently discovered that the remnants left from a failed alchemical explosion had a potent resistance against this aberrant virus. Furthermore, this alchemical residue was exceedingly simple to produce. One merely needed to combine units of any fiendish creature, beast, and bizarre blood or materials, then heat them until they detonated. Eventually, people began to refer to this residue as Ihua Kangshengsu, Yiwa Kangshengsu. Lennon slowly processed this information, his mind racing. So, the Ihua Kangshengsu was derived from a failed alchemical explosion. However, Lennon's thoughts were now in rapid motion. The Ihua Kangshengsu did not stipulate the necessity of specific disaster types for its formulation. Any materials from the 3 major disasters would suffice, significantly enhancing its versatility. Yet, one issue remained. After defeating the calamity that descended upon Blue Star, the bodies might gradually vanish. Thus, to procure these materials, there were currently only 2 avenues. One was to open treasure chests. As in Blue Star, defeating monsters would invariably yield treasure chests. According to the reports from the Anomaly Management Bureau, the probability of obtaining materials corresponding to the defeated disasters from these chests was considerably high. The Red Flame Orb Lin and had previously acquired was intricately related to the red-headed demon slain by Haki Hu. It was merely a stroke of luck that he obtained an item processed by the Guishu game, rather than a one-time material akin to a pseudocore. The second avenue, naturally, involved players transporting these disaster materials back to reality. After all, the calamities that appeared in Blue Star were difficult to locate and could not leave behind corpses. But in the Guishu world, they were virtually ubiquitous. Lin An's own backpack, at this moment, already contained a considerable amount of disaster flesh and materials, primarily gathered during his monster hunting endeavors earlier that day. Relying solely on my own ability to gather materials is bound to be limited, and besides, my storage slots and 2 treasure chests cannot accommodate much more. Lin contemplated his options and soon reached a decision. At that moment, Wang Bu-yi continued, however, relying solely on Ihua Kangshengsu can only address the symptoms, not the root cause. Ultimately, it was the intervention of several great beings of the human race that decisively obliterated the source of the calamity, gradually quelling the infection. As previously mentioned, disasters with consciousness usually possess a source. The source itself is not particularly powerful and is relatively fragile, yet it harbors a unique mechanism, possession. The source of the calamity can virtually inhabit any entity, be it human, animal, plant, or even inanimate objects devoid of intelligence, greatly amplifying their power. However, if the host was not sufficiently resolute, their consciousness may be swiftly eroded by the source, rendering them a mere puppet. The reason several major cities in the Guishu world were obliterated was primarily due to their leaders being possessed by the source of the calamity. In the Tangshuge, after Lin posed several more questions and received comprehensive answers, he sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your enlightening guidance, esteemed senior. observing the elderly figure before him. Lin felt a genuine sense of appreciation. From the previous discussions regarding nucleic acid testing, it was evident that the current knowledge of the Anomaly Management Bureau concerning Yihua Ganran was likely rather limited. Otherwise, they would not resort to diluting Yihua Kang Shengsu for patient use while urging research institutions to seek solutions. If this Yihua Ganran were to develop further, not only would Linjiang City be imperiled, but the entire Blue Star would likely be drawn into this terrifying disaster. Not to worry. Having someone to converse with is rather pleasant. Wang Bu waved his hand, leaning on his cane as he spoke while walking. It is getting late. Even within the village, it is prudent not to linger outside one's room for too long. Lin nodded in agreement. After borrowing 2 more books for registration, he soon returned to his own room. With a thought, he opened the panel and accessed the forum feature to prepare a post. Currently, players have not established a game title. Would you like to use your original name? A game nickname? Lin was taken aback. He had assumed this game could only utilize the original name. It seemed that the option to modify one's nickname was only available when posting. Clearly, this beta version of the game still had numerous bugs and required ongoing updates and refinements. He wondered when the public beta would commence. After a moment of contemplation, Lin casually typed a few words. Ding! Congratulations, player. Your nickname has been changed to go to the pier and count the seagulls. In the future, when adding friends, chatting, posting on the forum, or displaying your panel information, this nickname will be used by default. Nickname settings completed. Lin pondered his wording briefly before commencing his post. Latest intelligence and solutions on alienation infection at the dock. A moment with the seagulls. According to a learned elder from the library pavilion, alienation infection is an exceedingly dreadful, contagious calamity that, at its peak, single-handedly decimated several major cities of humanity. The virus progresses at an alarming rate, and its transmission is difficult to contain. Any lapse in control could lead to a global outbreak in no time. However, there exists a specific counteracting medication known as alienation antibiotic, and the following is the formula for its preparation. Lastly, it must be understood that the calamity can only truly subside once the source of the disaster has been eradicated. Lin did not rally players to gather disaster materials, as this was his first post, and other players, being strangers to him, would naturally be unlikely to heed his words. However, it mattered not, for there would be more suitable individuals to undertake this task. After concluding with the Bureau of Supernatural Management, Lin clicked to publish. Following this, he took the opportunity to summarize the world background, cultivation, and leveling systems, as well as important notes, and shared a few tips on exploiting bugs at the end of his post. Having completed his writing, he decided it was time to rest. Glancing at the blazing primordial hearth nearby, Lin's thoughts drifted back to several questions that had arisen before the internal test. The desire for change fundamentally stems from the yearning to reap benefits during transformative times, fueled by the deep-seated dreams of immortality embedded within each individual's genes. Now that this transformation has arrived, it is far more intense than anticipated, accompanied by unimaginable calamities. Presently, Blue Star is, in many respects, even more perilous than Shao Shurtan Village. After all, in Blue Star, no one knows when disaster might suddenly strike nearby, whereas Shao Shurtan Village, sheltered by the primordial hearth, is largely exempt from such concerns. Nevertheless, the tide is irreversible, and at least for now, the players are unable to alter this fate. On the brink of this apocalypse, while Lin does not harbor any lofty aspirations of becoming a savior, he is nonetheless willing to assist the collective as long as it does not jeopardize his own interests. As the sun and moon cycle, the long and silent night gradually dissipates with the dawn. Upon awakening, Lin, after completing his morning routine, opened the panel with his thoughts while having breakfast. Player, Lin level, 4 talent, 3-dimensional equilibrium experience points, 0 physique, strength 23, chi vitality 23, spirit, mental 20 skills, tiger fowl technique, minor accomplishment. Substitute talisman, minor accomplishment. Items, skill incarnation talisman, cat face mask current status. Good, compared to yesterday, today his physique and energy have successfully caught up to his spirit. all reaching 20 points, restoring the three dimensions to a state of equilibrium. In terms of skill proficiency, since the Hockey Tiger could not withstand the onslaught of the red-eyed monster last night, it effectively only underwent a day's worth of passive training. Nevertheless, Lennon could sense that his Tiger Foul technique was nearing mastery. As for the substitute talisman skill, it should essentially be referred to as the drawing of the substitute talisman. Lennon speculated that the incarnation produced by this skill point is likely related to talisman drawing. Thus, although it is a skill of exceptional quality, Lennon has yet to utilize it, as he currently requires the Hockey Tiger for combat and leveling. After all, aside from its formidable combat abilities, the Hockey Tiger possesses powerful tracking capabilities, which are crucial for locating and defeating monsters. Without the ability to find monsters, how can one hope to slay them and level up? With a thought, Lennon opened the forum. A flurry of messages appeared at that moment, and upon seeing the red notification indicating 99 new followers, Lynn's lips twitched. Do these fellows not need to rest or engage in combat? The world of Goeishu clearly lacks mobile phones, yet they can still choose to stay up late scrolling through the forum and even clicking to follow. Grumbling internally, Lynn opened his post to review the comments. Wow. While I'm still doing odd jobs in the village, the big shots are already exploring the world. Thanks to the great seagull for sharing the bug. I'll go right back to retrieve that discarded treasure chest. No way. Using the excuse of working in the kitchen to find opportunities to ambush and slay monsters to safely level up to level 2? Or all those hardships I endured for? You can handle hardships, but I'm going to use the Big Shot S method to level up. A true expert. This great seagull must have already reached level 3. In the thread discussing the world background and bug techniques, players primarily engaged in playful banter and expressions of astonishment, creating a rather lighthearted and joyous atmosphere. However, in the thread concerning alienation infection, the comments below were markedly more serious. The top comment came from the Bureau of Supernatural Management, expressing gratitude and requesting to add Lynn in as a friend, while others were diligently discussing how to combat this terrifying infection calamity. Clearly, within the game, everyone's mood remained relatively stable and relaxed, as even death merely resulted in memory loss. But when it comes to reality, that is an entirely different matter, as there are no chances for resurrection in the real world. Chapter 27. Learning Skills in the World of Goeishu, Xiao Shirtan Village. In his bedroom, after finishing breakfast, Lennon focused his thoughts to activate the friend function. He then discovered a number of friend requests awaiting him. After quickly scanning through them, one name he recognized from the forum caught his eye. Xia Lin, the director of the Lingjiang City branch. Confirming it was indeed him, Lennon clicked to accept. At that moment, Director Xia sent a flurry of messages. Comrade Seagull, on behalf of the Bureau of Supernatural Management and all infected individuals, I sincerely thank you for sharing this information. To be candid, an increasing number of infected individuals are approaching the high mortality mid-stage, and the medications obtained from treasure chests are limited. If the formula for the alienation antibiotic is accurate, it could save countless lives. So please feel free to communicate any needs you may have. Are we already nearing the mid-stage of infection? Upon reading this, Lin raised his eyebrows. The virus's invasion was even swifter than anticipated. This meant that if the internal test players entering the game this time fail to discover a countermeasure, by the time they next enter the game to search, the number of alienators would likely escalate significantly. Alienators are fundamentally different from ordinary infected individuals. They possess true secondary infection capabilities. If this continues, Lingjiang City could very well find itself in a scenario resembling a biochemical apocalypse, becoming a city of alienation and infection. You're too polite, Director Xia, Lin replied. However, the immediate priority is to verify the accuracy of this formula, as we cannot rule out the possibility that the elder from the library pavilion made an error. If confirmed correct, it would be prudent to gather some materials in the Goeishu world. Understood. I have already contacted all reliable personnel, including those from the headquarters, to conduct verification. Xia Lin quickly responded, noting that matters concerning the safety of all citizens in the city and even the world had prompted the Bureau of Supernatural Management to dispatch members scattered throughout Goeishu to verify the information as soon as they noticed the forum post. They would either seek materials from the library pavilion or, like Lin, inquire with older NPCs for hints. Some high-level players from the headquarters, who had adequate resources, were already preparing materials to attempt a trial run right there. If feasible, they even hoped to concoct the medication in the Guishu world before bringing it back. Results should be forthcoming soon. Xielin's avatar frame continuously popped up messages. As long as this method proves effective, the Anomaly Management Bureau would promptly gather the necessary materials and rally players on the forum to assist. Lina nodded slightly at this. The efficiency of the Anomaly Management Bureau was commendable, and if they could indeed mobilize national resources, there was a significant chance to eradicate the anomaly before it left Linjiang City. Not engaging further in conversation, Lina made his way back to the library pavilion. This time not to peruse books, but to head straight to the second floor. Having become the team leader, he had one opportunity to observe an ordinary quality manual for free, and with a monthly sponsorship of 1,000 Guei Su coins from the village elder. It meant he could now learn 2 new skills. However, as Captain Tian was absent, he needed to apply in advance to access the second floor of the library pavilion. Thus, although Lin had submitted his application shortly after entering the game yesterday, he still had to adhere to the rules and wait until today to observe. Good morning, Wang Lao. As he arrived, the administrator, Wang Bu-yi, sitting in a recliner, was evidently not surprised by Lin's presence. After a slight nod, he returned to his reading. Lin encircled the second floor, quickly selecting the skills he wished to learn. Basic sword technique, ordinary quality, upon mastery. Various knife techniques can be grasped. Sprint, ordinary quality, upon use, can temporarily accelerate one's speed. Although yesterday's hunting had gone exceptionally well, it was primarily due to his superior stats, high-quality skills, and equipment. However, in terms of combat techniques, Lin, as an ordinary person freshly graduated, was evidently not particularly formidable. Therefore, he decided to first learn 2 ordinary skills to enhance his combat capabilities. After all, in this game, there were no skill slots. It was more akin to reality, where one could utilize as many skills as they had learned, making it advantageous to accumulate skills. Requesting Wang Xinpei's assistance in retrieving the 2 manuals, Lin began to observe them. The sound of pages turning echoed throughout the room. The essence of swordsmanship and footwork swiftly manifested in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, player has mastered the ordinary skill basic sword technique, current proficiency, beginner. Ding! Congratulations. Player has mastered the ordinary skill sprint, current proficiency, beginner. As Lin reached the last page of the manual, he emerged from his contemplative state, feeling he had attained a deeper understanding of both swordsmanship and footwork. He even gained a new perspective on the operation of Yuanli. Remarkable, you've learned so swiftly? Wang Lao remarked in astonishment, noticing the subtle change in Lin An's demeanor, akin to a sharpened blade. While the learning difficulty of ordinary quality skills was far less than that of exceptional skills like Tiger Burr technique, those who could learn after a single viewing were indeed quite rare. Moreover, Lin had managed to learn 2 skills simultaneously, making it even more extraordinary. However, recalling that Lin had also grasped the Tiger Burr technique in one go, Wang Lao found it quite normal. After all, for a genius, this should merely be a basic operation. Fortuitously grasped, Lin smiled slightly, handing over 1,000 Guei Su coins to Wang Lao. The observation of the exceptional quality Tiger Bird technique required a hefty 3,000 Guei Su coins, while the ordinary skills only needed a mere 1,000. Yet, this did not imply that the value of exceptional skills was merely thrice that of ordinary ones. In fact, it could be an order of magnitude greater. Typically, an ordinary person could comprehend an ordinary quality manual after viewing it 2 or 3 times. In contrast, many could view an exceptional skill 50 times and still fail to grasp it, with some never comprehending it in their lifetime. Take Tian Sheng, for instance, one of the strongest individuals beneath the extraordinary in Shao Shirtan village, who, despite his remarkable talent, only barely comprehended the Tiger Bird technique after over 10 viewings. In comparison, players excelled in this regard, as they could master skills after just 1 observation, and subsequently consume essence to rapidly increase their proficiency, making the NPCs of Guei Su weep at the sight. Chapter 28. leaving the safe zone as dawn broke. A young man wearing a cat-faced mask was seen riding a fierce tiger, swiftly venturing deep into the 10,000 Great Mountains. Seated upon the back of the hockey tiger, Lennon glanced at his status panel. Return countdown, 240,000. Player, Lennon level, 4 talent. Balanced attributes experience, 50. Body, 20 chi, 20 spirit, 20 skills. Tiger bird technique, great accomplishment. Substitute talisman, minor accomplishment. Items, skill transformation talisman, cat-faced mask current status. Good, after learning new skills yesterday. He had embarked on a rampage with the hockey tiger, continuously defeating monsters. However, due to the time spent observing manuals and the early onset of night, they were compelled to return to the village after defeating 5 level 4 disasters, raising his experience to 50. Although he did not level up, his tiger bird technique successfully advanced to the great accomplishment stage. At this moment, Lennon could not only partially beastify his body, but also briefly transform into a fierce tiger, and with the hockey tiger accompanying him, it was akin to a double tiger assault. However, Lennon was not particularly interested in such states, as they were essentially a form of special burst skill. While it did not carry the drawbacks of the berserk state, it consumed a significant amount of Yuanli, and maintaining such a state in the wild was essential for survival. In normal circumstances, encounters with disasters of the same level rarely resulted in combat. It was largely a matter of each following their respective paths, primarily focusing on easy prey, including hunting teams. Only the hockey tiger, capable of resurrecting the next day, dared to recklessly engage in fierce battles. However, Lennon was not interested in easy prey either. Thus, the primary objective of today's journey was singular: to defeat foes of a higher level. Now, at level 4, the hockey tiger's physique had reached 16 points, nearly half more than its level 3 state, and its speed naturally exceeded its previous limits. Consequently, it did not take long before the duo had crossed the 30-kilometer safe zone previously mentioned by Tian Sheng. Tian Sheng had stated that members of the exploration team would periodically patrol the 30-kilometer vicinity around the village, and if they discovered high-level disasters, they would notify experts to eliminate them. Thus, within the safe zone, even level 5 disasters were quite rare, let alone those above level 5. This was also the reason why the team leaders of hunting parties were all at least level 5. With a level 5 leader, they could adequately handle the majority of dangers within the safe zone. However, for Lennon, now at level 4, the safe zone was evidently no longer a suitable place for grinding experience. Furthermore, with his combined attributes surpassing 60 points, it meant that the substitute talisman could facilitate teleportation within a 60-kilometer radius, thus ensuring a degree of safety. Taking advantage of the final day before returning, Lin and the hockey tiger traversed the outskirts of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Here, human traces were scarce, evoking a sense of a prehistoric primeval forest. It was undeniable that the density of disasters outside the safe zone had significantly increased. Even as they just crossed the periphery, the hockey tiger quickly sensed something. Oh, whoa, there's a level 5 monster ahead. A level 5 beast? Lin An's eyes lit up at the mention. After all, defeating a foe of a higher level could yield 50 experience points. And if they could take down this monster, they might even level up immediately. Let us go see what is going on. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin, donning a cat-faced mask, swiftly dismounted from the tiger and, accompanied by the majestic beast, advanced nimbly and rapidly forward. Soon, a formidable figure, akin to a small mountain, emerged before them. Ingzhua Xiong level, 5 physique, 22 energy, 15 spirit, 15 skills, shadow claw. Frenzy, a giant bear adorned with dark, ominous patterns stood before them, possessing attributes slightly superior to those of the Haji tiger, yet maintaining a considerable distance from Lin and fixating on the opponent as Frenzy skill. Lin quickly formulated strategy. Charge Haji tiger. Thanks to their memory synchronization, Lin need not utter a word, for the transformation understood his intent. In the next moment, the Haji tiger's form expanded dramatically, entering a primordial giant tiger state. Roaring fiercely as it lunged towards the Ingzhua Xiong with its razor-sharp claws. Surprised by the sudden appearance of an adversary, The powerful giant bear, however, had no intention of retreating. With a thunderous stomp, it surged forward, delivering a crushing paw strike. Boom! A tremendous collision echoed through the forest, with both the Haji tiger and Yinghua Xiong retreating several paces, appearing evenly matched. Yet, in reality, the Haji tiger was in an explosive state, its combat effectiveness set to decline rapidly in under 2 minutes. In contrast, the Yinghua Xiong had yet to unleash a single skill. This was unavoidable, as the Haji tiger, being 1 level lower and possessing a mere 16 points of physique, had performed admirably to achieve this feat. A resounding tiger roar pierced the air, and the Haji tiger, undeterred by the odds, charged once more. The thrill of battle surged within, and the two colossal beasts engaged fiercely, exchanging blows, their wounds multiplying with each passing moment. As the fight reached a fever pitch, the Yinghua Xiong, with a surge of will, unleashed its beast energy. With a swift motion, a shadowy, sharp bear claw erupted from beneath the Haji tiger's feet, tearing towards it. The attack was so sudden that even the vigilant Haji tiger could not evade entirely, suffering a grievous wound to its hind leg. Just then, a youthful figure stealthily approached the Yinghua Xiong from behind, activating the skills of Speed Burst and Tiger Bird technique simultaneously. Lin experienced a sudden surge in power and speed, executing a fundamental sword technique with lightning speed, plunging the long blade into the Yinghua Xiong's back. Roar! The excruciating pain elicited a deafening roar from the Yinghua Xiong, and sensing the presence of the sixth adversary, it quickly resorted to frenzy to prolong its life. As frenzy activated, a crimson aura enveloped the bear, significantly enhancing its physique as it instinctively swiped its paw backward. However, with Lin's speed burst and the agility from the cat-face mask, the Yinghua Xiong could not hope to match his pace. Withdrawing the blade swiftly, Lin retreated to a safe distance, and the cat eyes on his mask gleamed with a chilling light. Activating frenzy would bolster the bear's physique and energy, yet its mental acuity would diminish sharply. Thus, the Yinghua Xiong found itself ensnared in an illusion, mistaking the surrounding trees for Lin and the Haji tiger, relentlessly striking down towering trunks with its claws. Chapter 29. Level 7 Man-Eating Tree Eye. Meant to accompany you in this performance, remain an unseen spectator. Observing the frenzied Yinghua Xiong wreaking havoc upon the trees, Lin and the Haji tiger remained impassive, quietly watching its display. Finally, when the Yinghua Xiong was utterly exhausted and immobile, the Haji tiger advanced to deliver the final blow. Overlevel kill. 5th level Yinghua Xiong. Experience gained 50. Notification. Experience is now full. Would you like to level up? Level up. Without hesitation, Lin confirmed the choice. A surge of warmth, more potent than before, coursed through his meridians, revitalizing his energy and restoring his state to full capacity in an instant. Notification. Congratulations, player Lin. All attributes 4. Gained 4 free attribute points. As anticipated, leveling up to the 4th tier granted an increase of 4 to all attributes, along with corresponding free attribute points. After a brief contemplation, Lin chose to allocate all free attribute points to physique. After all, he intended to continue hunting, and for both himself and the Haji tiger. Physique had a more significant impact on combat effectiveness at this juncture. With a thought, Lin accessed his player interface. Player, Lin level, 5 talent, balanced attributes experience, 0 physique, 28-8. Energy, 24-4, steadily increasing. Spirit, 24-4, steadily increasing. Skills, Tiger Bird technique mastered. Substitute talisman, minor. Items, skill transformation talisman, cat-faced mask current status. Good, a remarkable enhancement. Gazing at the increasingly impressive attributes displayed, Lin couldn't help but smile slightly. Beside him, the Haji tiger, who had also risen to level 5 and regained its vigor, shared an expression of exhilaration. This battle was exhilarating. The Haji tiger felt confident that if it encountered the Yinghua Xiong again, it could deliver a beating so severe that even its mother would not recognize it. Continuing onward, they sought out stronger foes. Glancing up at the clear sky, Linen noted it was still midday and decided to delve deeper into the Shawandishan. After storing the Yingjua Xiong in his backpack, Linen mounted the tiger once more, and the peculiar duo of the cat-faced human and fierce tiger set forth again. As they progressed a distance, they arrived beside a tranquil stream. This place seemed significantly quieter than before. Sensing something amiss, Linen halted, scanning the surroundings swiftly. The sounds of chirping insects and singing birds had vanished entirely, and not a single small creature was in sight. It was known that the deeper one ventured into the Shawandishan, the more numerous the small creatures became. Otherwise, it would be impossible for high-level threats like the Yingjua Xiong to thrive in such an environment. However, Linen typically refrained from hunting small creatures, as they offered little experience and his storage was limited. Yet, the distinction between laziness and the absence of sightings was stark. Something felt off, Linen murmured, turning his gaze to the Ha-Ji tiger. Remarkably, even the Ha-Ji tiger sensed no hint of danger. Just as both were engulfed in confusion, an unexpected event transpired. Suddenly, the seemingly motionless logs beneath their feet sprang to life like snakes, swiftly advancing to ensnare Lin and the Ha-Ji tiger. Clang! Yet, the vigilant duo immediately reacted to the eerie movements, their long blade and sharp claws swiftly severing the attacking logs in twain. With the ambush thwarted, the remaining logs retreated hastily. Following the direction of their retreat, a colossal tree, so immense that 10 men could not encircle it, soon loomed before them. Man-eating tree level, 7 physique, 32 energy, 32 spirit, 30 skills, vine entanglement, rapid recovery, leaf dagger, a level 7 catastrophe. Not only did all 3 attributes exceed 30, but also possessed 3 formidable skills. Linen and the Ha-Ji tiger felt a chill run down their spines. For this was their first encounter with such a high-level adversary, especially one of the plant variety they had never faced before. It was no wonder the area was so eerily quiet. The surrounding creatures had likely been consumed by this man-eating tree. Observing the vines that had returned to a state of immobility, Linen began to analyze. Although this tree possesses high attributes, it is hindered by a fatal weakness, its inability to move. Furthermore, the attack range of its trunk and vines must also be limited, otherwise, it would not have abandoned its pursuit after failing to ambush us. Oh? Hakihu queried, to which Linen nodded slightly. It is worth a try. As he spoke, he retrieved the Qi Yanzhu obtained from the previous treasure chest. Items that may prove useful are always kept on his person, while materials such as fur and flesh are typically stored in the village or sold for some Gui Su coins. After all, they had more than enough materials from ordinary disasters, easily filling their storage bags with just one hunting trip. Upon seeing the Qi Yanzhu, Hakihu nodded in agreement. It is well known that most plants are vulnerable to flames, and the Qi Yanzhu can envelop oneself or one's weapon in fire. However, igniting such a large tree will require considerable effort. Hakihu promptly placed the Qi Yanzhu in his mouth and swiftly dashed towards the man-eating tree. The tree was momentarily taken aback. Rather than fleeing, "You dare approach me? How intriguing." The man-eating tree, now possessing a considerable level of intelligence, had initially prepared to abandon its 2 prey after failing to ambush them, but was surprised that they had come willingly. It could not let this opportunity slip by. With a mere thought, the leaves of the tree began to quiver slightly, and in the next moment, transformed into numerous sharp blades, shooting towards Hakihu. The agile Hakihu managed to dodge quickly, but the significant disparity in attributes still allowed some leaves to pierce his body. Ignoring the pain, he continued to charge at the man-eating tree. At the same time, the tree unleashed its skill, vines entangle. Countless vines and branches form a net that ensnare the massive Hakihu, drawing him closer. Now is the moment. Despite being bound, Hakihu remained unperturbed. With a surge of thought, he channeled all his energy into the Qi Yanzhu. Fiery flames erupted around him and rapidly spread along the branches towards the tree's core. Chapter 30. Continuous Level UPS. As the fiery form of Hakihu emerged, the man-eating tree felt a surge of terror. Realizing it could not allow this tiger to approach, it hastily summoned more branches and vines, attempting to trap Haki-Hu firmly in place. But in the next instant, Haki-Hu's form rapidly shrank, reverting to the size of a kitten in mere moments. The diminutive Haki-Hu effortlessly broke free from the restraints and swiftly scampered along the vines towards the tree's trunk. With each step forward, the raging flames intensified, until, with a nimble leap, Haki-Hu landed atop the tree's crown, and the flames spread rapidly across the man-eating tree. The man-eating tree let out a wretched cry of agony, realizing that if this continued, it would surely perish. It decisively opted for a desperate escape. With a thought, the tree's body shook violently. The burning sections were swiftly severed and discarded far away, just as the severely wounded man-eating tree attempted to seize the source of its plight. The exhausted Haki-Hu suddenly looked up, and the Qi-Yin-Zhu erupted from his mouth. With a swift motion, Linen caught the Qi-Yin-Zhu in his hand and, with a surge of thought, infused it with all his energy. A flame even more potent than before ignited upon his blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he executed a 100-step strike, launching the blazing sword towards the man-eating tree. With a piercing sound, the long blade pierced deep into the tree's trunk, consuming over 40 points of energy from both Lin and Haki-Hu, reigniting the flames within the man-eating tree. At this moment, the burning trunk of the man-eating tree realized it could no longer escape. It frantically waved its branches in an attempt to extinguish the flames, only to exacerbate the fire's ferocity. Seizing the opportunity, Haki-Hu swiftly retreated to Lin An's side. Under the watchful gaze of both man and tiger, the man-eating tree was soon reduced to ashes. Defeated a level 7 man-eating tree. Experience increased by 100. Ding! Current experience is full. Would you like to level up? As expected, defeating an enemy 2 levels higher resulted in a 100 increase in experience. In that moment, even Lin and could not suppress his elation, immediately opting to level up without hesitation. At the instant of confirming the upgrade, Linen felt his spirit surge rapidly. Not only was all the energy he had just expended restored, but his aura also grew increasingly formidable. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin and level 6, talent, balanced attributes, experience, 0, vitality, 38, 10, chi, 36, steadily increasing, spirit, 36, steadily increasing, skills, tiger avian technique, great accomplishment, proxy symbol, minor accomplishment, items, skill incarnation talisman, cat face mask. Current status, good. Due to the remarkably short interval between levels, the 2 lagging attributes were barely boosted by the balanced talent before another upgrade opportunity arose. Safeguarding the Qi-Yin-Zhu, the key to this battle, Lin exhaled slowly. It must be said that battling across 2 levels was quite exhausting and perilous. With a slight misstep, he would have faced no issues, but Haki-Hu would have had to return to the spring water for revival. Fortunately, they encountered a stationary adversary with a clear weakness. Had they faced a level 7 Shadow Claw Bear, both he and Haki-Hu would have likely turned to flee. After all, the disparity between each level only grows larger, and unless one is a native prodigy or expert of the Guai-Su realm, engaging in battles across levels typically results in a swift defeat. Approaching the fallen man-eating tree, a message popped up on the interface. Detected the remains of a man-eating tree. Would you like to decompose? Can still be decomposed after turning to ash? Linen scoffed, but promptly clicked confirm. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained Tree Heart X1. Tree Heart, a one-time item that when merged with any tree, can rapidly evolve it into a level 5 plant beast, which will be absolutely loyal to you. This seems quite promising. Linen nodded slightly at the description. A level 5 plant beast, while not particularly useful in the safety of Xiao Shirtan village, would serve as a decent guardian if brought back to Blue Star, as the current safety of Blue Star is far from that of Xiao Shirtan. Reflecting on this, Linen couldn't help but reminisce about his hometown. His family actually resides in Linjiang City, but he had chosen his current rental to be closer to his internship company. However, now that I have resigned from my internship and with my new status as a player, it is naturally impossible for me to return to work. Therefore, upon my return, I can begin the preparations for a long-term stay at home. Stockpiling supplies can now officially be put on the agenda. Although I will certainly not lack for food in the game, I still wish to gather more of the modern necessities unique to Blue Star. Without pondering for too long, Lennon, after securing the heart of the tree, glanced at the sky. The sun was gradually descending in the west, and considering the recent abnormal timing of the nightfall, Lennon decided against further wanderings and prepared to return with Haki Hu. Mounting the tiger, whose speed had more than doubled after breaking through 2 levels, Lennon was swiftly carried back to the safety zone, as if by gale. As he saw the tiger gate in the distance, Lennon summoned Haki Hu back. Subsequently, he took out a small cart and leisurely pushed part of his hunting spoils back to the village. Amidst the astonished and shocked gazes of the villagers, Lennon stepped towards the recycling station. Convert everything into Goeishu coins, please. All right, let me tally it up. Please wait a moment, Captain Lin. The staff responsible for recycling was equally astonished, but accustomed to assessing even semi-superb prey like Tian Sheng, he quickly evaluated the value of the spoils. A total of 1,000 Goeishu coins. Please accept. While speaking, the staff member produced 10 coins of 100 denomination, clearly containing higher energy. Lennon nodded slightly. 1,000 Goeishu coins may not sound like much, but it actually equates to the monthly salary of an ordinary hunting team member. It is worth noting that the items he brought for recycling were essentially the inconsequential remnants of his 3 days of hunting. Items he deemed useless yet cumbersome. Being able to exchange these trifles for a new skill was evidently worthwhile. Chapter 31. Return. Game Update. In the Goeishu world, in Shao, Shurtan village, Lennon securely stored the 1,000 Goeishu coins he had earned and, after enjoying dinner, returned to his room to continue watching Disaster Encyclopedia. As night deepened, the game's countdown unwittingly approached its conclusion. Return countdown. 0000000. Upon opening his eyes again, Lennon found himself back in his rented apartment, with a long queue still bustling outside for nucleic acid testing. At that moment, a notification suddenly popped up on his panel. Ding! Player count has reached the preliminary requirement. The Goeishu game is updating. Forum module has been optimized. Monster killing mechanism has been modified. Regional leaderboard has been activated. For detailed information, please click to view. Thank you for your support, players. Game update? Lennon was somewhat surprised. This was the first time he had witnessed such a scene, likely marking the first update since the inception of the Goeishu game. With a thought, Lennon clicked to view the details. First was the optimized forum module, which had only minor changes, adding features for filtering regions and keywords, making it more convenient to use. The changes to the monster killing mechanism, however, were quite significant. Previously, only the player who delivered the final blow could claim the experience points and treasure, but now the rules had changed to distribute experience and treasure based on contribution. The calculation of contribution was rather complex, akin to a real game, incorporating damage dealt, healing, and other factors into the scoring. Though intricate, it appeared quite rigorous and fair. Consequently, players would earn experience points proportional to their contribution percentage, while treasure would solely be awarded to the player with the highest contribution, the MVP. This adjustment effectively eliminated the frustration of working hard only to have someone else snatch the kill. Furthermore, the likelihood of forming teams to farm monsters in Blue Star will be greatly enhanced. However, this change also considerably mitigated the scenario where powerful players quickly leveled up with a cadre of lesser players. After all, if the lesser players merely waited for the final blow, their contribution scores would be negligible. According to the announcement, contributions below 5 would be entirely disregarded, ensuring that such players would receive no experience points whatsoever. Lennon speculated that this update to the monster-killing mechanism was likely prompted by this very issue. The announcement also indicated that contributions would be assessed not only for players, but also for NPCs within the Goeishu world. While NPCs could not earn experience points or treasure and were unaware of the situation, this effectively eliminated the possibility of players clinging to NPCs for easy kills and leveling up. The previous tactic of sneaking into the kitchen to kill monsters for experience was likely no longer viable. In a sense, this adjustment could be seen as a bug fix. Nonetheless, these changes had little impact on Lennon as a solitary player. He typically hunted alone and had no intention of forming teams. As for Haki Hu, being a skill manifestation, it did not count as part of a team. Finally, Lin An's gaze shifted to the newly added regional leaderboard. This new feature, as its name suggests, ranks players within the same region. The delineation of regions was straightforward, with an entire city considered a single region, at least within Huaxia. For instance, players in Linjiang City were regarded as part of the same region, as were those in major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. The ranking method was equally simple. Players were ranked by level, with higher levels taking precedence. If levels were the same, experience points determined the order. And if experience points were also equal, the timestamp of their last level up would be considered. The top 100 players in each region would be listed, with the top 10 receiving a silver badge, while the 11th to the 100th would receive a bronze badge. These badges could also be referred to as city markers. Possessing a city marker signifies one as one of the top players in that region. Is this the path to becoming a Guishu champion? Linen remarked, as this ranking system bore a striking resemblance to a certain four-character game. He had once been a gold standard player in a humorous Taiji game. Thus, he was quite familiar with such categorizations. Of course, aside from the superficial aspects, Linen found this leaderboard quite useful. The reasoning was simple. This leaderboard would be updated weekly, and players listed would receive treasure chests as rewards. Moreover, the quality of the treasure chest would correlate with the player's rankings, levels, and combat power, meaning stronger players would receive superior treasure. Surely I can make it onto the leaderboard. Linen mused, then with a thought, opened a new module. Calculating, the leaderboard will be revealed in 5 minutes. Please be patient. The leaderboard displayed this line of text, and Linen noticed that beneath the regional leaderboard was a chat room. At that moment, countless messages were rapidly scrolling through the chat, and even with Lin An's physical prowess at 38 points, he found it somewhat overwhelming. It seemed that the influx of new players was quite significant this time. Lin An observed, analyzing the situation. After all, when he had previously checked the forum, the messages had not surged nearly as quickly as this chat room, considering that the forum was utilized by players worldwide. While this regional chat was limited to the players of Linjiang City, he was intrigued and decided to take a look. Wow, I thought I was the main character, but it turns out there are so many players. Brothers, did you all enter the game today? Is there a senior in Gugu Village who could guide me? I am a second-level expert. Who dares to challenge me? The Yining Guanlaju reminds everyone to remain vigilant against online scams. Do not trust strangers easily. And protect your personal information. After observing the number of speakers and the speed of messages, alongside those like myself, who lurk without speaking, Linan conservatively estimates that the player count in Linjiang City has already surpassed 1,000. However, the exact figure is not displayed in the chat room. It is likely that only the Yining Guanlaju can provide a relatively accurate number. While Linjiang City may not rival first-tier cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, or Shenzhen, which boast populations exceeding 10 million, its scale is not insignificant, with a population reaching 5 million. Thus, the current player ratio is likely between 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 1,000. Moreover, it is probable that over half of the players are newcomers who joined today. Chapter 32, Regional Leaderboard. In the real world, within a rental apartment, Linan calculates the player count and soon recalls that to become a player, one must first pass the internal test, which entails surviving a day and defeating any disaster creature. This task may not be exceedingly difficult, yet neither is it straightforward. For even the first-level Iron Fist Rabbit possesses superior physical attributes. It is estimated that the success rate for adults is not particularly high, let alone for the elderly or children, who generally have weaker physiques. Consequently, this implies that there are far more individuals who have engaged with the Guishu game than the number of players currently participating. However, those who failed the test had their memories erased and returned to their lives as though nothing had occurred. Shaking his head slightly, Linan's gaze returns to the chat room. With a continuous barrage of messages from the Yining Guanlaju personnel, players have scarcely mentioned their own situations, shifting instead to discuss the upcoming leaderboard. A mere city ranking. I shall easily secure the top spot. Is the individual above in a fit state of mind? Have they considered their current level? Third level, Heizi speaks. To lean in surprise, the chat room even has an image sharing function, and the individual who claimed they could secure first place proudly shared a screenshot of their level. The image elicited admiration from several newcomers, causing the previous detractor to fall silent. Yet at that moment, another player disdainfully countered. A third-level player boasts here. It seems you do not regard the Ening Guanlaju highly. To my knowledge, the Ening Guanlaju has already begun to eliminate the third-level disasters before entering the game, and upon their return, they will undoubtedly be stronger. I beg to differ. Throughout history, heroes emerge in chaotic times. In response to the viewpoint from the individual above, others quickly arose to refute. Moreover, the distribution of internal test qualifications is entirely random, meaning every player begins with the same conditions. Additionally, players currently have no opportunity to meet within the Guishu world. Thus, many independent cultivators may not be inferior to the Ening Guanlaju players. Among those who previously shared strategy posts, many were indeed independent cultivators. It seems you are utterly ignorant. Do you not know the term Zhaoan? Linan did not anticipate that a group would engage in a debate over whether the Ening Guanlaju could claim first place. The internet is indeed a marvelous space, retaining its extraordinary nature even within a game chatroom. Nonetheless, the question bears some intrigue, as the answer pertains, in a sense, to the stability of the future New Order. Will a powerful and authoritative organization secure victory, or will the multitude of independent cultivators prevail? As the debate rages on, the leaderboard has finally been calculated. A golden list appears on the screen, with names ascending from low to high at a rapid pace. 100th place, Lipingbing Kuala, level 2. A second-level player can make the list. Linan is somewhat taken aback, but upon reflection, finds it quite reasonable. After all, a regular player starts with nothing and cannot even join a hunting team, as those require players of level 2 or higher. In such circumstances, to level up, one must rely on themselves to slay monsters, a task fraught with risk. Moreover, considering the time players have spent in the game, reaching level 2 is indeed no small feat, of course. This excludes those who exploited bugs to gain experience in the kitchen, a glitch that has since been fixed with the latest update. In contrast, members of the Ening Guanlaju possess a significant advantage. They are able to slay monsters under the guidance of powerful figures or even the military in reality, thus leveling up and acquiring items and launching, thereby effortlessly overcoming the challenging early stages. However, this tactic was only effective for first and second-level players, as no disaster stronger than level 3 had appeared in Linjiang City prior to this game entry. Thus, relying on slaying monsters in reality to reach higher levels is simply not feasible, at least not until today. 99th place, Ening Guanlaju Wang Yi, level 2. 98th place, Ening Guanlaju Su Chengming, level 2. As names continue to appear on the leaderboard, aside from a few players who express joy at seeing their names, the chat room grows silent, with everyone curiously and eagerly observing the list. Soon, the leaderboard reveals the top 50. 50th place, Ao Shi Tianjiao, level 3. 49th place, Ening Guanlaju Wu Hao, level 3. Upon reaching the top 50, the players' levels finally ascend to 3. Coincidentally, the 51st player is the one who boasted about securing first place in the chat room. Judging by their nickname, it indeed reflects their personality. The leaderboard continues to unveil, and under the gaze of the crowd, it reaches the top 10. 10th place, Ening Guanlaju Hao Yunlai, level 3. A shimmering silver text appears on the leaderboard, and the crowd gasps in astonishment at the sight of the Ening Guanlaju's name. For nearly 70% of the players on the list are cultivators from the Ening Guanlaju. This clearly indicates that they are currently leading by a significant margin. Linan perceives this as a positive development. It is worth noting that if cultivation techniques were accessible, the world could potentially see an influx of 1 billion malevolent cultivators, with each citizen of Huaxia possibly wielding a Wanhuan Fan. Although said in jest, should any ill-intentioned independent cultivators arise, the troubles they could bring would likely surpass those posed by disasters of equal level. 9th place, Wabushi Gaoshou, level 3. 8th place, Ening Guanlaju Luong, level 3. As the 9th place is revealed, an independent cultivator emerges, invigorating many players in Linjiang City. It is not that there is anything wrong with the Ening Guanlaju. Rather, the sight of nearly the entire list being filled with their names is rather monotonous. Linan watches this scene, and as it approaches the 5th place, the levels on the leaderboard finally exhibit some variation. 5th place, Ining Guanlaju Chini, level 4. 4th place, Bugauji Xiexia, level. For among the 4th to 10th places, only 2 independent cultivators remain. The chatroom's occupants have lost hope of seeing any more independent cultivators among the subsequent ranks. Even the player who previously argued that heroes emerge in chaotic times cannot help but shake their head, gazing at the leaderboard before them. They can only wonder which skilled individuals remain within the Ining Guanlaju. Rank 3, Ining Guanli Jiuqi Yuan, level 4. Rank 2, Ining Guanli Jiuxialin, level 5. To one's astonishment, a prominent figure has ascended to level 5 so swiftly. Indeed, the Ining Guanli Jiu is incomparable to solitary practitioners. In the chatroom, messages began to multiply once more. At that moment, someone suddenly posed a question. Wait, I recall Xialin is already the chief of our City S branch. Could it be that there exists an even more formidable entity within the Ining Guanli Jiu? This remark instantly alerted those present, their gazes fixed upon the leaderboard, seemingly anticipating something. Concurrently, a name gradually emerged at the top. Rank 1, Tsu Matu Zhengdian Haiou, level 6. Chapter 33. The Olive Branch of the Ining Guanli Jiu. The moment the first rank appeared before the crowd, players from Linjiang City erupted in excitement. The messages in the chatroom surged at that instant, overwhelming ordinary players. Goodness, Tsu Matu Zhengdian Haiou. Is this not the esteemed individual who previously discovered the formula for the Yihua, Kang Shengsu? I had assumed that Haiou would not make it onto the leaderboard. This truly comes as a delightful surprise. Not to mention, shouldn't we be focusing on levels? A solid level 6, surpassing Chief Xie by 1 rank, leaves others far behind. I recall that this esteemed individual also shared strategies to exploit bugs, truly a master player. Who says solitary practitioners lack great emperors? Come forth. The one ahead. Enough, enough. With your tone, one might think the leaderboard is filled with solitary practitioners. Besides, who knows if anyone will surpass them in next week's update. I seriously suspect that Haiou is using hacks. Did you not see the previous post where the esteemed individual advised me to go to the kitchen to grind for levels? Now that the bug has been fixed, I have truly missed an opportunity. Alas, I was contemplating becoming the main character, only to realize that heroes are as numerous as fish crossing the river. The screen was flooded with rapid messages, when suddenly a notification from the friend module popped up. Lennon focused his thoughts and discovered it was a congratulatory message from Xialin. Congratulations to Comrade Haiou for achieving the top rank. Xialin remarked, truly, hidden talents are often unnoticed, but when they emerge, they astonish all. It is merely luck. Lennon humbly responded as the lucky guy. He did not linger on this topic and instead inquired, by the way, I still do not know the production yield of the Yihua Kang Shengsu, and whether the materials we currently possess are sufficient. The accuracy of the formula had already been validated by players from the Ining Guanli Jiu during the game. Adhering precisely to the instructions given by the librarian, Wang Lao. Immediately after this verification, Xialin also released a post urging players to gather materials whenever possible. However, Lennon had been preoccupied with leveling up and had not inquired about further details. When it came to serious matters, Xialin's expression grew earnest. He quickly typed a response. The yield is decent. Each furnace can produce approximately 3 to 5 bottles of Yihua Kang Shengsu. The materials available in Linjiang City alone are far from sufficient, but the headquarters has instructed each branch to produce and send over antibiotics. So a preliminary tally should suffice for the current infected population for some time. When one side is in distress, support comes from all directions. Lennon nodded slightly at this. Indeed, this offers hope to suppress the virus at its inception. With fewer Yihua practitioners, the speed of this disaster's escalation will surely diminish considerably. As long as the Yihua Kang Shengsu is adequate, Linjiang City has a preliminary chance of weathering this calamity. For even the natives of the Guishu world began to turn the tide, thanks to sufficient Yihua Kang Shengsu. However, to truly resolve this catastrophe, it is imperative to find a way to eliminate the source of the disaster. With this thought, Lin mentally replied, if the source of the disaster is found. I hope Chief Xie will inform me. Additionally, should any particularly troublesome disasters arise, please feel free to contact me. The source of the disaster is something Lin and had never encountered, and he was curious about the rewards for eliminating it. Moreover, disasters deemed troublesome even by the Yining Guanli Ju certainly would not be of low level. If he could learn the locations of these disasters, he might even level up again in reality, and most importantly, he could obtain more treasure chests to open for items. Excellent, with your words. I feel much more at ease. Xielin promptly replied. He understood that Haio Yu's motivations included the desire to gain additional experience points and treasure chests. But such is human nature. Who would work without seeking rewards? Despite the players from the Yining Guanli Ju occupying a staggering 70% of the leaderboard, manpower remained critically scarce. After all, in such a vast Linjiang city, coupled with many disasters exhibiting unfathomable methods, solutions often required player intervention. Thus, previously, the personnel of the Yining Guanli Ju had been extraordinarily busy, yet still unable to manage everything. Especially with high-level disasters, there were few individuals capable of addressing them. Fortunately, many new players had recently joined, allowing them to attempt to recruit more personnel. Otherwise, with the increasing number of disasters, the Yining Guanli Ju would truly find themselves at a loss. After pondering for 2 seconds, Xielin chose to speak up. Comrade Haio Yu, would you consider joining our Yining Guanli Ju? I can assure you that you will receive treatment equivalent to mine at the very least, and I will recommend you to the headquarters, making it easier for you to pursue better opportunities in other cities should you wish. Chief Xie typed earnestly. Recognizing that Haio Yu was undoubtedly a person of goodwill, at least harboring some affection for Linjiang City. Otherwise, he would not have shared the Yihua Kang Shengsu formula for free, without even mentioning any form of compensation. However, from their earlier conversation, it was evident that the other party likely had no intention of joining the Yining Guanli Ju. Otherwise, he would not have merely expressed a willingness to cooperate and lend assistance. Nevertheless, Xielin still wished to try. Linen, contemplating the olive branch extended by Chief Xie, carefully chose his words before responding. Thank you very much for the kind offer, but I'm accustomed to working independently and would prefer to remain solo for the time being. Linen did not dismiss the offer outright, but instead politely declined. After all, based on his current observations, he found the Yining Guanli Ju to be quite reliable and responsible. Thus, he naturally held a certain degree of goodwill towards them. Moreover, should circumstances become truly dire in the future, having the option to join the Yining Guanli Ju would not be a bad fallback. However, one thing Xielin misjudged was that Lin did not mention rewards to the Yining Guanli Ju primarily because he believed they likely had few high-quality items. At least, the Linjiang City branch would not have much to offer, given that the highest disaster encountered there had merely been level 3, making it unlikely for any treasure chest to yield high-quality rewards. Even if a few good items did exist, it was improbable that they would be given to him. Additionally, there was another reason. This game lacked a trading feature, and acquiring items could only be done personally, which meant that even sending Haiji who would carry the risk of exposing his identity. With current satellite and surveillance technology so advanced, caution was essential. Chapter 34. The Ever-Changing Attire. Your Dantian has diligently cultivated, successfully increasing by 8 points of Yuanli, catching up to your physique attribute. Your spirit has diligently cultivated, successfully increasing by 8 points of Jingshan, catching up to your physique attribute. Ding. Your three-dimensional attributes have reached equilibrium. Ding. Your leaderboard treasure chest has been dispatched to your backpack. With a thought, Lin, having just exited the friend chat and chat room, promptly received several system notifications. Upon discovering that the reward for achieving the first rank had been credited, Lin, driven by curiosity, promptly opened his inventory. There, he beheld a bronze treasure chest, quietly nestled within the storage compartment. The one-turn excellent treasure chest. Upon opening, it randomly yields either 3 items of good quality or 1 item of excellent quality, with a small chance of obtaining an extraordinary item. The materials, wood, black iron, bronze, seem to suggest the existence of silver and gold above them. It appeared that the quality of the chest correlated directly with its material. Linen couldn't help but find this classification rather amusing. Yet, he wasted no time, focusing his thoughts to retrieve the bronze chest. His anticipation for excellent items was palpable, especially since the cat face mask was of excellent quality, boasting remarkable utility and strength that could still prove beneficial even now. With a concentrated thought, he opened the chest. Congratulations! You have obtained the excellent quality item. Transformative Garment 1. Transformative Garment Boundary. 1 turn quality. Excellent. Effect 1 passive. Wearing the transformative garment grants a defense of 10, along with insulation, breathability, automatic cleaning, and self-repair functions. Effect 2 active. Upon use, it can alter the appearance of items on your person into any form you remember, while allowing you to conceal your presence and visage at will. Note, the concealment and transformation effects are only effective against cultivators with mental strength lower than your own. To his surprise, it was a functional defensive item. Linen found this unexpected. The defense of 10 alone was rather impressive. Not to mention the insulation, breathability, and automatic cleaning features. These attributes would surely aid him in the face of extreme cold or heat, enabling him to function normally. However, the most remarkable aspect lay in its active effect. Donning the transformative garment, Linen, with a mere thought, retrieved the cat face mask to wear. Under his command, the cat face mask gradually morphed into a monocle, resting before his eyes. Simultaneously, his clothing rapidly shifted, transforming into a variety of styles, both commonplace in reality and fantastical in anime, cycling through 7 or 8 outfits in mere moments. More importantly, Linen discovered that as long as he wished, the mirror would not reflect his likeness. What a splendid item! If he were to attend a convention, wouldn't it allow him to change his appearance at will? Satisfied, Linen realized that with the transformative garment, not only could he enhance his survival and disguise capabilities, but he could also openly use peculiar items within the realm of Blue Star. After all, the cat face mask was so lifelike that wearing it felt as if he had truly taken on a feline visage. Anyone witnessing it would likely be horrified, which was why he had never worn it in the presence of others. Yet now, with the transformative garment, he could effortlessly transform a mask into a pair of glasses or even render it entirely invisible. Thus, he would attract no unwanted attention while enjoying the benefits of an agility boost in his everyday state, alongside the mask's illusory effects. However, such capabilities were limited to Blue Star. The experts of the Gue-Su world would easily see through his disguise, as his clothing swiftly settled into his usual casual attire. Linen nodded in satisfaction. He then opened his status panel to review his latest situation. Player, Linen, go to the dock for Seagulls. Level, 6 talent. Balanced attributes experience. 0 vitality. Body 38 chi. Essence 38. 8 spirit. Mind 38. 8 skills. Tiger Bird technique, major. Proxy talisman, minor. Items. Skill avatar talisman, proxy talisman, cat face mask, transformative garment current condition. Good as total attributes had surpassed 100 points. With all 3 primary attributes nearing 40, it was evident that even 7th level cultivators could not compare to him. And with his array of high-quality skills and items, anyone would marvel at how extravagant his status panel appeared. If he were to encounter the man-eating tree again, he could eliminate it without even needing to use the Scarlet Flame Pearl. It was time to return home. Casting a glance around his rented apartment, Linen informed the landlord and began to pack his belongings. Coincidentally, his rental contract was up this month, making the process rather smooth. After restoring the apartment to its original state, he took one last look around the place he had inhabited for several months. With the upcoming public beta of the game, or perhaps even before it, this place might undergo significant changes. What new scenes would unfold here? Shaking his head slightly, Linen chose not to dwell on it as he slung his backpack over his shoulder and dragged a suitcase behind him, stepping outside. The future was unpredictable, and the tides of change could not be reversed, not at this stage. Amidst this wave of transformation, all he could do was ensure his own well-being. Navigating past a long queue of individuals waiting for nucleic acid testing, Linen strode toward the entrance of the community, soon noticing a taxi that caught his attention. Seemingly aware of Lin An's gaze, the driver rolled down the window and inquired, "Where to, student?" "East City, Fando Street," Lennon replied as he stepped into the strangely chilly vehicle. After locking the door, the driver swiftly set off, albeit with a peculiar smile on his face. "Driver, the fare for this taxi should be reasonable, right?" Lennon asked, as if belatedly realizing. The driver chuckled lightly, nonchalantly responding, "It's all based on distance. How could I possibly cheat you?" "That's debatable," Lennon replied. "What do you mean? Do you think I would take a longer route to charge you more?" The driver's expression turned slightly irate, and his demeanor grew increasingly unsettling. Lennon, maintaining a calm demeanor, replied, "Not necessarily, but it certainly looks like it could be deadly." "But driver, do you think I resemble a person or a deity?" Upon hearing this, the ghostly driver quickly glanced at the rearview mirror, only to find that the once handsome young man had inexplicably sprouted a black cat face. His chilling gaze bore down on the driver, causing a wave of dread to wash over him. A ghost. Chapter 35. Loquat Tree. The ghostly driver's expression turned to one of terror. He had encountered a cat spirit seeking a seal. In a state of sheer panic, he even forgot the bizarre nature of his own predicament, instinctively slamming the accelerator to flee. Observing this, Lennon felt a flicker of cold light in the cat eyes of his mask. The previously terrified driver fell into a stupor, as if a puppet, and silently continued toward Fando Street. Ghost driver level: 3 vitality, body 4 chi, ghost power 10 spirit, mind 10 skills. Phantom ghost car. Fear amplification note: a new entity born from the fusion of a certain bizarre arrival and a car accident. This peculiar phenomenon was indeed more sinister than other calamities. It could adapt to the environment and evolve, merging into something new within Blue Star. Nevertheless, its audacity left much to be desired. Lennon, who had noticed this ghostly driver long before, felt somewhat speechless, reflecting on the previous encounter with a similarly terrifying anomaly. How could such a sunny and handsome young man possibly be frightening? Quietly critiquing these unappreciative oddities, Lennon enjoyed the free ride and soon arrived at his destination. As he stepped out with his luggage, the ghostly vehicle dissipated into black smoke at that very moment. "Congratulations on receiving a standard treasure chest. It is indeed too gracious. Not only is there complimentary transportation, but a gift as well." Lennon glanced at the newly added ordinary wooden chest in his backpack and smiled faintly before striding towards his home. It was a quaint 3-story villa with a basement and a small courtyard outside. However, this did not signify that Lin Ann's family once enjoyed affluence. After all, the location was merely suburban, making it rather challenging to rent out rooms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to seek external accommodations and internships previously. As he entered the small courtyard, Lin Ann's gaze fell upon the sole tree within, a towering loquat tree. "This one will do." Recalling the moment spent planting trees with his parents during his childhood, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Lin Ann's eyes. He then summoned the tree heart obtained from defeating the carnivorous tree. Placing the tree heart before the loquat tree, he watched as the material swiftly merged into it. During this process, the loquat tree continued to grow taller, soon surpassing even the height of the 3-story house behind him. Fortunately, there were not many people around at this hour. Otherwise, Lena would have had to exert effort to draw them into an illusion and employ the great memory erasure technique. As the tree heart completely fused with the loquat tree, its information finally appeared on the panel. Loquat tree level: 5 vitality, 20 energy, 15 spirit, 15 skills. Tree energy domain: rapid recovery, disaster absorption. Detoxifying loquat. Tree energy domain: can establish a certain range as its domain, significantly enhancing perception within the area, and allows for the manipulation of its leaves and vines, as well as other lower-level plants for defense and attack. Disaster absorption: possesses a strong ability to absorb and convert disasters, not only mitigating their impact on the surroundings, but also strengthening itself rapidly by devouring disasters. Detoxifying loquat: a nutrient-rich spiritual fruit with heat-clearing and detoxifying effects. To his astonishment, there were 4 skills. Moreover, the tree energy domain appeared to be an upgraded alternative to the carnivorous trees, vine entanglement, and falling leaf daggers. Could it be that you are a genius? Lin gazed at the loquat trees panel, a trace of surprise blooming in his heart. Just then, a voice reminiscent of a child's innocence echoed in his mind. Wah, Muster. I am here. It turned out to be a creature resembling a soft, cuddly entity. Realizing that the loquat tree was communicating with him, Lin smiled and said, "From now on, you shall be named Ha-Ji Shu, and I entrust you with the duty of guarding the house." It bromisetokom tetetusk. Ha-Ji Shu declared resolutely, although it had just awakened its intelligence. Possessing 15 points of spirit allowed it to easily comprehend Lin An's intentions. Quite spirited indeed. Lin observed and continued, "If anything unusual occurs, especially if any strange beasts appear nearby, remember to notify me immediately. Furthermore, refrain from showcasing your abilities in front of humans for the time being, as it may lead to complications." Understood. Ha-Ji Shu gently swayed its body to signify its understanding. Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile as he retrieved some blood and flesh from the previously defeated Shadow Claw Bear. Under Lin An's guidance, the flesh of this level 5 disaster was swiftly consumed by Ha-Ji Shu, disappearing without a trace. "Take your time. No need to rush," Lin said with a smile, tossing more unusable disaster materials to Ha-Ji Shu to enhance its strength, and, after sharing a few more precautions, he turned to the door of his house. Upon entering, Lin reclined on the familiar sofa, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. After resting for a while, he suddenly remembered something and summoned Ha-Ji Hu. "Ha-Ji Hu, go patrol the vicinity and clear out all disasters, regardless of their strength. Additionally, keep an eye out for any suspicious players." "Awoo." The young Ha-Ji Hu, the size of a chubby kitten, responded before swiftly darting away. Lin then shifted his gaze to the ordinary treasure chest he had just received. With a thought, he opened it. Ding! Congratulations on receiving a standard quality item. Fu Bai, talisman brush, not too shabby. Seeing the talisman brush emerge from the chest, Lin nodded slightly. Similar to talisman paper, the brush was commonly used in talisman crafting. Possessing such items would marginally enhance the success rate of talisman creation. Although he could currently only draw a substitute talisman and was limited to having 2 in existence at a time, he would surely find use for them when he learned other talisman techniques in the future. After safely storing the treasure chest and talisman brush, Lin An's phone vibrated slightly. He noticed a flurry of messages in the class group chat. Upon opening it, a series of blurry videos caught his attention, most of which were related to disasters. There were both domestic and international clips, and Lin even spotted Ha-Ji Hu in one of them. In the video, Ha-Ji Hu swiftly dispatched 2 disasters before scanning the surveillance camera with its golden vertical pupils and leaping off a building, disappearing from sight. "I sure to Schweigwa. Brothers, check out what I've discovered recently. I sure to Schweigwa." The videos above were hard to come by, and they're absolutely genuine. I dare say a significant change is about to unfold in our blue star. Nyoma Ihao, what is happening? Nyoma Ihao. I've been working tirelessly and lost track of everything else. I haven't paid much attention to other matters lately. By Rishuated Jew. Don't mention it. I've sent something amiss recently, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Mo1, you may not believe it, but I witnessed someone unleash a palm lightning strike that killed a snake demon instantly. A ripple of excitement surged through the group. As those disaster videos circulated, the once quiet class chat erupted into fervent discussion, with everyone eagerly engaging in the topic. Clearly, many classmates had noticed the anomalies to varying degrees. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so invested. Lin, observing the video that had not been censored, found himself lost in thought. Could it be that the Anomaly Management Bureau was preparing to gradually unveil the truth to the public? Chapter 36. The Celestial Being Descends. Ha-Ji Hu on Blue Star, in Fundo da Jia. Lin watched as his classmates transitioned from discussing the resurgence of spiritual energy to the apocalypse. He then opened the news app to check the latest headlines. June frost. Just after the summer solstice, a few regions in the north have experienced snowfall. Shocking. An elderly man's corpse in Renjia village reportedly twitched continuously before cremation, gradually turning blue and black. Experts speculate this may be due to the consumption of unidentified toxins during his lifetime. The epidemic in Linjiang City has been preliminarily controlled, but for safety reasons, officials have decided to implement a comprehensive lockdown strategy today, June 24th, 2030, Monday, prohibiting entry and exit for non-approved personnel. A certain popular young star's relationship with a renowned actress has been revealed. Let's wish them a happy ending. June Frost, the emergence of zombies, and a lockdown in Linjiang City today. Lennon was somewhat taken aback. He had been so engrossed in enhancing his strength within the game that he had scarcely paid attention to reality. Now it seemed that the situation was far more severe than he had imagined. Not to mention, even celebrity gossip could no longer overshadow the trending disasters, clearly indicating the gravity and frequency of these occurrences. After contemplating, Lennon checked the weather forecast. Today's high temperature was 25 degrees. Upon seeing this temperature, Lin An's eyes flickered. Last summer, at this time, Linjiang City's maximum temperature had approached 40 degrees, making it nearly unbearable without air conditioning. Yet, after a year of global warming, the temperature had dropped by over 10 degrees, a disaster of extreme cold. If this truly is a calamity, it seems to possess a far broader range of influence than the current aberrant infections. It is a disaster that genuinely spans the entire nation, perhaps even the globe. Lennon raised her brow slightly, then opened a shopping website and began to frantically purchase supplies. Radios, generators, solar panels, medications, salt, seasonings, snacks. She felt it prudent to stock up on these, ensuring that water and food were not overlooked. However, in the event of an actual apocalypse, it would likely be through games that one would acquire the essentials. As for tobacco and alcohol, although she had no personal use for them, they could potentially become a valuable high-end currency. While Lin hoarded supplies with the worst-case scenario in mind, a figure the size of a plump cat swiftly darted through the streets, patrolling its territory like a fierce tiger, with a twitch of its nose. The hockey who seemed to catch a whiff of something, promptly turning and sprinting southward. Meanwhile, within the office building of a small company, a pale man with black bat-like wings and clad in a black and red suit cast a sharp gaze out the window at a group of buzz-cut men encircling the area, armed with real firearms. His eyes then swept over the trembling dozen hostages huddled on the floor, his mind racing to devise an escape plan. At that moment, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously. Upon looking up, he saw two individuals standing at the door. One was clad in a black trench coat, none other than Chi Yuan, one of the captains from the Abilities Management Bureau whom Lin had encountered earlier at the community entrance. Currently ranked third in the Lin City leaderboard. The other was adorned in a full suit of red and white armor. They both gazed gravely at the data on this humanoid disaster. Blood clan level, 5 physique, 22 energy, 17 spirit, 17 skills, blood manipulation, super recovery. Bat summoning a disaster of level 5 and a vampire at that. This was the first appearance of such a high-level catastrophe in Lin City. And considering Chi Yuan and his companion were only level 4, their hearts sank at the sight of their opponent. This is troublesome. After glancing at Chi Yuan and his companion, the vampire spoke in a calm tone. Have those humans encircling us withdraw, especially the one with the firearm aimed at me. Otherwise, I shall drain the blood of everyone here within 5 minutes. The Blood Clan may not understand the nature of human weaponry, but its formidable senses allowed it to easily detect threats, particularly when sniper rifles were trained on it from several stories above. Chi Yuan frowned at this. A disaster with intelligence that resorts to hostage-taking is indeed a challenge. Just as he contemplated negotiating to lower the vampire's guard, the nearby armored player scoffed dismissively. You've taken him hostage. Why should I yield? As soon as the words left his lips, flames erupted from his fists, and he lunged at the vampire with blinding speed. Chi Yuan, Blood Clan. This unexpected action left both allies and foes momentarily stunned, while the agents monitoring the situation from a distance were equally taken aback. Wow, is this rogue player really that bold? The vampire, though surprised, quickly regained composure and effortlessly dodged the fiery punch. In retaliation, it delivered a powerful kick, sending the armored player hurtling back against the wall. With a cold snort, a swarm of black bats suddenly appeared behind the Blood Clan, launching themselves at the armored figure. Seeing this, Qi Yuan acted swiftly. With a flick of his mind, a long sword materialized in his hand. As he wielded the sword, each thrust felled a bat to the ground. However, the sheer number of bats soon drained their energies rapidly. At that moment, a gunshot rang out sharply. The sniper, realizing the captain was at a disadvantage, made a split-second decision to fire. The specialized 86mm sniper round hurtled towards the vampire's heart at nearly 1,000 meters per second. Yet, with a physique that rivaled a small superhero, the vampire's reflexes and perception proved to be even more formidable than anticipated. In a critical moment, the vampire slightly turned its body, causing the bullet, which would have struck its heart, to graze its shoulder instead. Ha ha ha! To a blood clan with extraordinary recovery abilities. This wound was not fatal and scarcely impeded its actions. However, this act infuriated it, and with a swift motion, the vampire sent Qi Yuan flying with a punch, then grasped the armored player's neck, lifting him effortlessly. Arrogance comes with a price. Blood manipulation. Under the influence of the vampire's skill, the crimson blood beneath the armor was quickly absorbed, and the wound from the sniper bullet vanished in an instant. The armored player cried out in agony. And at that moment, despair surged within Qi Yuan, the agents monitoring the scene and the trembling hostages. Just then, a lithe figure swiftly ascended to the top of the building. With a fearsome roar that reverberated through the air, even the vampire and the others present were taken aback. In the next instant, the windows shattered with a loud crash. The agile figure burst through the glass, delivering a powerful blow that sent the seemingly invincible vampire crashing to the ground. Amidst the rising dust, a pair of golden, luminous eyes shone brightly, etching this scene of divine intervention into the minds of all present. Chapter 37. Thunderstrike within the office building. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence. As the dust slowly settled, the onlookers finally beheld the unexpected rescuer, a tiger the size of a cat. Upon witnessing this spectacle, both players and hostages were rendered motionless, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even the staff at the Abilities Management Bureau, monitoring the scene in real time, instinctively held their breath. Only Qi Yuan, upon recognizing the Haki Hu, quickly recalled a previous encounter. The tiger had effortlessly dispatched a level 2 redhead demon and an aberrant being in the apartment. The Haki Hu, however, paid no mind to the gazes of those around it, casting a casual glance at the vampire pinned beneath it, unable to move. As an embodiment of the exceptional skill beast mastery and inheritor of Lin An's 80 attribute points, the Haki Hu stood as a formidable force among its peers. Moreover, boasting a level of 6 and attributes exceeding 30, defeating a level 5 vampire was a trivial matter. Yet it must be acknowledged that this blood clan was a relatively strong elite monster. The Haki Hu's single strike had not been sufficient to end its life immediately, and it appeared to be recovering gradually. Acknowledging the vampire's strength, the Haki Hu delivered another powerful strike. Ding! Successfully killed level 5 blood clan. Calculating your contribution percentage, 95. Congratulations on receiving a good quality treasure chest. A good quality treasure chest. Not too shabby, the Haki Hu yawned, its golden eyes lazily scanning the 2 level 4 players before it. With only 3 level 4 players on the Lin City leaderboard, it was easy to deduce that the armored player was the 4th-ranked rogue. However, the Haki Hu bore little interest in the weaker individuals, so it took a final glance before swaggering away from the scene. The onlookers remained silent, not daring to utter a word, until the Haki Hu had distanced itself, at which point they collectively exhaled in relief, some even collapsing to the ground. Was it really appropriate for that tiger to just watch me leave? The armored player, having slightly recovered, coughed before inquiring. Upon hearing this, Qi Yuan could not help but roll his eyes internally. Come on, are you not aware that such a formidable figure cannot be easily obstructed? However, as the captain of the Anomaly Management Bureau, Qi Yuan merely expressed his thoughts silently. On the surface, he responded earnestly, "This individual is not a calamity. Have you not noticed that we cannot see their panel? Even if their level far exceeds ours, the system would still display 3 question marks. The absence of any display indicates two possibilities. 1. They're a native tiger from Launching, unrelated to the Gui Sioux. 2. They're a player who has concealed their panel, which at the very least is still related to players. Wow, such a powerful player. The armored player's tone was one of astonishment, clearly shaken by Qi Yuan's deductions. After pondering for a moment, he asked, could it be that remarkable player in Linjiang City? Whether it is indeed that player would likely become clear after Director Xie inquires later. Although Qi Yuan felt quite certain, he refrained from drawing any definitive conclusions. After a brief contemplation, he continued, regardless, this individual has not made their first appearance in eliminating calamities. They have shown us some goodwill. In contrast, your earlier actions may necessitate a reassessment of our collaboration with the Anomaly Management Bureau. At this point, Qi Yuan felt somewhat exasperated. Initially, he had been pleased to hear that a level 4 player was willing to assist, yet this individual resorted to a rather unorthodox method of rescue. The result was that they were punched into a wall, and had it not been for Brother, whose timely arrival, 2 of the top 5 on Linjiang City's leaderboard might have perished on the spot. While the two conversed, the rescue personnel arrived swiftly at the scene, administering treatment and reassurance to the hostages. Seeing that there was nothing more for him to do, Qi Yuan turned to head back to the Anomaly Bureau to consult Director Xie about the situation. The armored player hurriedly followed, speaking as he walked, "Wait, Captain Qi. I was merely trying to facilitate a better rescue. Who could have anticipated that this vampire was so formidable? I still wish to hunt more monsters in reality. You cannot abandon my formidable strength. Your mindset is surprisingly good. You were nearly dead just moments ago, and now do not seem afraid." Just as the 2 top 5 players were returning to their team, on the other side, Lin gazed at the newly acquired black iron treasure chest, a faint smile gracing his lips. Unboxing brings such joy, especially with a chest obtained during the patrol of the Haji Hu. It gave Lin a delightful sense of acquiring something for nothing. With a thought, he opened it. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining an excellent quality skill manual. Thunderstrike. Thunderstrike quality, excellent. Effect. Upon use, it allows the conversion of elemental energy into lightning elemental power, enabling each of your moves to carry the force of thunder. When cultivated to perfection, it can summon the lightning elemental power from the heavens. Note, a fundamental skill for lightning cultivators. Mastering it to perfection may allow one to pass the trial of the lightning path. Wow, what a stroke of luck. To obtain an excellent level skill from a good quality black iron chest astonished Linen. Upon seeing the mention of the lightning path in the notes, his eyes sparkled with interest. It had been previously stated that levels 1 to 10 constitute the first major realm, wherein beings within this realm are essentially still mortals. Only by breaking through level 10 and entering the second transition can one be considered to have entered the extraordinary stage. To ascend to the second transition, in addition to meeting the experience requirements, there is another critical factor, the extraordinary inheritance. Information regarding the extraordinary realm is scant in Shaoshi Tan village. However, some fundamental concepts can still be found. In the Gui Sioux world, after the second transition, there are numerous extraordinary paths. For instance, there are the physical, energy, and spiritual paths corresponding to the human essence, as well as the elemental paths symbolizing the powers of nature, such as the 5 elemental paths of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, along with paths of wind, lightning, light, and darkness, among others. Additionally, there are the common weapon paths, such as those of swords and spears. In contrast, paths like talisman paths, formation paths, and alchemy paths are less populated due to their higher requirements, but are still sought after. Meanwhile, paths like painting, dream, curse, and poison paths can be considered relatively obscure extraordinary paths. While obscure paths may have fewer practitioners, they encompass a far greater variety than the popular paths. Much like university majors, popular fields may come and go, but the number of less popular fields is virtually incalculable. Thus, even among extraordinary beings, it is difficult to ascertain the exact number of existing extraordinary paths. Chapter 38. The extraordinary path. The extraordinary paths are intricately linked to extraordinary inheritance. Only through passing the trials of extraordinary inheritance can one embark on the corresponding extraordinary path. According to Lin An's knowledge, the process of breaking through to level 10 and entering the extraordinary realm can generally be divided into 3 steps. The first step is naturally to elevate one's level to 10 and ensure that the experience reaches 100%. For local cultivators from Guizhou, this is simply a matter of achieving a state of perfect first transition, which is essentially comparable to the player's experience points. The second step is to obtain any form of extraordinary inheritance. The extraordinary inheritance in the Guizhou world is not as complex as one might imagine, because each piece of extraordinary inheritance essentially embodies the essence of the related path or intention. For instance, if a cultivator wishes to pursue the sword path, they must possess a sufficiently powerful and pure sword intent to refine themselves and transcend their limits. The medium of this sword intent is inconsequential. It may be inscribed in a manual, etched on a stone tablet, or even merely found in a single leaf. Any object that carries sufficient and pure intent can be considered a form of extraordinary inheritance. Lennon recalled the skill books he had seen in the library on the second floor. Indeed, the manuals also contained elements of intent. However, the quantity of intent within skill books is generally limited and often fails to reach the level of extraordinary inheritance. Furthermore, the intent contained within many skill books is often complex and multifaceted, meaning it lacks the necessary purity. Thus, extraordinary inheritance is far more precious than the vast majority of skill books, generally. One must have either fortune or financial means to have a chance at obtaining the desired inheritance. Nevertheless, those who reach level 10 are already regarded as the elite among the human race, in terms of speed and earning or overall wealth. They are typically unattainable for ordinary individuals. Consequently, it is said that in some major cities within the Guizhou world, there are even institutions willing to offer a use first, pay later loan model for such cultivators. If one can break through into the extraordinary realm, repaying the debt afterward would be a breeze. However, should one fail to break through, they would have to toil for several years until the debt is settled. In simple terms, the vast majority of level 10 cultivators have the opportunity to obtain extraordinary inheritance, often more than once. Yet, whether this inheritance is suitable for oneself, and if one can pass the trial often remains uncertain until attempted. Although breakthroughs typically do not result in fatal consequences, most often leading to only minor injuries requiring months of recovery, the issue lies in the fact that extraordinary inheritance is a one-time opportunity. Thus, failure represents a loss equivalent to years or even decades of savings for ordinary cultivators like Tian Sheng hailing from villages. Therefore, while the Guizhou world does not engage in immortality practices, it still emphasizes the importance of wealth, partners, methods, and land. If one possesses ample financial resources, the consumption of extraordinary inheritance becomes inconsequential, allowing for an infinite number of attempts. Conversely, for an ordinary 10th level practitioner, each extraordinary inheritance can almost be regarded as their last. After all, a single inheritance could consume years, even decades, of savings. Continuous failures would be unbearable for anyone. How many decades can an ordinary person expect in their lifetime? Moreover, as age increases, the probability of breakthroughs diminishes. In this world of Guizhou, where disasters abound and strange tales loom, no one knows if misfortune might arrive sooner than tomorrow. Even among the extraordinary, few may live to the end of their natural lifespan. It is noteworthy that upon breaking through to the second transformation and entering the extraordinary realm, one's lifespan can indeed double, reaching an impressive 200 years. Thus, this is one of the primary reasons nearly all practitioners are devoted to cultivation and breakthroughs. The allure of eternal life is a temptation even Qin Shi Huang could not resist. Returning to the main topic, after acquiring the extraordinary inheritance, one arrives at the final and most crucial step, invoking and undergoing the trial. To utilize extraordinary inheritance, certain preconditions must be met. The conditions for each extraordinary path differ significantly. Generally, they are related to the 3 fundamental attributes of essence, energy, and spirit, as well as the practitioner's inherent talent for traversing that path. For instance, the Path of Talismans typically demands high levels of mental and energy attributes, and only practitioners specializing in these two attributes can qualify. Otherwise, they lack the qualifications to invoke the inheritance. If one aspires to become a practitioner of the lightning path, not only is a high level of elemental energy required, but one must also have mastered the formidable skill of Thunder Strike to a significant degree. Otherwise, they cannot invoke the inheritance of the lightning path. Additionally, the beast taming technique, much like Thunder Strike, is a prerequisite for a certain extraordinary path. Otherwise, Captain Tion would not have discussed so much with him or even advised Lin and to explore the dual extraordinary route. In fact, the vast majority of practitioners in Xiaoshitan Village, and indeed within the broader scope of Wuling City, tend to pursue the paths of beast taming or the 5 elemental forces. Following the invocation of the inheritance, the next task naturally involves facing the trials brought forth by the extraordinary inheritance. However, each extraordinary path presents different trials, so it is unnecessary to enumerate them all here. Yet, one vital point must be understood. Extraordinary inheritance is fundamentally not merely a transfer of knowledge, but rather a form of tempering. This may sound somewhat abstract, but it is essential for practitioners to achieve true extraordinary status, not merely by receiving the insights contained within the inheritance, but by genuinely comprehending their own unique will. Only by realizing their own will can they be considered to have taken their first steps on their own path. Relying solely on imitation and replication of the insights from the inheritance will forever preclude any opportunity for transcending into the extraordinary. In short, extraordinary inheritance does not simply allow one to inherit its essence. It guides practitioners to carve out a path uniquely their own. Seated on the sofa, Lin gazed at the Thunder Strike manual before him, feeling an undeniable surge of excitement. After all, he had already mastered the beast taming technique and the talisman path. Now, with the addition of the lightning path, he had effectively touched upon 3 extraordinary paths. As for the necessity of mastering Thunderstrike, while it may pose a challenge to other NPCs and players, it was hardly an issue for Linen. With the skill transformation talisman in hand, even while idling, he could effortlessly enhance the proficiency of these skills. The true appearance of the Hockey Tiger may have lasted merely a few dozen hours. Yet his beast taming technique had already reached a significant level, continuously progressing towards its ultimate perfection. Consequently, it would not take long to perfect his beast taming technique. At this moment, Lin felt a deeper appreciation for the remarkable value of the skill transformation talisman. In the real world, within Linjiang City, a young man sat focused in his bedroom, engrossed in a manual in his hands. As he turned to the final page of Thunderstrike, Lin concluded his state of comprehension, his eyes flickering with the brilliance of lightning. Congratulations, player has acquired the excellent skill Thunderstrike. Current proficiency, beginner. As the panel information emerged, Lin willed it, and electric sparks danced at his fingertips, obedient to his command. Rapidly gathering the elemental energy from his dantian into his palm, a sphere radiating an intense aura, akin to a ball of lightning representing the utmost in vigor, soon materialized in Lin An's grasp. The classic lightning skill, Palm Thunder. The destructive potential of lightning magic indeed felt extraordinary. Lin reflected, sensing that even the Hockey Tiger in its berserk state would need to evade. Otherwise, it would surely sustain severe injuries. However, the energy consumption was considerable. Conjuring a single Palm Thunder required at least 10 points of elemental energy, meaning that even Lin could only unleash 3 or 4 of them at present. Yet, if he were to expend all his elemental energy on creating Palm Thunder, its power would be terrifyingly formidable. Even an 8th-level catastrophe would struggle to withstand it. With a thought, Lin dissipated the lightning sphere in his hand. After all, he was still at home, and he had no intention of causing any destruction. Storing away the now-emptied manual, Lin opened the panel, discovering several messages that had appeared during his study of the new skill. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 3 mutated infectee. You have received a good quality first-turn treasure chest. Congratulations on successfully defeating a level 2 skeletal undead. You have received a common first-turn treasure chest. Congratulations on successfully defeating. During Lin An's perusal of the manual, the diligent working tiger had evidently not been idle, having slain 3 more sinister creatures that had descended upon Blue Star. Furthermore, Lin noticed that the treasure chests dropped by the mutated infectees appeared to be of higher quality. After all, in dealing with ordinary disasters, he had only obtained a single good-quality black iron chest from a level 5 elite vampire, while the rest had all been common wooden chests. Yet, the 2 mutated infectees he had just defeated, one of level 2 and one of level 3, had both yielded good-quality treasure chests. Was it that the drop rate for disasters was inherently higher? Or was the Goeishu game encouraging players to resolve infections? Lin contemplated this, but he did not dwell on such questions that could not be answered in the short term. With a flick of his thought, he opened all 3 treasure chests before him. Congratulations on obtaining 100 Goeishu coins. Congratulations on obtaining a basic combat manual. Congratulations on obtaining a good quality item, a dynamic triangular glider. Not bad. All were quite practical. Lin promptly pocketed the Goeishu coins and swiftly glanced at the combat manual. Although it was merely an ordinary quality skill book, it was indeed very useful for him, who currently only possessed basic knife techniques and sprinting skills. After all, weapons are essentially external objects, and there may come a day when a blade is broken or he is forced to fight barehanded. Nodding slightly, Lin then turned his attention to the good quality item he had just acquired. Dynamic Triangular Glider Realm. First turn quality. Good effect. Infuses elemental energy, allowing the user to freely control speed and direction while gliding through the air or even achieving brief flight. Note: humanity will never cease its exploration of the skies, but please ensure your elemental energy is sufficient before flying, or you may face a crash. Lin looked at the white triangular glider, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Suddenly, recalling something, he willed it, and his attire transformed rapidly into a stylish white magician's suit, coupled with a monocle and a white top hat. Lin gazed into the mirror at his visage, which seemed ethereal, like a reflection in water or a flower in a mirror, and he nodded in satisfaction. Perfect. He would undoubtedly be mistaken for Kaido Kuroba or Marco Polo at the comic exhibition. With a mere thought, Lin reverted his attire to its usual form and stowed the glider into his storage compartment. The ability to fly proved to be exceedingly advantageous, especially at this stage when both the players and the calamities were still in their initial phase, lacking any substantial means of aerial dominance. Opening the Friends module, Lin perused a message sent by Director Xia. Xia Lin, Comrade Hayo, may I inquire if the tiger that rescued Team Chi and the hostages today is related to you? Indeed, it was. Lin pondered for a moment before typing back. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Haki will continue to patrol and eliminate nearby calamities. If you cannot reach me, you may communicate with him regarding any matters. It was impractical for him to monitor the panel around the clock, much like during the acquisition of new skills. He had to be wholly absorbed in contemplation, rendering him oblivious to external affairs. Under such conditions, even if the game had new notifications, they would not surface until he concluded his meditation. Thus, Lin conveyed this information, confident that his skill manifestation would synchronize with his memories, enabling Haki to be informed as well. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin felt a jolt of surprise. He had initially assumed that this immensely powerful tiger was merely a manifestation of Haoyu's skills. However, it now appeared that this creature resembled a sort of familiar. If familiars possessed such formidable prowess, one could only speculate how powerful the individual behind them must be. Truly, they're always greater beings. And to become the foremost player in the city was evidently no simple feat, Xia Lin mused, as he recognized that the strength of players in Lingjiang City was already commendable. Many of the top-ranked players in the city had only just reached level 4. And even in smaller towns, some level 1 players managed to break into the top 100. Yet, individuals like Haoyu, who had attained level 6, were likely fewer than 100 nationwide. Now, Xia Lin discerned that Haoyu was probably among the elite within level 6. He couldn't help but wonder what tier this individual would reach should provincial or national rankings be established in the future. Xia Lin's anticipation grew, as he was acutely aware of the importance of powerful individuals. The future of Blue Star might very well mirror that of the Goeishu world, necessitating a sufficient number of robust cultivators to ensure the survival of the populace. Of course, this presupposed that these strong individuals were not bloodthirsty nor possessed any malevolent skills that treated humans as mere resources. In Xielin's assessment, it was evident that Hyo Yu was not of such a nature. Rather, he could be described as lawful and benevolent, a true powerhouse who pursued personal strength while also willing to assist his kin when the opportunity arose. Chapter 40. The Vanished Aberrants Awakening from Slumber. Lennon opened his eyes to find a branch extending through the window, adorned with a cluster of loquats. The voice of Haki Shu echoed in his mind, "Master, eat the fruit." Lennon chuckled and reached out to accept the loquats. Detoxifying loquat, a nutritious spirit fruit that possesses heat-clearing and detoxifying properties. This was Lin An's first experience consuming a spirit fruit, and he must admit, the flavor was quite delightful. More importantly, consuming it bestowed a gentle energy that coursed through his body, as if cleansing him entirely. Feeling invigorated, Lennon summoned the panel and discovered that diligent Haki, who had, during the previous night, vanquished several calamities and brought back a few wooden treasure chests. However, this time, the chests yielded no gold, only ordinary items such as Goeishu coins. Lin was not disheartened by this. After all, he had often relied on the safety net in card games, and he had long since learned to accept the mundane occurrences with equanimity, especially when this was merely the expected outcome. With a thought, Lennon retrieved the Foundational Combat Skill Book. Comprehending the manual was quite taxing on his mental faculties, hence after mastering the Thunderbolt technique yesterday, he had soon drifted into slumber. Today, Lennon intended to delve into the foundational combat skills and practice independently to enhance his proficiency with Thunderbolt, given that the skill manifestation could only exist in one form at a time. He resolved to wait until he fully mastered the Tiger Bird technique before upgrading Thunderbolt through idling. Meanwhile, in the heart of the city, within a towering edifice, countless busy figures moved in and out, their computers displaying the latest data regarding potential calamities and players. With armed guards and the frequent comings and goings of players returning from missions, it was clear this was the Aberration Management Bureau of Lingjiang City. At that moment, in the highest conference room, over 20 high-ranking individuals, all at least level 3 players, sat on either side of the table, their expressions grave as they gazed at the square-faced man with graying hair at the head of the table, Director Xielin. Since returning from a game yesterday, the strength of the calamities had surged dramatically, with 2 level 5 calamities having emerged. Although they were ultimately subdued, the casualties and repercussions were increasingly severe. Moreover, the frequency of calamities had risen significantly, while the majority of players struggled to match the escalating intensity of these threats. Xielin's gaze swept across the attendees before he continued. However, the focus of today's meeting is not this. The most pressing matter for Lingjiang City is to address the aberration infection crisis. Chen-Yi, please elaborate on the recent infection situation. Certainly, Director Xie. Chen-Yi, a level 4 player ranked 5th in the leaderboard, stood to speak. With the cooperation of the military, police, and medical personnel, most of the infected individuals in our city have been administered aberration antibiotics, effectively containing the virus in its early stages. Other branches have also begun supplying newly formulated antibiotics, ensuring that patients who have not yet reached the later stages of infection can receive treatment. However, following the nucleic acid screenings, we have uncovered a significant issue. As he spoke, Chen-Yi pushed a document towards the attendees, who immediately began to review its contents. As the pages rustled, he continued, according to prior calculations by experts, the current number of aberrants in the late stages of infection in our city is not less than 100. Yet, the confirmed fatalities among the aberrants thus far stand at merely 60. In other words, there are at least 40 aberrants lurking in undisclosed locations. Upon hearing this, the assembly was collectively taken aback. 40 was no trivial number, especially considering these were aberrants with formidable secondary infection capabilities. Should such a situation arise in other cities, It would undoubtedly lead to lockdowns akin to those in Linjiang City. Wait a moment, someone raised a doubt. Though aberrants are perilous, they do not possess the intelligence to indiscriminately kill. Hence, they are usually detected promptly upon emergence. Is it possible that the 40 or so aberrants have been dealt with by other players? This possibility cannot be entirely dismissed, Director Sierra replied, shaking his head as he elaborated. However, we must remember that aberrants differ from ordinary calamities. Their corpses do not vanish upon death but remain in place. Unless players were to remove the bodies, we would not be unable to locate them, and the likelihood of all 40 corpses being taken away is exceedingly slim. Team Chi, what are your thoughts? Addressed directly, Chi Yuan pondered for a moment before responding. Unless our previous calculations regarding the infection probability were flawed, the numbers cannot lie. Therefore, the remaining 40 or so aberrants must have concealed themselves. The crux of the matter lies in determining who can compel these utterly irrational aberrants to conceal themselves. Upon hearing this, those present swiftly comprehended Chi Yuan's intention. The implication was clear. The source of the calamity? Indeed, Chi Yuan nodded slightly, stating that if only a handful of aberrants had vanished, the potential causes would be countless. However, to effectively conceal 40 or even more aberrants, he could scarcely envision any alternative explanations aside from the source of the calamity. As the ultimate antagonist of this aberrant infection disaster, commanding these aberrants would be a trivial matter for the source of the calamity. Thus, Chi Yuan articulated this notion. Captain Chi's reasoning was sound. Xie Lin acknowledged this conjecture, but soon furrowed his brow, remarking that if the source of the calamity is capable of orchestrating such concealment, it is likely far more formidable than previously imagined. One could only wonder whether this entity intends to unleash a grand catastrophe upon us or seeks to escape from Linjiang City. The gravity of the situation deepened in the expressions of those present. After a brief silence, someone spoke up, expressing concern that this issue might exceed the capabilities of their bureau. Could the headquarters possibly send assistance? It is hard to say, Xie Director replied, shaking his head slightly. Every local aberrant management bureau is currently overwhelmed, with disasters in other cities being no less severe than theirs. To my knowledge, the situation is nearing a point of being uncontrollable. The headquarters has also contemplated making this situation public and has been steadily compiling information on the cultivation methods from the Guishu world, gradually releasing it online. Is this day truly upon us? The senior officials felt a chill as they realized the swiftness of the impending crisis surpassed their expectations. Chapter 41. Lin Xiong has grown accustomed to the calm of Linjiang City within the Aberrant Management Bureau. Moving forward, it is imperative to gather any leads on the source of the calamity. We must ascertain where the remaining aberrants are concealed. I recall that the headquarters possesses a high-quality detection tool. Xie Director massaged his temples and then spoke, regardless of whether the headquarters can provide support. I will ensure that this tool is borrowed within the next 2 days. Time is not on our side, and we cannot afford any further delays. Everyone must prepare for an impending fierce battle. Xie Lin stated seriously, for they had observed that every time players concluded their games and returned to reality, the intensity and number of disasters newly descending upon Blue Star surged dramatically. Moreover, those disasters that remained uncaptured on Blue Star were upgrading at a pace that surpassed that of most players. This is evidently exceedingly grim news, for it signifies that, in the forthcoming confrontations, not only ordinary residents, but even players would struggle to contend with the disasters. Upon hearing this, those present, including Chi Yuan and Chan Yi, the top 5 players on the leaderboard, could not help but feel a profound apprehension. It is crucial to note that the levels of the aberrant infectors are predominantly 2nd tier or higher, with many having already reached 3rd tier or beyond. Even if we uniformly classify them as 3rd tier, it implies that at least over 40 3rd-tier disasters are strategically and covertly lurking in the shadows. And corresponding to these 3rd-tier disasters are 3rd-tier players, all of whom are already among the top 50 on the leaderboard. Yet these aberrants are not the most pressing concern. The true source of dread, which weighs heavily on everyone's minds, is that enigmatic source of the calamity. No one knows the level of the source of this aberrant infection. All that is known is that it is among the earliest disasters to descend and has successfully infected countless citizens. The greater the number and quality of those infected, the more potent the source of the calamity becomes. The immense pressure rendered some of the veteran officials breathless, plunging the conference room into an oppressive silence. After a moment, as if someone suddenly recalled something, a query arose. Will the player Hyo-Yu from the city take action? Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their expectant gazes towards Xiaolin. After all, they had come to understand that the previously mentioned tiger had indeed been involved in the incident with Hyo-Yu at the docks. Some players from the Aberrant Management Bureau had even witnessed the tiger's rampage against the disasters during a mission the day before. If such a formidable ally were to assist, the situation would undoubtedly improve significantly. It is likely. Looking at the expectant faces, Sieta Rector nodded slightly. Previously, Lin had indeed mentioned that if he encountered disasters related to or unsolvable by the source of calamity, he would notify him immediately, though it was not guaranteed that he would take action. Therefore, Xiaolin could not make promises lightly. I will maintain real-time communication with Comrade Hyo-Yu regarding this matter. But everyone must also place their hopes in their own capabilities, Xiaolin continued. Now, while we still have some time, those who can upgrade should do so. If not, they should at least adjust their states. The military and police will also deploy heavy weaponry for support if necessary. Additionally, we can update several posts on the forum to rally players from the leaderboard. As the senior officials of the Aberrant Management Bureau engaged in fervent discussions on how to save the city, on the other side, Lin, who had practiced his skills for an entire afternoon, concentrated and retrieved a 1 yuan Guishu coin from his backpack. He unleashed the Thunderstrike technique, infusing the coin with elemental thunder energy. The surging lightning quickly fused with the inherent energy of the Guishu coin, causing it to emit brilliant arcs of electricity. In the next moment, the coin radiated dazzling lightning as it shot forth, striking a flying insect 100 meters away from the window with pinpoint accuracy. After this successful maneuver, Linen glanced at his status panel. Player, Linen, Hyo-Yu at the docks, level, 6 talent, 3-dimensional balance experience points, 0 essence, physique 38 chi, elemental force 38 spirit, mental 38 skills, tiger bird technique, mastery. Thunder strike, minor mastery. Doppelganger talisman, minor mastery. Items, skill avatar talisman, doppelganger talisman, cat face mask. Transformative attire, current status. Good. Having achieved this skill without relying on the skill avatar talisman for passive leveling, and through an afternoon of personal study, Thunderstrike had already reached a minor mastery level. Observing the information displayed on the panel, Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile. As an equally high-quality skill, Thunderstrike's effects are comparatively singular when compared to the Tiger Bird technique. After all, the Tiger Bird technique not only provides passive effects that permanently enhance immunity and bone density, but also has active effects that amplify one's combat power and even allow for temporary beast transformation. In contrast, Thunderstrike's sole effect is to convert one's elemental force into thunder energy. Yet, in Lin An's perspective, this singular ability possesses boundless potential for development. Techniques such as palm lightning and weapon enchantment are merely foundational operations, combining thunder elemental energy with other forms of energy to create explosive effects, as demonstrated earlier, also yields numerous extraordinary results. For example, fusing thunder elemental energy with the energy contained within the Guishu coin can render it more ferocious and tumultuous. Lin had an epiphany this morning, recalling that the Guishu coin, as the universal currency of the Guishu world, is composed of a unique material that inherently contains energy. Upon experimentation, he discovered that employing the Guishu coin as a weapon yields astonishing effects. While the power of the earlier technique may only be half that of a typical palm lightning strike, its consumption is merely 1/10, and its attack speed surpasses that of a standard palm lightning strike. Simply put, it requires only a minimal amount of elemental force to inflict considerable and rapid damage. After contemplating this maneuver, Lin decided to straightforwardly name it Thundercoin. With nearly 40 points of elemental force at his disposal, the future potential of the Thundercoin should be comparable to that of ordinary attacks, if not superior. The sole drawback lies in the necessity to expend a single Guishu coin with each use, which to some extent equates to a monetary burden. However, opening a standard treasure chest with a Guishu coin presents the opportunity to acquire 100 coins. Moreover, considering the materials previously collected that no longer serve a purpose, one can sell them at the village's recycling center for 1,000 Guishu coins. Thus, Lennon confidently declared, when one possesses wealth, one can afford to be capricious. Indeed, I must ascertain whether the Guishu coins I cast aside can be retrieved, he mused. While it may seem impressive to toss the Guishu coins, will it not appear somewhat disheveled when retrieving them? Perhaps I should seek a skill that allows the coins to return to me. Lin, accustomed to financial constraints, contemplated this matter. After all, he aspired to accumulate more Guishu coins to exchange for new skills, or even to procure extraordinary legacies post-level 10. As for weapons, it seemed his only legitimate possession was the ordinary long knife seized from the faux humanoid. It is said that weapons of equivalent quality are considerably more expensive than mere items. Pondering this, it becomes evident that the future expenditures of Guishu coins may be overwhelmingly numerous, a thought that induces a sense of despair. Chapter 42. The Mirror of Calamity in the Real World. On Danda Street, time had stealthily progressed to Wednesday, precisely 2 days since his last return from the game. While enjoying his lunch, Lin An's gaze swept across the chat room beneath the regional leaderboard. Has everyone stocked up on supplies? I find it increasingly difficult to procure items since the lockdown. Supplies? What is the purpose of hoarding these? A player adorned with a bronze city emblem replied. In the future, we can simply bring back essential supplies from the game. Instead of worrying about these matters, it would be far more efficient to hunt a few monsters. 666. The thoughts of this expert are indeed unique. While some expressed admiration, others curiously inquired. Although the emergence of monstrous entities has increased, surely they are not ubiquitous. Has this expert perhaps joined the Anomaly Management Bureau? How else could one locate so many calamities? Negative, retorted the bronze city emblem player. What you do not understand is that the Anomaly Management Bureau is currently understaffed. Therefore, even players reluctant to join can propose collaboration after reaching level 3, enabling them to receive information and locations of disasters. Is such a fortunate arrangement truly possible? Upon hearing this, the chat room erupted with excitement. Many players at levels 1 and 2 were particularly intrigued, as most had yet to even witness what a treasure chest resembled. Thus, inquiries arose. Why is it only available to those at level 3? What about those at levels 1 and 2? However, the moment this question was posed, a flurry of exasperated emojis flooded the chat room. After all, while level 2 players are marginally superior to ordinary individuals, they possess merely 4 additional attribute points, and typically lack items or skills. In a confrontation, they would likely fall short against a well-trained soldier. Hence, the Bureau would not seek collaboration with level 2 players, as sharing experience points would be counterproductive and they might inadvertently hinder efforts to eliminate disasters. As for level 1 players, their prospects were even bleaker. Conversely, players who have attained level 3 possess attributes that are double that of the average person and are generally equipped with skills or items, rendering them significantly more reliable. According to Lin An's knowledge, the forthcoming operation to eradicate the source of calamity would likely only invite players above level 3 to participate. Concerning the discrepancy in the number of aberrants, Director Xie had fully disclosed the Bureau's plans to Lin An. It was said that several level 5 experts from headquarters would be dispatched, clearly indicating the seriousness with which they regard such contagious disasters. This news alleviated the concerns of many high-ranking officials in Linjiang City, who believed that with the expertise from headquarters, the calamity could be thoroughly resolved. Nevertheless, Lin An harbored doubts about the smoothness of the proceedings. As he pondered, Xia Lin sent a message. Comrade Haiou, I have acquired the Bureau's exceptional investigative item. The Mirror of Calamity and the personnel from headquarters have also arrived. If you have the time, could you visit the Anomaly Management Bureau? We could review the information regarding the source of the calamity together. Certainly, I will send Haji Hu. After a brief contemplation, Lin An responded. Meanwhile, Haji Hu, who was on patrol, received Lin An's message and swiftly made his way to the Bureau. At that moment, on the top floor of the Anomaly Management Bureau, 3 men and 1 woman gazed intently at the azure copper mirror before them. Apart from Xiaolin, the other 3 were newly dispatched level 5 experts. One muscular man, wearing glasses yet exhibiting prominent muscle definition, spoke up. Director Xia, is it necessary for us to wait for an external contractor? I wish to resolve this matter swiftly and return home, where numerous disasters await my attention. The bulky man made a valid point. Another slender youth, bearing a long sword on his back, added, delays can lead to unforeseen changes. It is best to investigate the location and act promptly. The final figure, a silent girl armed with a firearm, merely observed the mirror of calamity with unwavering focus. Just as Xiaolin was about to respond, a figure pushed open the door and gracefully leaped before the group. Wow, such an impressive tiger! The muscular man exclaimed in astonishment, reaching out to touch Haji-Hu. With a resounding crack, Haji-Hu's tail swished effortlessly, sending the muscular man stumbling backward. The other 2 instinctively braced themselves, eyes wide in shock. Everyone, please remain calm. Xiaolin interjected hastily. This is my city's top-ranked player S level 6 spirit pet, who will represent Haiou in this operation. A level 6 spirit pet? The trio was taken aback, soon realizing they could not access Haji-Hu's information panel. Haji-Hu, indifferent to their scrutiny, cast a regal golden gaze over the unfamiliar faces before focusing on the azure copper mirror atop the table. Although his memories were synchronized with Lin and S, Haji-Hu's character was distinctly different. As the proud and formidable king of beasts, he would not tolerate any infringement upon his authority. Thus, aside from Lin, no one dared approach him. Moreover, the muscular man, being a level lower, was merely met with a flick of Haji-Hu's tail, which was already a display of restraint. Had it been another tiger demon, the outcome might have been far more violent. The muscular man, now sporting a crimson mark where he had been struck, winced in pain but fell silent, maintaining a respectful distance from Haji-Hu. After all, the language of tigers was incomprehensible. No matter what he said, it would only result in a more humiliating predicament. Could this level 6 spirit pet signify that the player is pursuing a beast-taming path? The trio speculated, and at that moment, Xiaolin commenced the investigation. As he spoke, he retrieved the corpse of an aberrant. The mirror of calamity emitted a radiant glow, absorbing the aberrant's remains, and the mirror gradually revealed varied content. It displayed what appeared to be an office within a school. In the office, a seemingly unremarkable man, whose eyes were shrouded in a gray mist, scrutinized a map of Linjiang City and its surrounding areas. In front of the gray-eyed man stood 3 aberrants of varying shapes. This evening, swiftly eliminate all in the vicinity. And afterward, each of you shall lead a team in the 3 designated directions, he instructed, tapping 3 points on the map. Create a considerable commotion along the way. Infect as many as possible, and strive to breach the city's lockdown. If you manage to survive and infiltrate another city, I shall summon you once more. At that time, you will also be my most trusted confidants. Chapter 43. The Battle of Anomaly begins. On launching within the Anomaly Management Bureau, upon hearing the voice emanating from the Kuei Zaiji Jing, the 4 individuals and 1 tiger were momentarily taken aback. Slaughter the masses. Break through the blockade of Linjiang City. These aberrants have devised such a terrifying scheme, and judging by the words of the gray-eyed man, it seems this was merely a diversion to cover his own escape. Quickly, ascertain the location of this incident with utmost urgency. Director Xia instantly grasped the situation, promptly taking a photo and sending it to his subordinates, instructing them to halt their current tasks and immediately seek the location depicted in the image. Meanwhile, the others continued to scrutinize the scene within the mirror, hoping to uncover more clues. However, in the next moment, the image abruptly cut off, and the previously displayed visuals vanished without a trace. No, how could it disappear in just a few seconds? The muscular man, Wang Nuo, furrowed his brow and could not help but voice his frustration. The slender youth, Yi Yilin, carrying a long sword, explained, the duration of the image and the consumption of the medium is related to the strength of the observed entity. The absence of the image likely indicates that the medium has exhausted its power. Medium? You mean the corpse of the aberrant? Upon hearing this, Wang knew or remarked, "Then why wait? Let's toss in more aberrants." "Useless. Do you think this tool acts a cooldown?" Yi Yilin rolled his eyes and continued. "The Kuei Zai Ji Jing can only be used once every 24 hours, but fortunately, that previous scene has revealed quite a bit of information. That gray-eyed man is likely the source of the calamity, or rather, a human possessed by the source of the calamity. Unfortunately, a single image cannot ascertain the opponent's level attributes or abilities." The others present nodded slightly. After all, if that gray-eyed man was not the source of the calamity, the surrounding aberrants would not be so obedient to him, nor would they risk their lives to breach the blockade of Linjiang City. It is known that as aberrants increase in level, their mental acuity also rises, giving birth to entirely new forms of intelligence. The three aberrants that appeared in the mirror, although unable to be assessed through the panel, were clearly not to be trifled with based on their physique alone. We found it, just as the seasoned players were analyzing the situation. Director Xie interjected. "It is the principal's office of Linjiang City's third middle school." "A school?" Upon hearing this, the four individuals and one tiger couldn't help but frown. After all, this is hardly an ideal battleground, as even a slight misstep could endanger countless students. "It's all right. Due to the pandemic, many primary and secondary schools have suspended classes, including the third middle school." Seeing this, Xie Lin spoke up. "Although there are not many people in the school now, the surrounding area is one of the most densely populated places. If these aberrants truly intend to unleash a slaughter tonight, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must act immediately." The group exchanged glances, and they all reached the same conclusion. Following an urgent phone call from Director Xie, both the Anomaly Management Bureau and the military police sprang into action. All armed forces were mobilized, establishing a series of encirclement formations around the third middle school without a sound. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lennon watched as the night descended, feeling as though the darkness of the real world was closing in more rapidly than ever. In the next moment, his attire swiftly changed, and his figure completely melded into the night. Shortly thereafter, with the Anomaly Management Bureau issuing a post, both forums and local chat groups in Linjiang City were instantly engulfed in a frenzy. An unprecedented crisis. Over 40 aberrants are about to unleash a slaughter. Director Xie Lin of the Linjiang City Anomaly Management Bureau, as stated in the title, "We have found clues regarding the aberrant disaster and learned that the enemy plans to launch a terrifying attack tonight. It is currently estimated that the enemy's aberrants exceed 40 in number and include an unknown source of calamity. The Anomaly Management Bureau players, in collaboration with the military police, have already completed a preliminary lockdown of Linjiang City's third middle school. This operation carries a high level of risk, but the situation is urgent, and Linjiang City requires immediate support. Therefore, we hope that nearby players of level 3 or above can offer assistance as they see fit. We extend our utmost respect to you." The moment the post was released, it became an instant sensation. After all, a disaster attack of such magnitude had never before occurred on a national scale, especially one that could potentially endanger countless lives. Below, the comments refreshed rapidly every second. "Sacrificing oneself for the greater good. I too wish to be a hero this time. Wow, is it this thrilling after the blockade in a neighboring city? This could very well be the largest disaster attack since the game's inception. I wonder if the Anomaly Management Bureau can handle it. Linjiang, stay strong. I have a feeling that after this, many things will no longer be hidden, and whether they turn out well or poorly will depend on how this situation unfolds. Damn it, my girlfriend is still there. I must go." This time, players from not only Linjiang City, but from across the nation and even the world began to closely monitor this sudden calamity attack, refreshing incessantly to seek the latest intelligence. However, the participants of this operation were already too preoccupied to pay attention to the forums and chat rooms, instead focusing their gaze on the school not far away. Meanwhile, inside the principal's office, the gray-eyed man glanced out the window, sensing that something was amiss. His acute perception of calamity quickly revealed that the presence of cultivators around him was intensifying, and their numbers seemed to be increasing. "How did these ants discover me?" The gray-eyed man narrowed his eyes, and upon realizing he was surrounded, he decisively commanded the aberrants to break through. With a hiss, as the calamity issued the order, those aberrants, who had suppressed their true nature for so long, instantly erupted, racing from various empty classrooms toward the outside of the school. Simultaneously, the Anomaly Management Bureau, which had been monitoring the scene via satellite, issued a red alert, realizing they had already startled the enemy. The higher-ups wasted no time and immediately instructed the personnel on-site to take action. The military and police, prepared in advance, swiftly evacuated the crowd, establishing a series of boundaries that could not be crossed. Meanwhile, the players who had been hidden among the crowd stepped forward, moving against the flow to reach the school. The ground trembled slightly as three powerful, fully aberrant calamities emerged before the crowd. Behind them, dozens of equally bizarre aberrants roared and charged forward with menacing faces. Darkness and bloodshed filled the air as the army of calamity gathered, instilling an instinctive fear that made one want to flee. Yet, amidst the plaza adorned with red flags, figures of various ages and attire rushed forward. Despite the fear, worry, and unease flashing in the players' eyes upon witnessing these terrifying calamities, the courage to draw their swords has never been lacking among the warriors willing to step onto the battlefield. No one retreated, and thus an unprecedented battle against calamity was poised to erupt under the witness of the red flags. Chapter 44. The advantage is mine. Clang. As the battle was on the verge of breaking out, without any further ado, both sides engaged in a fierce struggle at the very first moment of contact. Swords were drawn, ammunition was chambered. The sounds of gunfire and the clashing of metal echoed across the campus square as dozens of players collided with aberrants, creating a scene of utter chaos. Bang, 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 bang. Captain Chi unleashed a barrage of bullets, emptying his magazine, with each shot striking the body of the level 4 mutated creature before him with unerring precision. Yet, this creature, akin to an indestructible cockroach, continued its relentless advance. Blood gushing from its wounds, undeterred and roaring as it charged towards Chi Yuan. With a disdainful snort, Chi Yuan summoned his longsword, channeling his energy to release a brilliant sword light. At that moment, another diminutive mutated creature, concealed in the shadows, leapt forth, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at the back of Chi Yuan's head. Suddenly, a suit of armor, engulfed in flames, emerged and delivered a powerful punch, sending the assailant flying. The armor, believing itself quite dashing, flicked its invisible hair and, with its back to Chi Yuan, remarked, "I know you admire me, but please remember my nickname." "No funny business, thank you." Before Chi Yuan could respond, a colossal shadow loomed overhead, enveloping both of them. Looking up, they were taken aback to find a massive, 4-meter-tall mutated creature, its body a deep shade of green, swinging its fist down towards them. Mutated Infector level, 5 physique, 25 energy, 15 spirit, 10 skill. Mutated body. The presence of a level 5 disaster caused both men to freeze in shock, their instincts urging them to evade, yet it seemed too late. Just as the punch approached, a fist, resembling a sandbag, collided with the green behemoth, diverting its attack. Wang Nuo, witnessing the enormous creature, felt an unexpected surge of excitement as his muscles began to swell. Boom! Boom! The two combatants, both specializing in physique, engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, the sounds of their combat echoing through the air as the ground beneath them trembled with the force of their strikes. Cracking under the pressure, another thunderous impact sent both fighters reeling back several paces. A hand reached out to steady Wang Nuo, and in that moment, he finally recognized the familiar figures surrounding him: Director Xie, Yi Yilin, and the reticent gun-wielding girl. All 5 level 5 experts stood together, albeit bearing various injuries, evidently having just survived a brutal battle. Opposite them, including the green giant, 3 mutated creatures spotted earlier in the Kuei Zaiji Jing were now gathered, creating a tense standoff as they all caught their breath, momentarily refraining from attacking. In disbelief, Wang Nuo pondered how such a place could conceal so many level 5 disasters. "Fortunately, we arrived," Otherwise, this battle would have been dire. He remarked, glancing at the battlefield where the number of mutated creatures was indeed, as anticipated, only around 40. In recent days, many players had ascended to level 3, and with reinforcements arriving from other cities, there were now over 70 level 3 players present. 70 against 40. The odds favored them, and even among the level 5 experts, it was 4 against 3, still a favorable matchup. Yet, a nagging feeling of unease lingered. These mutated creatures appear more composed than expected, Director Cien noted, brow furrowed, though he struggled to pinpoint why. But there was no time for contemplation. The level 5 experts swiftly launched into combat once more. Meanwhile, not far from the school, snipers were attentively monitoring the battlefield, meticulously adjusting their trajectories. Due to the chaotic scene, they had to exercise extreme caution to avoid friendly fire. One elite sniper swiftly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The deafening gunshot echoed as the bullet struck a level 3 mutated creature squarely in the head, causing it to collapse instantly. With precision, the sniper fired again, taking down another adversary, saving player after player from peril. Just as he prepared to aim for his next target, an unexpected noise erupted from behind. The sound of scuttling footsteps grew louder, and from the sewers emerged several monstrous cockroaches, larger than cats. Mutated cockroaches. The sniper's eyes widened in shock as one lunged directly at him. Director, urgent news, urgent news. A warning blared through his earpiece. A surge of mutated animals has appeared, targeting the snipers outside. The military is responding. They suspect high-level mutated animals remain on campus. Exercise extreme caution. Hearing this, Director Cien's eyes widened as he finally recalled what had felt amiss. The mutated disaster did not solely infect humans. Flora and fauna were also at risk. The previously calculated 40 or so mutated creatures did not account for the mutated animals. How many could there be? The answer soon became evident as a multitude of mutated animals emerged from various locations within the school. Mutated cats, dogs, and insects flooded the square, encircling the players in a counterattack. The tide of battle shifted in an instant. As despair gripped their hearts, the ground suddenly trembled, rumbling ominously. Then, a massive hole erupted in the earth, and a 6-meter-long mutated cockroach burst forth, aiming its gaping maw directly at Wang Nuo, who was currently embroiled in combat. Simultaneously, information about the cockroach appeared before the onlookers. Mutated cockroach level, 6 physique, 31 energy, 21 spirit, 16 skill. Mutated body, tenacious life. The sight of the level 6 disaster sent shockwaves through the crowd, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Yet, just then, a long-awaited agile figure sprang into action. Hockey Tiger transformed into its prehistoric giant form, its combat power amplified to the fullest by the Tiger avian technique, and leapt high, delivering a crushing blow to the mutated cockroach. Boom! The level 6 creature, unable to react, was slammed into the ground, producing a deafening crash. But Hockey Tiger's assault was far from over. Its claws extended rapidly, tearing the 6-level disaster in half with a single, swift motion. Roar! Hockey Tiger let out a thunderous roar, awakening the primal fear buried deep within the genes of the mutated animals. Even those with low mental acuity instinctively halted, their eyes filled with terror. The players, witnessing this display, felt a renewed spark of hope igniting within them. At that moment, they could hardly contain their excitement. Wow, Tiger Brother is magnificent. Chapter 45, A Clash of Dragons and Tigers. With gratitude flooding his heart after narrowly escaping the cockroach's jaws, Wang Nuo turned to Hockey Tiger and exclaimed, "If we make out alive this time, I promise to set up an altar for you and burn incense daily. You can swap me with your tail as much as you like." Wang Nuo vowed, ensuring that his descendants would honor Hockey Tiger with offerings in the future. After all, meeting such a grim fate as being bitten in half by a cockroach was far too tragic. Even in death, he desired a more valiant end. However, Haji, who completely ignored him, his gaze fixed on the distant, aberrant creatures, his expression grave. With the powerful senses and keen instincts befitting the king of beasts, Haji sensed something amiss the moment he entered the school. The pervasive aura of aberration was far too intense to be merely emanated by the 40-odd aberrants present. Unfortunately, voicing this realization at that moment would have been too late. Consequently, Haji swiftly resolved to lie in wait for the bigger fish, opting to capture the king before the thief. However, it appeared that there was more than one big fish in the waters. Even now, Haji could still sense the threatening atmosphere, acutely aware that 6th-level calamities had yet to make their appearance. As expected, the aberrant creatures before him suddenly parted to form a pathway, and soon a 6th-level aberrant python, as thick as a water barrel, slithered into view. The aberrant python rose up, its dark green vertical pupils emanating a sinister glow as it faced Haji from a distance. Aberrant giant python level, 6 physique, 30 energy, 25 spirit, 20 skills, aberrant physique, bone corrosive venom. A 6th-level giant python, having undergone aberration and now infused with toxins. At the same moment, the aberrant giant python emerged. An aberrant cockroach, already torn in half, began to struggle once more, its head burrowing into the ground as if seeking to escape. Observing this tenacious creature, Haji swiftly unleashed a claw, shattering its head into smithereens. Kill 6th-level aberrant cockroach. Experience increased by 10. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained a first-class treasure chest. With the notification panel appearing, the aberrant cockroach finally met its demise. However, at that moment, the giant python seized the opportunity and lunged towards Haji with ferocious speed. The aberrant giant python, while massive, was not clumsy. Instead, it was remarkably swift and agile. In an instant, it coiled around Haji attempting to constrict him as a python would its prey. Yet, as the king of beasts, and currently in a state of explosive vigor, Haji had no intention of evading its might. With a resounding roar, Haji unleashed his energy once more, engaging the giant python in a fierce confrontation. Energy clashed, flesh flew. A powerful shockwave swept through the area, accompanied by the resonant roar of the tiger and the ominous hiss of the serpent, instilling fear in all those present. A battle of titans. The players and aberrant infected beings in the vicinity instinctively stepped back, wary of being caught in the crossfire of this terrifying conflict. Director Xie and his companions swiftly intervened, taking advantage of the chaos to pull the engaged players back to their side. Several 5th-level experts positioned themselves at the 4 cardinal points, shielding the injured players while casting wary glances at the aberrant creatures encircling them. Cough. Standing beside Xieling, Qi Yuan could not suppress the chaotic energy within him and spat out a mouthful of dark blood. However, at that moment, he had no time to reflect, his gaze rapidly scanning the other players. Initially, they had outnumbered their foes, and with snipers providing cover from the shadows, although the players bore injuries, casualties had been minimal. In stark contrast, the aberrant infected beings lay scattered across the square, nearly 30 corpses already claimed by the conflict. Yet, the situation had now completely turned. The number of aberrant creatures appeared to be at least double that of the aberrant humans, and the more powerful aberrant infected beings were still very much alive. Thus, the players found themselves at an overwhelming disadvantage in terms of numbers, strength, and overall condition. Their only glimmer of hope lay in the fact that the giant python seemed to be struggling against Tiger Gu. The armored player approached Qi Yuan, analyzing the aberrant creatures across from them. How curious! Could these aberrant creatures adhere to some unspoken rule that prevents them from interfering in their leader's battle? After all, their chief is clearly at a disadvantage. Why do they merely watch instead of assisting? Not to mention those 3 aberrant infected beings, along with the 3 5th-level aberrant creatures that emerged with the cockroach, could have provided some support. Shouldn't they take this opportunity to engage with us, rather than waiting for the 6th-level python to fall before confronting Tiger Gu all at once? The armored player was puzzled, yet his words sparked a realization in Director Xie and his companions. If they were ordinary demon beasts, they might adhere to the typical rule that a battle of leaders must remain a one-on-one affair. However, The beings infected by the aberrant virus were no longer mere animals, but rather unique manifestations of calamity. Thus, this 6th-level giant python was not their leader. They had only one true king, the source of calamity. In other words, it was this source of calamity, the ultimate boss, that had commanded them to observe rather than act, merely encircling the players. What could be its intention? Director Xie and his companions were filled with questions, yet their hearts tightened with apprehension. Previously, they had been engrossed in fierce combat, and now that they had a moment to breathe, they finally remembered that despite their desperate struggle, they had yet to even catch a glimpse of the source of calamity. Meanwhile, the battle between Ji-Hu and the aberrant giant python had reached a fever pitch, with the passive effects of the tiger bird technique. Ji-Hu was entirely unconcerned about the python's bone-corrosive venom. Thus, he opted for a strategy of exchanging wounds, allowing the creature to gnaw at him while he raked his claws across its body, inflicting deep gashes. How? The remaining energy swiftly coalesced in his claws. Just as Ji-Hu prepared to deliver the finishing blow, a sudden twist of fate unfolded. An overwhelming and potent aura of calamity suddenly manifested above the campus. A pitch-black spear, seemingly crafted from bone, shot down from the heavens, abruptly entering the line of sight of all present. This spear, imbued with immense calamity power, hurtled towards Ji-Hu with a speed that transcended human comprehension. In that moment, Ji-Hu was seized by a profound sense of dread. A powerful premonition of death surged through his mind. His instinct for battle compelled him to abandon his previous offensive, attempting to evade the impending strike. Yet, even Ji-Hu's proud speed proved insufficient against such a formidable and relentless assault. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the bone spear pierced through both Ji-Hu and the aberrant giant python, pinning them to the ground. Chapter 46. The Source of Aberrant Infection. Everyone. The turn of events was far too abrupt. Just a moment ago, Ji-Hu appeared poised for victory, yet in the blink of an eye, both titans were rendered immobile. The swift change left their minds momentarily reeling, engulfed in confusion. What had just transpired? Many players watched in shock, their pupils dilating as disbelief filled their hearts. Dead? Tiger Gu and the aberrant giant python, both of whom were formidable 6th-level beings, had been vanquished in an instant? How could this be possible? As players gradually comprehended the situation, they felt their bodies weaken, instinctively turning their gaze toward the remaining pillars of strength. At that moment, Xia Ling and the others were equally astounded, their eyes following the trajectory of the dark spear. They beheld a figure atop the school building, a man with gray eyes, seemingly shrouded in mist. The gray-eyed man gazed down upon the players below, his expression apathetic, as though he were observing insignificant ants by the roadside. As the enigmatic gray-eyed man emerged into the sight of the crowd, information about him finally materialized on the panel. Source of the anomalous infection. Level 8 Spirit, Physique 45 Chi, Disaster Energy 45 Mind, Mental 40 Skills, Anomalous Technique, Embodiment of All Things, an 8th-level calamity. Just 2 days prior, the most formidable disaster in Linjiang City had barely reached level 5, yet this source of calamity had quietly escalated to level 8. The attributes of Spirit, Qi, and Mind all surpassed 40 points, which could be described as more than double that of the level 5 players. Gazing at this terrifying panel, Director Xie and the others felt a suffocating weight in their chests, their minds consumed by a singular thought. It was over. Not only would they perish here, but the entire Linjiang City was likely to face unprecedented slaughter. In mere moments, several level 5 players who had just managed to steady their nerves were suddenly engulfed by despair, their expressions filled with a sense of hopelessness previously unknown to them. The remaining players, witnessing this, felt a chilling dread wash over them. Following the gaze of Director Xie and the others, they finally laid eyes on the gray-eyed man possessed by the source of calamity. Source of anomalous infection, level. Due to the vast disparity in levels, most players could only see 3 question marks. It was this unknown terror that quickly shattered their psychological defenses, leaving them frozen in place with wide eyes. The player community fell into a deathly silence. However, it was not only the players on the scene who were despairing. Within the Anomaly Management Bureau, many who had witnessed Haki who being pinned down by a single shot felt their spirits plummet. Upon receiving the news that the source of calamity had reached level 8, numerous high-ranking officials felt darkness envelop them, fainting on the spot. In the forums, posts were rapidly updating one after another. Anomalous calamity. Over 100 mutated creatures suddenly emerged, surrounding the players of Linjiang City. Divine might descends. Haki who turns the tide, annihilating a level 6 calamity while battling a mutated python. A surprise attack. The fate of level 6 Haki who hangs in the balance. The source of calamity revealed. Level reaches 8. These posts were updating at a rapid pace, with videos and live streams flooding the player community. Countless individuals from all corners of the globe were closely monitoring the situation in Linjiang City. From the initial ease of overwhelming numbers to the subsequent encirclement, then to the cheers and excitement as Haki, who displayed his might. The mood had shifted dramatically. Now, upon reading the latest posts, every player's pupils dilated in shock. An 8th level calamity. One must understand that even the highest level players might not possess such power. If such a formidable figure as Haki, who could be subdued with a single strike, who could possibly emerge to save Linjiang City? If this calamity were to descend upon their own cities, would they be able to withstand it? Deep down, all players harbored a clear answer. For the vast majority of cities currently did not even have level 6 players, and many lacked even a single level 5 expert. Under such circumstances, it implied that this calamity could sweep through most regions with ease. It was over. Countless minds echoed the same thought, unable to fathom what Linjiang City would become after this night. Meanwhile, at Linjiang No. 3 Middle School, the gray-eyed man surveyed the crowd from above before calmly uttering a command. Kill them. Though his voice was not loud, it resonated clearly in the ears of all players and mutated beings below. Instantly, the mutated creatures that had merely surrounded the players erupted into a frenzy, their energy surging as they rushed towards the players with fervor. Witnessing this scene, Director Xie exhaled slowly. My dear comrades, I apologize for leading you into this dire predicament. Drawing his long knife, Xie Ling's gaze grew resolute. Mistakes cannot be amended, but I shall use my life to ensure your escape. Each of you is a vital force for the future. Live on. If escape proves impossible, do not give up. Take down 2 for each of you that falls. Upon hearing Xie Ling's words, the players gradually emerged from their previous despair. Fixing their gazes upon the incoming horde of mutated beings, their determination solidified. Fight! Let's clash with them. Shouts of resolve erupted, rekindling the fighting spirit within the crowd at that moment. After all, even if death awaited, they could not allow the calamity to have an easy victory. True warriors not only dare to step onto the battlefield, but also confront the bloodshed and face the grim realities of life. It seems I must join you in this desperate endeavor. The armored player approached Qi Yuan, as if jesting. Qi Yuan replied, somewhat exasperated, can we exhibit a bit of culture? The term Mandarin ducks is not typically used to describe 2 men. Never mind. How much experience do you need to level up? 15, why do you ask? I still need 10. Let us see if I can level up and recover some strength to kill more. Before he could finish, the mutated horde charged once more towards the players. A brutal melee, far exceeding previous encounters, erupted in the square once again. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the teaching building, the gray-eyed man gazed at Haki who, pinned in place, a look of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. Perfect. I never expected there to be such a high-quality, potential being in this world. It would be a pity if he did not become my subordinate. As he spoke, the gray-eyed man closed his eyes, channeling all his power to attempt to mutate the nearly lifeless Haki who, after all, this was a powerful being of level 6. Not something an ordinary mutated being could infect. It required his direct intervention. As the gray-eyed man activated his skill, ethereal whispers began to echo in Haki's ears. Devour the giant python. Transform yourself. Gain strength. Follow in the footsteps of the god of anomalies and become his most promising subordinate. The whispers continued to resonate in his ears, seemingly coaxing Haki who to consume the giant python beneath him and embrace the embrace of the anomalous calamity. Chapter 47. The Attack Blue Star, Linjiang No. 3 Middle School. Under the intense scrutiny of countless players nationwide, the battle raged on. However, the situation was rather bleak. The participants had entirely abandoned hope for victory, instead striving to break through the encirclement under Director Xie's leadership. Clang! Swoosh! The clash of blades rang out as Qi Yuan pierced through the level 4 mutated being before him, his experience points reaching their maximum. Without hesitation, he leveled up. His strength surged, and his state rapidly recovered. Now, at level 5, Qi Yuan decisively moved to Director Xie's side, unleashing a powerful wave of sword energy to cleave through a small section of the calamity ahead. Soon, the armored player leveled up as well, unleashing a barrage of fiery punches that alleviated the immense pressure they faced. The player's leveling mechanism ensured they grew stronger with each battle. More and more players reached maximum experience points, leveling up and unleashing even greater strength, working together to fight their way out. However, the experience points gained in a short time were ultimately limited, as an increasing number of mutated beings charged forth. The upgrades of ordinary players did not bring about substantial change, but merely prolonged their resistance. Meanwhile, at the center of the square, Haki, who, pinned and barely clinging to life, sensed a gray figure suddenly emerge within his mental realm. The gray-eyed man stepped in front of Haki, who lay with closed eyes, on the verge of losing consciousness. His enticing voice then echoed forth. Embrace the anomaly. Not only will your life be instantly restored, but your strength and potential will also experience a remarkable enhancement. Follow in the footsteps of the god of anomalies, and you shall become the mightiest Tiger King in the future. Such an opportunity is not something that every being can attain. Follow me, and you shall witness. The gray-eyed man spoke continuously, while the potent force of calamity surged rapidly toward Haki, who, seemingly intent on completely subjugating it. The calamity's origin advanced, and as it gazed upon Haki, who was now close at hand and seemingly devoid of any resistance, a sense of satisfaction welled within. He was confident that with his own intervention, he could transform this severely wounded creature of exceptional quality into something else entirely. With the aid of the aberrant tiger demon and his almost unparalleled advantage as one of the earliest arrivals in this world, the gray-eyed man envisioned the grand spectacle of his future dominion over the entire planet. Meanwhile, within a nearby towering building close to the school, a young figure approached under the cover of night. His gaze swept over the players engaged in fierce combat below before settling on the gray-eyed calamity, attempting to transform Haki, who on the rooftop. The moment had arrived. Sensing Haki, who was prepared, Lennon felt no hesitation. In the next instant, he leaped from the 100-meter-high building. The howling wind rushed past his ears as the scenery below rapidly transformed before his eyes. Under the shroud of night, Lennon concentrated, and a white, triangular parachute appeared behind him. With a swift motion, he executed a stylish turn, propelling himself towards the rooftop, aiming directly at the source of the aberration. What is this? The white parachute stood out against the night sky, quickly capturing the attention of numerous agents from the Bureau of Anomalies and players monitoring the school situation. Yet, inexplicably, even the highest definition devices failed to reveal the true visage of the young man within the parachute. His face remained shrouded in shadow, allowing only a faint outline of Lin An's composed expression to be discerned. But that was not the most significant detail, for the Bureau personnel soon realized that the parachute's trajectory was heading straight for the level 8 calamity on the rooftop. Some ordinary players, who had been acting as battlefield reporters, also took note of this scene and began feverishly documenting it, uploading photos to chat rooms and forums. The parachute soared swiftly through the air and soon entered the school's airspace. As it passed over the plaza, where fierce battles raged below, Lennon summoned several Gui Su coins into his hand. The lightning crackled, one by one, the Gui Su coins, radiating a dazzling brilliance, shot forth towards the level 5 calamity on the battlefield. The first to be struck was the aberrant giant python, pinned in place like Hakihu, and already teetering on the brink of death. Kill level 6 aberrant giant python. Experience points increased by 10. Congratulations! You have received a first-tier excellent treasure chest. The notification panel flashed, followed closely by the remaining lightning coins. The players, including Xiaolin and Wang Nua, who were engaged in combat with the level 5 aberrant entities, were too preoccupied to notice Lin and above. They only perceived a sudden flash of brilliant lightning, followed by the aberrant creatures, with whom they had battled for so long, collapsing to the ground, their bodies convulsing as if scorched by electricity. In an instant, every level 5 calamity perished without exception. This abrupt change astonished all players, and even the aberrant creatures, driven solely by their instinct to fight, stood frozen in shock. As everyone turned their gaze skyward, they finally beheld the figure rapidly gliding toward the rooftop of the school. However, unlike before, this time players could clearly see, through their panels, that the figure bore a dazzling silver badge, inscribed with the simple yet unmistakable number 1. The top of the Linjiang city leaderboard. Ayu. It is the esteemed master Haiou. In disbelief, many players recognized him, their pupils widening as they could not help but shout in excitement. Xia Lin and his companions were equally astounded by this spectacle, especially the high-level players dispatched for support, who had initially presumed that the top player from Linjiang City was merely a beastmaster with average combat prowess. Otherwise, Hakihu would not have been the only creature to appear, while the master himself had never shown his face. Yet now, such thoughts seemed absurdly ignorant. The calamity they desperately fought against was but a mere triviality before the master. It was clear that Haiou had focused his efforts on the final boss, the aberrant source of infection. Congratulations! You have received a first-tier excellent treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received a first-tier excellent treasure chest. Congratulations! You have received a first-tier excellent treasure chest. The notifications continued to flood in, igniting excitement among the players below. Yet Lin had no time to indulge in this. Drawing on his inner strength, Lin accelerated his charge, witnessing a massive palm of thunder coalesce in his hand, radiating an awe-inspiring aura. Simultaneously, within the realm of consciousness, the gray-eyed man sensed an anomaly, instinctively attempting to retreat back to his own body. However, at that moment, Hakihu, who had remained still until now, suddenly opened its eyes. Chapter 48, Fierce Battle. Within the realm of consciousness, Hakihu abruptly opened its eyes. Its golden, regal gaze fixed intently upon the gray-eyed man, exuding clarity and evidently unaffected by any attempts at manipulation or aberration. If it were a true tiger demon, it would indeed be improbable to resist the direct intervention of the source of calamity, especially while weakened and at a lower level. However, the key point was that Hakihu was not a genuine spirit pet, but rather the embodiment of Lin An's exceptional skill, tiger avian technique. Furthermore, the fundamental source of the skill's embodiment was a perfect grade talisman, which could not be easily swayed by anything else. Roar! Hakihu let out a fierce roar, expending its final reserves of strength as it lunged towards the gray-eyed man. The source of aberration, taken aback, felt an unexpected sense of urgency. Simultaneously, a deadly premonition of danger surged within his mind. However, this sense of peril did not stem from the tiger demon before him, but rather from the reality beyond. Realizing that an issue may arise in the outside world, the gray-eyed man could no longer afford to hesitate and struck the weakened Hakihu away with a powerful punch. Subsequently, with a thought, the source of calamity attempted to hastily return its consciousness to its body. At that moment, Lin An's palm of thunder reached its zenith. The parachute propelled itself at maximum speed, and Lin An's figure swiftly appeared before the gray-eyed man. Just as the source of aberration's consciousness returned, it opened its eyes, only to be met with a strike infused with the purest radiant energy. Lin An and the source of calamity crossed paths, and the strike, fueled by all his energy, precisely struck its heart before it could react. Boom! A deafening sound reverberated through the heavens, akin to a thunderous roar erupting from the firmament. The rooftop's bricks were obliterated by the thunderclap, dust swirling into the air, enveloping the rooftop in a cloud of chaos. The exaggerated commotion of battle drew everyone's attention. In that moment, whether players on the scene or high-ranking officials in the Bureau of Anomalies monitoring the live feed, all eyes were fixated on the rooftop, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Can it be defeated? Countless players shared the same thought, their bodies trembling with tension. Yet their gazes remained glued to the smoke above the rooftop, unwilling to look away. Meanwhile, Lin, having stowed away his parachute, stood firmly on the rooftop. In the next moment, a long blade materialized in his hand. Gazing at the smoke before him, Lin's expression turned grave. After all, the panel did not display any kill notifications. Just as expected, in the next moment, a black arm, as flexible as rubber, emerged from the smoke and lunged directly towards Lin's face. Clang! Lin swung his blade to intercept, and the collision of fist and sword sparked a shower of sparks, producing a crisp metallic sound. At that instant, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a towering monster over 2 meters tall, fully transformed. The man with gray eyes had his left arm morphed into a sharp blade, his legs massive like those of an elephant, while his body twisted and contorted grotesquely, except for his head, which still bore traces of his original form. Every other part was entirely transformed. Source of alienation infection. Level, 8 grade physique, 45 energy, 45 spirit, 40 skills. Alienation technique, possession of all things current status, fully transformed. Severely wounded. The password just proves that it truly is a boss, even possessing a second phase. Lin scoffed internally, yet his gaze was fixed on the severely wounded status of his opponent. The efforts made previously with Haki who were not in vain. Despite the intimidating appearance of the enemy, he would not hold out for long. Although the attributes of this source of calamity surpassed his own, the differences in physique and energy were merely 7 points. While the spirit was only 2 points apart, he could fight. As Lin made this judgment, the gray-eyed man retracted his right fist. Upon seeing the young human before him, a flicker of astonishment crossed his furious, reddened eyes. He never expected that in a world devoid of weapons, someone could elevate their power to such heights in such a short time. In fact, even a resurrected calamity might not measure up to him. The gray-eyed man opened his mouth to say something, but Lin had no intention of listening. Seizing the opportunity, he dashed forward, his blade slicing through the air with unparalleled might. The gray-eyed man reacted swiftly, stomping down and fiercely swinging his left arm blade. Clang! The clash of weapons sent both combatants reeling back. Lin staggered back several steps before realizing that his blade had been chipped. At that moment, the gray-eyed man charged forward again with his massive legs. Boom! With each step, the rooftop cracked underfoot, fissures spreading outward. Clang! The battle rapidly escalated, with both warriors colliding so swiftly that they left afterimages behind. Lin's blade shattered into countless fragments after yet another impact. Haha, let's see how you'll fight me next. The gray-eyed man smirked with triumph, only to witness another intact blade materialize in Lin's grasp. Feeling toyed with, the gray-eyed man swung his fist in a furious arc towards Lin. Lin dodged swiftly, witnessing the iron fist crash into the ground with tremendous force. The already burdened rooftop crumbled completely, sending everything above, including the man and the calamity, plummeting downward. As he fell, a pentagram flickered in Lin's mind. At that moment, he activated his skill. Tiger Bird Technique Activate. His eyes transformed into a golden hue akin to Haki Hu's, and Lin's form became remarkably agile, propelling himself off the falling debris to stabilize his descent. Boom! The entire building trembled incessantly, shattering several floors before the gray-eyed man finally regained his footing. Just then, Lin descended with his blade, aiming precisely at the calamity. The source of disaster lifted its gaze, yet Lin discerned no fear in its deep gray eyes. Alienation. The gray-eyed man spoke slowly, and in the next instant, the entire classroom was engulfed in darkness. Everything around, desks, textbooks, and walls, rapidly mutated sprouting bizarre organs. Black tendrils shot forth from these mutated objects, swiftly ensnaring Lin and rendering him immobile. I must admit, you are the most exceptional, non-superhuman practitioner I have ever encountered, the source of disaster remarked as it approached Linen. However, in the end, only I shall emerge victorious. Is that so? Linen lifted his gaze, locking eyes with his foe. Then perhaps you should take a look behind you. Behind? The Calamity questioned, and in the next heartbeat, it sensed a powerful surge of lightning energy gathering rapidly behind it. Turning to look, it discovered a miniature sprite, radiating lightning, floating unbeknownst to it. Although the sprite was no larger than 10 centimeters, upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to Linen. Skill, avatar tendeur technique. A true master can adeptly utilize every skill and item within the span of their activation. Although the avatar spell has a 24-hour cooldown after use. Haki, who had already appeared for 2.5 days, meaning the cooldown had long since expired. In other words, while only one avatar could exist at any given time, if used skillfully, it could be summoned immediately after the previous one dissipated, ensuring a seamless transition. However, it was this source of alienation that warranted such a maneuver from Linen. Even though he was attempting the Thunder technique for the first time, as a skill avatar synchronized with his memories, it quickly grasped Lin and strategy. Thus, once the moment was right, the avatar sprang into action. A powerful torrent of lightning energy surged into Haki Lei's hands, and to Lin An's astonishment, 10 100-unit Gue Su coins floated in the air. The 100-unit Gue Su coins were not only composed of sturdier materials, but also held far more energy than the standard 1-unit coins. As the lightning energy coursed into the coins, an overwhelming aura radiated from them, causing the infected beings in the distant plaza to tremble uncontrollably. The dazzling lightning erupted instantaneously, illuminating the surroundings so brightly that it was difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. It was as if dawn had suddenly broken over Lin Jiang Sanzhong. All players engaged in battle on site, as well as the personnel from the Alien Management Bureau closely monitoring the livestream, were drawn to the radiant lightning, abruptly turning their gazes towards the classroom where Lin and confronted the calamity. And just as time seemed to slow, Haki Lei, as the avatar of the Thunder technique, might not possess other skills, but his mastery of the Thunder technique was unparalleled. Thus, even a charge strike could be completed in an instant. As the source of calamity sensed the anomaly, 10 upgraded lightning coins were already on the brink of launch. An unprecedented and intense sense of impending doom enveloped the gray-eyed man, and beads of cold sweat began to trickle down his forehead. The instinctive warning in his mind surged, indicating that should he be struck by this attack, it could very well spell his demise. After all, he was already gravely wounded, and the recent battle with Lin and had further exacerbated his condition, depleting his energy significantly. In contrast, the strange entity, although lacking in spirit, was currently in a state of full vigor. Moreover, the technique it was employing was the most lethal form of lightning against calamities. In that fleeting moment, thoughts raced through his mind, and the experienced source of alienation narrowed his eyes before swiftly making a choice. Alienation. The technique of alienation was once again unleashed, yet the gray-eyed man paid no heed to Haki Lei behind him. Instead, he tightened the bindings on Lin and with the controlled, alienated objects. Simultaneously, he charged forward with his robust legs towards Linen. The source of alienation could sense that the lightning technique had completely locked onto him, making it utterly impossible to evade in his current state. Thus, the method to break the deadlock was singular. The judgment of the source of alienation indicated that this sudden appearance behind him was undoubtedly related to the human youth before him. If he could dispose of his opponent first, perhaps the thunder would dissipate without a fight. Even if he couldn't manage to deal with the human youth in time, at least they would stand together. Therefore, Haki Lei would surely choose to restrain his attack to avoid collateral damage or mutual destruction. It must be said that the judgment of the alienation disaster was remarkably accurate, for his speculation was spot on, undeniably the wisest choice. However, as Linen gazed at the ever-expanding alienation dagger before him, His eyes remained as tranquil as a still pond. This alienation technique is truly insidious, Linen mused inwardly. Although the source of disaster possessed merely 2 skills, their potency was undeniable. This alienation technique could not only transform himself, but also manipulate external objects at will, commanding them to serve his purposes. In terms of lethality and practicality, it could be said to be maximized, the sole drawback being the bizarre appearance of the alienated entities. Even if he exerted all his strength with the Hu Qin technique, Linen felt it challenging to break free from the bindings of these alienated objects in such a short span. Fortunately, when it came to insidiousness, Linen believed he was no less capable. Sensing the sharp edge approaching, Linen focused his mind. The substitution talisman activated, and in the next instant, his figure vanished, leaving behind an identical substitute in its place. The gray-eyed man fiercely cleaved the substitute in half, only to be astonished to see the human youth before him gradually disappearing. Simultaneously, Haki Lei waved his small hand. A total of 10 Guishu coins shot forth like dazzling projectiles, striking the gray-eyed man with astonishing precision. A thunderous roar resounded within the classroom building. The alienation disaster was immediately hurled into the air by the immense energy impact, crashing through the blackboard and wall. A perfect parabolic trajectory appeared in the sky as the massive alienated figure of the disaster, charred and electrified, plummeted, ultimately crashing into the center of the square. With a resounding bang, a large pit was created in the ground, and the shattered gray-eyed man lay motionless. Linen focused his mind once more, and a white, triangular glider appeared behind him. He leaped down, his graceful form beginning to glide once again, under the watchful eyes of countless players and the live surveillance. Linen descended rapidly into the central square, his gaze fixed on the vast pit before him. The numerous alienated infectors, who had previously surrounded the area, retreated in terror upon witnessing Lin An's arrival, as if confronted by an unimaginable horror. Yet, their king still remained in the depths of the pit. The instinctual loyalty of the alienated prevented them from fleeing outright, forcing them to remain in place, trembling, awaiting the final outcome. Wherever he stepped, disaster receded. In that moment, whether present or absent, all players witnessing the scene were engulfed in profound shock, particularly the players gathered in the square, their eyes shining as brightly as if they had just encountered a long-admired idol. They had just resigned themselves to certain death, yet with Hyo-Yu's intervention, it was as though a miracle had unfolded, reversing the tide once more. Meanwhile, a gray, mist-like gaseous sphere materialized before Linen. It was the very essence of the source of alienation. Previously, it had been stated that the combat power of the essence was rather mediocre, especially in its severely injured state. Thus, as the essence stirred slightly, a feeble voice quickly echoed in Lin An's ear. "Do not kill me. I can acknowledge you as my master. With my assistance, not only will you dominate this world, but you will also secure a place in Guishu. I possess many secrets. Whatever you wish to know, I can divulge." The source of alienation spoke rapidly, its initial arrogance and superiority shattered by the brink of death. Linen, however, remained unmoved, his gaze devoid of any fluctuation. With a swift motion, he raised his blade and cleaved the essence of disaster in two. Chapter 50. Having settled the matter, I depart to open my loot, defeated the level 8 source of alienation. Experience points increased by 100. Congratulations! You have received a special disaster loot. Alienation Package X1. Currently, experience points are full. Would you like to level up? As the source of alienation completely dissipated, the Guishu interface displayed 3 delightful notifications. However, Linen did not immediately opt for a level up. Instead, he turned his attention to the alienated creatures surrounding him. These alienated infectors, sensing the fall of the essence, became utterly terrified and scattered like birds and beasts fleeing in all directions. Linen summoned several Guishu coins into his hand. With a swift motion, the fastest few disaster entities were struck down, thoroughly extinguishing their vitality. Successfully defeated a level 4 alienated infector. Congratulations! You have received a good loot box, X1. successfully defeated a level 3 alienated infector. Congratulations. You have received a good loot box. X1. Successfully defeated a level 3 alienated infector. Congratulations. As each alienated infector fell, the interface continuously displayed notifications of loot acquisition. At this moment, even the previously rare good loot boxes seemed to flood into his storage with astonishing speed. Simultaneously, Haki Lei, now adorned with a mask crafted from lightning elemental energy, swiftly made his entrance. In a flash, he circled the square, conjuring an energy shield composed of lightning that enveloped the entire area. His mastery of lightning elements was so profound that maintaining this protective barrier consumed minimal energy. Just a slight increase in energy output would suffice to eliminate any lower-level alienated infectors attempting to breach it. Furthermore, the naturally occurring lightning energy within the shield would continuously converge, inflicting relentless disruption upon the disaster entities trapped inside. Thus, the remaining alienated infectors were firmly ensnared within the square, with no escape in sight. Although the fall of the source of disaster would gradually render the alienation virus inactive and incapable of spreading, these alienated infectors would no longer possess the ability to infect others, akin to ordinary disasters. Simultaneously, the previously infected populace would finally be able to recover fully through the consumption of alienation antibiotics. Therefore, this alienation infection would no longer pose any significant threat. However, Lin had never entertained the notion of leaving roots uncut. Even though these alienated infectors had lost their infectious capabilities, he could not simply allow them to depart. Haki Lei, I leave this place to you. Strive to maximize the player's experience points. Lin spoke up, noting that the most formidable disasters on the field were merely at level 4, and thus eliminating them would yield no experience points for him. It is important to recognize that items dropped from disasters below level 5 are generally limited to ordinary quality wooden chests. Although the chests dropped by the anomalies tend to be of a higher quality, they're still only of acceptable standards. For Linen, who was on the verge of reaching level 7, even a good quality item held little utility. Furthermore, after vanquishing 2 level 6 disasters and 6 level 5 anomalies, he found himself in possession of an impressive 8 excellent quality bronze chests. Previously, he had only 2 commendable items, making his recent victory a sudden windfall. Most significantly, following the Ren Yen Mao gift pack and the Elite Novice pack, Linen had finally acquired a 3rd package, the Anomaly gift pack. The very name signified its extraordinary nature. Contemplating this, Linen turned his gaze towards the throngs of players nearby, their eyes brimming with fervor. Their excitement was palpable. Had there not been a few anomalies leaping about in a frantic bid for survival, he imagined they might have rushed towards him at once. Have I inadvertently amassed a legion of admirers, all prominent players on the leaderboard? Lin mused with a faint smile. However, the players before him were unable to discern his features, let alone his expressions, due to their mental faculties being significantly inferior to his. Amidst their eager gazes, Lin An's voice resonated, reminding them that it was a rare opportunity and that they should focus on leveling up. He would take his leave and hope to meet them again in the future. With that, a white cloak was swiftly conjured by his transformative abilities. With a single wave of his hand, the cloak obscured the view of the crowd, in full view of all players, including the monitoring satellites. Linen vanished into thin air. The sudden disappearance of the esteemed Hai-O left the players astonished. He departs like a whisper, leaving his name concealed. Is this the essence of a supreme powerhouse? Xia Lin reflected, feeling a sense of awe. He then addressed those around him. Everyone heard Hai-O's words. His decision not to eliminate the disasters clearly grants us a golden opportunity for advancement. All players yet to reach level 4 should engage in battle, while the 5-level cultivators among us will provide support, ensuring safety and maximizing experience. Those with significant injuries may rest momentarily. The anomalies cannot escape. So there is no need to rush. As Xia Lin spoke, excitement rippled through the gathered crowd. They had originally feared for their lives, yet now they found themselves on the brink of leveling up. The 5-level experts exhaled in relief, particularly Xia, who had anticipated becoming a disgrace to Linjiang City, having nearly obliterated its core strength and jeopardizing its future. However, after Lin An's intervention, the situation had undergone a complete turnaround. Following this battle, not only would the number of high-level players in Linjiang City remain stable, but they would also grow stronger and more reliable than ever before. After all, having survived such a tumultuous life and death struggle, even those not associated with the Anomaly Management Bureau could now be regarded as comrades in arms. Regrettably, however, Hu Ge had perished heroically. Wait, where is Hu Ge? Xia Lin and the others looked up, only to find that Ha Ji Hu had vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. Instead, a miniature spirit enveloped in lightning hovered in the air, idly observing the anomalies still scrambling in desperation. If one were to approach, they might hear its somewhat irritable mutterings. What a nuisance. It would be far easier to just electrocute them all. Chapter 51. Ascending to Level 7. The stirring of many players as the populace of Linjiang City continued their efforts to level up. The external world erupted into an unprecedented commotion among the player community. Whether in regional chat rooms, global player forums, or even on real-world networks, videos began to circulate wildly. The white triangular parachute, the mysterious player, the rooftop battle. The power of thunder. Each keyword rapidly ascended the trending charts, leading the game forums to unprecedented popularity, with posts flooding in one after another. Desperation. Players in Linjiang City are trapped in a crisis, attempting a final breakout. A white parachute appears in the night. A mysterious youth descends, obliterating all Level 5 disasters in one strike. Hope arrives. The top player in Linjiang City takes action, targeting the source of the anomaly infection. Rooftop battle. A Level 6 player faces off against an 8-level disaster. Who will emerge victorious? A building collapses, thunder resounds. None know the brutal battle occurring within the classroom. Let's pray for Hai-O. Miracle reappears. With a single strike, the source of disaster is extinguished, and wherever Hai-O goes, calamity recedes. Every second, a deluge of posts emerged, accompanied by a plethora of battle photos and videos from within Linjiang No. 3 High School. Players who had been closely following this battle experienced an emotional roller coaster ride, and upon witnessing the victorious posts, their spirits soared. Instantly, a tidal wave of comments flooded beneath these posts. Now I truly understand what it means to turn the tide and support a collapsing edifice. This is how a true hero should act. Wow, slaying a disaster boss 2 levels higher. What a godly player. I have to ask, has the Goeishu game entered its main storyline? Otherwise, how could the protagonist make an appearance? I envy the players in Linjiang City. Will we have a super powerhouse here? Though I am envious, I must acknowledge that the players who participated in the battle were truly risking their lives. Far beyond what ordinary individuals could compare. Heroes arise in chaotic times. It is said that Hai-O-Isnt, even affiliated with the Anomaly Management Bureau. Truly unbelievable. Let us head to the docks and find some seagulls. The name of this powerhouse is indeed unique. While the outside world erupted in excitement, the central figure of this grand battle had quietly returned to his hometown. Lin exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of exhaustion lift. He had to admit that the source of the anomaly infection was indeed formidable. Had he not been adequately prepared, and had Ha Ji Hu not assisted in inflicting grievous wounds early on, coupled with Ha Ji Lei's critical strike at a pivotal moment, the outcome could have been uncertain. Lin felt that even a Level 9 disaster might not surpass this source of calamity, given the opponent's overwhelming anomaly techniques, the quality of which remained a mystery to him. As he pondered, Ha Ji Shu presented him with freshly peeled loquats. Ing, master, eat the fruit. Upon seeing the loquats, Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile as he accepted them. The loquats melted in his mouth, and a gentle energy coursed through his meridians, cleansing the remnants of disaster energy from the recent battle. Once he had restored himself to a good state, Lin concentrated, and 2 drops of exceptionally red blood emerged from his fingertips, hovering in his palm. Having used 1 replica talisman during the previous battle and another upon his return, he now had none left. Without a replica talisman, Lennon felt a sense of insecurity, prompting him to refrain from leveling up immediately. Instead, he chose to retrieve 2 drops of blood first to maximize the effects of his upcoming advancement. Unfortunately, without special storage methods, the essence within the blood will continuously dissipate. Otherwise, it would have been feasible to reserve a couple of drops of essence before each upgrade for unforeseen circumstances. Lennon spoke, his complexion growing somewhat pale as the essence left his body. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and opened the panel. Ding. Current experience points are full. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. As his words fell, a familiar, yet even more powerful warm current surged within him. The feeling of weakness vanished in an instant, replaced by a rapid surge in vitality and energy. Ding. Congratulations, player Lennon. All attributes increased by 6, and you have gained 6 free attribute points. Sustaining himself through battle, he had finally succeeded in reaching level 7. At that moment, golden lightning flickered in Lennon's eyes. A remarkable fusion of the tiger bird technique and the thunder art. Observing the newly acquired 6 free attribute points, Lennon focused his thoughts and, following his usual practice, allocated them to his spirit. This not only aimed to enhance the success rate of drawing the substitute talisman subsequently, but also because Lennon had recently discovered that the efficiency of his skills and manifestation seemed related to his own capabilities. Essentially, the stronger his mental prowess and comprehension, the higher the proficiency gained from the manifestation's idle operation. In fact, if his spirit was insufficient, many skills could not even be cultivated to perfection, potentially leading to significant limitations. After the tiger bird technique had undergone numerous days of idle training under Haji, Lennon felt he was nearing the final perfection, yet always sensed something was lacking. Now, with a sudden significant boost in mental power, Lennon could perceive that the proficiency of many of his skills was also upgrading. He focused his thoughts again and opened the panel. Player Lennon going to the dock to catch some seagulls. Level 7 talent. 3-dimensional balance experience. 0 vitality. Constitution 44. 6. Rapidly increasing. Energy. Source power 44. 6. Rapidly increasing. Spirit. Mental 50. 12. Skills. Tiger bird technique. Perfect. Thunder art. Major achievement. Substitute talisman. Minor achievement. Items. Skill manifestation talisman. Transformation package. Cat face mask. Ever-changing attire. Current status. Good upgrading is exhilarating. Gazing at his pristine panel, Lennon could hardly suppress a smile. After all attributes had surpassed 40. And once the 3 dimensions regained equilibrium, his vitality, energy, and spirit would all soar beyond 50. If he were to encounter an aberration source again, Lennon felt he would not need to exert much effort. A single palm thunder could swiftly send the opponent to meet their maker. Moreover, the tiger bird technique had finally reached perfection, while the thunder art simultaneously attained major achievement. As for the substitute talisman, being an exceptional quality skill, it remained at the minor achievement stage, as Lennon had not yet infused it with energy. Nevertheless, Lennon sensed that with a few more drawn talismans, he could swiftly elevate it to major achievement. With this thought, Lennon took out the talisman paper and brush. Heaven is round, the earth is square. The laws dictate 9 chapters. The 5 elements harmonize. The substitute is consecrated. Essence as ink. Source power as guide. Under Lennon's control, the brush gracefully and smoothly traced intricate patterns on the talisman paper. After the upgrade, Lennon felt his speed in drawing talismans had significantly increased, and he became more adept. Consequently, the production of the talisman rapidly approached its final stage. As urgent as the law commands, substitute. Chapter 52. A bounty of rewards. Ding. Congratulations on successfully creating 2 substitute talismans. As the final stroke was completed, 2 substitute talismans were successfully drawn once more. After storing these talismans, Lennon turned his gaze to the spoils of this battle. A plethora of black iron treasure chests, a total of 8 exceptional quality chests, and most importantly, the transformation package. Looking at these treasure chests, Lennon couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Ignoring the good quality chests, Lennon focused his thoughts and opened all the exceptional bronze chests. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one energy array disc of exceptional quality. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the exceptional quality secret technique, Wind of Sun. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 1,000 Gue Su coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 100 sunflower seeds of good quality. Ding! Congratulations on gaining one exceptional quality weapon, Ever-Changing Blade. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring another 1,000 Gue Su coins. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one random attribute fruit of exceptional quality. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining one random attribute fruit of exceptional quality. Wait, it seems like a jackpot. And it's 2. 8 pieces of information appeared on the panel. But Lennon quickly caught on to the keyword. Spotting the term exceptional, he immediately began to check the details of the item. Random attribute, fruit realm. First transition quality, exceptional. Effect, consuming this fruit permanently increases a living being's random attribute by 1. Evaluation. Although it only increases by a bit, this is an additional growth beyond cultivation. Far more precious than one could imagine. Note, this fruit is only effective for cultivators of the first transition realm, and any single being may consume a maximum of 2. This is a remarkable item. Lennon was astonished to discover that the attribute fruit could permanently enhance his vitality, energy, and spirit. After all, based on the items he had acquired over time and the information from the library in Xiaoshirtan village, this was the first time he learned of an item capable of permanently increasing personal attributes. It is essential to note that the only known method to enhance his vitality and spirit attributes thus far was through cultivation and upgrading. While the cat face mask provides an agility boost of 3, or the ever-changing attire grants a defense of 10. These enhancements still rely on external items and are not inherently one's own. If taken away or restricted, one would revert to their original state. In simpler terms, power gained through equipment is ultimately illusory, no matter how formidable it appears. However, attributes increased through this fruit are genuinely owned, akin to the essence gained from cultivation, making it exceedingly valuable. After all, a mere 2 points of attributes could create a significant gap among lower-level players, empowering oneself within the same rank. It is worth noting that the total increase from level 1 to level 2 was merely 4 points. Moreover, for Lennon, a single attribute fruit would not simply add 1 to any attribute. With the 3-dimensional balance talent, the effect would be an increase of 1 to all attributes. The only downside is its perfection. Still, it would be prudent to wait until the 3 dimensions are balanced again before consumption. Lennon thought to himself, for this fruit randomly increases attributes, and he could not ascertain whether it would augment his spirit. If consumed now and it enhanced the still increasing constitution or energy, that would render this exceptional item wasted. Once the 3 dimensions regain balance, the random attribute increase would no longer matter, as it would ultimately yield an increase of 1 to all attributes. After safely storing the 2 attribute fruits, Lennon then turned his attention to the remaining 6 items. Among them, 2 treasure chests yielded 1,000 Gue Su coins each, specifically in denominations of 100, thus replenishing some of the Gue Su coins expended during the previous battle. However, as the universal currency of Gue Su world, despite its wide utility, Lennon regarded it as the least valuable item among the treasure chests. After all, 1,000 Gue Su coins in Xiaoshirtan village could merely be exchanged for a single opportunity to observe ordinary skills. While it was possible to avoid using coins for skills and purchase other items instead, it could never compare to the value of an exceptional item. After safely storing the Gue Su coins, Len's gaze finally fell upon the weapon he had opened. Ever-Changing Blade Realm. First transition quality, exceptional. Effect 1 passive. The weapon is exceptionally hard and sharp, providing a power boost of 3 and armor penetration of 10. Effect 2 active. Metamorphosis. Allowing the weapon to transform freely into various cold weapons, such as swords, spears, halberds, and bows. The 1,000 transformations armor and the metamorphic blade. If Len's intuition serves him right, these 2 remarkable pieces of equipment likely belong to the same series, perhaps even crafted by the same individual. After all, both share the commonality of transformation, The Thousand Transformations armor leans towards defense and concealment, while the Metamorphic Blade emphasizes offense. In comparison, Lin perceives the passive effect of the Metamorphic Blade as slightly superior, given the greater enhancement of attributes. However, in terms of active effects, it pales in comparison to the Thousand Transformations armor, which simultaneously aids in concealment and breath control. Thus, both possess their unique merits. Lin could not help but recall the exquisite cat face mask, which, despite having the lowest attribute enhancement among the three, merely granting agility of 3, boasts a truly formidable illusion effect. Quite impressive. Lin mused, and after a brief trial, he stored it away, shifting his attention to the remaining treasures. Wind technique, sun quality, excellent. Effect, upon use, it allows the transformation of elemental energy into wind elemental power, imbuing each of one's moves with the swiftness of a gale. Mastery of this technique enables one to summon the wind elemental power from the heavens. Note, a fundamental skill for wind element practitioners. Mastery is necessary to pass the wind path inheritance trial. The sun wind technique and the thunder technique are virtually identical, differing only in the elemental focus. One is wind while the other is thunder. Lin conjectured that to become an extraordinary practitioner of other elements such as gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, one must first learn the corresponding technique. Thus, the skill manual could be deemed among the finest treasures obtainable from the current chest, prompting Lin to nod in satisfaction upon discovering the sun wind technique. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the last two items. Energy Array Disc Realm. First transition quality, excellent. Effect 1. Capable of storing vast amounts of any energy, converting and releasing the energy as needed. Effect 2. Can integrate any array and activate a corresponding protective formation within a specified range. Note, a household essential, eliminating concerns of power outages. Sunflower Seeds Realm. First transition quality, good effect. When planted, they will grow into special sunflowers capable of daily producing solar energy. Chapter 53. Transformation Gift Pack. A sunflower that produces sunlight. Does it perhaps have a smiling face? Lin pondered the description, his mind involuntarily conjuring images of the iconic sunflower from the classic plant genre. Upon viewing the energy array disc, he found himself deep in thought. From this description, sunlight is indeed a form of energy. In other words, the sunlight produced by the sunflower would perfectly complement the energy array disk. The sunlight generated would provide energy to the disk, which could convert it into the energy required for household appliances, while also activating protective formations, thus facilitating a self-sustaining energy system. Moreover, the more sunlight produced, the stronger the formation's defensive capabilities. However, the disk requires an array to initiate the corresponding array's characteristics. Lin felt somewhat familiar with these characteristics, as every skill manifestation possesses its own traits. For instance, the characteristic of Hockey Tiger is tiger, while Hockey Lays is thunder. Though simple and direct, Lin believed the effectiveness of these characteristics to be quite formidable. Otherwise, even with a personal attribute of 80, Hockey Tiger and his companions would struggle to overpower disasters of equal rank without additional skills or equipment. Which array should he select? Lin contemplated, allowing his gaze to drift towards the hockey tree. The hockey tree, being immobile and possessing formidable skills, such as the tree energy domain and disaster absorption, would undoubtedly serve as a fitting and powerful array. Furthermore, if it proved unsuitable, he could simply replace the array without any detriment to either party. With this thought, Lin turned to the towering tree outside and spoke. Hockey tree, would you like to try out this array disc? Sure. Upon hearing this, the hockey tree extended its branches, gently touching the array disc. A green light emanated from the disc and, in the next moment, merged with the hockey tree. Simultaneously, a pale green energy shield suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding outward from the hockey tree until it enveloped the entire house and courtyard before vanishing from sight. However, it merely became invisible to the ordinary populace and players. In reality, this energy shield persisted. At that moment, Lin sensed the air around him becoming significantly fresher, and the nearby life force intensifying. Looking up, Lennon quickly noticed a new characteristic on the hockey tree. Hockey tree level: 5 vitality, physique 20 energy, plant 15 spirit, mental 15 skills. Tree energy domain: rapid recovery, disaster absorption. Detoxifying loquat characteristics. Life force within this domain continuously converges, greatly accelerating the recovery speed of allies, while also hastening plant growth. Wow, is this characteristic somewhat too powerful? Lennon was astonished, for from the description, it seemed to be a divine technique for healing and agriculture. At least from an auxiliary perspective, it could be considered maximized. Master, I think I can generate electricity now. The hockey tree sensed its transformation and happily announced while demonstrating. Sparks began to jump across its branches with a crackling sound. If this attack were to strike an invading disaster or a human, it would surely cause considerable discomfort. After all, who would expect a tree to not only move, but also generate electricity? Quite splendid. Lennon smiled in praise, and then stated, I have a small task for you. Learn to stabilize and deliver a voltage of 220V at a frequency of 50 Hz to prevent any apocalyptic scenarios. Lennon had initially intended to purchase solar panels and generators to avert issues related to water and electricity outages. However, due to the lockdown in Lingjiang City, deliveries have been delayed. With the energy array disk and hockey tree now at his disposal, it seemed unnecessary. In fact, after learning the thunder technique, Lennon could generate electricity himself. However, even the smallest amount of elemental energy converted into thunder could cause a phone to explode. Therefore, he estimated that he would need to master the thunder technique fully before he could provide power for household appliances. And it would certainly be much easier to command his subordinate to assist. 220 what? What is frequency? The hockey tree's tone was one of confusion, revealing a sense of innocence untouched by knowledge. Lennon, upon hearing this, recalled that the hockey tree had only recently gained sentience. Since it was still akin to a child, he could not be too harsh. Thus, after some thought, he suggested, there are plenty of textbooks from my high school years in the study on the second floor. You should take some time to review them. The expectation is modest. If you can score around 600 to 700 on the college entrance examination papers, that would suffice. Then, learn about digital electronics, analog electronics, and university physics. Ultimately, achieving a level capable of passing the Advanced Electrician Qualification Certificate would be ideal. Also, remember to familiarize yourself with agricultural science. This half-pack of sunflower seeds is now your responsibility to plant. The hockey tree felt a bit of a tickle in its mind, as if it were on the verge of gaining intelligence. Upon witnessing this, Lennon cleared his throat gently and began to encourage his student. You are now responsible for managing our affairs. It is imperative that you pursue your studies. For our future rests in your hands. Hearing the gravity of the task, Haji Shu felt a surge of fervor and vowed to accomplish the mission. Observing Haji Shu's newfound dedication to learning, Lennon felt a sense of satisfaction, having successfully guided his student onto the right path. With the issues of future household energy and long-term farming resolved, Lennon's thoughts shifted to the most significant spoils of this venture, the transformation gift pack. Without hesitation, he activated it. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the skill manual for Transformation Technique 1. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the crystallized path of catastrophe, a legacy of transformation. Upon seeing the 2 notifications pop up, Lennon's eyes flickered with interest. Transformation Technique, the path of catastrophe. One was a formidable skill he had already experienced, while the other pertained to a unique legacy that would influence his future extraordinary journey. Without delay, Lennon began to examine the details. Transformation Technique Realm. Special. Quality. Special. Effect. Upon use, it can transform all targets for your purposes. The more powerful the target, the higher the difficulty of transformation. Description. Is transformation not an exploration of the path of evolution? Note. A prerequisite skill before entering the path of transformation. Mastering the basics allows one to pass the transformation trial. Chapter 54. The demanding legacy of transformation. Upon reading this introduction, Lennon's eyes shifted slightly. The description of the transformation technique was succinct, yet it conveyed a sense of profound complexity. Furthermore, both its realm and quality were classified as special. The last time he encountered such a situation was when he obtained the talent Awakening Stone. In Lin An's understanding, skills typically only had a quality classification without a realm classification. After all, the manuals from Xiao Shirtan village, including Hu Qin technique, Zhenlei technique, and even the excellent quality of the substitute talisman, merely indicated quality without mentioning realm at all. Could it be that the special realm implies that skills indeed possess realms? But the extraordinary materials in Xiao Shirtan were too scarce for me to know. Lin pondered, aware that knowledge beyond the extraordinary in the Gui Su world was largely undisclosed. Besides the potential costs associated with acquiring extraordinary knowledge, a legend circulated in the Gui Su world. The more one understands extraordinary beings, the more likely one is to encounter calamities. Whether this legend holds truth and what kind of calamities one might face remained a mystery to Lin. Thus, only those who have ascended to that realm themselves could uncover more secrets. If advanced skills require extraordinary beings to learn, it would not be surprising that relevant materials were absent from the library. As for the fact that this skill was a prerequisite for the path of transformation, Lin had grown accustomed to it. After all, such activation requirements were relatively common for extraordinary legacies, especially considering that the transformation legacy had already come into his possession. The pairing of skill and legacy was evidently quite reasonable. However, Lin was taken aback by the requirement to merely reach the basics of the transformation technique to pass the trial. After all, the legacies of Wind and Thunder demanded mastery of Sun Feng technique and Zhenlei technique before one could even hope to qualify. By comparison, it seemed that this path of catastrophe legacy was notably easier to attain. As Lin contemplated this, his gaze fell upon the other item that had emerged, a diamond-shaped, deep black crystal, roughly the size of a palm, emanating an unsettling aura. He could surmise the source of this peculiar energy. It was the essence of catastrophe, or perhaps the pure intent of transformation. Opening the panel, the information about the transformation crystal appeared before him. Transformation crystal description, a legacy of the path of catastrophe, containing the pure essence of transformation. Upon activation and passing the trial, one may embark upon the path of transformation. Activation conditions, level 10 perfection, or an extraordinary being suppressing themselves back to level 10 perfection. Constitution 90, Energy 90, Spirit 90, and basic mastery of transformation technique. Note, a top-tier and perilous extraordinary legacy. It is advisable to possess a stronger will to suppress it prior to use, or one may face calamity. The requirements for this legacy seemed rather high. Upon noting the activation conditions, Lin An's eyes narrowed. It was essential to recognize that the attributes gained from leveling up were quite finite. From level 1 to level 2, one gains 1 attribute point. From level 2 to level 3, one gains 2 attribute points. This forms an arithmetic sequence, making it easy to calculate that from level 9 to level 10, one would have 9 attributes and gain 9 free points. In total, from level 1 to level 10, the attributes would accumulate to 45 points, along with an additional 45 free points to distribute. Moreover, considering that a typical human's initial constitution and spirit were around 5 points, one could deduce that the total attributes would amount to 190 points. Even when averaged across the 3 dimensions of attributes, each would barely surpass the passing mark. Alternatively, one could pursue an extreme path by allocating all free points to one attribute, resulting in an impressive constitution of 95 points, but at the expense of the other 2 attributes falling short. Regardless of how free points were distributed, it was evident that an ordinary cultivator would struggle to meet the activation conditions of this transformation legacy. All 3-dimensional attributes required to exceed 90 points, totaling over 270 points, was simply outrageous. Of course, this assessment only accounted for standard cultivators without additional attribute enhancements beyond leveling up. If a player possessed innate strength or had consumed exceptional items that permanently boosted attributes, their total would naturally exceed this. If someone shared Lin An's talent for enhancing their attributes, the situation would be even more favorable. A top-tier, yet perilous legacy leading to catastrophe? It sounded like a double-edged sword. Lin An reflected that, generally speaking, the higher the activation conditions for a legacy, the stronger one becomes upon entering the corresponding extraordinary path. Thus, from both the panel description and the activation conditions, the transformation legacy undoubtedly possessed immense strength, likely ranking among the elite in the entire Guisu world. Yet, embarking on this path also bore risks. As the panel indicated, a stronger will was necessary to suppress it. Did this stronger will refer to other extraordinary paths? Must he first tread upon other extraordinary paths before being suitable to accept this legacy? As he analyzed these thoughts, a familiar countdown suddenly appeared before him. Game countdown. 3000. Is the game finally about to commence? Watching the seconds tick away on the panel, Lin An felt a surge of anticipation. Upon reflection, it had been nearly 3 days since his last return from the game, and it was indeed time to venture into the Guisu world. With a thought, Lin An stored away the treasures he had just acquired, including the transformation technique and legacy. After all, the transformation legacy would not be immediately useful. He could wait until he gained more extraordinary knowledge in the game to consider it further. The skill manual for transformation technique would likely remain incomprehensible in the remaining half hour, so that too would have to wait until he entered the game. Confirming that everything was in order, Lin An directed his thoughts towards Haji Lei's location. At this moment, the number of aberrant infectors within Linjiang Sanzhong has dwindled to but a few. Above, Haji Lei hung majestically in the sky, surrounded by crackling thunder. And with a mere wave of his hand, he unleashed bolts of lightning to smite the remaining calamities. Observing this, Lin An was lost in thought. With over half a day remaining on the cooldown for his skill transformation spell, summoning Haji Lei back would mean losing the assistance of his avatar during his first day in the game. After a brief contemplation, Lin An resolved to explore whether he could traverse the realms accompanied by his avatar. In the realm of Guitian, the game countdown was approaching its conclusion, drawing the attention of all players. As the final digit struck 0, the world seemed to freeze, and an array of ominous black fissures appeared. With a faint crack, reality shattered, plunging countless players into darkness. In the Guitian world, within the tranquil village of Xiaoshitan, the external sky began to brighten. Lin An awoke, quickly rising from his bed, his gaze darting to his wrist. To his delight, he discovered a lightning emblem had mysteriously appeared upon it. Indeed, it was a promising sign. This emblem represented Haji Lei, the avatar of the Thunderstrike technique. Unlike the fixed forms of Haji Lei could shift between various manifestations, as long as the energy was sufficient. Thus, Lin An summoned Haji Lei to swiftly return to his side during the last half hour, transforming into a symbol and affixing it to his wrist. This confirmed that the avatar could indeed accompany him through the transition, remaining a part of him. Opening his interface, Lin An noticed a new countdown in the upper right corner. The return countdown displayed 715900. 3 days was a reasonable time frame. With the sky gradually brightening, Lin An wasted no time and set off towards the northern mountain range. Unlike in the realm of Blue Star, Lin An in the game was more time-conscious. The calamities that descended upon Blue Star, while formidable enough to conquer ordinary humans, paled in comparison to him. Unless faced with a boss like the source of a barren infection, few calamities could match his prowess, let alone surpass it. Thus, leveling up in reality proved to be a challenging endeavor for Lin An. Unless the rate at which calamities evolved accelerated dramatically, or the intensity of newly descended calamities reached extraordinary heights, he would find it increasingly difficult to level up in the Blue Star realm. However, should that dire scenario arise, it would likely signal the impending doom of Blue Star, with humanity diminished by a staggering 70 to 80%. Upon arriving at Human, Lin An noted the grave expressions of the guards. Suddenly, he halted, directing his gaze at a nearby soldier, and inquired, "What has transpired?" "Captain Lin, are you speaking to me?" The soldier, taken aback by the unexpected address, hesitated before responding. Recognizing Lin An, famed as the recent prodigy of Xiaoshan village, the soldier was both surprised and honored to engage in conversation with him. Yes, Linen nodded slightly. Then continued, "You all seem rather troubled. Did something happen last night?" "Indeed," the soldier confirmed, eager to explain. "Perhaps you're unaware, but last night, the village chief and commander, both extraordinary beings, hurriedly returned with Captain Tion and the others. The guards on watch reported that both extraordinary beings were gravely injured, with blood flowing uncontrollably upon their return. Commander even lost an arm." At this revelation, the soldier's face reflected deep concern. Such an occurrence is akin to the sky collapsing, especially with the surge of calamities becoming increasingly fierce. Linen furrowed his brow. He had yet to encounter any of the three extraordinary beings in the novice village. And now he learned that two had suffered severe injuries. Were the high-ranking NPCs merely expendable figures against the backdrop of this world? Linen recalled the fishmen and pseudo-humans slain by Haki, who had these two races indeed conspired together to launch an ambush against the village elders? Or had they encountered other calamities or strange phenomena during their absence? Perhaps this was a ruse to lure them into a trap? Amidst his swirling thoughts, Linen simultaneously asked, "What of Captain Tion? Is he unharmed?" "Captain Tion should be fine," the soldier replied, and Linen nodded slightly. Captain Tion Sheng had treated him well and was the only person he felt somewhat familiar with in Xiaoshan village. Naturally, he wished for Tion's safety. However, the fact that two extraordinary beings were injured while the half-step extraordinary Tion Sheng remained unscathed left Lin in feeling perplexed. Did the village chief mention anything upon their return, such as whether it is still suitable to hunt today? That was not mentioned. It should proceed as usual, the soldier responded. With that, Linen ceased his inquiries, nodded, and continued toward the northern mountain range. Regardless of whether the two extraordinary beings were truly injured or feigning their condition, the intricacies involved were matters beyond his current capacity to engage with. If they were merely pretending, it indicated a calculated scheme to bait larger prey, likely the fishmen and pseudo-humans. Yet, if they were genuinely wounded, the ramifications could be serious. A slight misstep could lead Xiaoshan village to face a fate similar to the neighboring Shaozhou village, which was forced to relocate or, worse, succumb to the calamity's tide. Nevertheless, in either scenario, Linen deemed it unnecessary to squander precious daylight hours in investigation. His singular mission during the day was to grind for experience. With sufficient levels, he would possess the confidence to confront any calamity. As for the condition of the village chief and the extraordinary beings, he could simply inquire with Tion Sheng upon his return. In the realm of Guitian, within the southern mountain region, a young figure glided swiftly across the landscape on a thunderous skateboard, rapidly traversing the 30-kilometer safety zone surrounding Xiaoshan village. As the youth traversed the secure zone, his stride remained unbroken, persistently advancing deeper into the mountains. I reminisce about the first day with Haki who, Linen mused, casting a glance at the thunderskate beneath his feet. In terms of speed, Haki Lei was not significantly slower than Haki who. In fact, he might even surpass him slightly. However, when considering the capacity for carrying passengers, Haki Lei fell short. After all, although Haki Lei could effortlessly alter his form, a larger size demanded a greater expenditure of energy. Furthermore, elemental attacks like Lei Fa were inherently energy-intensive. Should he transform into a large vehicle, it was likely that he would exhaust his capabilities before reaching the destination, thus losing a substantial portion of his combat effectiveness. In contrast, Haki who could carry more individuals with minimal energy expenditure. Although Haki whose movements were somewhat jarring, Lin and superior physique compared to his avatar rendered this a mere triviality. Contemplating, Linen felt the thunder skate, shaped from Haki Lei, leap continuously until it eventually halted before a rugged mountain path. The skateboard swiftly transformed back into its original form, hovering upon Lin and shoulder. It was said that approximately 100 kilometers into these mountains, one could occasionally glimpse traces of extraordinary disasters. Observing his surroundings, Linen remarked, the 7th-level man-eating tree was likely about 60 kilometers from Shaoshirtan village. This implies that within the 60 to 100-kilometer range, there should be a considerable number of 7th-level disasters that are formidable yet not overwhelmingly powerful. While speaking, Lin activated the Tiger Bird technique with a mere thought. In that moment, his eyes radiated a regal golden light. And the perfected Tiger Bird technique significantly enhanced his ability to sense and discern the aura of disasters. To the northeast, it appeared there was a 7th-level calamity present. Hakile ascended to the sky for a better vantage point, particularly focusing on disasters of levels 7 to 9. Understood. Hakile nodded in response and soared into the high skies. The duo advanced swiftly along the trail of disaster aura, and after a brief span of time, a beast resembling a wolf, adorned with 2 horns and long fangs, loomed before Hakile. Greedy wolf level, 7 physique, 37 spirit, 32 mind, 26 skills, greedy fawn. Rapid recovery, wolf's fury. At that moment, the greedy wolf was voraciously devouring an iron fist rabbit, with no other disasters in sight. If Lin and speculation held true, this region likely constituted its territory. High-level disasters typically possessed a sense of territoriality. For instance, the man-eating tree they previously encountered claimed all areas within reach as its domain. With a mere 26 points of mental strength, it was essential to impart upon it the anguish of specialization. Upon observing the greedy wolf's attributes, Lin quickly formulated a plan. Activating the cat face mask, Lin harnessed his own mental attribute, which was nearly twice that of the greedy wolf's, effortlessly ensnaring it in an illusion. Within this illusion, the greedy wolf was startled by the sudden appearance of a beautiful she-wolf. Just as it relaxed its guard to approach, a sharp, long knife swiftly cleaved it in two, killed the 7th-level greedy wolf. Experience increased by 10, casually flicking the blood from the blade of transformation. Lin completed the decomposition and retrieval process with a thought. Truly, the satisfaction of defeating a numerical monster was unparalleled. Observing the increase in experience points on the panel, a faint smile graced Lin's lips. It was well known that for members of hunting teams, encountering disasters of equivalent levels alone was not merely perilous. It was often a matter of life and death. In terms of attributes and skills, disasters were not significantly inferior to human beings, with many even possessing superior attributes. Therefore, even with weapons and tools at their disposal, most cultivators had to endure a fierce battle to secure victory. Players, however, benefited from system assistance, often finding their combat prowess exceeding that of ordinary NPCs of the same level. Yet, despite this advantage, most players still faced the constant risk of being counter-killed, losing their accounts and memories. Moreover, the requirement to slay 10 disasters of equivalent level to level up made advancement a daunting task. Even winning 3 or 4 fierce battles in a day would necessitate 3 days to attain a single level. With the modification of the monster-killing mechanism, ordinary players found leveling up increasingly challenging and fraught with danger. Nevertheless, if any one aspect, be it attributes, skills, or tools, far surpassed the norm, circumstances would improve significantly. Lin, possessing high-quality skills and items, epitomized an all-around powerhouse, rendering combat a trivial concern for him. The true challenge lay in accurately locating the disasters and minimizing travel time. There should be no other 7th-level disasters nearby. Let us proceed deeper, Lin declared. As he understood, these high-ranking disasters typically maintained a considerable distance between their territories, symbolizing a mutual avoidance of conflict. After all, at elevated levels, even those with specialized weaknesses possessed mental fortitude far superior to that of ordinary beings, and their intelligence was unlikely to be lacking. Thus, in the absence of conflicting interests, even the most enigmatic of beasts would adhere to a sense of decorum rather than engage in unprovoked violence. Unless one possessed overwhelming strength or influence, a path paved solely with conflict was destined for failure, a truth that also applied to disasters. Heading north, as the sun gradually descended from its zenith, a series of notifications emerged on the panel. Killed the 7th-level Phantom Shade. Experience increased by 10. Killed the 7th-level Headless Demon. Experience increased by 10. Killed the 7th level, with 3 7th-level disasters falling consecutively to his blade and the might of thunder. Lin's experience points surged to a total of 40. Upon advancing 80 kilometers further, the long-awaited 8th level disaster finally revealed itself to the pair. Bone beauty level, 8 physique, 36 spirit, 36 mind, 50 skills, alluring appearance, soul shock, essence absorption, bone replacement. Remarkably, it is a disaster specializing in mental prowess. Such occurrences are indeed rare, Lennon pondered. In his view, the bone beauty possessed an exceptionally captivating visage, her slender figure draped in flowing garments, exuding an ethereal grace akin to that of a celestial being descended upon the earth. Were it not for the panel's display, distinguishing her true nature would be a formidable challenge. Of course, regardless of the beauty of the scene, encountering an extraordinary maiden under such circumstances would inevitably raise suspicions among those of sound mind. Chapter 57. Observing the Bone Beauty. My curiosity is aroused in the northern region of Shaoshi Tan Village. Amidst the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Bone Beauty's mental acuity, bolstered by 50 points of mental strength, allowed her to perceive Lin An's presence simultaneously, prompting her to turn. "Young man, it is rather impolite to scrutinize others from behind," she remarked, casting a captivating smile before addressing Lin. "What brings you here alone? This area is sparsely populated and quite perilous." With a charming smile, the Bone Beauty gracefully approached Lin, as if compelled by an invisible force. Observing a beauty as a mere bone, does it not render my desires null? Yet, observing a bone as a beauty, does it not seem somewhat peculiar? Lin contemplated this intricate dilemma. At that moment, Haki Lei, in his monkey form, suddenly leapt from the sky. "Hey, you vile creature, take this." With that, Haki Lei conjured a multitude of thunderous elemental forces into a staff, striking down upon the Bone Beauty with the speed of lightning. The Bone Calamity, witnessing this assault, could not help but display a look of terror. After all, she could sense that this sudden emergence of the Monkey King, though inferior in level, possessed a physique and energy that might very well surpass her own, who had devoted herself to the mastery of spiritual prowess. Coupled with the overwhelming aura emanating from the resplendent thunder, she feared that if she were to withstand a blow, it would likely leave her gravely injured, if not dead. Consequently, the Bone Beauty readied her skills. At that moment, Lin interjected, "Fear not, my lady. I shall assist you." Oh, such a delightful turn of events. She mused inwardly. Indeed, my charm has become even more adept. To toy with these perpetually aroused humans is as effortless as amusing a dog. Yet, despite her inner pride, the Bone Beauty urgently cautioned, "No, this demon monkey appears formidable. We cannot defeat it. We must flee." "Cannot defeat it?" Lin seemed incensed by this ostensibly advisory, yet incendiary remark. With a cold snort, he accelerated forward. The two, a person and an avatar, synchronized their movements, seemingly poised for confrontation, only to abruptly redirect their assault towards the Bone Beauty. The Bone Beauty gasped, realizing she had fallen prey to a cunning ruse. Her eyes widened in shock. She had always been the one deceiving others, and now she found herself ensnared in an unexpected trap. She attempted to evade, but it dawned on her too late that it was already futile. The swift clash of blades and staffs resounded, and in the blink of an eye, the enchanting figure before them was cleft into several pieces. In that instant, the Bone Beauty reverted to her true form, revealing a shattered skeleton before Lin. While many of her bones disintegrated into ash, the Bone Beauty astonishingly vanished like smoke. Lin, upon witnessing this, narrowed his eyes, recalling the skill description he had previously observed. Bone substitute. Quality, excellent. Effect, upon sustaining a lethal injury. A portion of the bones will be sacrificed, allowing for a random teleportation within a 10-kilometer radius, permanently reducing 1's attributes by 10%. Note, this skill can be activated a maximum of twice within a year. This formidable, life-saving skill, akin to a low-tier substitute talisman, came with a steep price of permanent attribute reduction. It seemed that the legends of the journey to the west were not misleading. The Bone Beauty indeed required 3 encounters to be vanquished. Lin thought to himself, as this was a 50 experience bounty not to be squandered. However, the sun was now inclined towards the west, suggesting that nightfall was imminent. I will pursue, Haki Lei declared without hesitation, transforming into a bolt of lightning and soaring towards the north. The remnants of the lightning elemental force left by the bone malediction allowed Haki Lei to intuitively navigate without the risk of misdirection. Lina nodded slightly, recognizing that the bone beauty was likely in a severely weakened state. With Haki Lei's prowess, even against a higher-level foe, victory was still achievable. Contemplating this, Lin promptly turned to depart, adhering to their original plan. His corporeal form would remain steadfast, while the avatar would take on the role of distraction. At that moment, he found himself curious as to whether Haki Lei, who inherently emitted light, could withstand the peculiar darkness of this return to Ruin's world. He sensed that the darkness here was not merely a simple absence of light. Ordinary sources of illumination might not suffice to dispel the lurking terrors. Otherwise, the myriad of luminescent transcendent beings and artifacts would not cower in fear of the night. As they split their paths, Lina made his way back towards the village, while Haki Lei swiftly traversed several kilometers. Just ahead, he sensed the residual lightning elemental force, and, as expected, a somewhat charred skeleton emerged before him. Observing the bone beauty still fleeing, Haki Lei wasted no time in unleashing his energy. With a thunderous roar, a multitude of lightning elemental forces converged, manifesting as a celestial bolt that struck the bone beauty with unerring precision. Sensing the familiar and potent aura of the lightning, the bone beauty's eyes widened with dread. Yet in her weakened state, she found it impossible to evade. Consequently, the celestial bolt struck her head, and in an instant, a significant portion of her skeletal form disintegrated, dissipating into smoke. What a nuisance! Haki Lei, with a rather impatient temperament, could not suppress a scoff. In his view, calamities ought to meet their end without complicating matters further. With the thunder roaring and winds howling, Haki Lei, tasked with the role of distraction, paid little heed to the potential consequences of his actions, moving with such speed that he resembled a true flash of lightning. With a swift motion, after yet another pursuit, the nearly defeated bone beauty materialized once more before him. However, this time, she harbored no intention of fleeing. Gazing up at Haki Lei, who summoned a resplendent celestial lightning, a glimmer of cold hatred flickered in her eyes. Spirit shock, as this exceedingly rare mental skill was unleashed upon a first reincarnation being, Haki Lei felt as though his head had been struck by a hammer, leaving him momentarily dazed and disoriented. Fortunately, inheriting 80 attribute points from Lin and had bolstered Haki Lei's mental fortitude to a formidable 40 points, coupled with the 2 previous activations of Bone Substitute, which had significantly diminished the Bone Beauty's attributes. He managed to withstand the pain and unleashed his lightning. With a resounding crash, the terrifying thunderclap echoed as a bolt of lightning struck the bone calamity below, reducing her to mere dust. Congratulations! You have achieved an over-level kill of an 8-level bone beauty, earning 50 experience points. Chapter 58, Calamity Incursion, Tian Sheng in Peril? The thunderous roars reverberated through the heavens, resonating amidst the surrounding mountains. Haki Lei, having finally vanquished the bone calamity, exhaled a sigh of relief. Yet at that moment, an extraordinarily powerful, transcendent aura suddenly emanated from deep within the mountains. The essence of the transcendent. Feeling this formidable presence that could only be exuded by transcendent being, Haki Lei's heart sank. It dawned upon him that in his fervor to pursue the bone calamity, he had unwittingly ventured over 100 kilometers deep. As darkness approached, he thought, creating such a ruckus at this hour, do you wish to die? I certainly do not wish to accompany you. A cold snort resonated from deep within the mountains. In the next instant, Haki Lei beheld a massive, shadowy hand swiftly materializing from afar, seizing him with an iron grip. With a resounding crash, Haki Lei was crushed by this sudden apparition, dissipating into specks of lightning scattered across the sky. A promising talent, yet lacking in decorum. Such beings are better off perishing early. A haunting voice echoed from the mountains. But as night fell, this unknown transcendent calamity receded into the shadows. Meanwhile, Linen, nearing the village of Shao Tan, was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the aftermath of Haki Lei's encounter. After all, Haki Lei had nearly no means of resistance against this transcendent calamity, being obliterated without even glimpsing his opponent. Moreover, such a formidable threat had arisen merely due to Haki Lei's disruptive antics, fearing that it might attract the attention of lurking terrors in the area. The horrors of nocturnal legends are indeed terrifying. Exhaling slowly, Lin stored away his cat-faced mask and similar equipment before stepping back into the village of Xiaoshitan. Following his usual practice, Lin first took some unnecessary trifles to the recycling center to exchange for a few Guishu coins. He then set off, striding directly towards Tian Sheng's doorstep. As the formidable captain of the hunting team, Tian Sheng wielded considerable power and privileges. Thus his residence was naturally in close proximity to the original fireplace. Bearing the weight of over 10 pounds of 5th-level Ingzhua bear blood and flesh, Lin soon arrived at Tian Sheng's door and gently knocked. The door opened, revealing an unremarkable face that immediately captured Lin's attention. Upon seeing this familiar visage, Lin could not suppress a jolt of shock in his heart. For, at this moment, Captain Tian's status panel appeared entirely different from before. Name? Level? All question marks. Even the name was obscured. It was common knowledge that he had ascended to level 7, far removed from the time he first arrived in Xiaoshitan village. While Tian Sheng's level 10 was not vastly superior at that time, at least Lin had been able to see Tian Sheng's name back then. There was no reason for him to be unable to see it now that he had leveled up. Something was amiss, exceedingly amiss. Lin's heart raced, and he instinctively contemplated fleeing with the substitution talisman. After all, the only entity capable of rendering his level undetectable must undoubtedly be an extraordinary being beyond the second transition. The vivid memory of Haji Lei being crushed by that unknown, extraordinary calamity still lingered in his mind. However, Lin quickly suppressed that thought, for he had left only one substitution talisman in his room, meaning that even if he teleported, he would merely return indoors. Such a trivial distance would be of little use, and might even raise suspicion. Lin Quan, what brings you here today? Tian Sheng, or rather the creature masquerading as him, spoke with a smile, adding, and you even brought gifts. As he spoke, he invited Lin inside, striving to maintain a composed demeanor. Lin followed him into the house. Once seated in the living room, Lin smiled and said, I heard from the guards that there were some incidents in the village, so I came to check on you, Brother Tian. Honestly, seeing that you're well puts my mind at ease. At this point, Lin could not help but tremble slightly. If this individual before him was not truly Tian Sheng, then the real Tian Sheng had likely met with misfortune. Moreover, this impostor had taken Tian Sheng's place, conversing with others with an air of nonchalance. A chilling sense of horror surged within him, and his mind raced, conjuring various thoughts. Could this be a doppelganger? Or perhaps some other bizarre calamity? Yet, the doppelgangers he had previously encountered could only mimic appearances and voices. Judging by the series of actions and dialogues just witnessed, this person seemed to possess Tian Sheng's memories, at least some of them concerning Lin. Could it be that extraordinary doppelgangers could acquire memories, achieving a genuinely flawless disguise? Or was it possible that Tian Sheng had recently broken through to the second transition, thus rendering his panel undetectable? Yet, he had long known Tian Sheng's name. If this were indeed the same person, why would the panel display 3 question marks? Furthermore, there seemed to be no reason to conceal such a momentous achievement as a breakthrough. Lin's mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, and having never formally encountered an extraordinary being, he was at a loss regarding the situation. I appreciate your concern, the creature masquerading as Tian Sheng replied with a smile, glancing at the gift Lin had brought. In the next moment, he expressed surprise. Why, it's the blood and flesh of a 5th-level Ingzhua bear, and even a pair of bear paws. What a delightful treat. I've had the pleasure of tasting it before, and it was indeed quite exquisite. Since you've brought it, I must showcase my culinary skills. As he spoke, Tian Sheng led the ingredients into the adjacent kitchen. By the way, while cleaning the bear paws, Tian Sheng seemed to recall something and inquired, how did you manage to kill this Ingzhua bear at your 5th level strength? That must have been quite the challenge. Indeed, had I not fortuitously advanced to level 6 recently, you might not have seen me again, Brother Tian, Linen replied, his tone carrying a hint of joy. Level 6? Tian Sheng raised an eyebrow at this, then praised. I knew I was right about you, Brother Lin. Your speed in leveling up is truly remarkable. Hearing this, Linen smiled faintly, yet his heart froze momentarily. If this were the genuine Tian Sheng, he ought to be astonished, and perhaps even disheartened, similar to how he reacted upon witnessing Lin and grasp the tiger bird technique. It was not that Tian Sheng wished for Lin and to fail, but the natural human sentiment of feeling somewhat diminished when observing another's rapid progress was entirely relatable. However, the Tian Sheng before him, despite his tone of praise, imparted a rather lukewarm impression to Linen. Chapter 59. The bear soup arrives inside Tian Sheng's home in Shao Shirtan village. Linen felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. He was nearly certain that the individual before him was not the Tian Sheng he knew, given the circumstances of doppelgangers consuming their original selves prior to assuming their identities. It was likely that the true captain had met with dire misfortune. How did this creature manage to silently impersonate Captain Tian and infiltrate here? Could it be that the entire group that went out with the old village chief a few days ago has been replaced? Linen pondered, the unexpected turn of events forcing him to contemplate the worst-case scenario. If two extraordinary practitioners and several captains had indeed been substituted, then Shao Shirtan village would be no different from a den of wolves. The bear soup is ready. Lin Quan, come and taste my culinary skills. Just as Linen was deep in thought, the extraordinary calamity, disguised as Tian Sheng, approached with a steaming bowl of bear soup. Upon hearing this, Linen instinctively opened his panel for inspection. Bear soup, crafted from the blood and flesh of a 5th-level Ingzhua bear combined with various ingredients. It contains a faint energy beneficial for cultivation, non-toxic, and safe to consume. It appears he has no intention of harming me just yet. The extraordinary calamity still requires a disguise. This suggests that the situation has not yet reached its direst point. Linen smiled, accepting the bowl and utensils offered by Tian Sheng. If these invading calamities held an absolute advantage, there would be no need for such elaborate charades. They could simply overpower everyone. The fact that they still needed to maintain a disguise indicated that there was something they feared within Shao Shirtan village. Who could it be? Linen's thoughts flickered, and he soon recalled the enigmatic Jiang Fu Shi, who supposedly seldom ventured outside. Given that he had not accompanied the old village chief, the likelihood of him being replaced was evidently minimal. Meanwhile, after sipping from the soup, Tian Sheng remarked, speaking of which, Lin, are you aware of the situation concerning the village chief and the others? Yes. I heard from the guards while heading out for hunting this morning that both extraordinary practitioners sustained injuries. In order to avoid revealing any oddities, Linen spoke casually while eating. However, I am not entirely clear on the specifics. Would it be convenient for you to share, Brother Tian? Linen's expression conveyed curiosity while subtly probing for information. He was eager to see what story this extraordinary calamity would concoct, and how much truth or falsehood it would contain. Upon hearing Linen's inquiry, Tian Shen couldn't help but sigh. After a brief pause, he slowly began, there is truly nothing I cannot disclose, but the news is indeed not good. It seems that the Lin brothers are still unaware of our recent outing's purpose, correct? Upon hearing this, Linen gently shook his head. Previously, Tian Sheng had merely informed him that they would be away for a few days to address matters concerning the impending disaster tide, but the specifics had remained undisclosed. In truth, I, along with the village chief and others, had ventured to the nearby Lujiao town to procure certain skills, equipment, and the extraordinary inheritance. Extraordinary inheritance? Indeed. Noticing Lin and surprise, Tian Sheng continued. Just like Captain Zhang Jiu of the guard team, I have also reached the pinnacle of level 10, a half step into the extraordinary realm. To prepare for this disaster tide, both the village chief and the captain made a decision. They chose to initially front the Gui Su coins to purchase 2 extraordinary inheritances, thus affording us an opportunity for an early breakthrough. After all, if the village could produce 2 extraordinary beings, its defensive capabilities would be significantly enhanced. I see. Linen nodded slightly, and then inquired, "But shouldn't this be a good thing? How did it turn into this?" Indeed, it was initially a positive development, the disaster masquerading as Tian Sheng sighed in apparent resignation, then elaborated. "However, on our return journey, we unfortunately encountered a conscious disaster, the chaotic mist. Under its shroud, we lost our sense of direction and soon became separated. I and Zhang Jiu fared relatively well. Perhaps due to our lesser strength, we went unnoticed. However, the old village chief and the captain were ambushed by extraordinary disasters." "Extraordinary disasters?" Lennon asked. What kind of disaster could overpower even the village chief? "The old village chief encountered two extraordinary beings of the fishman race." In response, Tian Sheng explained, "As for the captain, he faced a peculiar entity that lurked within the chaotic mist. Given the village chief's formidable strength, he managed to withstand the odds, fighting two adversaries without sustaining severe injuries. Yet the captain was grievously wounded by the entity in the mist, his right arm entirely severed and consumed. Were it not for the encroaching night, he might have perished on the spot. During the night, maintaining a low profile and minimizing noise to avoid attracting the attention of the entities has become a consensus among all beings of Guisu. Thus, whether they be monsters or peculiar entities, upon realizing they could not defeat the humans before nightfall, they decisively chose to retreat. After all, it is clearly unwise to risk one's life for the sake of hunting, whether for humans or monsters." The subsequent events align with what the guards reported. The injured group of four hurried back to Shao Shi Tan village under the cover of night, but it is uncertain how many among them were truly human. It seems that Captain Tian was likely replaced by a doppelganger during the chaotic mist encounter. Additionally, Zhang Jiu, another half-step extraordinary practitioner, also stands a high chance of having been replaced by a disaster. After all, disasters tend to prey on the weaker. There is little reason to consume Tian Sheng while sparing Zhang Jiu. As for whether the village chief and the captain were replaced, that remains uncertain for now. Nonetheless, Lennon deduced that it was unlikely all four had been replaced. If all four were merely doppelgangers, there would have been no need for such elaborate deception involving injuries from battle. They could have simply returned to the village openly. The necessity for disguise implies the presence of genuine individuals within the group. Lennon inclined towards the belief that the village chief was indeed real, which better explains why the group managed to return to the village so swiftly. After all, the village chief not only holds the highest status, but possesses considerable strength, and is also in better condition than the other extraordinary captain. If even the village chief had been supplanted by a doppelganger, he could have easily suggested spending the night outside until dawn before returning to the village. At that point, the injured captain would have been as vulnerable as fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of the disasters. Through logical deduction, Lennon swiftly concluded that Jiang Fu Shi is genuine, the old village chief is also real, while the captain remains suspect. As for the two captains, they have likely been replaced by disasters. In other words, there are at least two extraordinary disasters within the village, possibly more. Chapter 60. The perilous Shao Shi Tan village. At least two extraordinary doppelgangers are present, and outside, two extraordinary fishmen are eyeing the village with intent. Moreover, there may be other entities akin to the chaotic mist plotting against Shao Shi Tan village. As the disaster tide intensifies, the strength of these calamities will likely receive a temporary augmentation. In contrast, the only confirmed extraordinary practitioners within the village are the old village chief and Jiang Fu Shi. The thought that these disasters could coordinate and launch a surprise attack on the two extraordinary beings, thereby breaching Shao Shi Tan village, made Lennon feel as though he wore a mask of anguish. Having only recently arrived in this novice village, is it truly on the brink of destruction? It must be said, this is indeed a perilous survival game. Perhaps I should consider making my escape. As Lennon sipped his soup, he pondered rapidly. After all, he had only been in this village for a few days, and there were few individuals he had truly connected with. The only one he could consider somewhat familiar, Captain Tian, had already been replaced by a disaster. Thus, there was little attachment to hold him back, making the idea of fleeing rather light. However, the scale of this Guisu world seemed excessively vast. Who could have imagined that the mere distance between the village and nearby towns could stretch hundreds of kilometers? In the realm of Lanxing, many provinces could be traversed from the southernmost to the northernmost points, and even interprovincial travel would not be out of the question. Even with Lin An's physique nearing tenfold that of an ordinary person, coupled with the enhancement of Anli, skills, and items, he felt it would be challenging to reach Lujiao town before the days grew ever shorter. Perhaps I could send a doppelganger with a substitute talisman to the maximum transportable distance, thereby increasing my chances. Regardless of whether I ultimately choose to flee, this substitute talisman cannot remain entirely within the village for the time being. As his thoughts raced, a fitting concern appeared on Lin An's face. Was the captain's injury truly so grave? Yet, the fact he managed to return alive was a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune. However, was my visit today perhaps ill-timed? Lin looked towards Tiansheng and spoke. Since you have already procured the extraordinary inheritance in Lujiao town, Brother Tian must be preparing diligently for the second transition. Correct? That has been the unluckiest predicament in recent days. Tiansheng, upon hearing this, could not help but shake his head. At that time, my beast path inheritance, the tiger crystal stone, was kept within the captain's storage ring. Following the severance of his right arm, not only was the beast path inheritance lost, but many of the tomes and equipment purchased in Lujiao town were also seized by the chaotic mist. Fortunately, most of the items were stored with the old village chief, including Zhang Jiu's water path inheritance. Otherwise, this expedition would have been a tremendous loss. At this point, the disaster feigned a sigh, as if lamenting the loss of this opportunity to break through to the extraordinary. Villages and towns, and in cities beyond. Shaoshertan village and Lujiao town both fall within the sphere of influence of Wuling City. In Wuling City, the beast path and the five elements path flourish. Hence, practitioners within its domain often choose these paths to embark on their extraordinary journey. For instance, Captain Tian previously specialized in the art of the tiger and bird, achieving great success, aiming to attain the extraordinary through the tiger path inheritance within the beast path. As for the other captain, Zhang Jiu, it seems he has chosen the path of water among the five elements. That said, he should be nearly prepared and is likely to attempt a breakthrough by tomorrow. Tiansheng appeared to contemplate something and continued, stating that the village chief and others would also protect him, and results should manifest within a day or, at most, 3. Upon hearing this, Lin felt a stir within, interpreting the statement as a sign that these calamities would take action within 3 days. After all, it is already known that Zhang Jiu is an extraordinary pseudo-human. It is hardly conceivable that this pseudo-human has mastered the Kan Shui technique to perfection and is ready to embark on the dual extraordinary path. Moreover, as Lin is aware, the pseudo-human race predominantly follows the path of deception, with very few stepping into other extraordinary realms. Even if there were a genius among them, it would be improbable for such an individual to appear near Shaoshertan village. Thus, this pseudo-human could at most delay for 3 days. If he fails to break through, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Although he could feign a failed breakthrough, a lack of manifestation of water-type cultivators' Dao insights would surely attract the attention of the old village chief. An extraordinary being. At that point, the meticulously crafted disguise of these calamities would likely be uncovered, prompting them to seek an opportunity to severely injure or even eliminate the remaining extraordinary beings in the village before their cover is blown. Lin sincerely hoped for Captain Zhang's successful breakthrough. He then turned to Tiansheng and said, "Brother Tiansheng, do not be disheartened. Returning safely this time is indeed fortunate. I believe that when you next encounter extraordinary inheritance, you will surely succeed." As Lin offered words of comfort, he couldn't help but ponder whether the extraordinary inheritance of the Tiger Path had truly been taken away by the chaotic mist, or if it was, in fact, in the hands of these pseudo-humans. After all information currently comes from this individual's testimony. Who knows if the commander was genuinely gravely injured in the mist, or if he was instead attacked, or even devoured by these extraordinary pseudo-humans. If the reality is that the pseudo-humans and fishmen each targeted the 2 extraordinary beings, then the likelihood of the commander's spatial ring being in their possession remains quite significant. Contemplating the path of the tiger, Lin pondered, while Tiansheng, upon hearing his consolation, sighed. Let's hope so. He slightly shook his head and continued. Enough of these troubling matters. Let us eat. Following Tiansheng's words, the two ceased discussing the recent mission and shifted their conversation to trivial village affairs. After indulging in food and drink when a moment felt right, Lin naturally suggested returning home to rest and took his leave from Tiansheng's residence. The calamity disguised as Tiansheng watched Lin's figure gradually recede, his eyes flickering slightly. Level 7. He was indeed the one who killed Lu Cheng and the others. Intriguingly, he likely remains unaware of his own predicament, and given his unfamiliarity with the village, he would hardly stir up any trouble. However, for the sake of caution, measures must be taken to prevent him from encountering other extraordinary beings alone. The cautious pseudo-human thought this, then turned his gaze towards the blazing primordial hearth not far away. Under the illumination of this hearth, even though he had already undergone 2 transformations, the strange flames still invoked a subtle pain in his body. It truly is an excellent tool against darkness, but regrettably, it cannot be utilized by me. Thus, it must be destroyed. Chapter 61. Introduction to the Art of Mutagenesis in the Guizhou World, Xiaoshirtan Village. Upon returning to his room, Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, cohabiting with an extraordinary pseudo-human is rather stressful. Had his acting been even slightly lacking, the other might have erupted in violence. The primordial hearth continued to blaze outside the window, yet this time it failed to provide Lin with any sense of security. Gazing at the flames engulfing the village, Lin contemplated. The next steps are quite clear. Prepare an escape route and devise a method to counterattack these extraordinary calamities. The foremost priority is undoubtedly the first point. Ensuring one's own safety is paramount, for without that, all else is moot. Currently, the best escape route appears to be placing a substitute talisman along the route to the eastern town. At that moment, should anything go awry, a long-distance teleportation exceeding 100 kilometers would be enacted. Lin was confident that these extraordinary calamities could not catch up to him. However, such a course of action carries its own risks. After all, no one can guarantee that during the journey to the town, they would not encounter powerful beasts or strange phenomena, or even unique disasters akin to the chaotic mist. Moreover, the distance is considerable, and whether he could reach the town before nightfall remains uncertain. Should he fail to arrive at Lu Jiao town before dark, he must be prepared to spend the night outside, confronting eerie tales. Hence, the risks involved in this plan may not be any less than facing the extraordinary calamities head-on in Xiaoshirtan village. For Lin, both choices essentially boil down to confronting known strength versus the terror of the unknown. After all, while these invading calamities may be formidable, their power is undoubtedly finite. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the village chief and others would likely result in significant losses. Otherwise, there would be no need for such schemes of infiltration and internal cooperation. Conversely, opting for the town entails an abundance of unknown factors along the way. If luck is on his side, an ordinary person might even reach Lu Jiao town unscathed. However, should fortune turn ill, even an extraordinary being might be struck down by a passing calamity or targeted by eerie tales. Nevertheless, having an escape route is certainly preferable to having none. Should Xiaoshirtan village truly descend into a dire situation, at least he would retain a glimmer of hope in the unknown. Naturally, if he could resolve the extraordinary calamities invading this time, that would be the best outcome, eliminating the need to gamble with uncertainties. Who should place the substitute talisman? Scanning through his skills, Lin remembered he still had 2 manuals yet to study, the Art of Mutagenesis and the Xuanfeng technique. With this in mind, Lin decided to first learn the basics of these 2 skills before making a decision. With a thought, a black manual appeared in Lin's hand. Upon opening it, a unique and potent essence of mutagenic calamity surged into his mind. Lin carefully contemplated this special essence and soon entered a state of comprehension. Time swiftly passed, and after what felt like an eternity, Lin finally turned to the last page of the manual. The state of comprehension concluded, and, simultaneously, The manual of the art of mutagenesis transformed into black smoke and slowly dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, player has acquired the special skill, Art of Mutagenesis. Current proficiency, beginner. The notification panel displayed the message. Lennon gazed at the manual that had turned to black smoke and vanished completely, feeling a stir of surprise within. After all, previous manuals merely consumed the essence within them, while the text and imagery remained intact. It is said that if a cultivator possesses sufficient talent, they might even learn the skill solely through the information without needing the essence. However, the art of mutagenesis is evidently unique. This method effectively eliminates any possibility for others to learn or even become aware of it, showcasing a level of secrecy far beyond that of ordinary skills. Nevertheless, after grasping the formidable potential of the art of mutagenesis, Lennon found it entirely understandable. This skill indeed possesses tremendous power, encompassing the realms of empowerment, awakening, life, and reduction. If one were to select the most fitting term to characterize this skill, Lennon felt that it would undoubtedly be evolution, a form of evolution that appears rather twisted and bizarre. In fact, one might argue that differentiation, to a certain extent, could even surpass evolution in potency. Evolution is inherently a progressive advancement, whereas differentiation does not necessarily follow a beneficial trajectory. The art of differentiation boasts an exceptionally high ceiling. It can enhance all things, yet can equally diminish them. Diminishment may not seem particularly advantageous, but what if it serves to bolster one's own forces while weakening those of the adversary? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin An's eyes. Although he had already experienced this formidable skill at the hands of the source of differentiation infection, he recognized that he had previously underestimated and misjudged its potential. Initially, Lennon had intended to dispatch a proxy to place a talisman. But with the acquisition of the differentiation technique, he felt that such complexity was unnecessary. He first sought suitable materials. Contemplating this, Lennon gazed at the substantial stack of quality black iron treasure chests within his storage compartment. With a mere thought, he opened them all. The system's alert tones rang out incessantly, and soon enough, Lennon beheld the materials he sought. Concealment stone level. First transition quality. Good effect. Carrying this stone conceals 1's presence, effective only against beings with lower mental strength. This concealment stone may prove quite useful for ordinary players, whether for hunting or fleeing, as it significantly increases the likelihood of success by masking 1's presence. This is especially true for practitioners who specialize in mental strength. However, Lennon's own transformation attire serves as a superior alternative to the concealment stone, rendering it essentially unnecessary under normal circumstances. But now differentiation. With a thought, the differentiation technique was promptly invoked by Lennon, as a substantial amount of elemental energy surged into the concealment stone. A remarkable transformation unfolded. The once inanimate concealment stone now emanated a hint of life, with black tendrils rapidly sprouting from its base. Observing this, Lennon opened his panel for examination. Differentiated concealment stone level. 5 physique, 30 energy, 10 spirit, 10 skills, presence concealment, low existence, rapid rolling remarks. A special calamity product derived from the concealment stone, specifically designed for delivering messages, ensuring timely arrival regardless of day or night, and will only heed its master's commands. Success. Seeing that the differentiation results closely aligned with his expectations, Lennon could not help but feel exhilarated. One instance of differentiation had directly spawned a life form of level 5, with functionality nearly identical to his needs. Lennon sensed that if he wished, he could rapidly assemble a formidable army of differentiated beings, potentially establishing himself as a differentiation sovereign even more powerful than the source of differentiation infection. Chapter 62, Hockey Wind. If I were to differentiate humanity in the future, who could distinguish me from the source of calamity? I could easily create a disaster of Director CS caliber, which seems rather ominous. Lennon mused, conjuring a talisman between his fingers. Addressing the differentiated concealment stone, he instructed, "You are to deliver this talisman to the official road heading east towards the village." Should any issues arise, contact me immediately, and I shall issue further commands. Remember, operate discreetly, and do not let any beings perceive your abnormalities. Ababa, respectful greetings. Great sovereign of differentiation, it is an honor to serve you. The differentiated concealment stone split open with a seam resembling a mouth, responding accordingly before inserting the talisman into its core. Subsequently, its tendrils vanished, and its presence was concealed to the utmost degree. It rolled eastward with the inconspicuousness of an ordinary roadside stone, yet moved with astonishing speed. Lennon nodded subtly at this sight. Differentiated entities maintain a certain connection with their sovereign. Otherwise, the source of differentiation infection would not have been able to summon so many differentiated beings to congregate nearby. Although this connection does not equate to the direct memory synchronization of skill embodiments, transmitting messages within a certain range of the spiritual world is still feasible. Thus, there is no need to worry about unforeseen circumstances arising during the delivery, leaving him unaware. He pondered what would happen if he were to differentiate the talisman directly. Lennon felt a surge of curiosity, yet he chose not to attempt it immediately. After all, the talisman is a superior quality item, and its quantity is limited. Lennon believed that given his current elemental energy attributes and his nascent proficiency in differentiation, he would struggle to control the direction of the talisman's differentiation. Should any mishap occur, it could potentially erase the original function of the talisman, resulting in a significant loss. Having resolved the issue of retreat, Lennon began to contemplate how he might achieve a counterattack against these calamities. Tomorrow, Zhang Jiao would attempt to break through, while the old village chief would provide protective support. This meant that if these calamities were anxious, they might even choose to strike tomorrow. With this thought, Lin N's brow furrowed slightly. If they were to attack tomorrow, his only recourse might be to find a way to alert the allied NPCs. At the very least, he needed to ensure that the old village chief and Master Jiang were on high alert. Moreover, he needed to devise a strategy to ambush these extraordinary calamities. Striving to take the initiative, what method should he employ to convey this information? A personal approach? A differentiated entity? Neither seemed particularly viable. Lin mused, akin to the thoughts of the previous extraordinary imposter. Although he had garnered some renown, he was still fundamentally a newcomer who had only recently joined Shao Shirtan village, having never even encountered any extraordinary beings within the village prior. Engaging face-to-face with these extraordinary entities could prove challenging, and Lennon felt that such actions could easily deepen the imposter's suspicions about him. As for differentiated entities, they reek of calamity. Extraordinary beings would likely not hesitate to eliminate them upon sight, rendering it implausible that they would trust the words of a differentiated entity. Using an embodiment to deliver the warning? But what embodiment could effectively persuade these two extraordinary beings while also ensuring a discreet escape? Lennon contemplated, scanning through his skills, and promptly eliminated various options. The differentiation technique was out of the question, and while the hockey tiger possessed a physical form, avoiding the gaze of ordinary practitioners was feasible. But evading the perception of extraordinary calamities seemed daunting. Hockey lay, capable of transforming into thunder, was too conspicuous in both sound and brightness, likely less stealthy than the hockey tiger. As for ordinary skills, such as sprint and basic swordplay, they were even less suitable. What form would the pinnacle talisman take? And could it be drawn effortlessly? However, the embodiment created by this skill would likely resemble Lin and himself, lacking the ability to transform into a tiger or a thunder elemental spirit like the hockey tiger or hockey lay, which was inappropriate. After considerable deliberation, Lin N's gaze finally fell upon the unlearned secret of skill, Sun Feng Shu. The general breeze indeed appeared to be the most fitting candidate. With this thought, Lin N resolved without further hesitation, reopening the secret tome and entering a meditative state. As the night deepened, the original fireplace outside continued to blaze, seemingly eternal. Within the spiritual realm, the skill embodiment talisman, previously in a cooling state, gradually regained its brilliance, ready for use once more. Simultaneously, Lennon successfully turned to the last page of the Sun Feng Shu tome, having thoroughly exhausted its profound essence. Congratulations! You have acquired the excellent skill Sun Feng Shu. Current proficiency, Novice. As the panel's notification echoed in Lin An's mind, he summoned the skill transformation talisman with a mere thought. It is decided Ha Ji Feng. In a flash, a 5-pointed star appeared at his brow, and soon, a diminutive figure resembling Ha Ji lay, albeit in a striking azure hue, manifested before Linen. Observe my prowess, proclaimed Ha Ji Feng confidently, before transforming into a wisp of breeze and swiftly vanishing from Lin An's sight. Linen, taken aback, stroked his chin, pondering the discrepancy between Ha Ji Feng's demeanor and his expectations. As Linen contemplated, Ha Ji Feng seamlessly merged with the gentle zephyr. Hastening towards the village office where the venerable village elder typically attended to his duties at this hour. True to form, Ha Ji Feng soon espied two figures within the office. One, an elderly man with slightly graying hair, and the other, a boisterous middle-aged gentleman with a recently reattached right arm. Zhang Shuangxi, village elder of Xiao Shirten. Level. Name. Level. Both pieces of information materialized on Lin An's panel. The village elder's name was discernible, yet the commanding officer's details were obscured, presenting only question marks, reminiscent of the substituted Tian Shang. Although the panel remained silent, it spoke volumes in that moment, revealing the unsettling truth that even the commanding officer had unwittingly been supplanted by a doppelganger. This is not good. The plan has changed, Ha Ji Feng thought, alarmed to see the village elder in the company of the doppelganger, realizing that the surveillance of extraordinary beings by these impostors was tighter than he had anticipated. With the impostor present, relaying any messages would be perilous. Resolute, Ha Ji Feng turned it apart. Meanwhile, the village elder suddenly looked up, his gaze contemplative as it wandered towards the direction Ha Ji Feng had fled. Did you detect anything unusual? Unusual? Not all. The doppelganger felt a pang of anxiety upon hearing this, almost convinced that the elder had seen through its disguise. Perhaps I misjudged. Age can be deceptive. The elder replied nonchalantly, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of doubt. The captain, specializing in physique and having entered the second tier of Beast Path, seemed to possess a lower perceptual acuity than himself. Chapter 63. Waiting urgently in the Guishu world, Xiao Shirtan village. Oblivious to the conversation between the two elders, Ha Ji Feng let out a slow breath. He had initially contemplated persuading the village elder with his silver tongue, hoping to instill a sense of caution regarding Tian Sheng and his ilk, even if complete trust was unattainable. However, with the doppelganger always lurking beside the elder, Ha Ji Feng found himself at a loss, fearing that a mere glance might provoke disaster. Recalling the scene where Ha Ji lay was effortlessly crushed, he shook his head in resignation. The village elder was not an option for now. His next course of action would be to ascertain the situation regarding Jiang Fushi. Rumor had it that this talisman master was a recluse. Surely, the doppelgangers wouldn't brazenly surveil him. With these thoughts, Ha Ji Feng hurried towards a 3-story courtyard located to the north of the original hearth. The gentle breeze guided him to the window of the 3rd floor, where he soon spotted a slender figure clad in a voluminous talisman robe that did little to conceal her graceful silhouette. Jiang Shuang level. At that moment, this woman, appearing to be in her 30s or 40s, was hunched over a desk, diligently sketching talismans. Her expression was fraught with frustration, and the disheveled room was strewn with talisman papers and extraordinary materials. Although she possessed a certain beauty, the dark circles under her eyes suggested she had not slept for days, imparting an uncanny aura of lifelessness. What a potent aura of lethargy. Aji, Feng Muzed. How can even the Guishu world harbor such despondent figures, and a talisman master at that? Just then, Jiang Shuang, who had been engrossed in her work, abruptly lifted her gaze towards the window. Who goes there? The once dreary expression transformed into one of sharp vigilance as her eyes locked onto the distant wisp of wind. Do not strike, we are allies. The alarm bells in Ha Ji Feng's mind blared, fearing he might meet the same fate as Ha Ji lay, leading him to hastily call out. Observing that the Talisman Master did not immediately attack, he quickly attempted to hover before Jiang Shuai. Bam! Wait. Is there a formation in this room? Colliding with an invisible energy barrier, Ha Jifeng felt a jolt of pain in his head. Jiang Shuai assessed the situation, confirming that he posed no threat, and thus, she deactivated the formation, allowing Ha Jifeng entry. Ahem, that was purely accidental, he quickly explained upon entering. He then shifted forms, presenting himself as the dashing Ha Jifeng. Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Feng, Ji Feng. Where did this ridiculous creature come from? Not interested, thank you. Jiang Shuai regarded the absurd form of Ha Jifeng, her lips twitching, yet curiosity flickered in her eyes. Even her extensive knowledge could not decipher the nature of this being. Ha Jifeng, baffled by her dismissal, wondered what not interested even meant. Ahem, clearing his throat. The once playful Ha Jifeng now spoke with gravity. Xiao Shirtan village is under siege by doppelgangers. The commanding officer, Zhang Jiao, and Tiansheng have all been replaced by extraordinary imposters. The village elder is currently with the commanding officer and likely remains unaware of this peril. Hence my presence here to inform you. Moreover, external calamities may also be targeting Xiao Shirtan village. And who might you be to possess such knowledge? Jiang Shuai inquired. Raising an eyebrow, Ha Jifeng feigned profundity. As previously mentioned, I am merely Ji Feng, a do-gooder who wishes to remain anonymous. The doppelgangers are likely to act by tomorrow or, at the latest, within 3 days. Prepare yourselves accordingly. I shall not intrude any further. With those words, Ha Jifeng turned to leave, only to feel an overwhelming mental barrier constraining his movement. How can I verify your claims? Zhang Shuing scrutinized Jifeng, her expression growing serious. After all, according to his assertion, not only had the commanding officer fallen, but 3 extraordinary calamity doppelgangers were lurking in disguise, poised to strike. While she was intrigued by the sudden appearance of Ha Jifeng, the safety of herself and the village took precedence. Verification is a matter of your own capability. Ha Jifeng replied coolly, realizing that his freedom was contingent upon the Talisman Master's discretion. I merely passed through and offered a warning. The entity you perceive is not my true form. Thus, all threats against me are ineffectual. The rest is up to you. Now your true form. Could it be a special skill of a wind path practitioner? Jiang Shuai mused. Her curiosity piqued, yet skepticism remained at bay. Despite his modest level, there was an undeniable peculiarity about him that suggested he was no ordinary being. After a moment of silence, Jiang Shuai released her mental hold on Ha Jifeng. Sensing his newfound freedom, he wasted no time in departing. This time, eschewing a return to Lin An's vicinity and instead hurrying away towards the direction of Humin, as if he were a mere passerby in the realm of extraordinary beings. After contemplating for a while, Jiang Shuai summoned a transmission talisman into her hand. The village chief, faced with an urgent situation, swiftly recounted the events that had just transpired. As the transmission talisman turned to ashes and dissipated into the air, the chief, who had been engrossed in paperwork, momentarily paused his pen. However, in the next instant, he resumed signing documents as if nothing had happened. The notion of a false person? Upon reflection, the skirmishes within the chaotic fog indeed appeared somewhat peculiar. The chief pondered, having initially believed this operation to be nearly foolproof. Now, it seemed there might be unforeseen complications. Just as the old chief and his companions contemplated ways to verify the identity of the false person, Lin within the room nodded slightly. Although Ha Jifeng appeared somewhat unorthodox, the mission had overall progressed satisfactorily. Not only did it raise the vigilance of 2 extraordinary cultivators within the village, but it also allowed him to escape unscathed, thus facilitating his continued monster hunting and leveling during the day. With a sudden thought, Lin decided to browse the forum. After all, sleep was out of the question. With an extraordinary level disaster looming next door, he could hardly afford to be complacent. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was already tenfold that of an ordinary person, so a few days without sleep would not significantly affect him. He opened the panel and accessed the forum. With the tide of disaster looming, the recent attacks by beasts have intensified, At this rate, I fear our village may not withstand it. Has anyone else noticed that the monsters we encountered during hunts have grown increasingly formidable? Yesterday, 2 bears fled at the sight of our team, and today they nearly took out our captain. Thanks for the invite. I'm in the Goeishu, and the novice village has been breached. I urgently seek advice on surviving in the darkness. I'm waiting online. Chapter 64. Survival Guide for the Tide of Disaster. Various distress posts flooded the forum. The impact of this tide of disaster was broader than expected, affecting players from villages across distant lands. The nature of the disasters varied widely, with some players encountering malevolent entities preying upon those who ventured out of the village, while others faced direct assaults from formidable beasts, or were enveloped by unique calamities that blanketed entire villages. It was a veritable assortment of crises, with Lennon also encountering multiple posts detailing incursions by false persons. Albeit the performances of those players were likely not as adept. Some had already been detected by the false beings, leaving them in a state of heightened anxiety and fear. Nonetheless, the misfortune did not end there. A portion of players had found their novice villages overrun by monsters. Those fortunate enough might have escaped to struggle for survival, while the less fortunate likely faced account deletion. By the way, I wonder if those players who perished during the internal testing will have a chance to re-enter the game after the public release. Lennon mused to himself, considering the inevitability of a nationwide gaming phenomenon, where every individual should have the opportunity to enter the Goeishu world, provided they could survive until the game as public launch. Indeed, many had succumbed during the mid-stages of a barren infection or were abruptly slain by the descending calamities. In reality, there were no chances for resurrection. Death was final. Shaking his head slightly, Lennon continued scrolling through the forum, soon encountering a post rapidly gaining traction. It was a survival guide issued by the Anomaly Management Bureau, which he promptly opened. Survival Guide during the tide of disaster. As the tide of disaster surges ever more violently, many players must be feeling the immense pressure. According to recent investigations, the only known method to safely navigate this tide is to journey to the nearby towns. Almost all towns are home to third-tier experts, and the foundational hearths within these settlements possess a higher realm, adequately sheltering humanity through this calamity. However, it is essential to note that the distance between known villages and towns generally ranges from 300 to 1,000 kilometers. The unknown factors along the way are numerous, and the risks are incalculable. Thus, it is recommended that players join merchant caravans, periodic patrols between villages and towns, or groups led by other extraordinary individuals before commencing their journey. Moreover, high entry fees and rental costs exist in towns, making it challenging even for low-ranking cultivators to afford such expenses. Therefore, whether to venture into the towns requires careful consideration. Should players choose to remain in their villages, their primary focus should be on the movements of extraordinary beings and any unusual occurrences or individuals within the village. If significant information is gleaned through the panel, they might find suitable reasons to discreetly inform the village as cultivators. However, it is crucial to remember, as initially advised, to avoid revealing their identities as players or allowing any suspicion to arise. At present, players who have exposed their identities have all met their demise, the reasons for which remain unknown. It is reasonable to deduce that players must not behave in ways that exceed the norms of the Goeishu world, lest they attract suspicion. However, should they exhibit talents or skills akin to those of the native geniuses or prodigies of the Goeishu world, they would likely encounter no issues. For instance, if a skill can be grasped with a single glance, although exaggerated, such feats are not beyond the realm of possibility within the Goeishu world, and thus would not raise doubts. As each village faces distinct disasters, the subsequent discourse will revolve around strategies for survival in the darkness following the fall of a village. Strange tales represent a unique existence, perhaps not even classifiable as life itself. For these entities, night is akin to day, and day becomes night. Therefore, beings enveloped in light exist within the visual blind spots of these entities, momentarily evading their gaze. However, light is not an absolute safeguard. Excessive noise or movement, or prolonged exposure to darkness, can equally draw attention. Furthermore, it is said that higher extraordinary sensitivity tends to attract these entities' interest. Thus, while an ordinary person might remain unharmed lying still outside all night, a cultivator would find such stillness far more challenging to maintain. Having perused the material disseminated by the Anomaly Management Bureau, Lennon felt a sense of astonishment. He sensed that the Bureau had significantly enhanced its understanding of the Goeishu world. If he surmised correctly, it seemed that high-level players had already arrived in the towns, gathering more intelligence. Truly, talent is abundant. He wondered how many levels these experts could ascend upon their return. Would one or even multiple extraordinary beings emerge? Lennon reflected, knowing he could not be the only one advancing while others remained stagnant. In fact, this transformative period was marked by fierce competition. It was a true manifestation of the adage that one must either progress or regress. He suddenly recalled the top-tier novice gift package. Surely, it was not exclusive to him. However, he also remembered the stipulation regarding its limited availability, which made him uncertain whether it had already been fully distributed. After some contemplation, Lennon shook his head, deciding not to dwell excessively on it. He was indeed curious about what others might receive from their packages and whether he could acquire them for shared use. After all, his Talent Awakening Stone was a one-time item, and his Skill Transformation Talisman had already been attuned to him. The only opportunity he had to sell the substitute talisman manuscript had been consumed entirely to enhance his proficiency to a minor level of mastery. However, Lennon held no regrets regarding this decision, for the initial success rate of the novice substitute talisman was merely 1 in 10. Even if he drained his blood essence, he would scarcely have been able to produce 2 talismans. At that time, he was weak and in dire need of survival tools, leaving little room for hesitation. Regardless of the potential future value of that manuscript, Lennon would unhesitatingly use it again to bolster his skills. Of course, contemplating such matters now bore little significance. The path to self-improvement remained the eternal truth. Upon contemplating this, Lennon cast his gaze upon the numerous fine treasure chests from which he had previously obtained various items. Among them, there were nearly 10 skill manuals. Although none possessed exceptional quality, possessing multiple skills is never a burden. With all necessary preparations completed, Lennon hesitated no longer and entered a state of enlightenment once again. The night swiftly passed amidst the incessant sound of turning pages. Just as Lennon mastered a new skill at the novice level, several notifications appeared on his interface. Your Dantian has successfully increased by 6 points of Yuanli after a day of diligent cultivation, successfully catching up to your mental attributes. Your physique has successfully increased by 6 points after a day of diligent cultivation, successfully catching up to your mental attributes. Ding! Your 3-dimensional attributes have reached equilibrium. Chapter 65. Level up to 8. Seeing this message, Lennon focused his mind and retrieved a random attribute fruit. The apple-sized fruit was consumed in mere moments, and he immediately felt a warm current rising within his Dantian. Under the influence of this mysterious warmth, his Yuanli began to gradually increase. Ding! Congratulations! Your energy attribute has increased by 1. As the last remnants of the attribute fruit were consumed, the interface displayed this notification. Indeed, it did not add to his mental attributes, which was a stroke of fortune. There was still 1 more fruit, which he decided to consume once his 3-dimensional attributes reached equilibrium. Lennon pondered internally while examining his latest player interface. Player, Lennon, head to the dock for Seagulls. Level, 7 talent. 3-dimensional equilibrium experience points. 90 overleveled by slaying an 8th level bone beauty and 4 7th level disasters. Essence, physique 50, 6. Rising rapidly, chi. Yuanli 51, 7. Spirit, mental 50. Rising rapidly. Skills, transformation technique, novice. Xuanfeng technique, novice. Substitute talisman, mastered. Thunder technique, mastered. Items, skill incarnation talisman, substitute talisman. Cat face mask, ever-changing attire, current status. Good. Compared to when he had just leveled up, his attributes had significantly increased, with essence, chi, and spirit all surpassing 50. His experience points had reached 90, just 10 short of another level up, in addition to the new skills of transformation technique and Xuanfeng technique. The proficiency of the substitute talisman had finally reached mastery, granting Lin a success rate of 9 out of 10 when drawing the talisman. Though, he realized he had not failed a single time prior. Nodding in satisfaction, Lin noticed that dawn was finally breaking. Glancing at the countdown on his interface, he noted, Return countdown, 480,000. With 2 days remaining, he aimed to level up twice more. Lin contemplated his next moves, deciding that remaining in the village would be of little help regarding the issues of the pseudo-people and extraordinary invasions. He had already offered his warnings, and it was now paramount to focus on his own advancement. Under the respectful gaze of the guards, Lin swiftly made his way out. Upon reaching an isolated area, the eagerly awaited Ki Feng swiftly emerged. Finally, daybreak had arrived. Last night, Lin had an unsettling feeling that something was watching him. After merging with his entity, the skill incarnation exhaled deeply. Though he had left Shao Shi Tan village the previous night, Ki Feng had not ventured far, lingering near Humin. As soon as he sensed something amiss, he would immediately return to the vicinity of Humin, engaging in a tug-of-war with the supernatural. As a pure wind attribute skill incarnation, Ki Feng did not emit light and could only rely on his agile movements to maneuver. It was not until the first rays of light appeared on the horizon that Ki Feng quickly distanced himself from Shao Shi Tan village to avoid detection by extraordinary cultivators or disasters. Time a hunt. With a thought, Lin summoned a white, triangular glider that appeared behind him. When it comes to the fastest means of travel, flying was undoubtedly the best. However, the glider was essentially for gliding, and switching to flight mode would consume a substantial amount of Yuanli. If he had used this tool for travel before, he might not have flown more than a few dozen kilometers before needing to land or even crash. While leveling up, it was impossible to expend all Yuanli on traveling. Maintaining one's condition was essential for hunting in the wild. Thus, despite having the glider yesterday, Lin had no intention of using it. However, now that he had Ki Feng, the situation was entirely different. Leveraging the characteristics of the wind, Ki Feng could utilize minimal energy to harness the elemental forces of the wind, allowing the glider to achieve prolonged flight, even faster than usual. Take off. With a thought, the glider soared into the air, swiftly heading toward the northern 10,000 Great Mountains with Ki Feng's assistance. 30 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 70 kilometers. Rapidly traversing one safety zone after another, Lin, for the first time, gazed down from high above at the vast expanse below, feeling a sense of awe. The mountains were exceedingly vast. Even at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, he could not see the end of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Looking up, he realized that even at this height, he was likely merely at the foot of some distant peaks. Countless summits pierced the clouds, obscuring their full grandeur. Lin suspected that even if Mount Everest from Blue Star were placed here, it would likely be just another inconspicuous peak among many. The end of all things. How immense could this world possibly be? Recalling the prompt he received upon first entering the game, Lin inhaled deeply, feeling a surge of ambition within him. The sky is high enough for birds to soar, and the sea is vast enough for fish to leap. The broader the world, the greater the potential for achievement. As the glider descended at 80 kilometers, it finally landed on a hillside. After stowing the glider, Lin activated the perfected level of the tiger bird technique, his eyes transforming into a dazzling and commanding gold. Returning to his original form, Ki Feng closed his eyes, attentively sensing the rhythm of the wind. After a brief moment, Ki Feng suddenly opened his azure eyes and spoke. To the west, there's a level 7 disaster, likely of the demon variety. Impressive. Upon hearing this, Lin raised an eyebrow and praised, realizing that each skill incarnation possessed its own unique strengths. Among those of similar quality, they all had their merits. Currently, Ki Lei was likely the strongest in combat, while Ki, who was the most balanced and comprehensive. In terms of agility and the ability to locate disasters, Ki Feng appeared to excel. The characteristics are indeed powerful. I wonder if humans can possess them? Furthermore, what form would the incarnation of the transformation technique take? Lin pondered internally, yet his feet did not falter as he swiftly made his way westward. Soon, a centipede measuring over 10 meters appeared before them. Centipede spirit level, 7 essence, physique 35 chi, demonic power 35 spirit, mental 22 skills, centipede curse, thousand-legged poison, rapid recovery, undying, much like the mutated cockroach from earlier. This centipede spirit exuded an unsettling aura. Without hesitation, Lin unleashed a series of attacks. Phantasm, Thundercoin. The cat eyes on his mask glimmered with a chilling light as the thunder elemental energy rapidly infused into the Gui Su coin, surging toward the centipede spirit with a resounding thunderous force. The thunder can be said to be a formidable nemesis of these malevolent beings, effortlessly piercing through the centipede essence, causing it to emit incessant crackling sounds while its body turned charred black. Despite possessing rapid recovery and the life-preserving skill of not dying fully, the centipede essence swiftly succumbed to the onslaught of lightning. Defeated a level 7 centipede essence. Experience points increased by 10. Ding! Current experience points are full. Would you like to level up? Chapter 66. The Old Village Chief Level Up. Upon seeing the experience points reach 100 once more, Lin did not hesitate and confirmed with a decisive thought. A torrent of energy surged through his limbs and bones, rapidly integrating into every cell of his body, enhancing Lin An's vitality and aura at that moment. Ding! Congratulations, player Lin. All attributes increased by 7, gaining 7 free attribute points. Breaking through to level 7. All attributes surged by 7 points. Observing the remaining 7 free attribute points, Lin wasted no time and allocated them to the highest energy attribute. With a thought, Lin opened the panel to examine his post-breakthrough status. Player, Lin, going to the dock to catch some seagulls. Level, 8 talent, 3-dimensional balance experience, 0 spirit, physique 57, 7. Rapidly rising, chi, vitality 65, 14, shun, mentality 57, 7. Rapidly rising, skills, transformation technique, novice, Xuanfeng technique, minor success, substitute talisman, major success. Thunder strike technique, major success. Items, skill incarnation talisman, substitute talisman, cat face mask, 1000 changes outfit current status. Good, gazing at the increasingly luxurious panel. A smile involuntarily crept upon Lin An's lips. At this moment, his total 3-dimensional attributes had approached 180 points, far surpassing the average 9th level beings. And he was not far from the threshold of the 10th level extraordinary. Most importantly, his highest vitality attribute had already reached 65 points. In other words, under the influence of the 3-dimensional balance talent, all his attributes would eventually reach 65, resulting in a total attribute value nearing 20 times that of an ordinary person. Even though he had yet to attain the second transition to the extraordinary realm, it would not be an exaggeration to call him a minor superhuman. What joy! Hockey Phone. Continue to act swiftly, striving to gain more experience points today, perhaps even leveling up once more. With Lin An's breakthrough, his level and vitality also soared, filling Hockey Phone with excitement as he closed his eyes again to feel the rhythm of the wind. Meanwhile, within Xiao Shirtan village, the old village chief and the team captain rose early as the sky brightened and approached the room of Captain Zhang Jiao, the commander of the guard. A young man in blue attire, appearing to be around 27 or 28 years old, sat inside the room, his expression somewhat tense. Upon seeing Zhang Shuangxi and the team captain arrive, Zhang Jiao quickly stood up. "Father, Captain, you're here." His gaze turned towards the two extraordinary beings as Captain Zhang spoke. The old village chief looked at his son, whom he had raised himself, his expression as calm as ever. After a moment, the village chief spoke. "Do not be overly anxious. Achieving level 10 completeness at your age is a testament to your exceptional talent. Your mother would surely feel proud if she could see this moment. Once you successfully break through, let us bring some kiwi fruit to honor her properly." Hearing the village chief's words, a hint of poignant sadness flashed in Zhang Jiao's eyes. "Understood, father." He nodded slightly and then declared, "I will surely break through successfully and not disappoint you and mother." "Very well, go and prepare diligently." The old village chief, Zhang Shuangxi, smiled slightly a rare expression on his usually serious face, and took out a water blue crystal from his storage ring. It was a legacy of the water system extraordinary. Watching Zhang Jiao turn back into the room to prepare for his breakthrough, the old village chief suddenly retrieved a smoking pipe and began to puff away. The tobacco burned quickly, and after inhaling the thick white smoke, he slowly exhaled it, enveloping himself in a shroud of smoke. As an extraordinary cultivator, the reason he accepted the task from Wuling City to become a village chief in this remote area was largely to secure a future for Zhang Jiao. After all, land must be cultivated and villages must exist. Otherwise, where would the bustling cities source their grain, and where could the surplus population be accommodated? However, the most crucial aspect remained the original hearth, a vital structure for humanity. Even the most basic first transition original hearth could ignite and protect itself from damage or extinguishment. Nonetheless, villages without extraordinary beings typically struggled to survive for long, and ordinarily, esteemed extraordinary cultivators would be reluctant to guard dangerous and remote villages. Therefore, most cities issued tasks, offering substantial rewards to these stationed extraordinary beings. The fact that Zhang Jiao reached level 10 completeness at such a young age, stepping into the realm of extraordinary, is undoubtedly tied to the resources the village chief provided. For safety's sake, the old village chief even arranged for him to head the guard squad, a position requiring minimal movement within the village, yet holding considerable prestige. After guarding the village for 2 or 3 decades, I ended up unable to protect my own son. What a failure. Puffing on his pipe, the old village chief unconsciously tightened his grip. Even a pseudo-human at the extraordinary level could not access the full memories of the impersonator, especially when the impersonator was his own child, whom he had raised day in and day out. The old village chief could merely attempt to draw out information through casual conversation to discern whether this individual was truly Zhang Jiao. Amidst the swirling smoke, the team captain, also an impersonator, found nothing amiss, merely observing the scene quietly. After all, anyone who had spent a little time in the village knew that the village chief was quite the habitual smoker. He could not help but smoke during significant events. And now, with his son about to break through to the extraordinary, it was entirely normal for him to smoke during this important matter. Thus, the team captain pondered when the clan chief would permit them to take action. Just then, a figure clad in a Talisman Master's robe approached leisurely. "Jiang Talisman Master, what brings you out today?" The team captain was taken aback upon recognizing the newcomer. However, the strength of the impersonator allowed him to maintain a composed demeanor, naturally inquiring. "The village chief summoned me." Jiang Shuaing, with a thought, produced a stack of talismans. As she quickly adhered these talismans to the exterior of Zhang Jiao's room, she casually remarked, "The village chief has spent a considerable sum to invite me to draw these talismans for Zhang Jiao's successful breakthrough. With my talismans, this young man's success rate will increase by at least 20%. The impersonator furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing this. He could not comprehend talismans, nor discern whether these particular ones were genuinely meant to assist in the breakthrough. However, with Jiang Talisman Master present, the impersonator felt that their ambush plan would likely require adjustments. Simultaneously, from a distance, Tian Sheng observed the unfolding scene and abruptly stepped towards the village exit. Chapter 67. Let me give you an egg. In the Guishu world, Shao, Shirtan village. "Good morning, Captain Tian." Captain Tian, amidst the respectful greetings, Tian Sheng stepped out of the village. However, this time, his destination was not the Iron Fist Rabbit Forest, where the hunting team frequently ventured, nor the vast mountains to the north, but rather the deep and boundless water pool to the west. Though it is referred to as a water pond, its area is hardly smaller than that of a medium-sized lake on launching, and it may even be slightly larger. More critically, no one knows how deep this pond truly is or where its waters connect. It can be said that in this vast and boundless realm of Guishu, even the ordinary pond waters recognized by the local indigenous people far surpass those of launching's small ponds. Tian Sheng, or rather Shun Wei, approached the vicinity of the pond. Standing on the smooth pebbles, he concentrated his thoughts, and soon a series of rhythmic energy waves spread into the deep waters. After a brief moment, a figure burst forth from the surface with a splash, wielding a trident and appearing before Tiansheng. It was Poseidon, the leader of the Fishmen tribe in this pond, who had attained the second-tier extraordinary realm. Pseudo-tribal leader, Ming Wei, he said, "Are you here to inform me that it is time to act?" Ming Wei shook his head slightly and replied, "Plans have changed. I did not expect that human sorcerer to emerge and defend. Zhang Jiu needs to stay indoors. If it is just the two of us, the captain and I, launching a surprise attack will be exceedingly difficult. We require assistance. Even diverting any extraordinary being would suffice." "Assistance?" Poseidon scoffed, his expression sour. "According to our previously established cooperation plan, we fishmen cannot assist you until the original hearth is extinguished. Although the original hearth in Shao Shirtan village is only of the first tier, it is still a peculiar entity. Even if all our extraordinary fishmen combined their efforts, we could not extinguish it immediately. Or do you intend to battle the human extraordinary under the suppression of the original hearth?" Upon hearing this, Ming Wei furrowed his brow slightly. The original hearth's suppressive power over disasters is indeed formidable, even after just a day or two in Shao Shirtan village. He could feel excruciating pain throughout his body. If they were to engage in battle under the original hearth suppression, their combat effectiveness would likely be reduced to a mere fraction of its full capacity. Even he and Poseidon, as leaders, would find it difficult to defeat the elderly human village chief under such circumstances. The original hearth must be extinguished. With this thought in mind, Ming Wei stated, "There is no need for your fishmen to intervene, but I require you to contact the Chaos Fog. Not just the Chaos Fog, but summon all nearby extraordinary disasters. The Mountain Ghost from the north, the Iron Fist Rabbit King from the south. Contact them all, as long as we can clear Shao Shirtan village. The entire area south of the 10,000 mountains will fall under our control, and the human race will not be able to reconstruct here in the near future." Upon hearing this, Poseidon frowned. "You want to summon them to share in the spoils? Are you suggesting that our share of the loot is too abundant? Contacting them at this critical juncture will only lead to them demanding a lion's share. Wouldn't that mean we're working for nothing? The premise of spoils is to win the battle." The pseudo-tribal leader Ming Wei remained remarkably composed, quickly responding, "Furthermore, I now find myself pondering the words spoken by that human elder. I can't shake the feeling that something was amiss. I suspect he may have sensed something and is now probing Zhang Jiu and the others." "Probing?" Poseidon furrowed his brow. "Since your kind has already been exposed, why do you still dare remain in Shao Shirtan village? Are you not afraid that the human extraordinary will act against you immediately?" "Not at all," Ming Wei replied, slightly shaking his head. "I understand Zhang Xuangxi. He is known for waiting until he has sufficient confidence before taking action. Since no conflict arose before I left, it indicates that either he has not confirmed the identities of the captain and the others, or he believes he cannot confidently capture Zhang Jiu and the others, and that delaying time would be more advantageous for him." "Delaying is advantageous?" Poseidon was no fool and quickly grasped Ming Wei's implication. "Are you suggesting that the human race has called for reinforcements? Lu Jiaotown has third-tier cultivators. If they dispatch such powerful beings here, what can we do? Best to make haste and flee." Ming Wei, upon hearing this, felt somewhat exasperated. How could Poseidon, the fishman, be so quick to retreat? After some contemplation, he explained, "This wave of disaster can be deemed a once-in-a-thousand-years occurrence. Even the strong from Lu Jiaotown will be overwhelmed by it. In such a scenario, third-tier extraordinary beings would not easily venture too far from their town, as they have their own crises to confront. Even second-tier cultivators will not dispatch too many. Even if Shao Shirtan village receives assistance, it will undoubtedly be limited. Therefore, I will have you summon the remaining extraordinary beings nearby, should a battle ensue. The advantage will most likely still lie with us." Upon hearing this, Poseidon pondered for a moment before nodding slightly. After a brief contemplation, he spoke. "Regardless of how many disasters we summon, I must state in advance that the area surrounding this pond must belong to my fishman tribe." "Agreed, though I will compensate you." Ming Wei readily assented, asserting, As long as you can extinguish the original hearth, it will be the greatest achievement. And I promise you shall not lose a single share of the spoils. I'll give you a compensation egg. Though he agreed promptly, Mingwei secretly thought to himself, when the time comes, I will form alliances, and the first to be eliminated will be your Fishman tribe. It is only a matter of time before I dominate this entire region. In fact, the pseudo-tribal leader was already contemplating whether to flee after the fishmen and disasters had obliterated the original hearth. After all, once the original hearth is gone, regardless of whether the human extraordinary live or die, Xiao Shirtan village will inevitably have to relocate. It must be noted that the human race, or any beings not inclined to embrace the tales of monstrosity in this realm, differ significantly from these disasters. Those who remain in darkness for extended periods are doomed to perish, especially extraordinary beings, who may even perish more swiftly than ordinary humans in the absence of light. Thus, extinguishing the original hearth equates to the annihilation of Xiao Shirtan village. If the human extraordinary can engage in mutual destruction with these disasters, it would be even more fortuitous. As Ming Wei contemplated, Poseidon spoke, "Very well, I will go contact the remaining extraordinary disasters. However, their whereabouts are not easy to ascertain if action is to be taken. It is likely that the soonest we can act will be tomorrow." Chapter 68. Disasters with Hidden Agendas in the Realm of Guishu, near the pond. Upon hearing Poseidon's words, Ming Wei frowned slightly before nodding in agreement. The faster, the better. Now, it is a race to see who arrives to assist first to gain the advantage. You wouldn't want all your efforts over these days to be in vain, would you? Ming Wei stated, as the few pseudo-beings found themselves at the forefront of the battlefield within the village. Should this group of inept individuals betray them, it would undoubtedly lead to heavy casualties for the pseudo-beings, with total annihilation not entirely out of the question. Rest assured, our Fishman tribe is always reliable, Poseidon declared, patting his chest confidently. Observing Poseidon's demeanor, Ming Wei felt something was amiss. However, he refrained from commenting further, instead stating, "In that case, I shall return first. I'm not entirely at ease with only the two of them in Xiao Shirtan village." With that, the pseudo-tribal leader turned to depart. Poseidon watched as Ming Wei's figure swiftly receded until it vanished from sight, then snorted coldly. Clever yet untrustworthy, he muttered to himself, his eyes narrowing as he contemplated contacting the remaining extraordinary disasters nearby. The pseudo-beings were undoubtedly a significant threat to the Fishman tribe. Ming Wei's seemingly easy agreement raised suspicions of his true intentions. However, resolving the issues concerning the human race is indeed a positive development. As for who will ultimately emerge victorious after the downfall of Xiao Shirtan village, that remains uncertain. In any case, the fishmen need not engage in direct combat. They merely need to deal with the original fireplace first. By then, even a casual delay in controlling the destruction of the original fireplace will allow them to effortlessly dictate the rhythm of the entire battlefield. Poseidon venture northward to locate the mountain spirit. However, this old rogue is rather cunning. Persuade him if you can, but if not, it matters not. Understood, elder brother. A slightly smaller extraordinary fishman, wielding a trident, leaped from the water's surface and swiftly made his way toward the 10,000 Great Mountains. Poseidon, head south to seek out the Iron Fist Rabbit King. That rabbit is primarily muscle-brained and should be easy to ensnare. As for the benefits, feel free to promise whatever you like. The expenses will be covered by the pseudo-human clan. Received, clan leader. A fishman identical to Posei Bay, even sharing the same aura. Surfaced and hastily proceeded southward upon hearing the clan leader's directive. However, if Ming Wei and others were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for in their recollection, the Fishman clan has always possessed only two extraordinary beings. Even when they collaborated with the Chaotic Mist to besiege the village chief and others just days prior, they deployed merely two extraordinary fishmen. Yet now, three extraordinary fishmen have emerged. Once again, they must seek that bothersome calamity. It is uncertain when this individual will vacate. The Fishman clan leader massaged his temples, feeling a slight headache, and proceeded toward the east. He held no concerns about persuading the chaotic mist, given that this calamity revels in sowing chaos across various locales. Such significant matters affecting entire regions would surely pique its interest. However, the Fishman clan leader found the thought processes of many calamities to be utterly alien, making communication quite challenging. Meanwhile, the pseudo-human clan leader, after departing from the pond, opted not to return immediately to Shao Shirtan village, but instead returned to his clan's territory to closely monitor all cultivators approaching Shao Shirtan village, especially extraordinary beings heading from Lujiao town. Any sign of unusual activity must be reported to me at once. Yes, clan leader. All the pseudo-humans responded in unison, then systematically commenced their surveillance operations. However, Ming Wei felt a twinge of unease as he observed this scene. He could not genuinely entrust his life and death to those extraordinary calamities. If their support lagged behind the human race by even a second, they would have to flee immediately. In fact, after sensing that the old village chief might be probing Zhang Jiao and others, the pseudo-human clan leader had already entertained thoughts of retreat. After all, infiltrating the enemy's ranks was fundamentally intended to deliver a fatal blow to extraordinary cultivators at critical moments. Yet now that the adversary had become vigilant, the possibility of a surprise attack was considerably diminished. The issue was that while he and the captain could concoct an excuse to depart, Zhang Jiao, who was currently in the midst of a breakthrough, had no such recourse. It was hardly plausible to claim he was pausing his breakthrough for lunch, for such a statement would indelibly mark him as a pseudo-human, likely inciting an immediate battle. The number of awakened pseudo-humans in this area was limited. After years of accumulation, only a few extraordinary pseudo-humans had emerged. The thought of abandoning Ming Wei made him reluctant. Moreover, how would others in the clan view him if he did so? It was perplexing. Everything had seemed perfectly disguised before, so what had gone awry? The pseudo-human clan leader found himself at a loss, unable to fathom that the key lay with the young human who had unexpectedly visited him for a meal yesterday. From Ming Wei's perspective, Lin had never engaged with extraordinary cultivators and had been out hunting since early morning. Sighing softly, Ming Wei chose to make his way back to Shao Shirtan village. Meanwhile, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, the scene of Haki Lei being crushed by a single claw was still fresh in Lin's mind. Therefore, he and Haki Feng did not delve too deeply this time, remaining within a distance of 70 to 90 kilometers while hunting. However, with Haki Feng's formidable calamity sensing abilities, even when targeting level 8 calamities, their progression was not significantly slower than the previous day. In fact, it might even have accelerated. It was still only noon, yet Lin had already slain 5 level 8 calamities, and his experience points had smoothly reached 50. Why is it so challenging to find level 9 and level 10 calamities? Floating in the air and acutely sensing the winds, Haki Feng could not help but voice his frustration. Lin replied calmly, "The reason is quite simple. A mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers. This area already has one extraordinary being. To prevent challengers from usurping its position, I suspect it will periodically eliminate nearby potential threats. However, in such a vast region, there must be areas it overlooks, and with some effort, we might find something." "Incredible. You are truly remarkable, my true form." Haki Feng suddenly opened his eyes, exclaiming, "There is indeed a level 9 aberrant beast just several kilometers ahead. Let us set forth. The experience package for leveling is within our grasp. Charge ahead." Chapter 69. Blood-calling Bat King. On the outskirts of the South Mountain, within the 10,000 Great Mountains, a youthful figure swiftly traversed the forest, akin to a gale, covering several kilometers in mere moments. Upon reaching the entrance of a cave, Lin finally halted his steps, gazing at the dark and profound cavern, which obscured its full extent. Lin furrowed his brow. Although a level 9 calamity may not possess greater vitality than himself, it might still wield unique skills or items. The primary reason most players typically exhibit greater combat prowess than their peers among the ruins beings is largely due to their ability to probe and analyze their opponent's data through their panels. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Yet now, with the level 9 calamity hidden from view, recklessly entering poses considerable risk. After pondering for 2 seconds, Lin summoned a small oil lamp the size of a water bottle. Ghost Repelling Lamp, a first-tier quality item that emits light when infused with energy or fuel, possessing a certain deterrent effect against ordinary calamities. This lamp had been procured from one of the dozens of black iron chests he previously collected, and the moment had come for it to serve its purpose. Transformation. A small amount of primordial energy rapidly infused into the ghost-repelling lamp. As Lin activated the transformation technique, the originally bright and warm lamp swiftly morphed into an eerie crimson hue. Although the energy infused this time was minimal, Lin had already advanced to level 8 compared to last night, thus elevating the transformed ghost-repelling lamp to level 5, alongside the transformed breath-concealing stone. With a thought, Lin opened his panel to inspect the status of this transformed item. Transformed Ghost Summoning Lamp level, 5 Vitality, Constitution 15 Energy, Calamity Power 20 Spirit, Mental 15 Skills, Crimson Thread, Ghost Calling Ray. Crimson Suppression Notes, a special calamity product derived from the ghost-repelling lamp. It can actively attract and suppress ordinary calamities and will only obey its owner's commands. Proceed. Hockey Foam. Stealthily follow behind and ascertain the situation. O mighty and exalted sovereign of transformation, I shall offer you all. The ghost summoning lamp shouted a few phrases only Lin and other transformed beings could comprehend before abruptly unleashing a crimson thread, swiftly darting into the cave like a spider. Observing this, Hockey Foam transformed into a wisp of wind, silently trailing behind the transformed ghost summoning lamp. The art of alienation is undoubtedly effective, yet possesses an eerie quality. Furthermore, it seems that alienation, at least in its introductory phase, is irreversible. Lin pondered this, recognizing that the enhancement of one's abilities through alienation is quite significant. Inanimate objects can transform into peculiar forms of life, and living beings, once alienated, can acquire new skills, albeit at the cost of becoming something neither human nor ghostly. If there were a possibility for temporary alienation, allowing one to revert back afterward, Lin would be intrigued to experience it and see what it entails. However, for now, he decided against it. After all, if he were to undergo alienation, he might very well be slain by extraordinary cultivators before even reaching human settlements. Moreover, it is well known that strength in a game is merely a matter of version, but one's charm is a matter of lifelong significance. As Lin contemplated within the cave, under the guidance of Hockey Foam, the speed of the alienation-induced ghostly lantern grew increasingly rapid, its crimson glow soon attracting the attention of numerous bats. However, the ordinary bats, upon entering the crimson light, were instantly immobilized, allowing the duo's progress to be relatively smooth. Soon, several forked paths appeared before them, and Hockey Foam, after careful consideration, declared that the middle path was the way to go. The two swiftly advanced along the central route, while an increasing number of higher-level bats began to assault the ghostly lantern. Blood-calling bat, a communal calamity with a special racial skill for energy transmission. It appeared that this was the lair of the blood-calling bats. Hockey Foam contemplated this, and with a surge of thought, his gaze swept over the ever-growing number of higher-level blood-calling bats. Wind. A great wind arose. Energy erupted in an instant, channeling Lin An's 80 attributes, and at that moment, his elemental power exceeded 50 points. In an instant, a tempest erupted within the cave, sending countless blood-calling bats crashing against the walls. Many were instantly slain, and Hockey Foam watched this scene with considerable satisfaction. While he might not surpass Hockey Lei or Hockey who in one-on-one combat, he was confident in his ability to inflict area damage. The fierce battle soon attracted the attention of the cave's deepest threat. A piercing sound of supersonic waves echoed ominously from the depths, reverberating throughout the cave. The powerful sound waves even caused the alienation-induced ghostly lantern to crack, and Hockey Foam felt as if he were under a mental assault, suffering an intense headache. In the next moment, a blood-red bat, towering like a human, swiftly emerged from the depths of the cave, its sharp claws shattering the ghostly lantern into fragments. Simultaneously, Hockey Foam finally discerned the creature's data. Blood-calling Bat King level, 9 Constitution, 35 Beast Energy, 60 Spirit, 50 Skills, Supersonic Wave, Blood Bat Formation, Blood Drain, Bat Flash, Blood Refinement Strangulation. 5 Skills. Hockey Foam was taken aback by this revelation. Most of the Blood-calling Bat King's attributes were concentrated in energy, meaning its explosive power would be formidable, and a moment's carelessness could lead to instant defeat. However, its weaknesses were evident. It was fragile, and it would come down to who could eliminate the other first. The Blood-calling Bat King fixed its gaze on Hockey Foam, and in the next moment, it vanished and reappeared behind him. Blood Refinement Strangulation. The skill activated, and powerful blood-red blades shot forth from the Bat King's massive wings, enveloping Hockey Foam entirely. A sense of impending death surged in Hockey Fang's mind, and in a split second, he transformed into a wisp of wind, attempting to evade the relentless assault that felt like a net closing in on him. Crack! Despite his efforts, a few of the blood-red blades struck his form. Coughing lightly, Hockey Foam tried to distance himself, only to find the Blood-calling Bat King utilizing Bat Flash to once again appear behind him, followed by another Blood Refinement Strangulation. Hockey Foam, having been caught in a series of relentless attacks, was soon left battered and bruised. Observing the still energetic Blood-calling Bat King, a frown creased his brow. This creature was unleashing so many skills. Was it not consuming energy? At that moment, he noticed that the previously numerous blood-calling bats were now all clinging to the cave walls. However, they were not dead. They emitted a faint glow, and these energy points were continuously flowing toward the blood-calling Bat King. Energy transmission. Realizing this, Hockey Foam understood that these lesser creatures had been charging the Bat King all along. Chapter 70. Level up to 9. Normally, one would capture the leader first, but this time, it was imperative to eliminate the minions first. Hockey Foam grasped this concept, but the next moment, the blood-calling Bat King's figure reappeared behind him. A deadly sense of urgency surged within him. But before the Bat King could unleash its skill, a dazzling coin imbued with lightning surged forth, aimed directly at the blood-calling Bat King. Boom! The cave trembled, and debris fell. The thunderous roar echoed within the cave. Although the blood-calling Bat King attempted to evade at the crucial moment, the lightning coin still grazed its right wing, creating a massive crater in the cave. The crackling of electricity resonated within its body as the Bat King glanced at its charred wing, then cautiously regarded the approaching human youth. A fierce wind. At that moment, Hockey Foam suddenly unleashed all his remaining elemental power. A violent tempest, laden with countless stones, rushed into the cave. However, this time, the gale was not directed at the blood-calling Bat King, but rather at the ordinary blood-calling bats that were firmly glued to the rock wall. Bang! Under the might of the wind, the blood-calling bats, having already detached their energy, could no longer maintain their balance and were violently swept away, crashing against the cave walls. Countless blood-calling bats fell immediately, and upon witnessing this, the blood-calling Bat King's eyes turned crimson with rage. Seeking vengeance, its fury was so intense that it uttered human words. As the Bat King disregarded the greater threat posed by Lin and flashed once again behind Hockey Foam. Wounded and depleted of energy, Hockey Foam ceased to struggle, lying still and awaiting the countdown for his revival. Clang! In the next instant, a long blade flashed and clashed with the claws of the blood-calling Bat King. Lin An's constitution far surpassed that of the Bat King, and without doubt, the bat was sent crashing against the rock wall. With a thought, the thunder technique was activated. A massive surge of elemental power flowed into the long blade, and the ever-changing blade, infused with unmatched ferocity, swiftly struck toward the blood-calling Bat King. Bufflash! A profound sense of crisis enveloped the blood-calling Bat King, which instinctively activated its skill. Yet, such a powerful spatial skill, akin to a teleport, could not be reused repeatedly by an ordinary disaster. As numerous blood-calling bats fell, the blood-calling Bat King, deprived of its energy sources, barely managed to shift its position, just enough to avoid Lin An's assault. However, in the next moment, the ever-changing blade transformed rapidly. In an instant, It morphed into a spear, infused with radiant lightning energy, and shot toward the blood-calling Bat King. Boom! The cave trembled violently, and the blood-linked Bat King was impaled against a rock wall by a long spear. Its frail body instantly engulfed and charred by the surging power of thunder elements. The notification rang out. Congratulations! You have achieved an over-level kill of the 9th-level blood-linked Bat King, gaining 50 experience points. Another notification followed. Experience points are currently full. Would you like to level up? Without hesitation, Lennon clicked to break through once more. The familiar warm flow of energy enveloped his meridians, but this time the energy was even more formidable, swiftly filling a multitude of meridians. The unleer consumed during the fierce battle was rapidly replenished, and as this extraordinary energy fully integrated into his body, Lennon felt a leap in his vitality and spirit. Congratulations! Players' attributes have increased by 8, gaining 8 free attribute points. Leveling up felt exhilarating, the sensation of perceiving his strength incrementally increasing, even feeling as if his very life was undergoing continuous evolution, was enough to captivate any cultivator. Lennon was no exception. After exhaling slowly, he turned his gaze toward Hockey Fong, who was experiencing a breakthrough alongside him. Not only had his state returned to its peak, but his vitality and spirit had also significantly enhanced. After clearing the cave of all calamities, they carefully stored the materials in the treasure chest. All right, Hockey Fong nodded and began to sweep away the remaining debris. Meanwhile, Lin En, adhering to his usual practice, allocated his free attribute points to the energy stat. Raising it further, with a thought, he glanced at his latest player interface. Player, Lin En, go to the dock to catch some seagulls. Level, 9 talent. 3-dimensional balance experience points. 0 vitality. Physical 68, 11. Rapidly increasing. Energy, 81, 16. Spirit, mental 68, 11. Rapidly increasing. Skills, transformation technique, beginner. Wind technique, minor accomplishment. Substitute talisman, major accomplishment. Thunder technique, major accomplishment. Items, skill incarnation talisman, substitute talisman, catface mask, ever-changing attire current status. Good after a morning of idle cultivation. His body and spirit had successfully increased by 3 points, thanks to the 3-dimensional balance talent, coupled with the 8 points gained from his recent breakthrough. His vitality and spirit had grown by a total of 11 points. As for energy, it exceeded 80 as all free attribute points were allocated there. Even among 10th-level cultivators who primarily cultivated energy, he felt confident that his Unli attributes would surpass theirs, and the overall attributes were even more so. Next, with the breakthrough to level 9, he had an additional 9 points in all attributes and 9 free attribute points, totaling 18 points. 81 and 18, a perfect 99. However, he still had a random attribute fruit and used, meaning he could potentially reach a total of 100 points in all attributes by level 10. Rapid calculations revealed that he could attain triple digits in attributes at that level, causing a slight smile to curl at the corners of Lin An's mouth. Indeed, the pleasure derived from numerical prowess was unparalleled. It was time to prepare for the transcendent inheritance. At the very least, he needed to find ways to acquire more knowledge about the extraordinary. Lin pondered, realizing that the information regarding the extraordinary in Shao Shirtan village was exceedingly limited. To plan effectively for the future, he would need to venture into the towns for new information, or seek out knowledgeable individuals. However, few in the village possessed such knowledge. The extraordinary individuals he knew were not only unfamiliar to him, but were also likely to engage in battles at any moment. After some contemplation, an older face flashed through his mind, the librarian. Although not a transcendent cultivator, their level was likely comparable to that of Captain Tion and his peers, and they were evidently more erudite. The librarian would surely have insights into transcending the extraordinary, sufficient to clarify his doubts. Additionally, he recalled the Anomaly Management Bureau. He wondered how far the adept individuals there had progressed in their extraordinary explorations. Upon returning, he could inquire with Director Xie and the others, who he believed would be willing to share their knowledge. Connections, it must be acknowledged, could be incredibly significant at times. Chapter 71. Chance encounter with extraordinary calamity on the periphery of the 10,000 Great Mountains, within the blood-linked Batcave, after Hockey Phone had cleared the remaining calamities. Lin willed his thoughts and decomposed most of the corpses into materials. Fortunately, he had previously collected a considerable number of treasure chests in Blue Star, which could be stacked in storage slots. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to carry back such a large quantity of items. The higher-level items could be taken back without decomposition to feed the hockey tree. As for the other materials and items, he felt that he would need to change his identity or even location to facilitate their exchange for Gui Su coins. Reflecting on this, Lin realized that to maintain his facade as a level 5 team leader, he had only brought back scraps for recycling in the village. Even so, this had astonished many villagers, leading them to praise him as a formidable talent. However, if he were to sell the recent calamity materials or the numerous items obtained from Blue Star, Lin feared that his identity as a player might be exposed. After all, a refugee who had fled from afar just days ago, even if exceptionally gifted, would raise suspicion if suddenly presenting an abundance of treasures and leveling up at an abnormal rate. Moreover, the items he possessed were not particularly suitable for sale in Shao Shurtan village, as the first-tier materials and items held little value for extraordinary beings. The remaining villagers were also unlikely to possess sufficient Gui Su coins to purchase such items. Only those towns with a certain degree of commercial scale would be capable of purchasing these first-tier materials and items in bulk. He would inevitably need to visit Lu Jiao Town, a new map, but Lin realized he would need to adopt a more plausible identity. Deciding to focus on leveling up for now, just as Lin prepared to venture out hunting with Hockey Phone, a sudden commotion echoed through the mountains. The cry of a crane pierced the wind, startling the birds and scattering the beasts. A formidable aura of extraordinary calamity, imbued with the essence of water elements, surged forth, causing countless calamities in the vicinity to tremble and flee in terror. The extraordinary calamity seemed to carry the essence of the fish people. Back to the cave, Lin promptly decided, and he and Hockey Phone swiftly retreated to the deepest part of the cave, carefully concealing their presence. At the same time, Poseidon, dispatched by the fish people leader to contact the mountain ghost, leisurely passed through the area. Mountain ghost, I know you sense me. Come out quickly. I have urgent matters to discuss. Ignoring the first-tier ants, Poseidon swiftly traversed over 100 kilometers, his aura radiating outward, as they sensed the extraordinary fish person passing overhead. Both Lin and his avatar breathed a sigh of relief. However, they refrained from making any hasty movements, remaining in their positions. Lin glanced at Hockey Phone, and without the need for words, the synchronized avatar understood each other's intentions. Hockey Phone then closed his eyes, attentively listening to the whispers of the wind. Above them, as Poseidon's voice echoed into the distance, a humanoid figure gradually emerged from the depths of the mountains. Towering and covered in green fur from afar, he resembled a wild man. Speak quickly, or I shall be tempted to prepare a fish head dish tonight, the mountain ghost coldly remarked at the sight of the fish person. Poseidon, gripping a trident. The fish person narrowed his eyes in response. However, Bosai Bay seemed to harbor some trepidation towards the mountain spirit. Thus, even when threatened, he refrained from retaliating immediately. Instead, he spoke in a calm manner about the situation in Shao Shurtan village. A few days prior, our tribe of fishmen allied with the false tribe, and under the cover of chaotic mists, we successfully eliminated the captain of Shao Shurtan village. Furthermore, 3 of the false beings managed to infiltrate the ranks of the human tribe. However, today, Mingwei informed us that they might have been detected by the extraordinary beings within the village. The 2 clan leaders speculated that the human tribe might have called for reinforcements. It is for this reason that we wish to invite you to join us in assaulting Shao Shurtan village to eradicate all human settlements in this region. Bosai Bay did not conceal much, for he understood that the mountain spirit was cunning and brooding, not easily deceived. Thus, he laid bare most of the facts, leaving the rest for the other party to ponder. What benefit do I gain from attacking the human tribe? Inquired the mountain spirit, its eyes glimmering. I am solitary. This region is ample for my existence, unlike you two tribes that require vast territories. The fisherman responded gradually, you may not need the territory. But are you not interested in the elixirs, artifacts, weapons, and skill manuals of the human extraordinary beings, even their very corpses? Many items from a human tribe are indeed quite useful, and acquiring them may elevate your status further. If you lend us your assistance, then these matters can be negotiated. Due to the distance, Haji phone could only catch vague sounds. However, Lennon could easily deduce that the mountain spirit was the extraordinary calamity that had previously crushed Haji Lei, and the fishman was undoubtedly a confirmed ally of the false beings. Xiaoshi Tan village has reinforcements, yet they have been detected by the false beings? So, the current situation is that both sides are seeking support. How immense will the ensuing battle be? With this thought, Lennon could not help but rub his temples, contemplating the feasibility of retreat. After all, breaking through to level 11 marked a qualitative transformation, officially entering the ranks of the extraordinary, a far cry from the ordinary first transformation. Thus, even though Lennon currently stood at level 9, the presence of these two extraordinary calamities still instilled a profound sense of danger within him. Among them, the fisherman seemed somewhat less formidable. Lennon sensed that facing Bosai Bay would likely prove more perilous than his previous encounter with the source of calamity at level 6 against level 8. Although the danger was heightened, it did not render the battle entirely hopeless. The probability of victory, however, would be considerably low. Yet, against the mountain spirit, Lennon feared he might only be able to escape using a substitution talisman. This fishman appears to be at the threshold of the extraordinary, but the mountain spirit is not. It has likely reached level 12 or even higher. I wonder how many levels the old village chief and the reinforcements they summon possess, and when they will arrive. I hope it does not turn into a scenario akin to the Halua saving Grandpa. As Lennon pondered, the complexity of the situation became increasingly apparent. Whether cultivators or extraordinary calamities, each individual harbored their own considerations, preparations, and stances, all with differing intentions. The sole commonality was that none had the opportunity to engage in the extraordinary realm before reaching that threshold. In fact, the vast majority of villagers remained blissfully unaware that a battle capable of annihilating their village was imminent. Chapter 72. Information of the extraordinary beings. As the sun dipped in the west, the sky gradually darkened unbeknownst to them. Lin and Haji Feng remained concealed within the cave, only releasing a breath of relief after Bosai Bay and the mountain spirit concluded their discussion and departed. Based on the indistinct sounds Haji Feng had overheard, the mountain spirit had not outright agreed to ally with the fishmen and the false beings to attack Xiaoshi Tan village. However, it had not issued a definitive refusal either, merely stating that it would deliberate further. Lennon surmised that the mountain spirit would undoubtedly keep a close watch on Xiaoshi Tan village in the coming days. Should it deem the timing appropriate and perceive sufficient benefits, it would likely join the fray. After all, even calamities might aspire to be the fishermen reaping rewards from the conflict between the clams and the snipe. The fishmen would undoubtedly be dissatisfied with such a response. However, Bosai Bay, recognizing his inferior strength compared to the mountain spirit, chose not to press further and silently returned to report to the clan leader. Once Lin and Haji Feng confirmed that the two extraordinary calamities had indeed departed, they promptly exited the Blood Guide Batcave, observing the sun's descent accelerating. Lin furrowed his brow slightly. The onset of night seemed to be hastening. Initially, daylight had been consistent from 8 in the morning to 6 in the evening. But recently, it had abruptly shifted to 8 in the morning and 5 in the evening, a full hour shorter. Judging by the current twilight, it was likely that night would fall before 5 o'clock again. A tumultuous season, Lennon remarked, though he was unaware of the reasons behind the change in daylight. Nevertheless, it was evident to any rational individual that this was an ill omen. After all, the night in the Guishu world belonged to strange tales. And as the days grew shorter and nights lengthened, it signified that the already scarce and fleeting time for humanity would be further compressed, and let alone a full hour. Even a mere second, when applied to the vast expanse of the Guishu world, would yield tremendous repercussions. Not to mention, a reduction in daytime would inevitably slow the player's leveling pace. Moreover, the local NPCs needed to venture out for farming, resource gathering, and so forth. Thus, their impact would be even more profound. It is time to return. Within this region, the extraordinary calamities at levels 9 and 10 were limited, and one must remain vigilant against the mountain spirit. The subsequent endeavor to break through to level 10 or even achieve perfection at level 10 would undoubtedly pose a greater challenge. As Lennon spoke, he produced a white glider. It is worth noting that mutated items belong to life forms, and thus cannot be stored in a player's backpack. Otherwise, Lennon would have certainly wished to mutate this triangular glider to see if it might further reduce his travel time. With a thought, he swiftly infused it with vital energy, and under the influence of the wind elemental force, he and his avatar sped towards Xiao village. Meanwhile, within the village, the old village chief and Jiang Fushi were still safeguarding Zhang Jiao. However, from their positions, it seemed as though they had inadvertently encircled the false being posing as the captain. Tian Sheng, or rather the leader of the false beings, observed this scene from afar, his gaze darkening. At this moment, he could definitively ascertain that the extraordinary human cultivators had seen through their disguise, although he could not fathom the reason behind it. That was no longer of importance. He had to keep a vigilant watch on the two to prevent any sudden attacks. Otherwise, not only Zhang Jiao, but even the captain could potentially be left behind, as none of the other false beings could contend with Zhang Xuanxi. On the other hand, the old village chief, still smoking, gazed at the house before him, lost in thought. His two old friends were currently en route, and, although they would not arrive tonight, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should reach Xiao village by noon tomorrow. 3 false beings and 2 fishmen, aside from the leader. The extraordinary calamity levels of the others were not particularly high. In terms of strength, despite their smaller number, they were indeed stronger. Zhang Xuanxi contemplated this. His goal was to annihilate this pack of wretched, extraordinary calamities and ensure none escaped. Only then could he avenge his slain child. However, should they strike now, although he and Jiang Fushi could defeat the 3 false beings suppressed by the original furnace, they would not be able to ensure their complete capture and annihilation. Not to mention that the Fishman tribe might still be lurking outside, ready to intervene at any sign of disturbance, potentially plunging them into an even greater crisis. Yet, the most pressing concern remained that night was rapidly approaching. The original furnace of the first transformation could not entirely conceal the commotion from the confrontation of second transformation extraordinary beings. Once embroiled in conflict and targeted by the strange tales, both cultivators and calamities face inevitable doom, if fortune does not smile upon them. The entire Xiao village may meet its demise. After all, the original hearth is not infallible. While the unique structure radiates a light of extraordinary efficacy, far surpassing ordinary sources, it cannot grant immunity to the sinister narratives. Therefore, despite his profound anger, the old village chief managed to retain a sliver of rational restraint, while he and the others were locked in a stalemate with the impostor. Lennon hurriedly returned to the outskirts of the village before nightfall. He sighed in relief upon reaching the towering Humen gates. Under normal circumstances, he would have allocated ample time for his return rather than cutting it so close. However, the sudden emergence of danger necessitated a prolonged stay within the cavern to evade the fishman and mountain spirit. Fortunately, that wave of Sai Bei had also anticipated the encroaching night and returned early, granting Lin a sliver of travel time. Otherwise, he feared he would have had to use a substitute talisman for teleportation. With the watchful gazes of the guards and villagers upon him, Lennon stepped back into the village. Haki Feng, of course, did not accompany him, but instead continued to linger on the periphery, ensuring he remained undetected by the extraordinary beings. Observing that the village remained as tranquil as it had been before his departure brought Lin a measure of comfort, indicating that neither side had yet reached a breaking point. Taking a detour, he soon spotted several figures outside Captain Zhang's dwelling. Having ascended to level 9, the old village chief and Tian Sheng still displayed 3 question marks beside their ranks. Yet the remaining information about the extraordinary individuals was now visible on the panels. Imposter Lu Wei, Captain, Level 11 Talent, Disguise True Meaning, Early Stage of Second Transition Pseudo Dao, Essence, Physique 80 Qi, Pseudo Power 80 Spirit, Mental 70 at Level 11. Lu Wei boasted a total of 230 attribute points. Based on previous calculations, a typical cultivator's attributes upon reaching level 10 generally hover around 190 points. This suggests that the breakthrough to level 10 aligns with previously established patterns, maintaining a uniform increase of 10 in all attributes while granting an additional 10 points of free attributes, culminating in a total increase of 40 points. Thus, 190 plus these additional 40 points precisely equals 230. Lin found himself momentarily astonished. In terms of total attributes, this newly emerged extraordinary imposter paled in comparison to his own balanced tridimensional self. Nevertheless, the sense of impending danger that had previously coursed through him was undeniably genuine. While attributes did not exceed expectations by much, the combat prowess displayed was far superior to that of the average first transition cultivator. Therefore, the truth was manifestly singular. Lin's gaze focused intently on the panel, particularly the term true meaning, which he was witnessing for the first time. Chapter 73. The considerations of tridimensional balance are numerous in the Gui Su world, within Xiao Shirtan village. Lin scrutinized the panel of the imposter posing as Captain Lu Wei, his mind racing with thoughts. He postulated that the reason one must attain the second transition to be deemed extraordinary likely resided in this true meaning. After all, it had been previously mentioned that extraordinary legacies fundamentally embody pure intention. To advance to the second transition, one must undergo trials of the legacy, or rather, tempering, to comprehend the true intention that belongs solely to oneself. It is only through successfully grasping this true meaning that cultivators can embark on the extraordinary path. Many local cultivators in Gui Su remain perpetually trapped at the pinnacle of level 10, primarily due to insufficient enlightenment and an inability to discover the extraordinary path suited to them. However, it now appeared that true meaning was not merely a prerequisite for the second transition. Possessing true meaning would also significantly enhance the combat capabilities of both cultivators and calamities. Otherwise, had the imposter Lu Wei relied solely on his attributes, Lin felt he could easily dispatch him without much difficulty. At the very least, it would not be more challenging than confronting the source of a barren infection previously. Contemplating rapidly, Lin An's gaze then shifted to the other figure, Jiang Fushi. Jiang Shuang Level 11 True Meaning, Early Stage of Second Transition Talisman Path, Essence, Physique 60 Qi, Energy 85 Spirit, Mental 85, like Lu Wei. Jiang Shuang also held Level 11 with a total of 230 points. However, as a talisman master, she prioritized her mental and energy attributes, rendering her physique the lowest among extraordinary beings, appearing less balanced than the imposter. Of course, balance carries its advantages, while specialization offers its own merits. For instance, a player who invests all free attribute points into physique might hope to engage in battles beyond their level, confronting high-level adversaries devoid of mental skills. Yet conversely, such specialized cultivators may find themselves overpowered by those focused on mental prowess, potentially facing defeat even against opponents of a higher level. In simpler terms, the benefits of specialization are evident, but so too are the drawbacks. Conversely, moderation lacks remarkable highlights, yet it is not present glaring vulnerabilities to exploit. In practice, the vast majority of cultivators tend to avoid extreme paths while also steering clear of complete balance. Jiang Fushi, for example, although her physique barely surpassed the threshold of human extraordinary standards, her energy and spirit attributes advanced in tandem, not excessively favoring a single attribute. Although Lu Wei's attributes appeared moderately balanced, they predominantly leaned towards physique and energy, with spirit attributes trailing behind. Typically, the direction of attribute allocation corresponds closely with the extraordinary path one pursues. Nevertheless, for Lin and The allocation of attributes was an inconsequential concern. Ordinary cultivators merely needed to follow the established rules of the extraordinary path, while his tridimensional balance rendered him uniquely powerful, necessitating far more contemplation. Each time he leveled up, the complex mental gymnastics of distributing free attribute points into his highest attribute became a taxing endeavor, often requiring him to consume 6 nuclear bomb supplements to stimulate his intellect. Engrossed in such thoughts, Lennon harbored no intention of approaching the extraordinary cultivators. He cast a glance their way before turning to leave. After all, that area resembled a powder keg, and as an ordinary first transition individual, merely gathering intelligence sufficed. There was no need to intrude upon their tumult. Although he could only discern levels and essence attributes, the inability to perceive skills and statuses did not detract from his ability to estimate the extraordinary being's strength, which he deemed a worthwhile gain. At the very least, he had confirmed that he could potentially contend with even the weakest of extraordinary beings. As Lennon departed, the old village chief and Ming Wei took note of his presence. However, due to the distance, they could not sense much of his aura. Assuming he was simply passing by after a hunt, Jiang Shuiying was entirely unaware of this occurrence. As a reclusive individual, she had no knowledge of Lin Quan's significant role in the village, and even if aware, it would hardly warrant her attention. As for the captain, it was needless to elaborate. Now subtly encircled by the old village chief and Jiang Fushi, he was already on edge, his focus consumed by the 2 extraordinary beings, leaving no room for him to notice anything else. How intriguing! Lin mused upon returning to his room, already devising a plan to prepare a simple dinner. At this moment, both the human extraordinary beings and calamities were gathered together, surveilling one another. Even if he wished to relay the intelligence he had gathered that day, it would be impossible without risking an immediate eruption. Fortunately, Lennon surmised that tonight should still be safe. More accurately, night was the safest time, for both ordinary beings and calamities would adhere to the rules, minimizing their movements to avoid attracting the gaze of strange tales. Of course, this was contingent upon the illumination provided by special items, such as the original hearth. Otherwise, the eerie tales will inevitably allow ordinary cultivators to experience the true essence of terror. With a mere thought, Lennon began to sense the Yihua Lang Shishir, that had already traversed a considerable distance to the east. What was the situation within the realm of his consciousness? Lennon inquired about the faint connection between the 2 parties. Upon hearing his words, the Yihua Lang Shishir immediately responded, "Abba, Abba, esteemed and revered Lord of Yihua, the exalted and supreme sovereign, mysterious and powerful, I have arrived at 150 kilometers from the official road, as per your command. Abba, Abba, currently, all is well, and I have not been detected." "Excellent work," Lennon remarked, nodding slightly. "Continue heading towards Lujiao town. You should be approximately 220 kilometers from Shaoshirtan village. Exercise caution." "Abba, Abba, understood. I will ensure the task is completed." Far away, over 100 kilometers distant, the Yihua Lang Shishir, having received the task, silently began to move eastward with minimal presence. Lennon felt a sense of satisfaction. His total attributes had now surpassed 200 points, and once the 3 dimensions were balanced, they would reach an impressive 243 points. In other words, he would be able to teleport directly over 200 kilometers using the Yishun Fu to Shun Fu, given that the teleportation range corresponds to his total attributes at 1 kilometer. Initially, Lennon had been concerned that he might not arrive at Lujiao town during daylight hours after teleporting. But after consecutive upgrades today, the success rate had significantly increased. If necessary, he could also transform the glider and have Hockey Phone cooperate fully with his flight. This way, even several hundred kilometers could be swiftly traversed. Of course, encountering formidable extraordinary disasters along the way would pose a different challenge. Nevertheless, Lennon felt that this escape route was considerably more reliable and feasible. Chapter 74. The True Meaning Unveiled in the Guishu World at Shaoshirtan Village. After swiftly finishing dinner, Lennon made his way directly to the library pavilion. Upon arriving on the first floor, he soon spotted the administrator, Wangbu E, seated in a rocking chair. Wangbu E, Library Pavilion Administrator. Level 10 Perfection. Physique, 50, Aging, Physical Deterioration. Qi, 50, Aging, Damage Dantian. Spirit, 50, Aging, Spiritual Decline. Status, a candle flickering in the wind. Upon seeing the information displayed on the panel, Lin was momentarily taken aback. The last time he had encountered this Library Pavilion Administrator, he had just reached level 4 and was unable to probe Wangbu Yi's specific information. However, Lin had previously felt that, although not an extraordinary cultivator, the individual must be a powerful presence at level 9 or 10. Now it seemed that his initial assessment had indeed been accurate. Wangbu Yi had not only ascended to level 10, but had also attained the pinnacle of semi-extraordinary status. However, the state of Wangbu Yi was somewhat unexpected for Lin, as his attributes had sharply declined by several dozen points compared to other cultivators of the same level, resembling a leaf withering in the wind. If one cannot break through to the extraordinary realm in their lifetime, will the future be this way as well? Lin pondered, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Only by transcending into the extraordinary could one hope to achieve longevity. Otherwise, it would be impossible to escape the natural laws of aging and mortality. At that moment, Wangbu Yi, still seated in the rocking chair, slowly spoke. "You came by so late. Is there something on your mind?" "Wang Lao, I have some questions that pique my curiosity," Lin replied, promptly asking, what is the greatest distinction between extraordinary and ordinary cultivators? And how should one choose the appropriate extraordinary inheritance for oneself in the future? If I recall correctly, you are only at level 5, right? Young one, you seem a bit overly ambitious, Wangbu Yi chuckled, adding, "However, your youthful exuberance does remind me of my own past." Wangbu Yi then began to explain, "Such knowledge would only be detrimental if a mortal were to acquire it. Yet for a cultivator, a prior understanding does not harm. The difference between a second transition extraordinary and a first transition cultivator lies, without a doubt, in intent. Before that, one must first grasp the concept of true meaning." After contemplating his wording, Wangbu Yi continued, "You must have heard of concepts like sword intent and blade intent commonly found in martial arts literature. Yes?" Lin nodded slightly. Observing this, Wangbu Yi continued, "True meaning is essentially a special essence that arises from one's understanding of a particular domain, reaching an entirely new level, manifesting from within. Let us consider it an essence. However, the concept of true meaning is quite ethereal, often understood intuitively rather than articulated, hence it lacks a definitive definition." It sounded rather metaphysical, but as an avid reader of novels, Lin found this notion easily acceptable. For instance, he had previously come across a martial arts novel titled I Have a Knowledge Panel, which mentioned a similar concept. Ahem, back to the point, Wangbu Yi resumed. "True meaning is formless and intangible, yet can be tangibly felt. Most importantly, true meaning can significantly amplify a cultivator's abilities and even impose dominance over other existences." Amplification and dominance? Lin questioned, a hint of confusion on his face. Indeed, Wangbu Yi acknowledged with a slight nod. Upon comprehending true meaning, when a cultivator employs skills related to that true meaning, the effects can be multiplied. For example, if you're a physical cultivator, after transcending to the extraordinary realm, your physique may reach as high as 115 points, or even more while simultaneously grasping the initial true meaning of the body for the second transition. At that point, what do you think the actual manifestation of that cultivator's physique would be? Lin fell into contemplation upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he responded, "Do you mean that the actual physique of that cultivator differs from their surface attributes and is, in fact, doubled?" "Exactly." Wang Bue nodded. "Could you repeat it?" Engaging with a perceptive cultivator made conversation quite effortless. It required little elaboration, as the other party grasped the essence immediately. A physical cultivator at the early second transition with a physique of 115 points would therefore actually exert a force of 230 points. If it were an elemental cultivator, the corresponding elemental power they wielded would also double, allowing them to unleash strength far beyond their own essence. And this is merely while the true meaning is still at the early second transition stage. Wang Bu paused momentarily and continued. You may not yet understand that true meaning within the same grand realm is not divided into levels 1 through 10, but rather into 3 smaller realms, early, mid, and late stages. The early second transition to true meaning typically offers a twofold amplification. During the mid-second transition, the amplification increases to 2 times, while in the late second transition, it reaches 5 times, and upon entering the early third transition, it brings an impressive 3-fold enhancement. Linen was taken aback by this revelation. After all, in games, such amplifications are deemed precious percentage increases, directly enhancing by 100 or more. Even if the focus were solely on one aspect, such as the Lei Zhu Zhenyi, Lei Zhi Zhenyi, enhancing lightning techniques, or the Feng Zhu Zhenyi, Feng Zhi Zhenyi, amplifying wind elemental strength. The increases would still be extraordinarily formidable. Now, he finally understood why seemingly average extraordinary beings could evoke such intense feelings of danger within him. Should the team leader be a physical cultivator, even if his panel displayed attributes of 230 points, under the influence of true meaning, his physique would essentially double, surpassing 300 points in actual attributes, far exceeding Linen. Of course, the individual disguised as the team leader, Lu Wei, was not cultivating the physical path, but rather the pseudo-path. In terms of combat power, the foe individual might not be as formidable as a physical cultivator. Yet Linen suspected the difference wouldn't be too great. However, such amplifications hinge upon the alignment of level and the realm of true meaning. Upon observing Lin An's astonished expression, Wang Bu smiled and elucidated. If your level has ascended to the third transformation, yet your comprehension of a particular truth only reaches the second transformation, then in such circumstances, that truth may not even provide a 2-fold enhancement. It might yield a mere 15-fold or less. This is because at this juncture, your level and the realm of your truth are misaligned. Listening to Wang Bui's explanation, Linen nodded slightly. However, the third transformation feels quite distant to him at present, so he pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. Master Wang, you mentioned that truth can not only amplify, but also suppress. Indeed. Wang Bi nodded gently and began to articulate. Enhancing oneself while suppressing the adversary is indeed one of the most common applications of truth. Chapter 75. There are no trivial truths, only those of higher realms capable of suppressing lower realms, which is not difficult to comprehend, and truth operates similarly. In the library, Wang Bu continued to enlighten Linen. He spoke slowly and deliberately. If your level of truth surpasses that of your opponent, you may attempt to invoke your own truth to impose a certain suppression on the enemy. Under such suppression, the opponent's truth will struggle to manifest its full effect. If the disparity is significant enough, it may even fail to exert any effect at all. For instance, a second transformation truth that could originally achieve a 2-fold enhancement might, under suppression, only manage an enhancement of 18 times or even lower. I see now. Linen nodded in realization. Viewed through this lens, the competition of truth among the extraordinary will likely emerge as one of the most crucial elements in battle. The one with the stronger truth will tip the scales of victory in their favor. If the disparity is vast enough, it might even allow for surpassing challenges. However, this does not imply that the 3-dimensional attributes of spirit, energy, and essence are of lesser importance. On the contrary, foundational attributes will exert even more pronounced effects across various aspects. After all, the higher the foundational attributes, the greater the enhancement achieved through the amplification of truth. For example, if another individual has a physique attribute of 60 points, even when doubled, it results in a mere 120. Yet if one's physique reaches 100 points, doubling it results in a full 200, a significant gap indeed. Of course, this is merely an illustrative example. In reality, those who can comprehend the truth of physique are typically practitioners who specialize solely in the physique path. Thus, their foundational physique is often exceedingly high. Furthermore, attribute countering is also a common scenario for imposing suppression. For instance, water counters fire and metal counters wood, so naturally, A fire practitioner will find themselves easily suppressed when facing a water practitioner. Linen nodded slightly in understanding. However, he could not help but think that the 5 elements not only counter each other, but also generate life, following the principle of wood generating fire. If a wood practitioner and a fire practitioner were to cooperate, or if a single practitioner were to master both truths, would they not achieve an effect greater than the sum of its parts? Moreover, if he could comprehend the divine truth of spirit amplification and subsequently embark on the path of talisman drawing, would he not be able to dominate the vast majority of talisman masters? After all, for talisman masters, mental power is an essential attribute that significantly influences their ability to draw talismans. Aside from realms and attributes, the quality of truth is also a critical factor. Wang Bui had not anticipated that Lin and was already contemplating the synergy between extraordinary truths. Turning to Lin and Wang Bui continued, truth also possesses varying qualities. Yet unlike the ordinary, good, and excellent classifications of item skills, we have not assigned precise divisions to the quality of truth. Only in moments of direct confrontation can practitioners distinctly perceive the differences in quality. Generally speaking, the higher the activation difficulty of the extraordinary inheritance you utilize, the higher the quality of the truth you comprehend. Activation difficulty? Lennon could not help but recall the calamity inheritance of the path of aberration, which has a remarkably high activation difficulty. All 3 attributes of spirit, energy, and essence are required to exceed 90, and it can be said that those capable of achieving this at level 10, whether players or local NPCs from the Guishu, are exceedingly rare. Lennon even suspected that the game had bestowed such a unique inheritance upon him because he met the requirements. However, this raises the question of whether the path of aberration is indeed top tier, albeit with the side effect of leading one towards calamity, without a stronger will to suppress it. Lennon could genuinely doubt whether he might become the next source of disaster. After all, even merely utilizing the aberration technique already seems rather ominous. If he were to truly embark on the path of aberration, it is uncertain what form he might take. Of course, nothing is absolute. A contemplative expression crossed Wang B's face as he slowly remarked, elements like the 5 elements and sword truths are among the most common extraordinary paths, with activation conditions that are not particularly stringent. However, such truths do not imply weakness or inferior quality. On the contrary, there are countless top-tier experts among them. The reason is quite simple. The ultimate quality of truth and the realm one reaches largely depend on the individual practitioner, as long as one is sufficiently exceptional. Even the most common extraordinary paths can lead to the pinnacle, surpassing those with exceedingly stringent conditions for top-tier inheritances. There are no trivial truths, only trivial practitioners? This famous saying from web literature suddenly came to Lin N's mind, and he nodded slightly. Contemplating further, Lin asked, Master Wang, I have heard that practitioners can walk dual extraordinary paths, meaning that one can simultaneously comprehend multiple truths? Indeed, Wang Bui explained, not only dual extraordinary paths, but even 3 or more are possible. Theoretically, there is no upper limit to the number of truths a practitioner can comprehend. However, theory remains just that. Most individuals only master 1 or 2 truths at most, as handling more becomes overwhelming. After all, a person's focus is limited, and many practitioners struggle to comprehend even a single truth, let alone aspire to master several extraordinary paths simultaneously. Moreover, although the Guishu has countless extraordinary paths, only 1 or 2 may truly suit an individual. It can be said that the moment one chooses a path aligned with a specific attribute, their fate with many great paths is already sealed. Listening to Wang Bui's discourse, Lin pondered thoughtfully. Taking physique practitioners as an example, as far as Lin knew, the activation condition for physique inheritance was a mere 1, a physique exceeding 95 points at level 10. For a typical practitioner, achieving this would require investing all available attributes into physique. The cost of such an endeavor would result in a mental attribute of only 50 points and an energy attribute even lower, at just 45 points. With such low mental and energy attributes, The possibility of this practitioner embarking on other extraordinary paths is virtually eliminated, as they would be unable to activate any other extraordinary inheritances, unless they could discover truths closely related to physique or pursue a special extraordinary path that imposes no requirements on spirit, energy, or essence attributes. They would inevitably be confined to a single path. Naturally, this does not necessarily denote a negative outcome. Specialization has its own merits. It is worth mentioning that after breaking through to the second transformation of the extraordinary, one may also attempt to comprehend other truths. However, the essence of inheritance is to enable practitioners to grasp truths that belong uniquely to them. Therefore, before activating an inheritance, extraordinary practitioners must not only suppress their existing truths, but also seal their cultivation back to the realm of the first transformation, akin to the state of being fully realized at level 10. Only then can they avoid interference with the extraordinary inheritance and endeavor to embark on a new path. Chapter 76. Wu Qinxi. In the Guishu world, at Shaoshitan village. Within the library, as he listened to Wang B's explanation regarding multiple extraordinary paths, Lin found himself deep in thought. According to his understanding, breaking through to the extraordinary state and comprehending new truths does not provide much assistance. For those who have attained the extraordinary, the inheritance that could not be activated due to attributes in the past is likely to remain dormant even after the breakthrough. However, if the inability to activate the extraordinary inheritance was due to insufficient skill proficiency, then the extraordinary individual would possess a distinct advantage. After all, with a higher level, their mental strength will have significantly increased, making it considerably easier to learn high-quality skills anew. For extraordinary beings, it may be challenging to cultivate most high-quality skills to their utmost perfection, yet reaching a state of great accomplishment is relatively effortless. It is merely a matter of time. For instance, the Hu Qin technique of the Beast Path, or the Zhenlei technique and Sun Feng technique of the Elemental Path, require only a certain level of proficiency to fulfill the activation conditions for extraordinary inheritance. Conversely, if an extraordinary cultivator is unable to cultivate high-quality skills to a great accomplishment, it merely indicates that their understanding of this path is rather average. In such cases, there is no need to force it, as the world of Guishu offers many paths to the extraordinary. Even the most formidable extraordinary path, if unsuitable for oneself, ultimately proves futile. It can be said that what suits oneself is indeed the best. However, in Lin N's view, the greatest benefit of comprehending other truths after achieving the extraordinary lies in the multitude of choices available. For cultivators of ordinary backgrounds, having a single extraordinary inheritance that can be activated at level 10 is already commendable. There is little concern regarding whether this inheritance is top tier or sufficiently aligned with oneself. Yet, upon reaching the extraordinary state, the opportunity to acquire additional new inheritances naturally arises, allowing one to pursue their true desired path once more. Even if the initial extraordinary path proves arduous, there remains the chance to embark on a different route, preventing an absolute fixation on one's future direction. The ability to have some margin for error is often invaluable. Furthermore, there exist greater challenges in comprehending new truths to embark on other extraordinary paths. Wang Lao looked at Lin and slowly spoke. It is essential to recognize that conflicts and rejections may exist between truths. If one forcefully attempts to comprehend opposing truths, it could even result in severe harm to oneself. For instance, if you wish to simultaneously grasp the truths of water and fire, a misstep could lead to self-detonation, ultimately resulting in your demise. Is it truly that perilous? Lin, taken aback, did not expect that the practice within the Guishu world could also lead to similar incidents of madness. Observing his reaction, Wang Lao continued. However, as long as one does not forcibly endeavor to comprehend opposing truths, the repulsion is not excessively exaggerated. If one can find a balanced point where the two truths coexist peacefully within oneself, or even achieve perfect integration, the repulsion may entirely vanish. Nevertheless, this is a challenging endeavor, as pinpointing that balance is not straightforward. Thus, most cultivators seeking a dual extraordinary path tend to choose paths that complement each other or entirely different types of truths that do not interfere, keeping the repulsion within acceptable limits. Balance? Upon hearing this, Lin pondered thoughtfully. Wang Buyi's words were relatively comprehensible to him. Water and fire are indeed opposing forces, so achieving a balance between the two truths is undoubtedly challenging. However, if it involves wood and fire, which naturally foster one another, the foundation for integration is inherently strong, resulting in minimal or even non-existent repulsion. Additionally, two unrelated truths may also coexist harmoniously. For example, the extraordinary inheritances of vocational paths, such as the paths of talismans, alchemy, and formations, essentially belong to the realm of knowledge-based extraordinary. Knowledge, by nature, cannot conflict with the elements of water and fire or the truths of swords. The two operate on entirely different dimensions. Consequently, it is rare for truths to clash with vocational paths, resulting in negligible repulsion. However, due to the high requirements of vocational skills, even in the absence of significant repulsion, most cultivators still struggle to grasp the corresponding truths. Generally speaking, being able to comprehend an additional extraordinary truth and pairing it appropriately does indeed enhance one's power, potentially surpassing peers of the same level. It is said that the 5 city lords of Wuling City are all practitioners of dual extraordinary paths. 5 city lords? Lin was somewhat surprised upon hearing Wang Buyi's words. He previously thought Wuling City was merely a single city. However, from the administrator's implication, it seems that Wuling City consists of 5 distinct cities. I see you've already practiced the Hu Qin technique, yet you were unaware? Wang Buyi appeared somewhat astonished. Lin smiled sheepishly, although he intended to review the materials when he had time. He had been preoccupied with familiarizing himself with the common knowledge of the Guishu world and learning skills, leaving him little opportunity to explore Wuling City. Wang Buyi shook his head slightly and proceeded to explain, Wuling City is not 5 cities, but 6, 1 main city and 5 subsidiary cities. I am not well versed in the main city. The 5 city lords I mentioned refer to the formidable 4th-term practitioners who govern the 5 subsidiary cities. Aware that Lin was a refugee from afar, Wang Buyi decided to elaborate further. Pausing briefly, he continued, the meaning of Wuling pertains to the 5 elements and 5 birds, with the 5 elements representing gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 birds are, first, the tiger, second, the deer, third, the bear, fourth, the monkey, and fifth, the bird. The Hu Qin technique you are cultivating corresponds to the tiger among these 5 birds. And our Xiaoshirtan village and Lujiao town are actually within the sphere of influence of the Wuling City. 5 birds? Lin was astonished by the administrator's explanation, while simultaneously feeling a strange familiarity. Soon, he remembered that these 5 birds were precisely the animals from the Wuqin Shi, with no distinctions whatsoever. So, does this mean that the Hu Qin technique is essentially the Guishu version of the Wuqin Shi? Reflecting on the effects of the Hu Qin technique, such as enhancing kidney function and bone strength, it indeed seems to correspond with the functionalities of the Wuqin Shi from Blue Star, leaving Lin with a peculiar feeling. What is happening? Could it be that Blue Star and the Guishu world share some connection? Or perhaps the paths of the Great Way converge, with the wisdom of ancient sages being extraordinarily profound, allowing the creation of cultivation methods, even in a world devoid of martial prowess? Lin was puzzled, yet he was genuinely astonished by this realization. Furthermore, he quickly linked this to another thought. After all, this realm does not only encompass the 5 birds, but also the fusion of the 5 elemental forces. Thus, the 5 elements and 5 birds? The Wuling King? Suddenly, as Lin contemplated this potential connection, he could not help but twitch his lips. Is this idea a bit too far-fetched? Chapter 77. The Great Way is like the azure sky in the Guishu world, within the Xiaoshirtan village. In the library, Wang Buyi refrained from further elaborating on the various extraordinary paths. After all, those who can tread the dual extraordinary path are indeed among the elite of extraordinary beings. As someone who has yet to reach the extraordinary realm, His understanding of such profound, extraordinary knowledge is naturally limited. If you're interested in multiple extraordinary paths, you may want to visit Wu Ling City in the future, as they conduct more in-depth research in this area. As for the question you initially posed regarding how to select an extraordinary inheritance suitable for yourself, that is indeed a pertinent inquiry. With murky eyes glimmering slightly, Wang Bu-yi spoke slowly. My suggestion is to not be selective. Not be selective? Linen was taken aback. He had anticipated that the other would advise him to pursue the tiger path or the talisman path. Yet unexpectedly, Wang Lao offered such a response. Indeed, do not be selective. Wang Lao emphasized his tone, his expression serious yet tinged with a hint of melancholy. After a moment of silence, Wang Bu-yi slowly began to speak. This can be considered a piece of experiential wisdom. In my youth, I too held myself in high regard, believing that ordinary legacies were unworthy of me. Unfortunately, aspirations soared higher than reality, and I came to realize, only at the end of my life, that the choices we make are never dictated by our desires, but rather by what we are capable of possessing. Linen, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for words. It seemed this venerable elder had once been brimming with ambition, yet something evidently had gone awry, preventing him from transcending the threshold of extraordinary realms. Reflecting on Wang Bu-yi's frail state and the significant decline in his attributes, Linen couldn't help but shake his head internally. Though he had reached the pinnacle of the 10th level, Wang Bu-yi's actual attributes were even lower than those of a 9th-level cultivator, rendering the possibility of activating an extraordinary legacy virtually impossible. Even if such a legacy existed without stringent requirements, it was unlikely to be accessible to an ordinary individual. Moreover, given Wang Bu-yi's age and condition, unless he could make a recovery, the chances of obtaining a legacy were exceedingly slim. It must be understood that extraordinary legacies do not guarantee success merely by meeting conditions. In fact, the probability of failure during a breakthrough is considerably high. Life offers both ample room for error and severe consequences. It is vast enough to allow for countless possibilities, yet perilously narrow, where a single misstep can lead one astray from the extraordinary path that was once within reach. Having a plan is beneficial, but plans are always outpaced by unforeseen changes. Wang Lao turned his gaze towards Linen, his voice carrying a tone of weariness. I imagine you would rather not hear this old man pontificating about grand principles, as I too was indifferent to such wisdom in my youth. Nevertheless, I must convey that if you have the opportunity to break through to the extraordinary, do not relent. Regardless of whether the legacy is ordinary, prioritize the breakthrough, for only then can you expand your choices. No one can predict whether luck or tomorrow will arrive first. Yet, if I could relive my life, I would certainly refrain from undertaking high-risk, high-reward tasks, forsaking a promising legacy for a chance at breakthrough. This way, I would not have come so close to being obliterated by an extraordinary calamity. Although I survived, it came at the cost of a damaged Dantian and a permanent decline in my attributes, effectively eliminating any chance of further breakthrough. Do not worry about whether the extraordinary legacy suits you. If you can activate it, it indicates that its compatibility has already surpassed the threshold of adequacy. Your talent is commendable, yet lacking a strong background, you must seize every opportunity to elevate yourself swiftly. Those from families rich in powerful cultivators and resources naturally possess the privilege of choice. After all, they likely have their extraordinary paths laid out for them from birth, enjoying favorable conditions, with or without breakthroughs. However, this is ultimately the minority. The vast majority of cultivators begin with no options to speak of, and missing one opportunity can mean losing another chance. As the theory of the wheat ear illustrates, if one solely seeks the largest wheat ear, the end result will inevitably be empty-handed. Only the wheat ear already in hand truly belongs to oneself. Thank you, Wang Lao, for your guidance. I will contemplate this seriously, Linen replied, sensing the sincerity behind Wang Bu-yi's words. Furthermore, achieving the extraordinary does not preclude one from comprehending other truths later on. So Linen felt it unnecessary to demand a top-tier legacy from the outset. This approach seemed most prudent. Wang Lao nodded slightly. but then abruptly shifted the topic. Do you know the fundamental difference between disasters and ordinary beings? Upon hearing this, Lennon felt perplexed. He did not quite understand why the conversation had taken this turn. But he honestly shook his head. Although the Encyclopedia of Calamities detailed the 4 major disasters, it seemed to lack a clear definition of what constituted a disaster. The distinction is actually quite simple. Anything that attempts to embrace the bizarre tales is deemed a disaster. Wang Bui stated calmly. Understand that disasters neither possess the primal hearth nor emit light during the night. How then can they evade the gaze of the bizarre tales? Are you implying that disasters and bizarre tales are intertwined? Lennon inquired, somewhat confused. If disasters and bizarre tales were allied, then those previous disasters should not have feared the darkness so much, correct? That is incorrect. Initially, some beings sought to integrate with the bizarre tales. But the tales paid them no heed, Wang Bui replied, shaking his head. However, their attempts were not entirely fruitless. At the very least, it allowed them to evade the gaze of the bizarre tales during the night to a greater extent. As long as they did not create too much noise, the bizarre tales would not focus on them. This class of beings gradually evolved into the disasters we recognize today. Among them, calamities are particularly noteworthy, regarded as the disasters within disasters. Now, I understand, Lennon remarked, a sense of clarity washing over him. He had previously pondered how those disasters managed to survive during the night. Now, it all made sense. The reason I share this with you is to suggest that if you ever find yourself needing to spend the night outside, you might consider placing some materials from disasters nearby. This may help reduce the attention of the bizarre tales. Furthermore, in the days leading up to your return to the village, observe your surroundings closely. If anything seems amiss, make a beeline for Lu Jiao Town. Upon receiving this warning, Lennon looked at Wang Bui with surprise in his eyes. Did Wang Lao also perceive the issues within the village and was advising him to prepare for an escape? It is getting late. You should return. I too must rest, Wang Bui said, dismissively waving his hand without further explanation. I understand. Thank you, Wang Lao, Lennon expressed, casting a deep glance at the somewhat stooped elder before ultimately turning to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Bui watched the young man depart, his thoughts swirling incessantly. With age comes wisdom, and he could still faintly sense something unusual about the village. However, he harbored no thoughts of fleeing. At his age, he felt unable to run. Additionally, given his extensive knowledge of the extraordinary, he knew that unless he could reach Lu Jiao Town by daylight, he would easily attract the attention of the bizarre tales. Reflecting on his life and the realization that he would ultimately remain unconnected to the extraordinary, he sighed deeply, his myriad emotions coalescing into a single lament. The path of the great is as vast as the sky, yet I remain unable to traverse it. Chapter 78. I have a plan to drive the tiger and swallow the wolf in the Guishu world at Shaoshirtan village. Upon returning to his room, Lennon sought out Xiaolin to inquire about the information regarding the extraordinary path, and the response he received indeed aligned closely with what Wang Lao had mentioned. While browsing the forum, Lin An's mind raced with thoughts. If he were to leave, the early morning hours at dawn would be the most opportune time for teleportation. This way, barring any unforeseen incidents, he would be able to reach Lu Jiao Town smoothly. But what if he chose to stay? Lennon pondered, a sense of helplessness rising within him. He realized that remaining seemed to afford him little to do. Even the prospect of hunting in the 10,000 Great Mountains felt unsuitable. After all, it was evident that the mountain spirits would be closely monitoring the situation here, and any significant disturbance might draw their attention. Gazing out at the flickering light of the primal hearth against the night sky, Lennon sighed softly. To be honest, he considered himself rather decisive. Once he made a decision, he would not hesitate or second-guess himself. From the moment I first entered Guishu until now, even with the combined time of the real world and the game amounting to merely around 10 days, I have transitioned from a state of near innocence regarding bloodshed to one where I kill disasters without a moment's hesitation. I believe my adaptability is commendable. However, the thought that Xiaoshitan village is likely to face annihilation is indeed difficult to accept. Had Wang Lao not provided me with such sincere advice today, particularly urging me to flee, I would not have felt any inner turmoil. Yet now, for no other reason, I wish for the other party to survive. Of course, I am merely contemplating whether there might be a better solution. If all else fails, then fleeing remains a necessity. It is unthinkable to disregard my own life due to a moment of emotional upheaval. The night was dark and heavy as I gazed out the window, suddenly struck by an idea. I have a plan that may drive the tiger and swallow the wolf, allowing the small village to emerge from darkness into safety. An active assault, driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, encircling Wei to rescue Zhao. My eyes sparkled as a bold three-step strategy quickly formed and refined in my mind. Since disasters can come to attack Xiaoshidan village, why can't we take the initiative and strike directly at their lair? Even the strange tales could potentially be utilized. I recall a few items that might come in handy. With a thought, I swiftly searched through the materials and tools I had packed into my treasure chest. Soon, 3 items appeared before me. The previously introduced and utilized Qianju, a blue hand ring, and an entire stack of talismans. Lifting my gaze to the interface, the information for the hand ring and talismans immediately materialized before my eyes. Invisibility ring level. First transition quality. Good effect. Wearing this ring makes one's movements more concealed, making it difficult for others to perceive. Signal talisman. First transition common quality talisman. After use, it can emit different smoke and explosive sounds into the sky to convey information. The signal talisman possesses no lethality. Its sole purpose is to create a significant commotion. Nevertheless, that is sufficient. Without hesitation, I initiated the process of mutation, channeling an immense amount of elemental energy into the stack of talismans, guiding the mutation direction. Soon, each talisman transformed into black, with 2 short legs resembling those of a stick figure drawn beneath them. Mutated disturbance talisman level. 5 vitality, physique 10 energy, disaster power 30 spirit, mental 10 skills. Underwater action, self-destruct remark, a special disaster product mutated from the signal talisman. Specifically designed to disturb enemies. Absolutely loyal to the master of mutation. Excellent. I nodded slightly at this development. Without further delay, I swiftly and silently cast these mutated signal talismans beyond the village. I watched as dozens of these talismans began to scurry westward, their target, the water pool inhabited by the fish people. It is worth mentioning that my certainty regarding the fish people residing nearby stemmed from the overly conspicuous aura of Poseidon I encountered today. Through this aura, I could easily discern the direction for which they had departed, leading directly to that profound water pool. Otherwise, given that this area contains more than one water body, I would have found it quite challenging to pinpoint the exact location of the fish people. As I watched these mutated talismans swiftly depart, I restored my elemental energy, while secretly hoping that the strange tales could prove advantageous. If they could directly eliminate the extraordinary beings of the fish people, it would be nothing short of splendid. However, I felt such a possibility was slim, considering the vast difference in levels. Even if the mutated talismans were to self-destruct recklessly, they would likely only create a moment of surprise and impact at the very beginning. Moreover, if the extraordinary disasters were so defenseless, humanity would have long since formed a suicide squad to gamble their lives against them. However, as long as they can serve as a deterrent, that would suffice. Once my elemental energy was fully restored, I began to perform the mutation technique again, infusing my energy into the Qianju and the invisibility ring before me. A flash of light occurred, but this time the changes in the Qianju and the invisibility ring were not particularly significant, merely a deeper hue. Mutated Qianju level, 7 vitality, physique 10 energy, disaster power 75 spirit, mental 10 skills, fire of disaster remark. A special disaster product mutated from the Qianju, capable of releasing flames carrying the aura of disaster, significantly reducing the likelihood of being observed by strange tales, absolutely loyal to the master of mutation. Mutated invisibility ring level, 7 vitality, physique 10 energy, disaster power 75 spirit, mental 10 skills. Invisibility remark, a special disaster product mutated from the invisibility ring. capable of maximizing the concealment of the wearer's aura and tracks, absolutely loyal to the master of mutation. Perfect. I gazed at the two items that had undergone mutation, feeling quite satisfied. Especially the mutated Qianzhu, though its level is not high, can undoubtedly be deemed a first transition artifact. After all, the aura of disaster itself can lessen the attention of strange tales, and the flames can also place me within the blind spot of their vision. The combination of the two prompted the system to issue a high evaluation indicating a significant reduction in the likelihood of being observed by strange tales. I deduced that if this item were to be sold, it would undoubtedly incite fierce competition among second transition extraordinary beings. With a thought, I summoned Hockey Foam, who was still lingering outside the village. The fundamental purpose of mutating these two items was to allow Hockey Foam to venture out during the night. Even if he cannot engage in combat, gathering information would suffice. To encircle Wei and rescue Zhao, one must first ascertain the location of Wei. Chapter 79, Loyalty. Xiaoshidan Village. Near Human. Upon receiving Lin An's message, Hockey Foam transformed into a gentle breeze, easily bypassing the members of the guard team. After reaching level 9, even though he only inherited 80 attributes, Hockey Foam was rapidly approaching the invincible status of the first transition. Thus, under the current circumstances where extraordinary beings and disasters within the village were mutually restraining each other, Hockey Foam found it exceedingly easy to blend into the village, especially since the original hearth would not intimidate him, especially after the true Tian Sheng and Zhang Jiu had fallen. There are now very few level 10 cultivators left in the village. Taking this into account, I aim to head south to uncover the stronghold of the imposters. I speculate that the territory of the imposters should be located south of Shaozhu village, but it likely will not exceed a distance of 100 kilometers. So be sure to search meticulously. Lennon looked at the skill transformation and spoke accordingly. After all, it is known that the fish people inhabit the water pool to the west, while the mountain ghosts occupy the periphery of the 10,000 great mountains to the north. As for the eastern side of the village, it leads toward Luojiao town, where extraordinary strong beings occasionally traverse between these two villages. Therefore, the likelihood of imposters choosing to reside here is minimal. After all, should a powerful human cultivator pass by one day, they might easily be eliminated. As an intelligent species, the imposters would naturally not select such a poor location as their territory. So, I deduce that their residence is most likely to the south. Coincidentally, my first encounter with the imposters also occurred while I was hurrying from the direction of Shaozhu village, which is also to the south. Understood. Aware of the importance of the situation, Hockey Feng's expression grew serious as he donned the ring and the mutated Qianzhu before swiftly heading south. Watching Hockey Feng's figure rapidly fade from view, Lennon found himself in deep contemplation. Currently, 3 extraordinary imposters already exist within the village, and I had previously heard that imposters had only recently re-emerged in these years. Thus, Lennon speculated that the current stronghold of the Wei tribe likely lacked any extraordinary guardians, rendering its defenses unprecedentedly vacuous. Therefore, once Ha Jifeng thoroughly investigated the intelligence, he would have the opportunity to single-handedly annihilate the entire Wei tribe. This could be considered a strategic maneuver akin to surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. The success of this scheme, however, would depend on the standing of the ordinary tribesmen in the eyes of the extraordinary Wei beings. If the extraordinary Wei were willing to sacrifice all ordinary tribesmen to capture Shaoshutan village, Lin could only express that he had done his utmost. Nevertheless, if these extraordinary beings were indeed so heartless, it could be advantageous for Lin and personally. After all, within the Wei tribe, there would likely exist a certain number of level 9 and level 10 calamities. Coincidentally, Lin was troubled by the scarcity of experience packs around the periphery of the Shirwan Mountains. Should he manage to eliminate all high-level Wei beings, he might even ascend directly to level 10. At that point, upgrading before fleeing would certainly be a case of sharpening one's axe before cutting wood, as his speed and retreat would undoubtedly increase post-upgrade. As for why he chose the Wei tribe over the Yuren tribe, it was simply because he currently lacked water-based skills and was not adept in underwater combat. However, While he did not intend to launch an offensive against the Yurin tribe, he would not skimp on intimidation. Just as Lin pondered these matters, on the periphery of the water pool, a series of mutated talismans, resembling matchstick figures, finally arrived at their destination. Without hesitation, the mutated disruption talismans leaped into the expansive water pool. Why by Babu loyalty? Why by Babu loyalty? An indescribable, eerie chant emanated from their mouths as the talismans surged into the water, expressing their unwavering loyalty and faith to the exalted Lord of Mutation before self-detonating. With a resounding crash, the underwater operation skill enabled the mutated disruption talismans to move swiftly through the water. After descending for several hundred meters, fantastical structures resembling coral and shells appeared before the talismans. Although they found it perplexing that coral existed within the pool, this was inconsequential for the mutated talismans. They shouted their loyalty before initiating self-detonation. Boom! The deafening explosion generated towering waves within the pool. These mutated disruption talismans, designed to create chaos, may lack lethality, but their capacity to generate noise was second to none. Moreover, with several dozen high-level mutated beings at level 5, one must acknowledge that a level 5 cultivator could serve as a squad leader in a hunting team, being a pillar of strength within any race. Thus, as the talismans exploded in succession, the once tranquil waters of the pool erupted like a boiling cauldron. What is happening? Inside the opulent palaces of the Yurin tribe, the extraordinary Yurun, who were previously engrossed in their own affairs, trembled at the sound. The Yurin chief, Poseidon, swiftly struck down an unattractive Yurin that did not conform to human aesthetics, then transformed into a stream of water, racing toward the source of the commotion. Soon, he discovered that multiple talismans were relentlessly crashing into the buildings of his tribe, self-detonating, seeking death. The enormity of the noise startled Poseidon, and in the next moment, he violently swung his trident, commanding the water to wash away the remaining mutated disruption talismans. Under the onslaught of an extraordinary being, these level 5 talismans had little resistance. Consequently, the remaining talismans were extinguished before they could even self-detonate. Could it be that the human tribe was launching a counterattack? No. Why do these talismans exude an aura of calamity? The Yurin chief was taken aback, wondering if the chaotic fog had suddenly turned its attention toward him. With a flick of his thought, several extinguished talismans were brought before Poseidon by the water. Upon closer inspection, he found a line of text inscribed upon them. Do not venture out, lest you cannot guarantee the continued existence of your Yurin tribe. Do not say I did not warn you. Curse! Poseidon crushed the talisman in his hand, utterly astonished that he had been threatened without cause. Most importantly, he did not even know who was behind the threat. Besides the talisman, there were no other traces. Just as Poseidon seethed with anger, a chilling sense of crisis suddenly emerged in his heart. Realizing that the creature of folklore might have taken notice of this area, the Yurin chief immediately commanded all tribesmen to begin descending. He himself led the charge, unhesitatingly plunging deeper. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lin, after receiving the final message from the mutated disruption talisman before its demise, nodded slightly. He did not believe the Yurin could completely disregard the threat and continue their full-scale attack on Shao Shurtan village. As long as the opponent retained extraordinary power within the pool, his intimidation would undoubtedly prove to be a significant gain. Chapter 80. The Village of the Wei People in the Realm of Guishu, within the southern mountainous region. As the Yurin tribe was thrown into chaos by the explosions of the mutated disruption talismans, desperately diving to evade the attention of the creature of folklore. Athi feng munuingli trabalata considerable distanza southward, passing through the now-deserted Shaozhu village, and arriving approximately 70 kilometers from Shao Shurtan village. Aji feng sudenlialted. The presence of the Wei people. Finally having found a clue, Haji Feng felt a surge of excitement within, promptly closing his eyes to listen intently to the rhythm of the wind. Soon, after a brief search in the vicinity, his gaze fixed upon a seemingly ordinary thicket within the forest. Concealing his presence and transforming into a gentle breeze, Haji Feng swiftly traversed the thicket, discovering indeed that a tunnel lay beneath. Initially narrow, it soon opened up. After walking several dozen steps, a scene reminiscent of a paradise, with fertile land and neatly arranged houses, rapidly came into view as Haji Feng emerged from the tunnel. Goodness, don't tell me that the tale of the peach blossom spring actually refers to a Wei village? Thinking about it, the story does seem rather bizarre. While he internally grumbled, Haji Feng did not neglect to scan the underground village quickly. The village was primarily composed of thatched huts, with each dwelling housing one or more individuals in their primitive state, devoid of facial features in their unmasked forms. Clearly, when night fell, the Wei people would also minimize their outings, opting to remain indoors. Within this Wei village, a torch burned brightly at regular intervals. Although these torches could not compare to the original hearth, their sheer number provided sufficient illumination for most areas of the village. Evidently, the Wei people took this measure to minimize the scrutiny of the creature of folklore. Although the likelihood of being observed by the creature while remaining motionless was slim, who could refuse to make their living environment a tad safer? After all, true safety had never existed in the realm of Guishu, both for ordinary beings and calamities alike. Achieving a semblance of safety was already a considerable feat. Instances of an entire force or race being abruptly annihilated overnight were not uncommon in the realm of Guishu. Indeed, when misfortune struck, even the original hearth might not provide adequate protection. Haki Feng wandered through the small village, disregarding the sentinels and patrolling automata, swiftly surveying every corner of the underground settlement. A total of 91 automata were present, devoid of any extraordinary beings, including 3 10th level and 5 9th level entities. The 3 most opulent houses at the center of the village stood empty. They likely belonged to the 3 extraordinary automata. These 10th level automata possessed devices akin to communication talismans, presumably to maintain contact with Lu Wei and his companions. Noting that the situation here aligned almost perfectly with his body's deductions, Haki Feng couldn't help but marvel internally. Despite sharing the same synchronized memories, he felt incapable of making such comprehensive inferences. In truth, apart from fleeing, he had never considered the possibility of reversing his thoughts and attacking the enemy's stronghold. Could it be that I am too foolish? No. It must be that my body is simply too clever. Refusing to concede to his own intellect, Haki Feng then began to search the vicinity meticulously. He discovered that, aside from the previously noted entrance, there indeed existed a concealed escape route. When the time came, he and his body could block both ends, leaving these automata with no way to escape. With this thought in mind, Haki Feng transformed once more into a wisp of wind, hastily making his way back to Shao Shirtan village. The journey was relatively smooth. With the aid of the anomalous concealment ring and the anomalous crimson flame pearl, combined with Haki Feng's current state of merely being a first transformation non-extraordinary being, he attracted no attention from the eerie tales, unlike before, when lingering outside would evoke a chilling sense of dread. Meanwhile, outside Zhang Jiu's room, the atmosphere among several extraordinary beings had grown increasingly silent, as if everyone had abandoned pretense and was merely awaiting the night to pass. The automaton leader disguised as Tian Sheng observed this scene from a distance, his mind racing with thoughts. He remained unaware of the events transpiring among the fishmen that night. According to Ming Wei's understanding, the old coin, Shan Gui, might have entertained the idea of watching the drama unfold and would not act lightly. However, Poseidon and his associates had successfully persuaded the Iron Fist Rabbit King and the Chaotic Mist. The subsequent calamities would launch a full-scale assault on Shao Shirtan village come dawn, although the Chaotic Mist would merely encircle the village until the primordial hearth extinguished. Nevertheless, that would suffice. After all, the 3 extraordinary beings of his automaton clan would be fully deployed, complemented by the Iron Fist Rabbit King's considerable strength. Even with the suppression of the primordial hearth, their collective extraordinary power would be more than sufficient to delay Zhang Xuangxi and Jiang Shuaying for a considerable duration. This time would be ample for the 2 extraordinary fishmen to extinguish the first transformation primordial hearth. As long as they could extinguish it, this operation could be deemed a resounding success. In fact, if executed flawlessly, not only Zhang Shuangxi and his companion, but even the human extraordinary reinforcements arriving could potentially be slain. Such a victory would be monumental. In Ming Wei's view, what required utmost vigilance were the other extraordinary calamities. After all, extraordinary calamities generally harbored ulterior motives. One could not guarantee that the others wouldn't suddenly turn against him, especially near the cusp of victory. As Ming Wei pondered, an unsettling feeling arose among the old village chief and the others. They had noticed that the automata seemed increasingly composed, as if brimming with confidence. Yet, at this juncture, they were bereft of any viable plans and could only hope for swift reinforcements. Each person harbored different thoughts as time slipped away unnoticed. Meanwhile, on the other side, as the long night approached its end, the familiar system notification resonated within Lin An's mind. Your spirit has diligently cultivated for a day, successfully increasing by 13 points, catching up with the energy attribute. Your physique has diligently cultivated for a day, successfully increasing by 13 points, catching up with the energy attribute. Ding! Your three-dimensional attributes have reached equilibrium. Chapter 81. Blocking the spring water, the three-dimensional attributes are once again balanced. Upon seeing this familiar notification, Lin let out a slow breath. Subsequently, with a thought, he retrieved the last random attribute fruit from his backpack. After consuming it in a few bites, Lin felt that the fruit not only resembled an apple in size, but also in taste, evoking a sense of blandness. Among spiritual fruits, the loquats from the hockey tree are far more delectable. With this thought, the energy within the fruit transformed into warm currents that surged within his dantian. As the energy from the attribute fruit merged into his dantian, his yuan power began to rise steadily. Ding! Congratulations! Your energy attribute has increased by 1. Noticing that this random attribute had once again been allocated to energy, Lin opened his panel and glanced at the latest player interface. Player, Lin and go to the dock to catch seagulls. Level, 9 talent. 3-dimensional equilibrium experience points. 0 spirit, physique 81, 13. Rapidly increasing, chi, yuan power 82, 1. Mind, spirit 81, 13. Rapidly increasing skills. Anomalous technique, beginner. Substitute talisman, mastered. Sun wind technique, mastered. Thunderquake technique, mastered. Tiger bird technique, perfected. Items. Skill incarnation talisman, substitute talisman, cat face mask, 1000 transformations garb current status. Good, all 3-dimensional attributes exceeded 80, with a total attribute value soaring to 244 points. At this moment, not only would a 10th level cultivator pale in comparison, even an 11th level extraordinary being newly entering the realm would find their foundational attributes slightly inferior. At the very least, Lu Wei and Jiang Shuang, both extraordinary at level 11, possessed total attributes that fell short by over 10 points. In addition to the attribute growth, the Sun Wind technique had also successfully reached a mastery level after nearly a day and a half of cultivation. Lin had previously noted that the speed of skill cultivation was positively correlated with one's spiritual power and comprehension. As his spirit attribute continued to rise, the speed of his cultivation indeed increased significantly. Such an excellent quality skill could reach mastery in less than 2 days, marking remarkable progress. After all, 4 ordinary first transformation NPCs in the Gui Su world, acquiring proficiency in an excellent quality skill usually required years of dedication. Even players wishing to achieve the same would need to invest heavily in repeatedly purchasing manuals and continuously consuming insights to make it possible. Therefore, for both players and beings native to Gui Su, mastering an excellent skill in less than 2 days was truly an astonishing feat. Even among the talented second transformation extraordinary beings, few could likely accomplish such a task. If Captain Tian were still around, he would undoubtedly experience yet another collapse of his moral compass upon learning of this. Reflecting on Tian Sheng's visage, Lin couldn't help but shake his head slightly. The world is unpredictable, and even more so in the Gui Su realm. Just days ago, when his companion mentioned attending to matters outside, Lin had assumed it was merely an ordinary farewell, never imagining it would be their last encounter. Most importantly, even in death, one could find no peace, as their identity would be usurped by the calamity known as the automaton to engage in nefarious deeds. Lost in thought, Hockey Fong also navigated past the guards and returned to the village. It was time to set forth. Accepting the anomalous concealment ring and anomalous crimson flame pearl that Hockey Fong handed over, Linen spoke, casting his gaze toward the pitch-black night beyond the village. Just before dawn. This time, he did not intend to wait until dawn to act. After all, if he delayed until the morning to rush over, the members of the pseudo-clan would likely have already ventured out in large numbers. Particularly, the high-ranking pseudo-beings were unlikely to remain in the village during daylight hours. To successfully capture them all, he needed to obstruct their spring of water before sunrise. Furthermore, Linen suspected that if he chose to leave the village only after daylight, he might find it impossible to do so. Given the current situation, it seemed that a grand battle was imminent today, and the extraordinary calamities might very well block their exit as soon as dawn broke. Should he encounter them head-on, he would undoubtedly have to teleport away in haste. Fortunately, after the experiments conducted by Haji Fong, it was confirmed that the anomaly concealment ring and the anomaly crimson flame pearl were indeed reliable, significantly reducing the attention from the monstrosities as indicated on the panel. Acting within this brief window before dawn should pose no significant issues, at the very least. Linen felt that the risks were likely lower than remaining in the village. Donning the ring and the crimson pearl, Linen willed his attire to swiftly transform into a sleek black suit. Subsequently, the black feline mask appeared in his hand. With deliberate calm, he secured the mask onto his face, while at that moment, Haji Fong morphed into a wind attribute rune, attaching itself to his wrist. A chilling glimmer flickered within the eerie vertical pupil, and in the next moment, Lin An's figure gradually melded into the shadows, vanishing from sight. As Linen hurried along, deep within the water pool, the leader of the fishmen casually discarded over a dozen of his kin, watching as they diverted the monstrosity's attention. Ultimately, they were devoured like sacrificial offerings, and with that, the sense of dread finally dissipated. Once he confirmed that the monstrosity had shifted its gaze away from this area, he exhaled slowly, yet his eyes brimmed with fury and horror. Who could it be? Suppressing his voice, Poseidon gazed at the anomaly disturbance rune, filled with confusion. It indeed emitted the aura of calamity, but he discerned that this essence differed from the chaotic mist. Therefore, this matter must relate to a type of calamity he had never encountered before. Could it be a rune crafted from calamity materials by the humans? Was that even plausible? Setting aside how troublesome calamities could be, far beyond any ordinary disaster, even if such precious materials existed, it was unlikely they would be used merely to vex him. Poseidon pondered, feeling utterly perplexed by the situation. However, he was certain that the mastermind behind this must possess formidable strength, at the very least having reached the second transformation of the extraordinary realm. Otherwise, it would be impossible to recklessly cast so many special runes and still have the audacity to threaten their entire Fishman clan. This was troubling. Despite his anger, Poseidon found himself increasingly conflicted. The threat posed by this mysterious entity was likely not an empty threat. Should the extraordinary beings venture out tomorrow, the remaining ordinary fishmen could very well face slaughter. Moreover, leaving only one extraordinary being within the clan would likely prove futile. Besides him, both Bosai Bei and Bosai Nin were merely at level 11. Even a 2-on-1 scenario might not suffice to contend with this enigmatic extraordinary being. Contemplating this, Poseidon felt an internal struggle. Chapter 82. Suddenly, madmen sharpening their knives, what if I sell the pseudo-beings? Deep within the water pool, Poseidon suddenly thought this. However, he quickly shook his head. It was not that he felt any moral burden in selling the pseudo-beings, but rather that he had already established contact with the Chaos Mist and the Iron Fist Rabbit King. If he, as the organizer, were to suddenly withdraw, it would undoubtedly incite the discontent of these extraordinary calamities, especially the Chaos Mist, which thrived on chaos. If this calamity were to ignite, the Fishman clan might not withstand the consequences. Additionally, the pseudo-beings were a significant nuisance. if he could sell them cleanly, eliminating all the pseudo-beings in the process. It would indeed pose no problem, perhaps even be a boon. However, if a few extraordinary pseudo-beings managed to escape, the ensuing conflict between the pseudo-clan and the fishmen would be one of mutual destruction, with their animosity potentially surpassing that towards humans. Although, in a one-on-one confrontation, the Fishman clan would not necessarily fear this group of pseudo-beings. Poseidon had to acknowledge that the pseudo-clan's intelligence was quite high, rivaling even the most creative of humans. Should the likes of Ming Wei and others form alliances, persuading the Chaos Mist and the Iron Fist Rabbit King to join forces against him, the Fishmen would equally face the threat of extinction. What unforeseen variables could arise? Sighing, the Fishman leader felt deeply troubled. After much hesitation, he finally spoke slowly. Bo Sai Nan, Bo Sai Bei, you two shall remain in the clan guarded. All external activities of our kin are to be put on hold today. I must visit Xiao Shi Tan village at dawn. Should there be any unusual developments, contact me immediately. Of course, you must also stay alert for news. If I have any new instructions, they must be executed without delay. Yes, Chief, responded the Fishman brothers Bo Sai Nan and Bo Sai Bei with resolute nods. Observing their response, the Fishman leader could not help but feel a twinge of doubt. After all, he suddenly realized that if he were to go alone, extinguishing the primal hearth might indeed prove quite challenging. Although the primal hearth within Xiao Shi Tan village was merely at the first transformation realm, the essence of the flames within any primal hearth stemmed from an exceedingly high rank. One could say that even the lowest tier of such extraordinary artifacts was far from mundane. As an extraordinary being, the primal hearth could even be deemed more extraordinary than the extraordinary itself. Under these circumstances, Poseidon felt that facing this alone could be incredibly daunting. Theoretically, his true essence of water could counter the flames, but the issue was that the opponent's flames had to be of a normal nature. If the true essence proved ineffective, he would have to rely on his level advantage to gradually extinguish the flames. However, this might not be entirely a bad thing, the Fishman leader suddenly thought, considering that initially he had contemplated whether to delay the battle tempo, allowing Ming Wei and the human extraordinary beings to engage in combat for a while, ideally leading to mutual destruction. Now, although the situation had shifted from a deliberate delay to an unavoidable urgency, the outcome seemed to align perfectly with his original intentions. Moreover, he could assert with confidence that he had exerted every effort. In due course, when explaining the events of the night and the reason for Bo Sai Bei's absence from the battle, the pseudo-clan would have no compelling grounds to accuse him. After all, Bo Sai Nan's identity had always been concealed, and in their perception, the Fishman clan possessed only two extraordinary beings. As the leader of the Fishmen, facing the threat of potential extinction, he still chose to step forward and fulfill his previous commitment, leaving only one extraordinary being to guard the clan. Such a benevolent act would be hard for anyone to criticize, for any rational being aside from their own life. The prosperity and peril of their kin would always take precedence. In the face of a crisis to their race, remembering the existence of outsiders would already be commendable. Not to mention, as the highest combat strength of the Fishman clan, he still opted to come personally, perfect, capable of both offense and defense, and even allowing others to seek fault without opportunity. With these thoughts, Poseidon could not help but nod in satisfaction. Truly, I am remarkable, capable of devising such a sagacious plan. The chieftain of the Fishman tribe felt a sense of pride swell within him, and without further hesitation, he decisively resolved to proceed with this strategy. Meanwhile, to the east of Xiao Shi Tan village, along the official road, a large bonfire blazed brightly. Nearby, a special formation composed of disaster materials was arranged. The formation operated continuously, persistently releasing an aura of calamity, making it difficult for the strange tales to detect any significant abnormalities as their gazes swept across the area. Two figures, imbued with an extraordinary essence, sat on either side of the bonfire, their eyes fixed on the direction of Xiao Shi Tan village, an undeniable worry apparent in their expressions. How is it? Zhang Matzi should still be alive, right? inquired a red-haired man clad in attire adorned with flame patterns. "There won't be any fighting tonight," replied the other, slowly continuing. "But Xuanxi feels that something is amiss with these imposters. We should hurry over." "Is it really that dire?" The red-haired man couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing this. They were, of course, the reinforcements summoned by the old village chief. And they were also his longtime friends. Though few in number, each possessed strength comparable to Zhang Xuanxi. In the old village chief's original plan, their combined efforts should suffice to deal with the imposters and the Fishman tribe, even harboring hopes of annihilating these extraordinary calamities entirely. "Then there's no choice but to speed up our journey come morning," said the red-haired man, casting a glance at the surrounding disaster formation. After all, once they left the formation's protective bounds, they would almost certainly fall under the gaze of the strange tales, making any nighttime travel impossible without courting death. However, while these two extraordinary beings were troubled by their inability to travel at night, a young figure was moving swiftly to the south of Xiao Shirtan village. The mutated Qi Yin Zhu emitted a calamity fire that seemed almost capable of dripping blood, and combined with the vividly expressive cat-faced mask on the youth's face. He appeared exceedingly bizarre. Most crucially, it was still nighttime. Any ordinary being, or even calamity witnessing this scene, would likely be overwhelmed with fear, their senses failing them. After all, in their minds, only the strange tales would act so fiercely under the cover of darkness. Linen, however, saw nothing wrong with the situation. Instead, he silently praised this useful tool. As he walked, he casually dropped several mutated objects along the way. These objects bore no combat power. Their primary utility was to serve as his eyes. Thus, when extraordinary imposters or other foes approached, Linen would be the first to notice. As he continued on his path, he finally arrived at the lair of the imposters. Gazing at the impending dawn, Linen summoned the Bian Bianji run. He randomly selected a stone, and the sound of sharpening echoed eerily through the forest. Watching the Bian Bianji Ren become increasingly bright and sharp, Lin En's mind suddenly recalled the image of Tian Sheng, his expression calm. The imposter tribe must be eradicated. The scene unfolds as a madman sharpens his blade under the night sky, while the stars tremble and the comet streaks across the heavens. Chapter 83. The battle commences. In the Guishu world, the southern mountain region, as dawn breaks in the east, the sky gradually brightens. Outside Xiao Shirtan village, a crisis quietly approaches. The chieftain of the Fishman tribe, the Iron Fist Rabbit King, and the chaotic black mist converge rapidly from different directions, their sole target being Xiao Shirtan village. Dust rises, and a formidable momentum sweeps forth, with a dense and powerful aura of extraordinary calamity pressing relentlessly toward the village. Such an exaggerated commotion naturally drew immediate attention from Xiao Shirtan village. On the Tiger Gate, the members of the guard, though incredulous, promptly sounded the alarm. In an instant, the sharp alarm echoed throughout Xiao Shirtan village. Upon realizing that this alarm was of the highest level, indicating that the village could be obliterated at any moment, all the residents felt a surge of panic. What is happening? Quick, let's hide. The village erupted into chaos. Screams and the cries of infants rising in a cacophony that only heightened the fear. Meanwhile, outside Captain Zhang's residence, upon hearing the alarm from outside the village and sensing the approaching aura of extraordinary calamity, the village chief and Jiang Fushi suddenly looked up, their hearts jolted. Besides the Fishman tribe, there was also the chaotic mist and the Iron Fist Rabbit King. Quickly discerning that these imposters had previously crossed paths with the extraordinary calamities nearby, the two human extraordinary beings couldn't help but furrow their brows. They never expected this group of calamities to unite so effectively, given the friction that had existed among them. These thoughts flickered in an instant, just as the old village chief and Jiang Fushi grasped why these imposters were so composed. The nearest Lu Wei suddenly made his move. With a sharp sound, the glint of a blade shot forth, aimed directly at the old village chief's face. However, forewarned by Haji Feng, the human extraordinary beings who recognized the identities of these imposters were certainly not unprepared. The old village chief let out a cold snort as he saw the impostor finally lose control. In the next moment, the powerful essence of Earth surrounded him, and two Earth spikes erupted violently from the ground. One spike shattered the blade's brilliance, while the other shot up from beneath Lu Wei, erupting with lightning speed. A strong sense of crisis surged within Lu Wei, and in the next instant, the energy within him surged forth as he rapidly transformed into the beast path essence of the commander. The greatest characteristic of the imposter tribe is their ability to disguise. Upon reaching the extraordinary level, imposters can not only take on the forms of others, but also mimic the essence of those who have been consumed. Of course, the effect is considerably diminished compared to the original. Nonetheless, even so, the arsenal of the imposters can be alarmingly vast. At this moment, Lu Wei quickly activated the essence of the beast path from the commander, specifically the path of the ape from the 5 animal play. With the enhancement of the essence of the ape, Lu Wei became incredibly agile, narrowly evading the powerful earth spike. The old village chief, upon witnessing this, wore an expression of disdain. With a wave of his hand, the terrain beneath them began to shift rapidly. They had not merely been waiting these past few days. They had been preparing for the impending battle. Ground collapse. At his command, the earth sank. Lu Wei immediately plummeted into the chasm, and before he could escape, a cold voice rang out once more. The sky is collapsing. As Zhang Xuanxi's energy erupted, countless rocks transformed into sharp spikes, shooting down from both sides in the sky, as if intent on turning Lu Wei into a sieve. Just as this calamity felt despair, the imposter chieftain Ming Wei, disguised as Tian Sheng, arrived on the scene and struck fiercely. The essence of wood rapidly materialized around him, and countless green plants burst forth from the ground, shattering the earth spikes one by one. Wood overcomes earth. Barely escaping with his life, Lu Wei hurriedly fled to stand beside Ming Wei, confronting the old village chief. Meanwhile, the imposter Zhang Wei, disguised as the old village chief's son Zhang Jiao, finally ceased pretending and unleashed his energy, attempting to demolish the building. However, the talisman that Jiang Shuaying had previously affixed, said to assist in breaking through the extraordinary, suddenly erupted with blinding light. Spirit Talisman Explosion. With a hand gesture, the energy contained within the talisman erupted instantaneously. The combat effectiveness of talisman masters does not rely on surface stats. The difference between being well-prepared and unprepared is monumental. For Jiang Shuaying, who preferred to stay indoors drawing talismans, she was evidently always fully prepared, especially since she had received prior knowledge of the imposters' identities. Thunderous sounds erupted. The deafening sound of an explosion echoed throughout the village, as the house was instantly reduced to rubble. A charred figure staggered into view before the onlookers. The attack, meticulously plotted by Fu Shi, was evidently beyond the capacity of ordinary cultivators to withstand directly. At that moment, Zhang Wei, gravely injured, was forced to revert to his original form, taking on the guise of the Wumian Ren once more. Were it not for the formidable vitality of the Wumian, which rendered it nearly impossible to perish aside from its weaknesses being exploited, Zhang Wei would have surely fallen at that instant. The elderly village chief gazed upon the calamity that had slain and consumed his son, his inner fury surging uncontrollably. With a mere thought, a powerful force of earth elemental energy began to coalesce from the ground. The earth trembled, and sharp spikes erupted with alarming speed, racing toward the Wumian. Observing this, Ming Wei and the others wished to intervene. In the next moment, walls of earth rose instantaneously, firmly blocking their path. With a resounding crash, the earthen barriers were shattered, but for the chief, who had prepared for this moment, it was more than sufficient. Countless spikes pierced through the Wumian in a flash, and an immense concentration of earth elemental energy detonated at the creature's heart. Already grievously wounded, the Wumian collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life after Zhang Xuanxi's furious and full-force strike exploited its vulnerabilities. Meanwhile, amidst the fierce battle, Wang Bu had not been idle. He swiftly rallied the villagers to action. As one of the few elders in the village, coupled with his high rank and the respect garnered from teaching generations of students, Wang Lao's authority was second only to that of a few extraordinary cultivators. Thus, upon realizing that both captains had fallen, he wasted no time in commanding the remaining members of the hunting and guarding teams to usher the villagers toward the underground refuge. Passing by Lin An's empty residence, Wang Bu felt a stirring in his heart. This young man was far more resolute than he had anticipated, judging by the circumstances. He had likely departed the village under the cover of night. Such decisiveness and initiative left Wang Bu in awe. After all, many would hesitate to leave at night, even with impending danger looming the next day. He, too, had not foreseen the battle arriving so swiftly. He hoped earnestly for the young man's survival. With such thoughts, Wang Bu cast aside any lingering concerns and led the villagers, especially the students, swiftly into the underground passage. Having faced extraordinary calamities before, Wang Bu was acutely aware that the conflicts among the extraordinary were not for them to meddle in. Chapter 84. Fierce Battle. Home Invasion in the Guishu World. Outside the human of Xiaoshitan village, the chaotic mist arrived first. However, due to the ongoing operation of the primordial hearth, it did not directly enter the village. Nevertheless, the black mist rapidly enveloped the entire village, transforming Xiaoshitan into a fortress forbidding any entry or exit. The trident-wielding leader of the fishmen, Poseidon, along with the massive Iron Fist Rabbit King, towering 3 stories high and seemingly forged of metal, soon gathered outside the village. The battle rages fiercely. Even Zhang Wei's aura has been extinguished. Sensing the intense clamor of battle within, Poseidon smiled slightly, his delight in others' misfortune unabashed. After all, with the chaotic mist present, the outcome of the battle could hardly be unfavorable. Whether the Wumian perished or the human cultivators fell, it was ultimately advantageous for the other factions, as long as they remained unscathed. Poseidon, why have you come alone? Iron Fist Rabbit King inquired, his brow furrowed. The disparity in numbers was evident. Even though his mind was primarily muscle, he could discern something was amiss. This is a long story, Poseidon replied. However, extinguishing the primordial hearth is paramount, even if I am the sole one to do so. If we delay entering, Ming Wei and the others may abandon their efforts. As he spoke, Poseidon dashed toward the battlefield. Iron Fist Rabbit King hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to follow. Though Poseidon was also extraordinary, he had only recently reached the 11th level, and his influence on the battle was minimal. Contemplating the spoils and territory at stake, Iron Fist Rabbit King deemed it worth the risk. Besides, should the situation turn dire, he prided himself on his unmatched speed, which was the primary reason for his participation. With a resounding crash, Iron Fist Rabbit King smashed the tiger statue of human to pieces, and the 2 extraordinary calamities swiftly entered the village. Thanks to Wang Bu's prior organization, the villagers had already taken refuge underground, allowing Poseidon and his companion to find the streets largely deserted. Of course, even if they encountered any ordinary mortals, they would not concern themselves with them. The chaotic mist had sealed the place entirely. Once they dealt with the human extraordinary, the common folk would be as easy to capture as fish in a barrel. Thunderous roars of battle resounded as powerful energies clashed within the village, surging outward with overwhelming force. Blades flashed, talismans erupted, and earth and wood collided. The ground trembled as the elderly chief and Jiang Shuang, sensing the impending arrival of Poseidon and his cohort, furrowed their brows. In the next moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and a massive figure suddenly descended from the sky. Iron Rabbit's destructive fist. Without hesitation, Iron Fist Rabbit King launched a brutal attack. A torrent of golden elemental energy enveloped his iron fist, channeling the sharp and unyielding essence of gold, bearing down on the village chief with immense pressure. The sheer force of the blow compelled the chief's instincts to surge. A profound sense of danger ignited within him. Refraining from a direct confrontation, Zhang Shuangshi summoned walls of earth to shield himself. With a series of explosive impacts, the robust earthen barriers were shattered, yet they had afforded the chief precious moments to evade the Rabbit King's onslaught. Just then, Ming Wei's essence erupted forth. Verdant entanglement, empowered by the essence of wood, his energy swiftly transformed into an elemental force, morphing into thick vines that ensnared Zhang Xuanxi. Flame spirit talismans ignite. At that moment, a crimson talisman erupted, engulfing the vines surrounding the village chief in searing flames. Hundreds of talismans suddenly materialized in the air, directed by Jiang Shuang, hurtling toward the calamities with ferocious intensity. A thunderous explosion followed, shaking the earth and creating numerous craters, while clouds of dust enveloped the battlefield. Seizing the opportunity, the village chief and Jiang Shuang swiftly distanced themselves from the calamities, gaining a moment's respite. How long until we can break through? Jiang Shuang inquired. Glancing at the village chief, despite being at only the 11th level, she possessed many talismans, yet activating them consumed considerable energy. She wondered how much longer she could sustain this effort. Nevertheless, as a talisman master, she had numerous means of self-preservation. At the very least, escaping the entrapment of the extraordinary calamities and chaotic mist was feasible, albeit at a significant cost, and leaving would only worsen Zhang Xuanxi's plight. The small village of Xiao Shirtan, where I have resided for several years, is likely to face complete annihilation. This is precisely why Jiang Shuang has voiced her concerns, eager to ascertain just how much longer assistance will take to arrive. It will be soon. We must hold on for just a little longer. The old village chief gritted his teeth as he spoke, although he possessed a higher level and greater strength. Most of the resources he had accumulated over the years had been devoted to nurturing his son, Zhang Jiao. Consequently, his life-saving tools were rather limited, and Zhang Xuanxi was uncertain about his ability to escape. However, they were fortunate to be under the protective light of the primordial hearth, which granted them a significant advantage. Here, the tide of calamity could not amplify these extraordinary disasters. In fact, they were being firmly suppressed by the primordial fire, rendering their full potential nearly ineffective. Otherwise, the old village chief feared that facing two calamities of equal rank would prove exceedingly challenging, especially considering that the pseudo-human chieftain could mimic the true essence of wood, which would create a certain degree of counteraction against him. As the old village chief pondered these thoughts, a sudden commotion erupted at the center of the village. Near the primordial hearth, a vast amount of evaporated mist began to spread outward from the center. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that Poseidon was continuously summoning water elemental forces, relentlessly assaulting the primordial hearth. This was dire. These disasters were targeting the primordial hearth. The old village chief felt a jolt of alarm in his heart and prepared to charge towards Poseidon. After all, if the primordial hearth were to be destroyed, the village would be utterly doomed. Old man, we are not dead yet. The extraordinary disasters would not allow the old village chief to escape so easily. The pseudo-human and Iron Fist Rabbit King launched their attacks once more, and amidst the rising smoke and dust, a fierce battle erupted anew. However, amidst the fray, Ming Wei suddenly received an emergency communication from within his clan. What could possibly warrant such urgency at this moment? Confused, Ming Wei quickly scanned the information transmitted through the communication talisman. The moment he read it, his pupils contracted in shock, momentarily causing him to forget the ongoing battle. The reason was simple. His home had been robbed. As extraordinary disasters assaulted Xiao Shirtan village, another front was equally active, with the first rays of morning sunlight emerging. Lin sharpened his ever-changing blade to a brilliant sheen before slicing through the bushes used by the pseudo-humans to conceal their stronghold. Without the need for communication, Hockey Foam transformed into a wisp of wind, swiftly blocking one of the escape routes for the pseudo-humans. Gazing into the narrow passage ahead, Lin did not hesitate and stepped forward. Clad in a cat-faced mask and black tactical attire, wielding a sharp long knife, he exuded an air of deadly intent that was chilling to behold. The long knife dragged along the ground, leaving a deep scar as it scraped, producing a continuous, eerie sound. A level 9 pseudo-human was the first to awaken. Just as he intended to venture outside, he unexpectedly encountered Lin and at the tunnel's bend. Upon seeing the cat-faced man radiating murderous intent, the level 9 pseudo-human instinctively took a step back, preparing to call out as a warning to his kin. However, before he could utter a sound, Lin An's speed was like that of a ghost. By the time the pseudo-human reacted, a long knife had already pierced through his heart. What a swift blade! The thought barely crossed his mind before his consciousness faded away. With a notification echoing in his mind, ding! Level 9, pseudo-human slain. Experience increased by 10. For Lin An, engaging with adversaries of the same level was merely a matter of a single strike. He promptly dismantled the defeated foe, adding one pseudo-core to his inventory. Continuing forward, Lin An was aware that, although the level 9 pseudo-human had perished swiftly, his dying scream had attracted the attention of several other pseudo-humans. Upon reaching the end of the tunnel, two blades suddenly lunged at him from either side. However, Lin An remained unfazed. As he swung his long knife seemingly without effort, it sliced through the air, leaving behind afterimages. The clash of metal rang out as the two attacking blades were swiftly severed, along with the hearts of the two pseudo-humans who had attempted to ambush him. With a resounding crash, the dismembered bodies flew in all directions, colliding violently with the walls, creating a deafening noise. This dramatic sound instantly drew the attention of all the pseudo-humans within the village. Under the tense gaze of dozens of them, Lin An leisurely exited the tunnel. The atmosphere fell into a momentary silence as they beheld the cold, imposing figure of the cat-faced youth. Many pseudo-humans felt a suffocating pressure, unable to catch their breath. Terrifying and imbued with an indescribable sense of overwhelming force, he was far more uncanny than they themselves. When had such a powerful and bizarre entity emerged nearby? The crowd of pseudo-humans was taken aback, failing to connect the formidable cat-faced man before them with an ordinary human. Surround him. A level 10 pseudo-human was the first to regain his wits, issuing a sharp command that roused the others, who quickly encircled Lin and observing the approaching pseudo-humans. Lin An's eyes beneath the mask remained as calm as ever. Kill! A level 10 pseudo-human led the charge, roaring as he swung his long knife directly at Lin An. The surrounding pseudo-humans, seeing this, were emboldened and joined in the attack. Yet, Lin An stood unmoved, and the next moment, a crackling sound of electricity suddenly filled the air. The energy within him erupted as powerful lightning surged forth like chains, rapidly spreading towards the pseudo-humans surrounding him. The formidable chains of thunder seemed to instinctively target each pseudo-human, striking them with equal ferocity. Brilliant arcs of lightning illuminated the area, momentarily blinding countless pseudo-humans, leaving them unable to open their eyes. The thunder clapped, rumbling mightily as the overwhelming presence of lightning energy enveloped the small underground village. Under the oppressive force of the thunder, many lower-ranked pseudo-humans, unable to suppress their terror any longer, let out shrill screams of panic and despair. The pseudo-humans that had surrounded Lin and were instantly reduced to charred remains. In the face of such overwhelming electrical power, over a dozen high-ranking pseudo-humans met their demise in an instant. Ding! Level 9 pseudo-human slain. Experience increased by 10. Ding! Level 9 pseudo-human slain. Experience increased by 10. Ding! Level 10 pseudo-human slain. Experience increased by 50. In just a single move, even adversaries one rank higher than Lin and were effortlessly dispatched as if they were mere fodder. This scene shattered the confidence of all the pseudo-humans present, causing them to abandon any thoughts of resistance and hastily flee towards the escape routes. The level 10 pseudo-human who had previously commanded the encirclement wore an expression of terror. He could not fathom why the opponent lacked extraordinary energy yet possessed such immense strength. Nevertheless, seeing his kin still having a chance to escape, he gritted his teeth and charged forward, hoping to buy them some time. Swish! In a flash, the level 10 pseudo-human was cleaved in half. Do not rush. Your time to die has not yet come. A dispassionate voice echoed in his ears, accompanied by a subtle, enigmatic smile barely visible beneath the cat-faced mask. The level 10 pseudo-human's eyes widened in shock, and his expression was one of utter horror. A demon. This was undoubtedly a demon. A tremor coursed through him as his remaining rationality recalled something vital. With the last remnants of his upper body, he hastily seized an emergency communication talisman. Lin An glanced at him but chose not to intervene. After all, the prerequisite for the strategy of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao is that at least the main force of the Wei army must be aware of their country's predicament. Thus, he naturally had no reason to interrupt his adversary. However, the reason he has yet to eliminate him is purely to maximize experience points. Ultimately, the maximum experience points can only reach 100%, and once full, defeating even the strongest of foes will not yield further enhancement. Therefore, to ensure the utmost accumulation of experience, he must first eliminate the remaining 9-level calamities. With a mere thought, 2 Goeishu coins appeared before Linen. The thunderclap technique was immediately activated, infusing them with resplendent lightning elemental power, which then erupted in a dazzling display. With a swift sound, the 2 thunder coins surged forth at a speed far exceeding that of a typical first-turn calamity, accurately targeting the last 2 9-level pseudo-beings in the distance. Boom! Without a hint of suspense, the thunder coins struck the hearts of the 2 pseudo-beings, and at that moment, the melodious system notification echoed once more. Ding! Killed a 9-level pseudo-being. Experience points increased by 10. Ding! Killed a 9-level pseudo-being. Experience points increased by 10. Ding! Experience points are now maxed out. Would you like to level up? Chapter 86. A Day as a Calamity, a Lifetime of Calamity. In the Goeishu world, within the pseudo-village. With all 9-level pseudo-beings annihilated, experience points were once again filled to the brim. However, Linen chose not to level up immediately. The decapitated 10-level pseudo-being trembled as it activated a communication talisman, finally relaying the situation within the village to the extraordinary pseudo-beings. Simultaneously, a fierce whirlwind suddenly erupted from the escape passage. Tornado! The long-prepared hockey wind swiftly unleashed a torrent of elemental energy, and with a commanding shout, boundless wind, elemental power converged. The pseudo-beings that had been attempting to flee the underground village, some merely a step away from the exit, were suddenly blown back by the unexpected tempest. Bang! 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 All pseudo-beings, regardless of their level, were unable to maintain their footing against the powerful tornado and were hurled backwards, crashing violently against the rocky walls. Some of the lower-level pseudo-beings were even crushed, their hearts shattered, and they perished on the spot. Linen glanced at another 10-level pseudo-being that had attempted to escape but was blown back, and with a flash of movement, his blade gleamed as he cleaved it into several segments. Boom! The 2 10-level calamities, now on the brink of death and devoid of any capacity for resistance, were casually slammed to the ground by Linen, leaving them in a state of excruciating pain and dizziness. At that moment, powerful lightning elemental energy gathered around Lin, and once more, the 10-level pseudo-beings struggled to lift their heads, witnessing the bizarre feline visage directing its assault toward each remaining pseudo-being, and despair filled their hearts. Unless the clan leader and Lu Wei could return immediately, their entire pseudo-clan was destined for annihilation. No, the previous 10-level pseudo-being, who had bravely attempted to buy time for its kin and signal the extraordinary within its clan with its severely injured body, forced itself to rise. Coughing incessantly, it still managed to utter, "We bear no grievances nor enmities, sir. At the very least, spare the elderly and the children." TSK, TSK. Such righteous indignation makes it seem as though I am the villain. Linen found himself stifling a laugh at these words. No grievances or enmities. Perhaps one should inquire with their extraordinary pseudo-beings. If the old village chief were to fall or flee, how many of the remaining villagers would survive? Mercy towards enemies is evidently cruelty towards one's own. Thus, the elderly and children are prioritized for elimination. With a mere thought, dozens of Goeishu coins shot forth, striking precisely at the heart of each pseudo-being. The sizzling sound of electricity reverberated through the air. In an instant, the small pseudo-village was reduced to ruins. Everywhere one looked, every pseudo-being was charred black, while notifications of consecutive kills erupted chaotically on the interface. With a thought, Linen disassembled the corpses of these pseudo-beings, and his inventory swelled by a total of 89 pseudo-nuclei compared to when he first entered. coupled with the two nearly lifeless 10-level pseudo-beings. The total number of additional pseudo-nuclei amounted to precisely 91, aligning perfectly with Hockey Wind's previous tally. Thus, it could be said that the pseudo-village had been completely massacred by Lin, leaving no survivors. The two 10-level pseudo-beings gazed upon this scene with utter despair, their eyes devoid of any glimmer of hope. For at this moment, even if an extraordinary being returned, it would be of no avail. Although they were uncertain why they had not yet been slain, it was evident that their demise was merely a matter of time. In fact, the delay in their execution likely hinted at even greater schemes. Contemplating this, the previous pseudo-being that had stood forth to buy time for its kin even began to summon energy for self-destruction. Witnessing this, Lennon swiftly knocked them unconscious. Setting aside the matter of allegiance, he held a certain admiration for this pseudo-being that dared to sacrifice its life for its kin. Alas, allegiance cannot be disregarded. A calamity is a calamity, a day as a calamity, a lifetime as a calamity. Moreover, these pseudo-beings lacked facial features, evoking an inherently eerie and unsettling sensation from any angle. Should anyone truly feel sympathy for these pseudo-beings, they would be considered extraordinary. To some extent, it would be even more absurd than advocating for the protection of cockroaches and mosquitoes. After cleaning his blade, and with Hockey Wind dragging the two unconscious 10-level pseudo-beings, Lennon swiftly surveyed the items within this pseudo-clan's village. Most were first-turn ordinary items, with only a scant few of good quality, while the truly valuable items were likely in the possession of the extraordinary pseudo-beings. However, after a thorough search, he did stumble upon some unexpected treasures, several skill manuals, one of which was of exceptional quality. Wood spirit technique, quality, excellent. Effect. After use, it converts elemental energy into wood elemental power, allowing each of one's attacks to carry the effect of the wood element, and mastering it to perfection can even summon the wood elemental power of heaven and earth. Note, an essential skill for wood element practitioners. Only by mastering it can one hope to pass the trials of the wood path inheritance. The wood spirit technique among the 5 elemental skills. Although Lin had not anticipated such a skill manual existing within the pseudo-clan, it did not diminish his satisfaction upon discovering it. After securing the manual and the rest of his spoils, he and his avatar stepped out of the underground village. Meanwhile, as Lin ravaged the pseudo-clan village, on the other side, within Shao Shurtan village, the pseudo-clan leader gazed at the urgent messages transmitted by the communication talisman, his pupils trembling and his expression grim. A bizarre feline visage, an inexplicable, bizarre feline visage. And yet it could overpower the entire pseudo-clan without even being a second-turn extraordinary. Is this even possible? Had he not known the personality of the pseudo-being relaying this information to him to be invariably prudent, he would have thought he was hearing some fantastical tale. Boom! A talisman exploded violently before the calamity, inflicting numerous wounds upon the startled Ming Wei, who finally regained his composure. Lu Wei, you must return to the clan immediately. Quick! Without hesitation, the pseudo-clan leader shouted loudly. Were it not for the ongoing fierce battle, he would have rushed back himself. For all efforts thus far would be in vain if he withdrew now. Ming Wei even contemplated rushing back instantly, realizing that the bizarre feline visage was merely at the first-turn realm. The pseudo-clan leader hesitated briefly before ultimately deciding to send Lu Wei back to handle the situation first. Lu Wei, who also received news from within the clan, showed no hesitation upon hearing the words and swiftly unleashed his elemental energy to dash back to his village. The old village chief and the other extraordinary beings present were taken aback by this scene. What was happening? Could there be unforeseen developments? In Chapter 87, titled Targeting the Extraordinary in the World of Gue Su at Shao Shurtan Village, the fury of the pseudo-tribe leader and Lu Wei's hasty departure left many cultivators puzzled. What could possibly cause such distraction during a fierce battle, prompting someone to dispatch their ally? The old village chief and Jiang Fu Shi, deep in thought, quickly arrived at a possible conclusion. Could it be that mysterious cultivator of the wind path? The image of hot G foam crossed their minds, and both extraordinary beings, especially Jiang Shuang, speculated thus. After all, it was thanks to this self-proclaimed passerby that they learned of the invasion by the pseudo-tribe. Although they were uncertain how he discerned the anomalies of the pseudo-beings before they did, it seemed he was the only one capable of intervening at this critical juncture. If the old village chief had summoned reinforcements, they would have headed straight to Shaoshi Tan village instead of detouring for other matters. Only he could be involved in such affairs. Meanwhile, the Iron Fist Rabbit King, with its pointed ears, dismissed further contemplation. With the absence of the fisherman's Poseidon and no explanation from Poser, it seemed reasonable for the pseudo-tribe leader to call Lu Wei away. After all, they were merely level 11 weaklings, and whether present or absent made little difference. When it came time to claim the spoils of victory, the Iron Fist Rabbit King felt it might even leverage this to demand a larger share of the rewards. For now, as long as the battle was exhilarating, that was all that mattered. Muscle controlled the mind, and iron fists took the place of thought. The left fist dealt high damage, and the right fist was no less formidable. The sharp essence of gold continuously empowered its iron fists, as the Iron Fist Rabbit King swung its fists once more, aiming fiercely at the old village chief and Jiangfu Shi. The intense battle raged on, with house after house in Shaoshi Tan village reduced to rubble by the aftermath of the extraordinary combat, while an ever-increasing mist rose from the village's center. Poser wielded his trident, relentlessly manipulating water elemental forces towards the original furnace, yet he was drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by a sense of heat. This was clearly a task that would not be easy. It was Poser's first close encounter with the original furnace, and he was taken aback to find that its flames, while fiercely vibrant and nearly impossible to extinguish, also possessed a retaliatory function. Although he seemed to be merely summoning water elements to attack the furnace, the pressure he endured on a deeper level far exceeded that of the two engaged in combat. At this moment, he would rather join the fray next door than be tormented by the furnace. However, upon witnessing Lu Wei hastily navigating through the chaotic mist, Poser could not help but smirk. If his guess was correct, it was likely that the mysterious extraordinary being who had threatened him yesterday had taken action. It was probable that, seeing two extraordinary fishmen still guarding their clan, he opted to strike against the pseudo-tribe instead. Indeed, the pseudo-tribe might already be on the brink of annihilation. Truly, he had made a remarkably astute decision. Poser felt a surge of pride within, further solidifying his resolve to keep his brothers, Bosai Bei and Bosai Nan, stationed within the clan. After all, who could tell if that mysterious extraordinary being would launch a counterattack, or if there were accomplices? If the extraordinary fishmen left, they would immediately be at risk. With the current situation looking favorable, extinguishing the original furnace was merely a matter of time. Once it was extinguished, the chaotic mist would invade the village, leaving the human tribe with no chance of recovery. Under such circumstances, Poser could not afford to take the risk of his clan's extinction. Watching the flames within the original furnace gradually diminish, he once more brandished his trident, continuously summoning water elements to wash over it. Despite the high status of the original flames, lacking fuel would render them as lifeless as a rootless tree or a sourceless stream, and they would ultimately be extinguished. As Lu Wei rushed through the chaotic mist, heading southward, the aberrations previously scattered by Lin and along the path faithfully recorded this scene and reported back. It turned out he had sent only Lu Wei back. Observing that the decisions made by the pseudo-tribe aligned closely with his expectations, Lin An's lips curled into a slight smile. Without hesitation, he set off towards the north. After all, traveling required time, and waiting for Lu Wei to return to the pseudo-tribe village would likely take longer than anticipated. Moreover, he still needed to make his way to Lu Jiao town, and he could not afford to waste too much daylight waiting for this individual. Thus, Lin resolved to engage in a mutual rush and confront Lu Wei head-on. As for the fact that the other party was extraordinary, he was determined to challenge the extraordinary. Meanwhile, the two human extraordinary beings who had come to provide support quickened their pace, finally catching sight of the chaotic mist enveloping Shaoshi Tan village. This was disaster. The feeling it evoked seemed far beyond a mere second transition. Could the infamous Zhang Matzi have already perished? A red-haired man clad in red, unmistakably a fire-type extraordinary, voiced his concern. Gazing at the distant mist, an unsettling sense of foreboding gripped his heart. The other man, upon hearing this, activated his ability. Elemental energy swiftly converged in his eyes, allowing him to pierce through the black mist, revealing the faint but still burning original flames within. The original furnace remained intact. It had not been extinguished. However, the light of the flames was dimming, and the situation appeared grim. They had to break through. "All right, I'm going in." Upon hearing this, the fire-type cultivator wasted no time. With a flick of his mind, 2 flames appeared in his hands. As he clapped his hands together, a massive fireball was born in the air. Under the fire-type cultivator's control, the fireball surged into the mist, attempting to forge a path forward. The powerful essence of the flames pierced through the mist, rapidly reaching the interior of Xiao Shurtan village. The old village chief felt a familiar aura, and his heart surged with hope. Reinforcements had arrived. However, the several extraordinary beings facing them felt quite the opposite, their expressions tinged with worry. Given the strength of this fire-type cultivator, it seemed he was no weaker than Zhang Shuangxi. If the chaotic mist were to falter, would the hard-won advantage not be reversed? Yet, the might of the mist disaster exceeded the expectations of the human extraordinary beings and far surpassed the predictions of these extraordinary calamities. The mist surged, and the enormous fireball conjured by the fire-type extraordinary, Xiao Yan, was effortlessly dissipated, leaving no trace of a splash. Gumin, a stream of unintelligible murmurs echoed from within the mist, and then the chaotic fog expanded dramatically, engulfing both supporting extraordinary beings within its depths. In Chapter 88, titled Level Up to 10, Slay the Extraordinary, just as the battle within Xiao Shi Tan village fell into another predicament, elsewhere, a young man wearing a cat-faced mask moved with agility, his speed enhanced by the Su Feng technique, ultimately arriving first at the relatively familiar Xiaozhu village. Upon gazing at the humble thatched cottage where he first entered the game, Lennon could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In terms of gameplay duration, it had only been a mere 7 days. Reflecting on how he once struggled to instill fear in a level 3 pseudo-being, he now stood on the brink of confronting a cataclysmic threat. The pace of his advancement and empowerment had been remarkably swift. Interestingly, he was initially tasked with facing pseudo-beings, and now he was still to combat them, thus completing a full circle. With a resolute stance, he plunged the blade of metamorphosis deeply into the ground. Rather than continuing on his path, Lennon began to quietly gather his strength, channeling his primordial energy into the long blade. The surging power of the lightning element coiled around the blade, emitting a dazzling radiance. Meanwhile, Haki Feng, hastily trailing behind with 2 nearly incapacitated level 10 pseudo-beings, discarded them aside and seamlessly merged into the long blade. As wind and lightning intertwined, the formidable energy caused the blade of metamorphosis to tremble, producing a series of sharp, melodic clangs. At that moment, a potent aura of impending disaster rapidly approached from afar. Manifesting the true essence of the chief commander, Lu Wei traversed the forest with the agility of a monkey, yet his expression was fraught with anxiety. After all, his clan was currently facing annihilation, and the lack of communication from his subordinates only intensified their urgency. Before he could finish his thought, an acute sense of danger gripped Lu Wei, causing him to halt abruptly. Upon focusing his gaze, he discerned a figure in the distance awaiting him. The eerie feline visage, clad in dark attire and wielding a sharp blade, matched the description relayed in the urgent communiqué. Shocked, Lu Wei was soon consumed by a wave of fury. The adversary, a mere first transition, not only chose to confront him, but had the audacity to attack. Moreover, the fact that this strange feline face appeared unscathed here implied that the village of his pseudo-kin had been utterly decimated. The thought of such a possibility ignited an uncontrollable rage within Lu Wei. After all, it was not only his kin that was lost. His wife and children were also among the victims, making it impossible for him to maintain his composure before the enemy who had annihilated his entire family and clan. Furthermore, he could not believe that a mere first transition could pose a genuine threat to him. With a surge of energy, the profound essence of the pseudo being rapidly transformed. In addition to the previously utilized essence of the monkey, an essence of earth began to swirl around Lu Wei. While each essence alone could not rival a true second transition beast path practitioner or an earth element expert at that moment, the two essences combined to produce a synergistic effect that exceeded their individual strengths. Though not a dual extraordinary manifestation, it resembled one in its weakened form. In that instant, Lu Wei transformed into a rock ape, unleashing a surge of energy as he launched a formidable rock fist towards Lin. And witnessing this scene, Lin felt a twinge of surprise. The effects of this pseudo-essence were far more mysterious and potent than he had anticipated. Initially, he had assumed that the pseudo-beings were merely bothersome due to their deceptive nature, but it appeared that the extraordinary pseudo-beings were indeed formidable. Nonetheless, Lin harbored no thoughts of retreat. He drew his weapon. The blade of metamorphosis, primed and ready, was swiftly unsheathed, meeting Lu Wei's charge head-on. This blade was known as Wind and Thunder, while the rock ape, empowered by the essences of the monkey and earth, was formidable. The Wind and Thunder blade, infused with all of Lin An's primordial energy, was equally potent. The brilliant force of Wind and Thunder erupted, colliding with a massive rock fist. The clash produced a thunderous explosion, reverberating through the heavens and earth. The violent energy surged outward, sending thatched cottages flying and causing significant damage even to wooden and brick structures. The two figures intertwined, creating an enormous crater at the site of their collision. Coughing, Lu Wei turned, a distinct blade wound evident over his heart, yet the injury began to heal rapidly. In that moment, he gazed at Lin, overwhelmed with astonishment. Had it not been for the pseudo-being's ability to shift their heart's position post-transformation, he might have truly perished. Who could believe that a mere first-transition practitioner possessed such exaggerated strength? However, I presume your primordial energy has been completely depleted. Today, let me demonstrate why the might of the extraordinary is not to be trifled with, Lu Wei declared coldly. Advancing swiftly towards Lin and compared to Lin, his condition was far from optimal. After all, the simultaneous transformation and integration of two essences demanded immense energy, a tactic typically reserved for dire situations. Had it not been for his anger and the instinctual sense of crisis, he would have otherwise refrained from employing such a technique against a first transition practitioner. Reflecting on this, Lu Wei felt fortunate for having used this move. Otherwise, the outcome of their confrontation could have been uncertain. As the pseudo-disaster charged toward him, Lin An's grip on his blade trembled from exhaustion. Furthermore, the blade of metamorphosis began to fissure under the immense strain of battle, ultimately shattering into countless fragments. Observing this, Lin shook his head slightly. Although this weapon was of excellent quality, it was still a first transition item, evidently unable to withstand the intensity of the conflict. His current state, indeed, aligned with Lu Wei's assessment, was rather dire. The Wind and Thunderblade had consumed all his and Hockey Fang's strength. Crossing such a significant realm proved challenging, feeling even more daunting than battling the source of the calamity. Thus, the time had come to upgrade. With a thought, Lin opened his interface and initiated a breakthrough. He had intentionally refrained from leveling up previously, even having Hockey Fang carry 2 experience packages forward for this very moment. Upon confirming the breakthrough, Lin An's condition was instantly restored to its peak, and his aura surged uncontrollably. Lu Wei, charging at him, was left utterly dumbfounded at the sight. A battle breakthrough? Could this truly be a being from the Goeshi realm? No, the opponent hadn't even transitioned to the extraordinary realm, meaning that during their previous encounter, Lin hadn't even reached full completion of the first transition. Upon realizing this, Lu Wei felt his mind momentarily falter, engulfed in confusion. However, Lin was indifferent to the disastrous thoughts. With a flicker of intention, the dual elements of wind and thunder coalesced in his palm, forming a true wind and thunderblade. In an instant, He moved his blade, slicing downward. The overwhelming power of wind and thunder was unleashed upon Lu Wei, and in the next moment, a violent explosion erupted behind Lin, and there was no need to glance back. The system's notification chimed simultaneously. Ding! You have successfully executed a breakthrough kill on 11-level pseudo-disaster, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a core of the essence of pseudo-Dao. Chapter 89. Core of the Essence. In the Guishu realm, within the confines of Shaozhu village, as Lu Wei met his demise, Lin exhaled slowly. This marked his first direct confrontation with an extraordinary disaster, and facing the profound essence had left him somewhat anxious, yet it had unfolded relatively smoothly. Channeling his primordial energy, Lin casually unleashed 2 palm lightning strikes, ensuring the complete harvest of the nearly lifeless experience points. With the slaying of a level 10 pseudo-being, an announcement echoed, indicating an addition of 10 experience points. Following this, Lin directed his thoughts and raised his gaze to examine the latest player interface. Player, Linen, heading to the dock for Seagulls, level 10 talent, tridimensional balance experience, 70, killed a level 11 extraordinary pseudo-being 1. Killed level 10 pseudo-being 2, vitality, constitution 99, rising rapidly, chi, elemental force 118, spirit, mentality 99, rising rapidly, skills, transformation technique, beginner, substitute talisman, mastered. Shuanfeng technique, mastered. Thunderquake technique, mastered. Tiger bird technique, perfected. Items, skill incarnation talisman, substitute talisman, cat face mask, ever-changing garb, current status. Good, having surpassed level 9. With all attributes at 9, Lin received 9 points of free attributes. Immediately upon leveling up, he allocated all free attributes to enhance his highest energy attribute. Consequently, his three-dimensional attributes now surpassed 90 points, with the elemental force reaching an astonishing 100 points. The total attributes had ascended to an impressive 280. And with the augmentation from the tridimensional balance talent, it would not be long before his total attributes would reach 300. At this moment, Lin An's panel could only be described as extraordinarily luxurious, undeniably a numerical marvel. If extraordinary beings are not considered true entities, then even level 11 cultivators and perhaps even level 12 extraordinary powers would pale in comparison to him. Ecstatic and embodying the essence of an ancient scholar, Lin felt an unusual exhilaration at the corners of his mouth. Switching interfaces, he swiftly turned to his backpack to inspect the pseudo-Dao True Intent core acquired from slaying the extraordinary calamity. With a flicker of thought, a somewhat murky yet constantly shifting crystal core materialized in his hand. Pseudo-Dao True Intent core, Lu Wei, realm, early stage of second transformation pseudo-Dao, type, one time, non-quality item effect, a true intent core, a unique item obtainable only after players slay calamities, capable of enhancing the player's true intent realm. Introduction. The true intent core is the crystallization of an extraordinary calamity's lifetime comprehension, and even calamities possess unique thoughts and actions. Hence, each true intent core is singular, and the enhancements it provides will vary. For instance, the true intent core provided by Lu Wei will significantly boost pseudo-Dao True Intent, moderately enhance Ape Dao True Intent, and Earth True Intent, with others being secondary. Remark. According to the updated monster killing mechanism, the True Intent core can only be obtained and absorbed by the player with the highest contribution in a group battle. Other players and beings of the ruins cannot utilize it. Players who have not yet embarked on the extraordinary path must also comprehend any true intent before absorption. Is this an experience package beyond the extraordinary realm? Observing the introduction and remarks on the panel, Lin pondered. This true intent core directly enhances the player's true intent, which in Lin's understanding is akin to another form of experience package. However, this experience package is not for leveling up, but for elevating the realm of true intent. It is undoubtedly a valuable asset, designed for players to ascend swiftly. Yet, it appears that the enhancement each true intent core provides varies and depends significantly on the player's compatibility with it. Lin speculated that if a player had trained in the pseudo-Dao, absorbing this true intent core would lead to a substantial increase in their pseudo-Dao true intent. It is even possible to elevate from early to mid-stage of the second transformation. However, Lin believed this probability to be low. After all, Lu Wei himself was only at the early stage of the second transformation, unless the player was on the verge of a breakthrough. The likelihood of a direct advancement was minimal. Aside from the pseudo-Dao, based on previous battles, it was evident that Lu Wei had some familiarity with the Ape True Intent and Earth True Intent, suggesting he possessed relevant insights. Thus, utilizing this True Intent core could also provide a certain enhancement to these two forms of True Intent. Conversely, if a player had no connection with any of these three True Intents, the benefits of absorbing this pseudo-Dao True Intent core might be negligible. In simple terms, the assistance this True Intent core offers to a player is closely related to the calamity they have slain and their own path. Lennon wondered if there was a guaranteed minimum enhancement. If such a safeguard exists, players would likely progress significantly faster than NPCs. Contemplating, he concluded that having a method for enhancement is a good fortune. Otherwise, relying solely on personal comprehension like an NPC would mean a long wait for further advancement. Without becoming overly entangled in thoughts, Lennon acknowledged that he could not yet utilize this True Intent core. The specific effects would naturally reveal themselves once he transcended to the extraordinary realm. Stowing the True Intent core back into his backpack, Lennon turned his attention to the remnants of Lu Wei's shattered body. Upon closer inspection, he quickly spotted an understated yet luxurious ancient ring. Beginner storage ring contains a space of 1 cubic meter, suitable for storing non-living items. A storage ring? Lennon was somewhat surprised. After all, he had not noticed Lu Wei wearing a storage ring earlier and wondered where it had been concealed. 1 cubic meter may not be vast, but if it contained valuable items, it could hold a considerable amount, thus igniting Lin An's anticipation. With Lu Wei's demise, the seal on the ring was also broken, allowing Lin An's mental energy to easily penetrate within. The first sight that greeted his eyes was a substantial pile of ruins currency. Moreover, the denominations were predominantly high value, with most being 100 units. After a cursory glance, Lennon estimated there were at least 1,000 coins. In other words, the total amount was no less than 100,000. In addition to the ruins currency, there were also several seemingly decent pills, talismans, items, and manuals. However, what first caught Lin An's attention was a miniature tiger statue. Tiger Bird Dao Inheritance Introduction. Beast Dao Inheritance, containing the pure essence of Tiger Bird intent. Upon activation and passing the trial, one can embark on the Tiger Bird Dao. Activation conditions: Level 10 Perfection, Constitution 70, Energy 55, Mind 55, Tiger Bird Technique Mastered. Remark: seemingly an ordinary extraordinary inheritance, yet harbors infinite possibilities. The Tiger Bird Inheritance. Could this possibly belong to the Commander-S storage ring? Upon seeing this item, Lennon felt a stirring in his heart. After all, according to the calamity disguised as Tian Sheng, the original village chief and his companions had ventured out to purchase 2 extraordinary inheritances in Lujiao Town. Among them, Tian Sheng's Tiger Bird inheritance was originally in the hands of the commander. However, according to the pseudo-being's words, the commander had sustained serious injuries from having his arms severed, leading to the chaos of the mist seizing the storage ring and Tiger Dao inheritance. Yet, Lin An had doubted the credibility of this explanation back then. Now, it was evident that the main force attacking the commander was not the bizarre entities from the chaotic mist, but these extraordinary pseudo-beings. To think that Captain Tian's extraordinary inheritance would ultimately fall into my hands, it could be seen as a form of vengeance for him. Slightly shaking his head in contemplation, Lin An carefully collected this inheritance. At present, his vitality, energy, and spirit attributes, along with skill proficiency, had undoubtedly exceeded the activation requirements for this inheritance. However, my cultivation still falls short. For the pinnacle of the 10th level corresponds to a player at level 10 with 100% experience, while my current experience is merely 70. Shifting my gaze towards the remaining items within my storage ring, Lennon quickly scanned through them. As there were no exceptional quality items among the first-tier goods, he chose to disregard them for the time being, deciding to examine them thoroughly when he had the leisure. After all, with continuous level advancement, even the once commendable by BNG run had become inadequate for my pace, having been shattered in the recent battle. The other first-tier items, including the initially acquired cat face mask, were similarly obsolete, unless there was a significant disparity in mental prowess. The hallucinatory effect of the cat face mask was unlikely to be effective against transcendent beings. And should the difference in mental strength be as considerable as that? With Lin An's balanced attributes, he could simply eliminate the opponent with a single palm strike, rendering the use of illusions unnecessary. Hence, Lin An seldom utilized the cat face mask in combat, allowing its function to revert to that of a mere mask. He speculated that once he transcended, the attribute enhancements from these first-tier items would likely become ineffective for him. For instance, the defensive boost from Qianbian Zhuang would likely be surpassed by his own physical constitution in the future, thus the protective effect of the item would be quite limited. To put it simply, it was time for the equipment to undergo an upgrade. Currently, the only things that could keep pace with him, aside from his talents, were the skill transformation talismans, as well as the unique realm of the hybridity technique. Other items and skills, including the substitute talisman, may not consistently yield powerful effects. Contemplating this, Lin An's gaze swiftly settled upon a few second-tier items in the storage ring. Hui Yuan Dan, second-tier ordinary quality. Consuming it accelerates the recovery of Yuan Li. Sheng Shi Dan, second-tier ordinary quality. Consuming it accelerates the recovery from injuries. Fei Xing Fu, second-tier ordinary quality. Using it allows for free flight for 2 hours. All second-tier items were of ordinary quality, and most were consumables. Clearly, the low-level captain must be among the poorer, transcendent individuals. However, these items were still quite practical, especially the pills for restoring Yuan Li and healing oneself, which Lin had encountered for the first time. Prior to this, the only healing item he possessed was the beginner recovery potion obtained from the cat face gift package at the start. This potion was mainly used to mend mortal injuries and ailments, and once he transcended, it would likely serve little purpose, making the presence of these pills quite beneficial. With a thought, Lin focused on the final item worthy of attention. Li Hua Shu, quality, excellent. Effect, upon use. It allows the conversion of Yuan Li into fire elemental power, enabling each of one's strikes to carry the effect of the 5 elements fire. Mastery of it can even summon the fire elemental power from the heavens and earth. Note, a must-learn skill for fire-type practitioners. Only through its mastery can one hope to pass the trials of fire path inheritance. A fire-type skill within the 5 elements. Lin speculated that the captain possessed this skill book, perhaps in hopes of exploring the path of fire-type transcendence. After all, in Wu Qinxi, the ape dance symbolizes the heart, emphasizing a robust heart. As the heart belongs to fire, the fusion of these two transcendent truths should not be overly challenging. However, it appeared that this manual had not been perused even once, indicating that the captain had likely just acquired it in Lujiao Town, only to be ambushed by the impostors on the way back. Ah, indeed, a golden belt of murder and arson. The only regret was the absence of second-tier weapons in the storage ring. Lin remarked, though he was not particularly surprised. After all, beast path practitioners primarily rely on physical combat. Once transformed into ferocious beasts, their need for weapons diminishes significantly. Thus, with the Gui Su coins, it was probable they would purchase cultivation pills or life-saving items rather than expensive, but seldom used long swords or spears. Nevertheless, Lin was genuinely satisfied. After all, this inheritance of the Tiger Path equated to several years of savings for someone like Captain Tian, and to receive it directly was undoubtedly a tremendous gain. With a thought, Lin stored these items away, placing the storage ring in his backpack as well. The reason was simple. Such items were typically possessed only by transcendent beings. Until his alter ego reached the transcendent realm, Lin naturally opted for caution, as wealth should not be flaunted. Once he transcended in the future, he could store less critical items in the storage ring, for retrieving treasures from the box each time was quite cumbersome. Of course, Important items would still need to be kept in the designated storage compartments, as the player-exclusive storage slots were certainly more reliable than these storage rings. Opening the panel, Lennon glanced at the countdown in the upper right corner. Return countdown, 230,000, with less than a day remaining until his return. The most pressing concern was that it was now 9 in the morning. Given the increasingly rapid onset of nightfall, transitioning from an 8 to 6 schedule to 8 to 5, or even the possibility of darkness descending around 4, the time he had left for travel might be a mere 7 hours. Chapter 91. Journey to Lu Jiao Town, 7 hours to traverse hundreds of kilometers is indeed a tight schedule. However, Lennon found himself at a loss, as he had gone directly to intercept the imposters at dawn, clearing them all in that hour while also engaging in a dual pursuit with the land imposters, successfully overcoming transcendent disasters to reap experience and loot. Efficiency was maximized, yet the daylight in the Gue Su world was exceedingly brief, a rare commodity. Fortunately, Lennon had diligently preserved his state. His previous reluctance to level up stemmed from a desire to engage in battle with the Wind Thunderblade and the Transcendent imposters. Not only was this his first encounter with the Transcendent, but he also wanted to increase his odds of victory by conserving Yuan Li for the post-battle recovery. In fact, this strategy proved successful. Thanks to the player's characteristic of regaining full status upon leveling up, he remained nearly at full capacity after slaying the transcendent adversary. Furthermore, with the increase in speed post-leveling, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, he should still reach Lu Jiao Town before nightfall. After all, even using the substitute talisman, he could nearly teleport close to 300 kilometers in one go. With a thought, Lennon began to connect with the hybridity concealment stone in the mental realm. Before tonight's operation, he had commanded the hybridity concealment stone to remain over 200 kilometers away, heading towards Lu Jiao Town. Thus, even though he was currently in Xiao Tan village, having moved to the southern village of Xiaozhu, the substitute talisman remained within the teleportable range. It was time to venture into the new map. After confirming there were no issues with the hybridity concealment stone, Lennon slowly spoke. He deemed it unwise to engage in the battle at Xiao Tan, as the remaining disasters were predominantly at the same level as the old village chief, and even his presence might not offer substantial assistance. Moreover, revealing his strength before others could lead to unimaginable consequences. After all, Lennon has yet to attain true mastery. Even if he wished to masquerade as an extraordinary being, he would undoubtedly be recognized as a mere first-level practitioner by others. A first-level cultivator engaging in a confrontation with extraordinary powers under the watchful eyes of many would indeed defy all reason, potentially revealing his identity as a player. According to the intelligence shared by the Anomaly Management Bureau, all players who have exposed their identities have invariably faced deletion and memory erasure. While this may seem somewhat selfish, Lennon believes that risking so much for the inhabitants of Xiao Tan village is evidently not worth it. Moreover, his actions today have already demonstrated a commendable level of benevolence. He has proactively informed the imposters of impending dangers, allowing extraordinary cultivators to prepare in advance. Furthermore, he has instilled fear in the Merman clan during the night, compelling them to retain strong guardians within their ranks, thereby significantly slowing the extinguishment of the primordial hearth. In addition, he single-handedly obliterated the entire false clan, distracting the imposter chieftain, who was forced to dispatch Lu Wei back for defense, ultimately achieving the successful elimination of this calamity. His strategic maneuvers, striking first, driving away the tiger to catch the wolf, and encircling Wei to rescue Zhao, were executed flawlessly, far exceeding the capabilities of a mere first-level cultivator. If one were to assess the contribution to this battle, even the most formidable elder of the village might not surpass his efforts. As for whether to engage in battle with the Merman clan next, such a course of action is evidently unnecessary. Time is already scarce during daylight, and traveling there would not only be time-consuming but also arduous. It must be noted that the Merman clan's stronghold lies in the depths of the water, a domain in which he is not particularly skilled. Even if he could defeat the extraordinary merman, he might still find it challenging to pursue them if they fled, let alone annihilate their entire race as he did with the imposters. These thoughts flitted through his mind in an instant. With a mere thought, Lin decomposed Lu Wei's corpse, acquiring a second-level false core. The second-level extraordinary false core is not fundamentally different from an ordinary false core, merely possessing enhanced effects capable of deceiving some ordinary second-level practitioners. Thus, Lin merely glanced at it before storing it away and allowing Ha Ji Feng to transform into a wind attribute rune, affixed to his wrist. Once everything was prepared, Lin hesitated no longer. With a thought, he activated the substitute talisman. With a command, his figure vanished from a spot. Meanwhile, within Xiao Shurtan village, the fierce battle raged on, yet the imposter chieftain Ming Wei appeared to be increasingly distracted. A resounding crash echoed as the Iron Fist Rabbit King shattered an incoming rock spear, but was unable to evade a powerful, explosive talisman. Despite its tough exterior, the Iron Fist Rabbit King grimaced in pain at the severe blow. Casting a glance at its dazed companion, it could not help but vent its frustration. Damn it. None of you imposters or mermen are reliable. Not only did Poseidon fail to show up, but Lu Wei also fled. And now you're just standing there in a daze. The Iron Fist Rabbit King unleashed a torrent of colorful language, vehemently berating its distracted teammate, which inadvertently roused the inattentive Ming Wei. However, his focus was not on the furious Iron Fist Rabbit King. Poseidon did not come. Since the fall of Zhang Wei, he had been embroiled in battle and truly had no time to monitor the situation with the merman. As a result, upon hearing this, Ming Wei immediately turned his gaze toward the distant primordial hearth, only to find that indeed, only Poseidon was present. At that moment, a sudden wave of unease surged within the imposter chieftain. This feeling was not one of the usual anxiety born of combat, but rather a haunting echo reminiscent of the terror faced by his kin upon Zhang Wei's demise. With a thought, the panicked Ming Wei hastily glanced at his storage ring. To his horror, a shattered life token suddenly came into view. Lu Wei's life token had broken. Upon witnessing this, Ming Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The life token is intrinsically linked to a cultivator's existence. Only a few extraordinary members of their imposter clan possess such tokens. Once a life token shatters, it signifies that the individual has perished. But how could this be? Wasn't that cat-faced creature merely a first-level being? How could an extraordinary Lu Wei possibly be defeated? The notion was almost too incredulous for Ming Wei to fathom. Nevertheless, the ironclad truth lay before him, leaving no room for self-deception. In that moment, the imposter chieftain found himself hesitant to delve deeper into this grim reality. After all, if even the extraordinary Lu Wei had fallen, what fate awaited the ordinary members of his clan? Chapter 92, Imposter Chieftain. There is but one truth. In the Goeishu world, within Xiao Shi Tan village, the clash of energies and the struggle of true intent continued unabated. Yet, the mind of the imposter chieftain had completely strayed from the human extraordinary beings. Anger simmered within, but at that moment his thoughts raced. Based on the clues currently available, an inexplicable first-level black cat had emerged. Not only had it single-handedly decimated all non-extraordinary practitioners of their imposter clan, forcing them to urgently seek assistance from him and others embroiled in battle, but it was also likely that Lu Wei, who had returned to support them, had met a similar fate. Could this truly be? As the clan leader, he was all too aware of Lu Wei's strength, which surpassed that of many level 11 extraordinary beings. In such a scenario, Ming Wei could hardly believe that Lu Wei would fall to a mere mortal's counterattack. After all, this was not a prosperous area, but a remote village with scarce resources, akin to a speck of dust within the vast Goeishu. Even if such a prodigious talent existed, how could it manifest here? Thus, Ming Wei was entirely convinced that a certain extraordinary being had orchestrated a scheme against their imposter clan. The reason for initially disguising oneself as a first-level mortal was likely to deceive the ordinary practitioners within the clan, leading them to mistakenly believe that this formidable foe was still within the realm of extraordinary beings, subsequently relaying this information to him and others. Consequently, caught up in fierce combat, they had not had the opportunity to ponder deeply. Furthermore, given the absence of their imposter clan leader, it was imperative for him to urgently suggest that Lu Wei return to defend. Little did he know that this very action might have played directly into the hands of their adversary. The mysterious extraordinary being's initial aim was likely to lure Lu Wei, an extraordinary level prize, with the imposter clan serving as both bait and small fish. Contemplating this, Ming Wei felt a surge of clarity within his mind, realizing he was drawing closer to the truth. Yet, which enemy was responsible for this? And what could they possibly gain from such actions? Ming Wei's thoughts raced, his gaze shifting to the elder of the human clan. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly shook his head. The human race and his kind were sworn enemies. They indeed had motives to eliminate Lu Wei and the ordinary impostors. However, he had been closely observing the two extraordinary beings of the human race for the past few days. The reinforcements from the human side were currently ensnared in a chaotic fog, and most crucially, when they arrived, Lu Wei was still alive. The timing simply did not align. Thus, although the human race had the motive to commit the act, they lacked the opportunity. Excluding the human race, Ming Wei could only conceive of two other extraordinary beings at this juncture. Shan Ge, alongside the absent Bo Sai Bei. Ming Wei was the first to eliminate the possibility of Shan Gui's involvement, for he was well acquainted with the old coin's temperament. Even if the opponent wished to target his pseudo-clan, they would likely seek an opportunity to strike decisively, rather than resorting to such a clumsy tactic that might alert their adversary. After all, Lu Wei was merely at the 11th level, and should a conflict arise between him and Shan Gui, the presence or absence of Lu Wei would hardly make a significant difference. Under such circumstances, Shan Gui had no reason to act in this manner. Moreover, while they resided in the south, Shan Gui held dominion in the north. Due to the considerable distance separating them, their conflicting interests were relatively minor. Thus, after ruling out all possibilities, the truth became glaringly evident. It was the Yurin tribe, orchestrated entirely by Bo Sai. Ming Wei pondered this, growing increasingly convinced. After all, this operation had been initiated by him and the Yurin Bo Sai, both of whom possessed an intimate understanding of the various tactical intricacies. Most crucially, despite their alliance, both were acutely aware that it was merely a temporary arrangement. Once the human race departed, the remaining extraordinary beings would inevitably vie for supremacy, particularly since each represented a distinct race. They were far more in need of territory and abundant resources than the solitary Shan Gui. Therefore, conflict between their two tribes was a matter of time. As for the Tai Quan Tu Wang, although it was indeed a race, its rapid reproduction rendered the Tai Quan Tu Wang indifferent to the fate of its kin. After all, they could never truly exhaust their numbers. In fact, an excess might even lead to complications. Ming Wei had contemplated addressing the Yurin tribe, but he had originally envisioned such actions to be undertaken after dealing with the human race. Alas, Bo Sai, it seems I underestimated you, for you have concealed your intentions so adeptly. Ming Wei could not help but mutter through gritted teeth. He had previously thought Bo Sai to be a mere blusterer, indecisive in times of crisis and prone to missing opportunities. Yet, in hindsight, he realized he was the fool. The facade Bo Sai had presented was likely a deliberate attempt to mislead him. The true leader of the Yurin tribe sought to eliminate the human race in one fell swoop, while simultaneously dealing with his own pseudo-clan. Had he not caught on in time, he would have remained oblivious to the plot. In the midst of his contemplation, a rock spear suddenly shot forth. Upon witnessing this, Ming Wei's eyes glinted with determination. In the next moment, he feigned an evasive maneuver, allowing the rock spear to pierce him deeply. The old village chief, upon seeing this, felt a twinge of surprise. He believed that with the opponent's strength, evasion should have been possible. Could it be that prolonged exposure to the original hearth had weakened him? Regardless of the reason, Zhang Shuangxi could not let this prime opportunity slip away. The original fire had been considerably diminished through Bo Sai's relentless onslaught. If this continued, the original hearth would surely extinguish. Without the suppression of the original hearth, the Yurin leader would be left vulnerable against the calamities. More critically, The chaotic mist would soon infiltrate the village. The power of this chaotic mist exceeded the old village chief's expectations within its depths. He and his companions would be utterly disoriented, unable to discern any direction. It was entirely possible they would end up spinning in circles, oblivious to their surroundings, let alone try to regroup with their allies. Had he not managed to endure until nightfall, when the adversary, wary of the strange tales, retreated, he likely would have perished long ago. However, Zhang Shuangxi never anticipated that the chaotic mist would again ally with the calamities. In his mind, the disasters were lofty and untouchable. Apart from the strange tales, they seemed to disdain everything equally, including humanity and other calamities. Thus, when he encountered both the calamity and the chaotic mist on his return from Lujiao Town, he assumed it was mere coincidence. Chapter 93. The Jester and the Chaotic Mist in the World of Gui Su at Shaoshi Tan Village. Upon witnessing Ming Wei being propelled back by his own rock spear, the old village chief could not afford to linger. With a swift step, he dashed toward the nearby original hearth, as a surge of earth elements continuously converged from below. The ground quaked. With a thunderous shout, the earth surged like waves, rapidly crashing toward Bo Sai. The latter, who had been fiercely battling the original hearth, widened his eyes in shock, a profound sense of crisis enveloping his mind. It must be noted that he had been directly facing the formidable pressure of the original hearth, and his own state was far from optimal. To make matters worse, earth countered water. In the face of the village chief's overwhelming earth essence, Bo Sai felt his already suppressed true essence further diminished. Without hesitation, he abandoned his offensive against the original hearth and attempted to evade. Yet this strike from the old village chief was so swift that it seemed almost beyond the realm of earth's speed. The surging ground hurtled toward Bo Sai with unprecedented speed, culminating in a resounding crash as the leader of the Yurun was swiftly buried beneath the earth. However, violent energy soon erupted from the depths. With a thunderous roar, a deep pit was blasted open, and Bo Sai rolled and scrambled out with haste. Upon seeing the old village chief standing beside the original hearth, Bo Sai's eyes flickered with trepidation. After all, being buried alive by the earth was no trivial matter for Yurun. The old village chief surveyed the original hearth, which had been nearly extinguished. It still bore faint flickers of flame, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the ember remained, there was hope for restoration with a steady supply of fuel. Ming Wei and the rabbit, what on earth are you doing? Do you not wish to extinguish the human race? At that moment, the furious voice of the Yuren leader rang out. The Taekwon Tu Wang, besieged by talismans, could only feel helpless, for it was Ming Wei who seemed lost in thought, yet even it bore the brunt of the scolding. Moreover, how could this talisman master possess such an abundance of talismans, running with seemingly greater speed than itself? The Taekwon Tu Wang silently lamented, while Ming Wei extracted the rock spear from his body. He turned to the two extraordinary calamities and promptly declared, the suppression from the original hearth has diminished significantly. Let us unite and vanquish these two humans first. Ming Wei called out, and in the next instant, the true essences of earth and would swiftly transformed into the essence of the pseudo-clan, gradually merging into one. Seeing Ming Wei preparing to unleash a grand move, Bo Sai felt a twinge of surprise. Yet, given the opportunity to strike with full force, he had no reason to refuse. Thus, he nodded in agreement, deciding to provide cover as he charged alongside Ming Wei toward the village chief. The old village chief, observing the full-blown energy and essence emanating from Ming Wei, felt a weight of foreboding settle in his heart. But the next moment, a shocking transformation took place, leaving all present utterly aghast. The pseudo-clan leader, having maximized his power, suddenly pivoted his weapon upon nearing Bo Sai, unleashing a formidable strike aimed directly at him. A fatal sense of crisis surged within Bo Sai as he gazed incredulously at Ming Wei, who had turned against him. Instinctively, he brandished his treasured trident in defense. Thunderous roars erupted. The deafening sound of an explosion reverberated once more, as the sheer force of battle swept through the entire village. At that moment, Pozer's trident was utterly reduced to dust, and he himself was hurled 1,000 meters away, the lower half of his fish-like body obliterated in an instant. The sight of Poser, left with only half of his fish body, stunned all present, both the humans and the calamities. Abba Abba, is this truly so entertaining? Abba Abba, this journey has not been in vain. The entity known as Huanluan Miwu was the first to react, reveling in the unexpected twist of events, and thus felt an exhilarating thrill. The more chaos, the better. It mattered not whether the turmoil involved humans or calamities. Chaos was delightful. However, the elder village chief and Zhang Fusher could not help but widen their eyes, struggling to comprehend this bizarre situation. After all, if the opponent intended to engage in civil strife, they should at least secure victory over their foes first, right? Yet, in this scenario, although the human race appeared to be at a disadvantage, it was not an undoubtedly losing battle. In a state of shock, Zhang Shuangxi and Jiang Shuang hesitated briefly, deciding to observe the unfolding events while seizing the opportunity to recover their strength. As for the Iron Fist Rabbit King, it sensed that something was amiss and silently retreated a couple of steps, placing the calamity behind itself. Despite its sharp features, its muscles warned that continuing the violence could lead to its permanent demise. Poser, now reduced to merely his upper half, bore an expression of profound agony. He could scarcely fathom why Mingwei would suddenly turn against him with such lethal intent, employing an attack far more ruthless than those used against the humans. Coupled with the earlier assaults from the primordial hearth and the elder village chief, even the destruction of the trident could not shield him from this devastating blow, leaving him gravely injured. With a flicker of determination, Poser struggled to don the crown belonging to the Fishman clan. At that moment, Mingwei approached slowly, disdain evident in his scoff upon hearing Poser's words. "You think I am mad? Then let me ask you, where is Pozai now?" A furious roar erupted, as this foe leader could no longer contain his wrath. The entirety of his race was likely reduced to just himself. The vendetta of his annihilated kin was far more significant than any conflict with the humans. After all, if his entire race was gone, what significance would it hold to conquer vast territories? It would be better to seize a random spot and declare himself king, much like the mountain spirit. Pozai? The Fishman leader was momentarily taken aback, perplexed as to why Mingwei suddenly mentioned this name. Struggling to maintain his composure, he finally managed to speak. Pozai has always been within our clan. For the safety of our race, I left him guarding the water pond. What issue is there with that? Did you not also allow that Lu Wei to leave? You dare mention Lu Wei? Mingwei's fury turned to mockery as he began to gather his strength once more. My clan's members were all slaughtered today, and even Lu Wei, who rushed back to provide aid, perished as well. Tell me, aside from Pozai, who is absent from your Fishman clan? Which extraordinary being would act in such a manner? At this declaration, the gathering fell into a state of shock. The pseudo clan had been entirely obliterated, and Lu Wei had also fallen. Hearing this, even the gravely injured Poser felt a jolt of alarm. Such news would be an unfathomable blow for any leader, and Poser began to understand the source of Mingwei's rage. However, he quickly recognized the misunderstandings at play. The other party suspected that Pozai had orchestrated the destruction of the pseudo-clan. In a bid to clarify his position and secure a moment to flee, Poser hastily declared, "I can assure you that Pozai remained within our clan today, never stepping outside. The reason is simple. Last night, an extraordinary being launched a surprise attack on our clan, issuing threats that if any of us extraordinary beings dared to venture outside, the Fishman clan would be utterly annihilated." In a fervent desire for survival, Poser's words tumbled out at an unprecedented speed. His lips moved rapidly as he continued. In such circumstances, it was only reasonable to keep all extraordinary practitioners within the clan. Thus, it was only logical to leave Pozai behind. "Quite the tale you've spun," Mingwei scoffed before demanding, "Then tell me, which extraordinary being would risk their life to attack you in the dead of night? And how can you prove your words to be true?" That practitioner was indeed mysterious and never revealed themselves. "I do not know who they were," Poser stammered, realizing that his words lacked credibility. After all, it was one thing for an extraordinary being to breach the nighttime convention and attack the Fishman clan, but it was another to not even know if the assailant was human or some other entity, with no evidence to offer. Even the Iron Fist Rabbit King would not be persuaded. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, Poseur hastily retrieved several black talismans from his storage ring. The mysterious, extraordinary being used these talismans to continuously bombard our clan, attempting to provoke the emergence of a calamity, leaving behind threats written upon them. Do you think you can fool me with a mere talisman? Ming Wei sneered as he charged forward, his wrath boiling over. Let my kin accompany you to the grave. At that moment, despite his initial doubts about Poseur's sincerity, Ming Wei began to waver, questioning whether he had misjudged the situation. Perhaps there truly was an unknown, extraordinary being at work. However, once he had resolved to strike Poseur, they had already become mortal enemies. Thus, regardless of the truth, he felt compelled to eliminate Poseur first. As Poseur witnessed this turn of events, despair flashed in his eyes. Just a moment more, and his Fishman crown would activate, only to perish here under such inexplicable circumstances. Presently, all the extraordinary beings of a human race, as well as the Iron Fist Rabbit King, who had retreated to the entrance, and the mountain spirit, who had observed from afar without intervening, were transfixed by the unfolding drama. Just as Ming Wei's assault was poised to claim Poseur's life, an unexpected twist occurred. Yibi Bubba, the aura of aberration, Huanwan Mi Wu, upon seeing the black talismans Poseur had produced, felt a surge of surprise. Originally reluctant to enter the realm of the primordial hearth, he swiftly conjured a black hand from the mist, which then struck Ming Wei, sending him flying. Seizing the aberration talisman from Poseur's grasp, Huanwan Miwu eagerly inquired, "You mean to say these talismans appeared within your Fishman clan?" Poseur, upon hearing this, nodded fervently. Though astonished that Huanwan Miwu would intervene to save him, he was too preoccupied with survival to dwell on it. "Take me there," commanded the calamity, his tone leaving no room for dissent. He disregarded the astonished, extraordinary beings around them and swiftly carried Poseur toward the western water pond. Compared to the chaos unleashed by the alienation calamities of centuries past, the current scenes are hardly even worthy of attention, resembling little more than ants squabbling. It is during this moment that the two extraordinary beings, previously lost in the mists, finally emerge. "I have finally made it out. Zhang Matzi, I didn't expect your strength to have remained so intact. You're still alive?" remarks the old village chief, unable to suppress his sarcasm at the sight of his two ancient allies. At this moment, the remaining two calamities exchange glances with the extraordinary beings. Without hesitation, the Iron Fist Rabbit King, already at the entrance, swiftly vanishes from sight. As it had anticipated, its greatest advantage in participating in this endeavor